This audiobook contains 133 censored sentences and 325 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Outside the courtyard was indeed still standing there. His extraordinary hearing caught the muffled sounds from inside the room. The rustling of movement and hurried footsteps made it clear something urgent was happening. As an experienced shinobi, Jiraiya naturally understood the situation. He punched the nearby tree trunk, shaking down countless leaves. He gritted his teeth and formed a hand seal. Damn it! Body flicker technique. With a puff of white smoke, his figure vanished from the spot. Sannin vs. Strongest, New Star Friday evening, Hokage office. Financial statements spread across the desk recorded Konoha's recent fiscal deficit. 7 high-ranking officials sat around the conference table, their expressions somewhat grave. Fugaku's voice was low and slightly despondent. According to the latest data from the Ministry of Finance, Konoha's economic situation is very grim after the war. Recently, Konoha's housing prices have fallen by 52%. Commercial street turnover has decreased by 48% year-on-year, and mission requests are only 42 of pre-war levels. Shun's fingers lightly tapped the table. Before the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had 24,163 ninjas, but now that number is only 6,652. This means that our high-spending ninja population is now only 27, 5 of what it was before the war. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavier, and everyone realized that Konoha's economic recession had become an unavoidable fact. Just then, Shun suddenly stood up and said, "We need to make some changes. We need to organize a sensational event to re-attract the attention of nobles and wealthy merchants from various countries." Hayashi narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly pondering the deeper meaning of Shun's words. "What do you mean?" Shun revealed a confident smile and said, "I suggest holding a match. Jiraiya, one of the 3 Sannin versus Shun, the strongest of the new generation. We can use this opportunity to reactivate Konoha's economic chain." As soon as Shun's words fell, a murmur of whispers immediately arose, clearly piquing everyone's interest. Shikaku reminded, "Minister Shun, Jiraiya's whereabouts are uncertain. It might be difficult to find him." Shun smiled mysteriously. He had seen Jiraiya that afternoon, but their interaction had not been pleasant. "Jiraiya has returned to the village, and I've discussed this with him. He has agreed." Shikaku nodded and said, "Since Jiraiya has agreed, we can give it a try." Fugaku tapped the table and said, "As for the location, we can choose the area below the Valley of the End. This allows us to control the crowd and utilize the natural terrain for protection." Logistics Minister Kurama Unkai readily nodded. Regarding the tickets for the match, as well as decorations and so on, the logistics department will fully support it. Shun's lips curved into a mysterious smile. Not long ago, the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Mito clans, who were recruited by the Land of Fire Daimyo, were completely plundered. So the Land of Fire Daimyo is currently recruiting strong individuals everywhere. Now that there's an opportunity to witness a battle between true strong individuals, he certainly won't miss it. After some mental calculations, Shikaku said, based on the ticket prices discussed earlier, plus surrounding dining and gambling revenue, the estimated single-day profit could reach 30 to 60 billion ryo. With this fund, Konoha's current economic pressure can be greatly alleviated. Shun suddenly thought of something and said, "Since it's a match, there must be prize money. Based on ticket revenue, the winner gets 10 and the loser gets 3. Upon hearing this, Yashiro frowned. "Shun, are you confident you can defeat Jiraiya?" Shun remained calm and composed. 60% chance of winning. Worst case is a draw. The morning mist had not yet fully dispersed, but the Konoha bulletin board was already crowded with people. The early spring sunlight shone on the huge poster, making the images of the 2 ninjas appear lifelike. "Look, it's Jiraiya-sama. Shun-sama is so handsome. I'm in love." On the left side of the poster, Jiraiya stood proudly atop Gamabunta's head, his white hair fluttering in the morning breeze, a characteristic bold smile on his face. On the right, Shun, clad in a black high-collared uniform, his three-tomo Sharingan conveying an undeniable majesty. In the very center of the poster, in prominent gold lettering, was written, Legendary Showdown. Jiraiya, one of the three Sannin vs. Shun, the strongest new star next Sunday at Valley of the End. Limited seats on sale now. This news spread like wildfire throughout the Land of Fire and neighboring countries. Some were confident in Jiraiya's strength, believing he would easily defeat Shun. Others acknowledged Shun's rise, thinking he might be able to defeat Jiraiya. Outside the Konoha ticket office, the line stretched 2 streets long. A merchant from the Land of Lightning wiped his sweat, counting the silver notes in his hand. Give me a 2 million Rio ticket for the wealthy merchant section. This is a great opportunity to please the daimyo. In a corner, several young ninjas huddled together, calculating the cheapest ticket in the wealthy merchant section is 1 million Rio, but it allows 5 people to enter. If we find 5 people to chip in, it should be better than the regular section. In a hot spring inn in Tanzaku quarters, Jiraiya looked at the newly delivered brochure, on the cover of which he was striking an exaggerated pose. He gritted his teeth and threw the brochure into the hot spring. The paper quickly became soaked. These bastards, do they really think of me as a performer? But if I win, Senshirado Jiraiya's strongest trump card should be Sage Mode. Once Jiraiya successfully enters Sage Mode, the battle will become extremely tricky. He opened his eyes, a hint of worry in his brows. Fukasaku and Shima. Those 2 toads are also Kaga level in strength, including Jiraiya himself. It's equivalent to fighting 3 Kaga level opponents simultaneously. In terms of chakra reserves, Jiraiya has extremely great endurance for prolonged battles. If it turns into a war of attrition, the outcome is indeed hard to predict. 60% win rate, he was too optimistic. Fortunately, he has the system. Senshirado, please choose the deduction direction. Flame Divine Demon, a rank ninjutsu. When this ninjutsu is used in the 3-headed, 6-armed state, it can summon a 60-meter-tall, 3-headed, 6-armed flame divine demon shadow clone. This shadow clone can absorb flames to replenish itself and possesses a trace of indestructible property, meaning it will not disappear from ordinary attacks. Weakness: water release and ice release related ninjutsu attacks. Seraph, a rank ninjutsu, transforms the user into a seraph form, wielding a flaming spear. Using the spear allows for the use of B-rank and below fire release ninjutsu without hand seals. Possesses 3 pairs of flaming wings with incredibly fast flight speed. Phoenix Summon, a rank ninjutsu, summons a flaming phoenix and hundreds of firebirds to automatically attack surrounding enemies. The flaming phoenix is a special shadow clone, possessing a certain consciousness and can continuously summon firebirds. Which ninjutsu should I choose? Shun fell into deep thought. Testing Seraph form, the moonlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting dappled light on the bedroom floor. Senshirado, flight module loaded. Countless unfamiliar memories exploded in his mind. The flapping frequency of fiery wings, the control of airflow during aerial combat, the energy output curve of a flame spear. This knowledge felt innate, branded onto the nerve endings of his brain, making his temples throb. The outermost perimeter of the Forest of Death was already beyond Konoha's sensory barrier, making it safe to test ninjutsu here. Shun stood at the top of an ancient, 1,000-year-old tree, his hands rapidly forming seals. Seraph, activate. Dazzling golden light erupted instantly, and 3 pairs of flowing golden fiery wings unfurled with a roar, each wing adorned with molten gold-like patterns. A flaming, gilt golden mask covered his face. A brilliant white flame halo slowly rotated behind his head, scattering specks of starlight, creating a sacred feeling that would make one want to kneel in worship. Shun tentatively flapped his wings, and his entire body instantly shot into the sky. The sudden acceleration made him catch his breath. Then he burst into hearty laughter. Is this what free flight feels like? Huh? This is amazing. The flight techniques instilled by the system perfectly integrated into his muscle memory, as if he was born to soar through the sky. He made a grasping motion with his right hand, and a flame spear materialized out of thin air. The spear body was wrapped in spiraling golden patterns, and sparks continuously burst from its tip. Fire release. Great fireball technique. 3 consecutive great fireballs were launched without any hesitation, the instantaneous casting feeling remarkably smooth. Unfortunately, they flew too slowly. When flying at full power in his Seraph form, he could accidentally collide with his own fireballs. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Shun casually waved his hand, and Chakra, guided by the spear, moved as if an extension of his arm. 3 fire dragons roared forth, crashing into a distant cliff, blasting open craters dozens of meters in diameter and startling countless birds into flight. 2 days passed quickly, and during these 2 days, Shun often stayed at Tsunade's house. This brought great comfort and happiness to her. She suddenly flipped out of bed, grabbing the bathrobe scattered on the floor and putting it on, the belt loosely tied. I heard your odds for this match have risen to 1 minute and 3.3 seconds. Those odds are very tempting. I still have 50 million Rio left. How about I bet it all on you winning? A hint of helplessness flashed in Shun's eyes as he said, No, I don't trust your gambling luck. Have you forgotten about losing 99 times in a row back in Tanzaka quarters? Tsunade's fists clenched, making cracking sounds. That was just bad luck. Shun dodged the punch coming his way and took the opportunity to pull Tsunade into his embrace. Cinchuredo, Tsunade's protests faded away. Ding! Host and partner. Tsunade have completed a training Barado. Senju Barado, intermediate, experience 100, chakra cap 5, yang affinity 0.01 ding. Upgrade conditions met. Senju Barado, intermediate, successfully upgraded. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained Senju Sage Body Advanced. Kekiai Genkai. Senju Sage Body Advanced. 2008 5000 attributes. Health 4500, Chakra 3600, Health Recovery 40 hour, Sharingan Experience 60 day. After upgrading to Senju Sage Body Advanced, an unusual sensation seemed to emanate from within his body, as if something was about to awaken. Shun quickly opened the system panel. Host, Uchiha Shun Strength, Kaga Level Lifespan, 17,121 partners. Yukari Affection, 100. Tsunade Affection, 100. Mei Affection, 63. Yui Affection, 60. Health, 1048010 Chakra, 8008 Ocular Power, 2000 Kekiai Genkai. Barado, Intermediate, 875-2000 Kekiai Genkai. Senju Barado, Advanced, 2008 5000 Kekiai Genkai. 3 Tomo Sharingan, 7,741,000. His current chakra volume exceeded that of a Jonin by over 13 times, and his vitality was exceptionally vigorous. He could also feel his 3 Tomo Sharingan beginning to stir, indicating that it wouldn't be long before it evolved on its own. The Konoha gambling house was bustling with people, and the odds on the electronic screen constantly flickered, making beep-beep sounds. May I drag Yukari's wrist, skillfully weaving through the crowd. Excuse me. Mai's clear voice stood out in the noisy gambling house. Yukari was pulled, stumbling forward, her red hair already a bit messy from the jostling. She sighed helplessly. May slowed down. The two finally pushed their way to the betting counter. The electronic screen flashed the latest odds. Jiraiya wins 1. 1.7 Shun wins 1. 3.4 draw 1. 2.5 May pulled out a money bag embroidered with water patterns from her ninja tool pouch and poured out a stack of banknotes. She excitedly slapped the counter and said, I want to bet 450,000 Rio on Jiraiya Samus victory. A hint of displeasure flashed in Yukari's red eyes. May, don't waste money like that. May persisted. Yukari, you bet with me too. Unable to resist her nagging, Yukari had no choice but to take out an exquisite brocade pouch. Then I will bet 1,000,000 Rio on Shun to win. My size widened. Yukari, are you crazy? Jiraiya-sama is one of the legendary Sannin. That man. Which man? A deep, magnetic voice came from behind them, and both froze simultaneously. Mai's face instantly turned pale, and she mechanically turned around. Shun. Shun gently tapped Mai's head and said, "Weren't you just calling me a bastard? Your allowance for next month is gone." Stingy. Mai stomped her foot in anger. Who told you to go out and fool around again these past 2 days? Yukari has been waiting for you to come back every day. Yukari's face reddened slightly, and she quickly tugged on Mai's sleeve. Mai, stop talking. Shun's expression was calm as he turned and walked towards the counter. He took out a scroll, and with a soft shout, "Release," a thick stack of banknotes appeared on the table. This is 200,000,000 Rio. I'm betting on Shun to win. The odds on the electronic screen began to change rapidly. Jiraiya wins 1. 2.1 Shun wins 1. 2.4 draw 1. 2.8 Seeing him take out so much money, Mai's eyes immediately lit up. Her expression changed faster than flipping a book, and she tugged on his sleeve, pouting. Shun, I know I was wrong. You're the best. Please give me some more allowance. Shun pulled his sleeve away in distaste and said, "You money loser. You wouldn't even bet on me to win if you had money. Giving it to you would be a waste." Seeing that she wouldn't get any money, Mai angrily shouted, "Stingy, not a bit of manly spirit." Asuma's turbulent emotions twilight in Konoha shopping district was bathed in an orange-red afterglow. Asuma's land of fire daimyo guard uniform was already covered in dust. He was once the 3rd Hokage's son, a prominent figure, and many Konoha villagers recognized him. But now, get out. Sarutobi clan's dog. A rotten tomato splattered at Asuma's feet, its juices splashing onto his fine leather boots. Asuma looked up in astonishment, only to see the old woman selling dango at the street corner waving a rolling pin, her wrinkled face etched with deep-seated hatred. Facing this sudden attack and insult, Asuma was powerless to retaliate. He could only flee in embarrassment amidst the laughter of the crowd. He had originally intended to approach Kurenai to express his longing for her. However, fate always seemed to enjoy playing tricks. Just as he was about to reach Kurenai's home, he unexpectedly encountered her father. Uncle Shinku, am innocent. I truly love Kurenai. Shinka's face was expressionless, the chill in his eyes making Asuma shiver. Asuma, I warn you, stay away from my daughter. Asuma opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but Shinku's voice grew even colder and sterner. If I find you bothering her again, I will absolutely break your legs. But seeing Shinka's angry expression, Asuma fled like a startled rabbit. Asuma looked at the sky, unable to understand. It hadn't been long, yet the Sarutobi clan's status in Konoha was like a rat crossing the street. Sorry, this inn is full. The innkeeper of the 8th Inn said through the crack in the door, her voice filled with tension. Asuma braced the closing door with his shoulder and said, I saw. You clearly have empty rooms. The plump innkeeper wiped the beads of sweat constantly seeping from her forehead, her gaze shifty. Asuma-sama, you know, the villagers have strong opinions about your clan right now. Just last week, someone threw rotten eggs at the old Shimura clan residence. Having grown up in Konoha, Asuma was very familiar with the roads here. The Konoha and signs swayed in the wind. Asuma had just raised his hand when the door swung shut with a bang. The innkeeper's sharp voice pierced through the door crack. We don't earn the Sarutobi clan's dirty money. He stared at the newly carved curse on the door, 4 red characters. Hiruzen, go to the underworld. Asuma took a deep drag from his cigarette, letting the nicotine temporarily numb the dull ache in his chest. He had developed a smoking habit since going to the daimyo's mansion, especially when he missed Kurenai. As he turned the street corner, his steps suddenly halted. The figure of the girl in front of the flower shop was familiar, Cincheredo instinctively reaching out to grab her wrist. Kurenai, however, recoiled half a step, the bouquet in her arms rustling softly. Her voice was much deeper than Asuma remembered. "Please don't call me that, Asuma. Let's pretend we don't know each other." Asuma's hand froze in midair, his knuckles white from gripping. "What my father and the others did has nothing to do with me. And Kurenai, you know how much I've suffered to see you." Kurenai's gaze fell on the exquisite land of fire emblem on his uniform cuff, a bitter smile on her lips. "Nothing to do with you? Then why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why are you returning in the daimyo's clothes?" Seeing Kurenai turn to leave, Asuma, in a moment of desperation, grabbed her wrist. "Wait, Kurenai, we grew up together. You know very well what I've done and my feelings for you. Let go of me, Asuma." Kurenai suddenly raised her voice, drawing the attention of several passers-by. A clear, sharp command came from across the street. "Release that girl." From a lavishly decorated carriage, a young man in a dark green brocade outfit leaped down. Cincheredo Hideaki's voice was gentle but firm. Seeing him place his hand on Kurenai's hand, the anger in Asuma's eyes ignited instantly. The humiliation accumulated at the daimyo's mansion, the indignation of being implicated by his clansmen, and the unwillingness to accept Kurenai's cold attitude all transformed into chakra, condensing in his palm. "Get lost. This is our private matter." A whirlwind punch, carrying a whistling wind, struck Hideaki's face directly. Although the noble youth reacted quickly by tilting his head back, he was still grazed in the chest by the force of the punch, sending him flying backward to crash heavily into a street-side fruit stall. Apples and oranges scattered across the ground, and Hideaki curled up in pain. "Murder! The Sarutobi clan's dog is trying to silence him." Some villagers began to shout. "Asuma, stop right there." Three figures appeared simultaneously. Two Uchiha clansmen, wearing military police force armbands, held Asuma's shoulders, one on each side, their Sharingan's Tomo spinning wildly. Meanwhile, a Hyuga was kneeling beside Hideaki, veins bulging around his Byakugan. Kamen's fingers lightly pressed on Hideaki's chest to stop the bleeding, and he announced in a deep voice, "3 ribs broken, minor spleen bleeding. He needs immediate medical attention." Tekka skillfully sealed Asuma's chakra, then put on handcuffs, the metal clasps making a cold click as they tightened. "Asuma, you're suspected of assaulting a noble and are now under arrest." There was undisguised schadenfreude in his voice. Asuma struggled, shouting arrogantly, "Tekka, I am the daimyo's guard. You have no right." Inaho sneered, increasing the pressure of his fingers and forcefully pushing Asuma's head to the ground. "Hiruzen doesn't even dare to set foot in the village, yet you have the nerve to come back. Even if you are the daimyo's guard, harming someone in Konoha still requires judgment." He glanced at Hideaki, who was being lifted onto a stretcher, a sarcastic curve to his lips. "Moreover, you assaulted a noble. They are our distinguished guests." On the stretcher, Hideaki painfully wiped away some nosebleed, his once handsome face contorted with pain. His voice was broken due to his rib injuries. "Asuma, your Sarutobi clan are merely homeless dogs cast out of Konoha, only able to rely on the daimyo by wagging your tails and begging." Hideaki coughed, a trickle of barato at the corner of his barato. "I swear in the name of the Hikawa clan heir, I will make you pay the price." Issue of accommodation at 3 in the afternoon, Yamanaka Kenta, the guard at Konoha's East Gate, was startled awake by a commotion. The line of people entering the village, stretching for 100 meters, already reached the limits of his vision. Nobles dressed in opulent attire sat in lavishly decorated palanquins, impatiently fanning themselves. Merchant caravans' pack horses snorted, laden with heavy goods on their backs. There were even ninja representatives from several small countries, their headbands gleaming in the morning light. What time is it already?" Yamanaka Kenta fumbled for the registration book, only to find the ink had dried. He quickly called out to his companion, "Hurry, go notify the military police force. I was here first. Why should they go in before me?" Do you know who my master is? The land of fired daimyo's cousin. Move aside. We are nobles. We have priority passes. Nobles, merchants, and ninjas from various countries crowded the entrance to the village. But by then, Konoha's main thoroughfare was already impassable, with noisy arguments erupting one after another. A chunin from the military police force, drenched in sweat, struggled to maintain order. The back of his uniform was completely soaked. In front of Ichiraku Ramen at the street corner, Uchih wiped sweat from his forehead. He bowed repeatedly to the queuing customers. My apologies, everyone. Today's tonkatsu broth has run out. Before he could finish, a noble youth angrily overturned the table in front of him. Do you know who I am? My father is... Bang! A figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing steadily on the overturned tabletop. Inaho's chilling voice instantly silenced the noisy street. No matter who you are, in Konoha, you must abide by Konoha's rules. Inside the Hokage office, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Fugaku stood by the window, looking at the bustling crowd below, his brows deeply furrowed. Bang! His fist slammed heavily on the desk, making the teacup jump and splashing dark green tea onto the open map. Fugaku turned and glared at the logistics director. Unkai, how did you guarantee me 3 days ago that all VIP needs would be absolutely met? Is this the result now? Unkai lowered his head, beads of sweat sliding down his nose. He dared not speak his anger now. 3 days ago, a noble had complained to Fugaku about the poor accommodation conditions in Konoha. Fugaku then ordered the logistics department to purchase some high-end household items. According to Fugaku's instructions, the logistics department purchased a batch of high-end household items. But the nobles were caught in a trend of mutual comparison, making them not so easy to satisfy. They continuously complained to Fugaku, followed by various demands for purchases, and eventually, the 3 billion ryo budget was quickly depleted. Then, Unkai applied to Fugaku for funding, which Fugaku approved, but it got stuck with Yashiro in the finance department because the finance department also had no money. The thick stack of procurement lists in his hand was already crumpled. Hokage-sama, I did purchase high-end household items as you requested, but those nobles are competing with each other. Today, Clan A changed to silk bed curtains. Tomorrow, Clan B wants gold-embroidered ones. Some complained about the craftsmanship of the beds and cabinets. In the end, we ran out of money. Finance Director Yashiro cleared his throat and said, as you all know, the village's treasury was long emptied by Hiruzen and his people. The 3 billion ryo for the logistics department's purchases was even diverted by me from the profits of the gambling houses and ticket sales, so the village truly has no money left. Shikaku rubbed his temples and pushed a document to the center of the table. The latest statistics show that 518 people have poured in over the past 5 days, and an estimated 30,000 more are expected to arrive in the next 3 days. The village's capacity for visitors is already saturated. How to accommodate these 30,000 plus people is the real challenge. Veins bulged around Hayashi's Byakugan. I have already dispatched all the Hyuga clansmen I can mobilize, but due to accommodation and food issues, there are at least 7 or 8 conflicts brewing on the streets right now. Then, the conference room was filled with another round of bickering discussions. It wasn't that there was no way to solve the problem, but it was a thankless task, so no one wanted to take responsibility. Fugaku was somewhat at a loss, so he gave a signal. Shun was a bit helpless, but still stood up. I have a proposal. His voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the noisy conference room. First, from now on, suspend civilians from entering. Set up temporary living areas on the north and south sides of the village's outskirts, providing cheap accommodation and food. Second, among the former root ninjas, there's a 13-year-old boy named Yamato who can use wood release to build houses. Have him construct some houses for nobles and wealthy merchants. Third, on the day of the competition, release a limited number of tickets, and entry into the village will be by ticket only. Seeing someone take the lead, Shikaku immediately echoed, diversion and control is indeed feasible. But the construction of temporary living areas outside the village will require a large amount of manpower and resources. Uchih said, after the war, many military tents remain, which can meet the civilians' demand for cheap accommodation. As for food, it's also easy to solve. Many civilians within the village can provide food for sale. Fugaku pondered for a moment, then made a decision. Let's do this. Shikaku will be responsible for overall planning, Uchih for execution, and Shun, the military police force, will manage public order. After the meeting, Shun had just walked out of the Hokage building when Tekka rushed over. Director Asuma, injured and noble, and we've arrested him. Shun's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as he asked, "What is the identity of the injured person?" Tekka handed over a brief report. A noble from a land of fire, the young lord of the Hikawa clan, Hikawa Hideaki, 18 years old. 3 broken ribs, minor splenic bleeding, currently being treated at Konoha Hospital. Shun sneered, "Where is Asuma now?" "He's held in the military police force's interrogation room." Just then, Inaho rushed over and said, "Director, people from the Hikawa clan have complained to Fugaku-sama, demanding severe punishment for Asuma." But Fugaku-sama said that Asuma was sent by the daimyo to inspect the safety of the temporary station. "He's asking us to release Asuma. What should we do?" Shun frowned slightly and said, "How many people did the daimyo send in total to inspect the safety of the temporary station?" Inaho thought for a moment and said, "There are 24 people in total, 12 ninja and 12 samurai." Shun chuckled. "There's nothing to worry about. Lock Asuma in the dungeon and guard him strictly. As for Fugaku-sama, just reply, 'The daimyo sent 24 people, so one less Asuma won't matter.'" The daimyo's arrival, it was at noon in February, and the weather in Konoha was not hot. The land of fire daimyo's convoy, like a golden dragon, snaked along the road leading to the village. At the very front were 30 members of the honor guard, riding pure white war horses, clad in red battle robes embroidered with flame crests, their katana glinting coldly in the morning light. A chunin on the watchtower shouted loudly, "The land of fire daimyo has arrived." Fugaku adjusted the collar of his Hokage robe, his gaze sweeping over the vast procession ahead. 300 guards were divided into 3 formations. The outermost were heavily armored samurai, the middle consisted of archers, and the inner circle was made up of 32 masked ninjas. Over 200 servants moved among them, some carrying food boxes, some carrying palanquins, and more than a dozen were specifically responsible for scattering flower petals to clear the way. Shun whispered, "This display, it looks like a rich upstart." Fugaku's Sharingan subtly shifted, locking onto the hunched figure wearing a monkey mask among the many people. That person walked to the right of the daimyo's palanquin, his seemingly humble posture unable to conceal a familiar chakra fluctuation. "Play the music." At the command of the official, 24 musicians simultaneously blew their golden horns. The gilded palanquin carrying the daimyo slowly stopped in front of the welcoming party, and 16 maidservants immediately stepped forward to pull open the curtains embroidered with golden phoenixes. "Welcome, Your Excellency, the daimyo." Fugaku led the Konoha high-ranking officials in a slight bow, his peripheral vision catching the masked person looking up at the Hokage rock at the spot where the 3rd Hokage statue once stood. Now only an ugly pit remained. "Rise." The daimyo lazily waved his peacock feather fan, the gems embedded in the fan's ribs reflecting dazzling light. "Fugaku, I heard you imprisoned my newly recruited guard captain?" Fugaku maintained a polite smile and said, "Asuma is suspected of assaulting a land of fire noble, and the evidence is conclusive." The daimyo suddenly closed his feather fan and gently tapped the masked person beside him with its tip. "The child is ignorant. How about releasing him for my sake?" A flicker of light passed through Fugaku's eyes, but it quickly returned to calm. "Since it is Your Excellency the daimyo's wish, I will inform the military police force to release him." Inside the Hokage office, the afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, painting the entire room crimson. Fugaku's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the desk, each soft sound like an alarm bell. The figure wearing the monkey mask stood by the window, the setting sun casting his hunched shadow along, perfectly covering the scratched photo of the third Hokage on the wall. The name Sarutobi Hiruzen on the photo had been savagely scratched out with a kunai, leaving only hideous marks. Fugaku seemed to mock. Do you know how the hole on the Hokage rock came to be? It wasn't made with ninjutsu. The villagers themselves chiseled it, hammer by hammer. They said they did that. He slowly raised his head, his three-tomo Sharingan looking directly at the mask, because they didn't want to see the thief's face again. The masked person's breathing clearly hitched. A hand covered in age spots trembled as it rose, slowly removing the monkey mask. What was revealed was a face full of wrinkles. Hiruzen, the former Hokage, now looked more than 10 years older than when he had left Konoha. Hiruzen was only 55 years old now, and when he left Konoha, he still had black hair. Only a little over a month had passed, yet all of his hair was now white, and his once upright posture had become hunched. Only his eyes still retained their former sharpness. Hiruzen placed a scroll on the desk, his emaciated fingers leaving sweat stains on the scroll. These 30 million ryo are Asuma's apology. Fugaku sneered, not touching the scroll. Using money stolen from Konoha? Hiruzen's voice was terribly hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken properly in a long time. This is my salary. My salary as an instructor at the daimyo's mansion. His sunken eyes swept over every corner of the office, finally stopping on the scratched photo on the wall. Currently, this is all I have. At the military police force training ground, Inaho fiercely plunged the kunai in his hand into a target labeled Hiruzen. He gritted his teeth and said, "Salary delayed again. It's all those parasites' fault. They've run off with all our money." Tekka looked around warily and said, "Keep your voice down. The current Hokage is our clan head, Fugaku-sama." The older Yakomi lowered his voice and said, "I heard that even the Umbu's salaries were paid by Fugaku-sama out of his own pocket." Inaho irritably ran his hand through his hair. "Then what do we do? My wife is about to give birth. Go ask Department Chief Shun for a loan. I heard he's very rich." Their conversation abruptly stopped. Shun, at some unknown point, had already stood at the edge of the training ground, his scarlet Sharingan quietly watching them. The young Uchiha clansmen immediately gathered around him, complaining vociferously, "Department Chief Shun, lend me 200,000 ryo. I can barely pay the rent. My father is sick and needs medicine. It's all that damned Hiruzen's fault." Shun's gaze swept over each anxious face. "Didn't you all receive a large bonus after the war ended? Did you spend it all so quickly?" The crowd immediately fell silent. Most of them lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze, and the air was filled with awkwardness and shame. Tekka's eyes darted around. Then he leaned in and whispered, "Shun, about that, is there any inside information about the competition? Could you share a little? I haven't placed my bet yet." Shun didn't answer, but slowly took out a betting slip and unfolded it in front of everyone. The amount on it made everyone gasp. Bet on Shun to win, 200 million ryo. Shun's voice suddenly turned cold. "How many of you bet on Jiraiya?" 7 or 8 young Uchiha clansmen lowered their heads in shame. Some of their voices were tearful. "We were wrong. We shouldn't have believed that irresponsible sage could win." Inaho furiously kicked over a training dummy. "Traitors! Is the Uchiha's honor less important than money? Do you deserve Department Chief Shun's trust?" The training ground was silent, with only heavy breathing rising and falling. Shun put away the betting slip, and before turning to leave, he left a single word. "Fools!" As the sun set, it cast long shadows of everyone on the training ground, like the lingering greed and regret that couldn't be shaken off. Jiraiya vs. Shun, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, stood at the top of the Hokage Rock, looking down at Konoha below. He leaned on an emerald-studded scepter, and the sunlight reflected off the gems, casting a dazzling glow, as if deliberately showcasing his power. Around him were more than 30 guards and servants. Some held umbrellas for the daimyo, some carried fruit platters, and others knelt on the ground to serve as his footrest. At this moment, the daimyo stroked his chin, His voice was filled with deliberate disdain. Is this the so-called Konoha? It's even Barato shabby than the daimyo's mansion 30 years ago. It feels a Barato like being in the countryside. In fact, the daimyo was the same age as Hiruzen, 55 years old, but he didn't look old at all. However, his youthful appearance made him seem even more arrogant. For Konoha elite Jonin stood not far away, their expressions subtly changing upon hearing these remarks, but none dared to retort. Fugaka stood beside the daimyo, his lips twitching slightly. When the daimyo's gaze turned towards the Valley of the End, his well-maintained fingers suddenly clenched the scepter. The two towering stone statues, hundreds of meters tall, cast long shadows in the setting sun, as if silently narrating the glory of the ninja era. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he suddenly stomped his scepter heavily on the ground. Madara and Hashirama. When I return to the mansion, they'll build an even bigger one, carved in my likeness. At the bottom of the Valley of the End, Shun and Jiraiya stood on opposite banks of the river. The turbulent water splashed at their feet. Confrontación cel. After both formed the hand seal simultaneously, they instantly retreated. Shun's current chakra reserves were greater than Jiraiya's, so he had already prepared several tactics. Firstly, Shadow Clone Technique was undoubtedly a highly cost-effective ninjutsu that could quickly deplete an enemy's chakra reserves. He clapped his hands. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang. Bim. 72 shadow clones burst forth like fireworks, each clone precisely landing in the optimal tactical position. Hiruzen's pipe slipped from his mouth, and he murmured, Shun's chakra reserves. It seems to be more than 4 times what it was last time. How is this possible? Jiraiya laughed and formed a hand seal. Interesting. Uchiha brat. Let me see your true power. The same 72 shadow clones instantly appeared. The shadow clones of both sides, like 2 armies facing off, arrayed themselves at the bottom of the valley. Both were skilled in fire release, with a large attack range, so the battle scene was like a small war, dazzling to behold. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, flame bullet. Hundreds of fire release ninjutsu erupted simultaneously. The collision of flames and flames created explosions that evaporated the river water, and white mist permeated the entire battlefield. On the viewing platform, a gasp of surprise immediately arose, and some dropped in shock. Shun stood on a protruding rock, seeing Jiraiya's chakra rapidly depleting. He secretly rejoiced, as I expected. Jiraiya fell for it. Seeing that Shun's chakra reserves were actually greater than his own, Jiraiya realized something was wrong. Trecheres Uchiha brat. Therefore, he immediately canceled the shadow clones, recovered some chakra, and then used the summoning technique. With a deafening croak, Gamabunta descended from the sky. Gamabunta had known Jiraiya since childhood, was roughly the same age as Jiraiya, around 37 years old, over 17 meters tall, and skilled in kinjutsu and water release ninjutsu. The giant pipe in its mouth spewed a thick cloud of smoke, and its eyes gleamed with battle intent. Jiraiya, this opponent isn't simple. Jiraiya shouted loudly, Gamabunta, use water release, great waterfall technique. Gamabunta opened its mouth, over 8 meters long, and spewed a massive wave of water that swept across the battlefield like a tsunami. The giant toad, with such a high-profile entrance, once again escalated the atmosphere of the battlefield. This toad looks so ugly, but its strength is really amazing. Go, Jiraiya. I bet 1,000,000 Ryo on you. Don't lose. My heart aches for you, Shun. Go. The shouts of the surrounding audience were incessant, but they quickly received warnings. Shun also canceled many shadow clones, leaving only 2 shadow clones to cooperate on the field. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Wind release, gale palm. Wind fueled the fire, and the fire dragon surged against the current, forcefully pushing up the waterfall. The boiling steam rapidly reduced visibility on the battlefield. Some audience members in the front row were splashed by the oncoming steam, and their pearl hair ornaments clinked and rolled all over the ground. Shun, you are so mighty. Go, Shun, defeat Jiraiya. I bet 10 million Rio on you. Doruz. Shun is so mighty. I want to be your girlfriend. With Senju's sage body advanced, Shun's sensory abilities were also very good. Wild Lion's main technique. In the dense fog, Jiraiya's white hair began to harden and lengthen, launching a sneak attack in the dark. Soon, the long white hair entangled Shun, then slammed him fiercely to the ground. Jiraiya shouted excitedly, "Give up, brat!" But the coolness lasted only a second as a bang sounded, and the entangled Shun turned into a wooden stake. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Shun's true body attacked from the side. The strong wind dispersed the mist and blew Jiraiya into midair. In midair, Jiraiya immediately used Needle Jizo, protecting himself with hardened hair. Jiraiya frowned slightly. I didn't expect this Uchiha brat to be so troublesome. After landing, he bit his finger without hesitation. Summoning technique. He clapped his hands and summoned Gamma Kichi and Gamma Hero. Now, 3 giant toads had appeared on the battlefield simultaneously, causing a gasp of surprise in the audience. Gamma Hero was skilled at using water-release ninjutsu and dual swords for high-speed combat. It wielded its dual swords, slashing wildly at Shun, and many surrounding giant trees and rocks were split in two by the dual swords. Gamma Bunta occasionally seized the opportunity to launch sneak attacks with its single sword. Gamma Kichi, holding a shield, continuously smashed it towards Shun. Boom! 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 The ground was smashed with one deep pit after another, causing it to constantly vibrate, somewhat like a series of small earthquakes. Many people were shaken, some unable to stand steadily, some even clinging to each other. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Brother-in-law, why are you still messing around? Among the audience, there were many elite jonin. They put themselves in the situation. If it were them, caught in such a siege, they would have died several times already. Jiraiya's surrender, Gamma Bunta's short sword sliced through the air, and before the blade even arrived, Shun had already dodged to the side. Immediately after, Gamma Hero's twin swords, like a silver whirlwind, shattered rocks wherever they passed. Gamma Kichi's giant shield crashed down, shaking the entire canyon. Shun's movements, with every dodge, were precise to the millimeter. It was as if this life-and-death battle was merely a leisurely stroll. The reason he was putting on such a show was to attract everyone's attention, allowing Jiraiya to secretly gather natural energy. Jiraiya stood on Gamma Kichi's head, his gaze solemn. What a troublesome brat! As natural energy continuously gathered, Jiraiya's face gradually took on toad-like features, his eyes becoming horizontal slits and some bumps appearing on his nose. Shun not only didn't take the opportunity to attack, but instead crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Sage mode, have you finally gotten serious, Jiraiya? Let me witness your full power. Don't disappoint me. Jiraiya snorted coldly and clapped his hands together. What an arrogant Uchiha brat. Sage Art Gomen. The flame spewed by Shima instantly ignited the hot oil Jiraiya spat out, and Fukasaku opened his mouth to unleash a violent hurricane, continuously expanding the range of the sage art. Boom! Boom! The fusion of the three quickly transformed into a torrent of burning oil over 30 meters wide and 170 meters long. It was somewhat like a volcanic eruption, with the oppressive feeling of an out-of-control lava flow. The entire canyon instantly became a furnace, the heat waves distorting the air, and even the river water boiled under the high temperature. Because the nobles' viewing platform was at the very front, they were the first to feel the rising high temperature, scaring them into hastily retreating. Fugaku immediately shouted, "Barrier team, deploy defenses." Hundreds of Konoha ninjas walked to the front, forming hand signs and slamming their hands to the ground. Chakra barriers rose from the ground, isolating the scorching heat waves. Seeing the intense heat blocked by the barrier, The nobles, still shaken, sat back in their seats, but the fear in their eyes had not yet dissipated. Some young nobles, however, excitedly shouted, "Is this the true power of a top ninja? This is so thrilling." Shun also cooperatively shouted, "Jiraiya, this temperature must be at least 1,000 degrees. It's truly a dangerous ninjutsu." The next second, a proud smile appeared on his lips, and he suddenly leaped backward. Seraph form. Boom! 3 pairs of flaming wings unfolded from Shun's back, their blazing golden light illuminating the sky. He floated high in the air, a brilliant white halo of fire slowly rotating behind his head, scattering specks of starlight, like a deity descending to the human world. "Look, a god has descended." Some civilians, seeing this, even knelt down to pray. Jiraiya's pupils constricted. "He can fly." Shun didn't give him time to think. He brandished the blazing spear in his hand, and scorching chakra condensed at the spear tip. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Each time fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique was activated, 12 fire dragons appeared. 3 consecutive uses meant 36 fire dragons continuously flew towards Jiraiya, Gamma Bunta, Gamma Kichi, and Gamma Hero. Gamma Kichi raised his giant shield to withstand 1 fire dragon, but the shield instantly turned red hot. He groaned, "No, it's too hot. I can't hold on." Then, he vanished in a puff of white smoke. After Gamma Hero used water release, gunshot to blow up 3 fire dragons, he was surrounded by several fire dragons, and after escaping for a distance, he shouted, "I'm retreating too. Be careful, everyone." After speaking, he dispelled the summoning. Gamma Bunta's water release. Gunshot destroyed 5 fire dragons. But facing the remaining 6 dragon fire, he roared helplessly, "Jiraiya, this kid's chakra is not right. Be careful." After speaking, he also retreated in a puff of smoke. The fire dragons furiously bombarded the ground, blasting out one deep pit after another, each over 10 meters deep. The entire canyon seemed to have been ravaged by a meteor shower, with smoke and dust rising to the sky. Now only Jiraiya, in Sage mode, remained. He was already extremely fast, and with the boost of Sage mode, he could easily dodge the attacks of the fire dragons and attempt a counterattack. Jiraiya moved rapidly on the ground, while the 2 Toad Sages, Fukasaku and Shima, used Sage Art Fire Release and Sage Art Wind Release to attack Shun, who was flying in the air. Seeing the power of the Sage Art, Wind-Fire combination ninjutsu, Shun sighed. "The power of Sage Art is indeed great, but it's useless against me." He quickly flapped his 3 pairs of flaming wings a few times, accelerated, and flew in front of Jiraiya, leaving the Sage Art, Wind-Fire combination ninjutsu far behind. Shun, as if playing, brandished the blazing spear in his hand. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Centurado. The remaining 24 fire dragons still exploded on the ground. In an emergency, Jiraiya quickly formed hand signs, using Sage Art, Water Release, Water Formation Wall. A gigantic barrier of water surged skyward. He barely managed to block the aftermath, but he was also panting with exhaustion. Looking at the 24 large craters around him, Jiraiya roared, "Shun, are you trying to kill me?" Shun floated high in the air, his flaming wings slowly flapping. He wore a playful smile on his face and said, "Jiraiya-sama, aren't you all right? Besides, it can't just start strong and then fizzle out. There must be a glorious curtain call." Jiraiya's forehead pulsed with anger. "You scoundrel. You really are an evil Uchiha." Shun flew towards a noble area and scooped up both Yukari and Mei. Then, he laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, Jiraiya-sama, I'm going to the gambling den to collect my winnings goodbye." This match had over 100,000 spectators. In front of so many people, being held by Shun, Mai's face turned as red as an apple. She struggled and shouted, "Hey, you bad guy, let me down." Shun ignored her, flapped his flaming wings, and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky, leaving only Jiraiya standing in the ruins, baring his jaw in anger as he watched his retreating figure. That hateful brat. Next time, we'll make sure you get what's coming to you. Daimyo's schemes. The mist in the valley of the inn steamed in the sunset, and the air was filled with a burning aroma. The nobles sat on the spectator stands, still shaken, fanning themselves rapidly. This is terrifying. Is this the power of a top ninja? The land of fire. Daimyo slowly stood up, his fingers gently caressing the gem on his scepter, his eyes glinting with a complex light. That Uchiha is interesting. The daimyo's voice was very soft, but it immediately made all the attendants behind him straighten their bodies. His personal chief bodyguard knelt on one knee, his armor making a slight clanking sound. My lord, should he be summoned? The daimyo chuckled. Of course. Such a powerful individual deserves a grand banquet. The chief bodyguard bowed and assented, but did not leave immediately. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke. My lord, that Uchiha seems not easy to deal with. The daimyo turned, his scepter tapping crisply on the ground. Precisely because he is not easy to deal with, he is even more valuable. Give the order. Tonight's banquet, I want to see all important figures of Konoha present. Inside Konoha's gambling house, the clamor almost lifted the roof. When Shun kicked open the door, the entire gambling house went silent for a second, then erupted into an even louder roar. It's Shun-sama. He really won. Oh my god, those odds. Shun laughed as he walked towards the counter. Boss, the odds are 1. 3.3. I bet 200 million Rio. So, I should get 660 million Rio. You should pay up now, shouldn't you? When the gambling house boss took the betting slip, his trembling fingers could barely hold the thin piece of paper. Shun-sama, this amount. Could you give us a few additional days? May crossed her arms and sneered. What? Can't Konoha's gambling house afford to lose? Yukari gently tugged at Shun's sleeve. Censurato. Just as the atmosphere solidified to an extreme, the gambling house door was pushed open again. 12 samurai in uniform marched in, and the leading envoy, holding a gilded scroll, respectfully saluted under everyone's gaze. Shun-sama, Daimyo-sama invites you to tonight's celebration banquet to honor your outstanding performance in the competition. The gambling house went silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on this sudden official invitation. Shun raised an eyebrow. Oh, the daimyo's banquet? The envoy maintained a polite smile and said, Yes, Daimyo-sama has specially prepared a top seat for you. Shun turned and put his arms around the shoulders of the two girls. Not interested. Let's go, we're going to eat barbecue. The envoy's smile froze. He clearly had not expected such a direct refusal. Shun-sama, this is the daimyo's personal invitation. Shun laughed, waving his hand casually. Tell the daimyo I appreciate his kindness, but I'd rather go to barbecue for a big meal. With that, he walked out of the gambling house, swaggering with the two girls. Inside the Hokage office, Fugaku stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Shikaku pushed up his glasses and said, Fourth Hokage, the daimyo's envoy has already left the gambling house. As you expected, Director Shun refused the invitation. Fugaku's lips curved slightly. As expected of someone from my Uchiha clan, Choza munched on potato chips, saying indistinctly, This kid is truly genuine. He goes to eat barbecue after winning money. Haha. Shikaku frowned. Hokage-sama, won't this be too disrespectful to the daimyo? Fugaku turned, a cold glint flashing in his crimson eyes. Respect is given mutually. He walked to his desk, his fingers tapping lightly on the surface. Continue to monitor the daimyo's movements. His interest in Shun will likely not end here. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. An Anbu knelt on one knee. Report, the daimyo just issued a second wave of invitations, specifically requesting to see you, Minato-sama, Hayashi-sama, and other high-ranking officials of Konoha. Fugaku and Shikaku exchanged glances. Shikaku sighed softly. As expected, Fugaku said calmly, Prepare formal attire. We will go and meet this arrogant daimyo. The banquet hall was resplendent, crystal chandeliers reflecting dazzling light. The long tables were laden with delicacies, from deep-sea caviar to snow mountain truffles. Every dish showcased the land of fire's prosperity. When the envoy tremblingly reported Shun's reply, the daimyo's colored glaze wine glass paused slightly in his hand. He said, "Head, rather go eat barbecue?" Cold sweat trickled down the envoy's forehead. "Why, yes, my lord." The nobles exchanged glances, some showing anger, while others couldn't help but snicker. The daimyo sat at the head of the table, a slight smile on his face, his gaze sweeping over the Konoha high-ranking officials present. "It truly honors my humble abode that you all could grace us with your presence." Hayashi smiled in response. "The daimyo is too kind. It is our honor to be invited." Fugaku said calmly, "The daimyo hosts this banquet today." Cinchureto the daimyo smiled meaningfully and clapped his hands. An attendant immediately presented a gilded scroll. "Is that so? That's excellent. In fact, I invited you all today for another matter to discuss." The scroll slowly unfolded, on it written, "Special appointment of Shun as Konoha advisor." The entire hall fell silent. Fugaku slowly stood up, his voice calm. "What is the meaning of this, daimyo?" The daimyo smiled slightly. "It's merely an appreciation for talent. Such a powerful individual should hold a more important position in Konoha, shouldn't he?" Fugaku stared at the daimyo for a long time, then suddenly also revealed a smile. "Since that is the case, on behalf of Konoha, I accept this kind offer." The atmosphere in the banquet hall immediately became subtle. The nobles whispered among themselves, while the Konoha people each harbored their own thoughts. Inside a barbecue place, the fat dripped onto the charcoal, making a sizzling sound. Shun was happily devouring the crispy grilled beef, his barato slick with oil. Barbecue really is the best." May handed him a napkin with a look of distaste. "Could you at least try to eat with a little barato elegance?" Yukari, meanwhile, sipped her juice, smiling as she watched the two bicker. The shop door was pushed open, and Shursui walked in quickly, his expression grave. "Shun, something has happened." Shun didn't even look up, casually tossing him a skewer of grilled meat. "What, are you here to freeload too? Or is the daimyo so angry he flipped the tables?" Shursui shook his head. "He just nominated you to be Konoha advisor elder at the banquet." Shun's movements paused. "Haha, that old fox of daimyo. If the hard approach doesn't work, he tries the soft one. Even if the scheme fails, he can still sow discord between me and clan head Fugaku." "God of wealth, Shun." Dawn's light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Hokage office, where Konoha's core high-ranking officials sat around a long table. Fugaku, Tsunade, Hayashi, Shikaku, Minato, and Shun, who was sitting with his legs crossed. Fugaku pressed his hands on the table, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Regarding the land of fire daimyo's appointment of Shun as an advisor, Shun drummed his fingers on the table impatiently, directly interrupting, "I refuse, that's the daimyo's scheme. The goal is to sow discord between me and the clan head." His voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the conference room. Shikaku lightly rubbed his forehead, smiling wryly. "Shun, refusing the daimyo's appointment is tantamount to slapping his face." Shun sneered, "So what? Can he really send troops to attack Konoha? With just over 3,500 ninjas he's recruited and a few 100,000 samurai?" The daimyo was Tsunade's relative and had given her a lot of money in the past. Considering her relative and the money, Tsunade narrowed her eyes and said, "Brat, don't be too arrogant. The daimyo controls the financial lifeline of the Land of Fire." Fugaku slowly spoke, his voice deep and authoritative. "Shun, this is not the time to be willful. You are well aware of Konoha's economic situation. We just ended the war not long ago, and reconstruction funds are tight. The daimyo controls the Land of Fire's financial allocations. Tearing up relations now would not benefit the village." Seeing that Shun still wanted to argue, Fugaku couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He slowly let out a breath and said, "Shun, the monthly salary for an advisor is 10 million ryo, directly allocated by the daimyo's treasury." Upon hearing this number, Shun's eyes suddenly lit up. If you had told me there was so much money to be made, I would have taken this job a long time ago. Ryuka, sitting next to him, awkwardly touched his forehead and said, "Hey, Shun, your expression is too obvious." Everyone in the conference room was speechless. Shun, this guy. Just then, Yashiro, the head of the finance department, walked in carrying a stack of thick ledgers. He slammed the ledgers onto the table with a thud, making the teacups jump. "Everyone, the financial report for the Valley of the End competition is out." He opened a ledger and cleared his throat. First, ticket revenue, a total of 36,968 billion Rio. Upon hearing such a large sum of money, a collective gasp could be heard, of which noble tickets sold a total of 1,710, totaling 21.375 billion Rio. Merchant tickets sold a total of 4,152, totaling 8.304 billion Rio. Civilian tickets sold a total of 36,445, totaling 6.56 billion Rio. Hayashi said incredulously, 36.968 billion Rio? Does the competition make that much money? Yashiro's face, however, showed an undisguised look of heartache. According to the pre-match agreement, the winner Shun receives 10 of the total ticket revenue, which is 3.69 billion Rio. The loser Jiraiya receives 3, about 1.1 billion Rio. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya whistled, 1.1 billion Rio. That's enough for me to eat sea cucumber, abalone, every day, and even splurge on luxury for several years. Haha. Choza muttered, he lost. And he still gets so much money. No wonder he's smiling so happily. Yashiro raised his voice. Quiet. The important part is next. Of the remaining 32.16 billion Rio, after deducting over 4 billion Rio for initial investments like venue construction and security, the net income is about 28 billion Rio. Everyone's breathing simultaneously hitched. But that wasn't all. Yashiro opened the second ledger, his voice slightly distorted with excitement. Konoha's gambling den had a total betting amount of 77.63 billion Rio. According to the agreement, the village can take a 30 cut, which is 23.28 billion Rio. And Uchih, who was drinking tea, spat it out, splashing Shikaku opposite him. Yashiro opened the third ledger, looked around at everyone, and shouted, additionally, peripheral income from hotels, catering, entertainment, and so on during the competition was about 8.8 billion Rio. In summary, our village's total revenue from this event is 60.08 billion Rio. The conference room suddenly fell silent. After several seconds of silence, it suddenly erupted. Hayashi said in surprise, over 60 billion Rio? Even before the war, when the village had 24,157 ninjas, the annual income was only over 10 billion Rio. This one competition is equivalent to 6 years of the village's previous income. Yashiro smiled and nodded. Now the village only has 6,652 ninjas, so the village won't have to worry about funding for many years. As the meeting concluded, the news spread like wildfire. Did you hear? Shun-sama earned 60 billion for the village in one competition. The vegetable seller gestured wildly to her customer. I heard that a few days before the competition, Shun-sama bet 200 million Rio on himself to win. The odds were 3.3, so 200 million Rio directly became 660 million Rio. A Chunin who had just returned from a mission nearly bit his tongue. 60 billion? How many S-rank mission rewards would that be? So now everyone calls him Konoha's god of wealth, Shun. In taverns, in front of gambling dens, by the Ninja Academy's training grounds, throughout the streets and alleys of the entire Konoha, this astronomical figure was being frantically spread. Children drew countless zeros on the ground with chalk. Merchants calculated how much stock they should hoard for the next competition. Even the usually serious Umbu, while patrolling on rooftops, couldn't help but discuss this windfall. In the Konoha hospital, several injured ninjas passed around a copy of the Konoha Financial News, with the headline on the front page boldly proclaiming the 60 billion miracle. We work ourselves to death on S-rank missions for only a few million Ryo in reward. A Chunin wrapped in bandages murmured. He gets 3.69 billion Ryo just by fighting one battle, and he's only 17 years old. A Jonin, leaning on a crutch, said with a wry smile, I suddenly feel like my Kanai isn't so great anymore. A newly graduated genin stared blankly at his weapon. Soon, on Konoha's commercial street, a prominent, giant billboard was put up featuring a portrait of Shun giving a thumbs up next to a line of eye-catching red characters. Konoha's god of wealth, bringing you prosperity. 598 Entertainment District. Other ninja villages follow suit inside the Tsuchikage's office. The morning light streamed through the granite window lattice. An open scroll lay on the desk, and the number in the center of the scroll was circled 3 times in vermilion. 60 billion Ryo. After reading the intelligence, Noki's brows furrowed. Konoha seemed to be stirring up a lot of trouble recently. 60 billion Ryo. Those Konoha bastards. A single match earned them the equivalent of 8 years of our total financial income. Kitsuchi carefully navigated through the mess on the floor and handed over another document. Father, Kimogakure has sent a request for peace talks. Noki's bloodshot eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp glint. He floated over to the Iwagakure map on the table and said, Talk immediately. Send orders down. Dispatch 2 teams of ceremonial ninjas. They must wear formal attire. Respectfully escort the 3rd Reikage body to the Kimogakure outpost. Remember, tell everyone you meet that our Iwagakure respects heroes. The 3rd Reikage, in order to cover the retreat of his subordinates, fought against over 10,000 IWA ninjas for 3 days and 3 nights, ultimately dying of exhaustion. Just like that, the 3rd Reikage body was soon delivered into 4th Reikage's hands. That night, Iwagakure and Kimogakure signed a ceasefire agreement. As soon as the signing ceremony concluded, Noki summoned all the Jonin in the village. He floated in the center of the conference room, excitedly saying, Immediately prepare for the 3rd Tsuchikage versus Four Tails Jinchuriki exhibition match. Set the ticket price at 80 of Konohas. The venue will be the Grand Canyon of Rocks. The viewing platform must have a 3-tier structure, and the VIP section will have red carpets. Kitsuchi hesitated and said, Father, the Four Tails Jinchuriki Rashi. Inoki didn't look up, only sneered, that stubborn old man. Tell him the appearance fee is 100 million Ryo. At the same time, in Kumogakure's Reikage office. Bang! Killer Bee. Prepare for special training. The village needs your strength. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Senchuredo Mabui quickly pulled up the financial statements. Reikage-sama, how about Cloud Lightning Gorge for the venue? The audience seats could be... Interrupted her, no. Choose the most treacherous lightning-severing cliff. The more thrilling, the better. Tell the engineering team to build a suspended viewing platform, using lightning release chakra as a protective shield. The VIP seats will hang along the edge of the cliff, using the most transparent cloud crystal stone. An advisor, whose fingers flew across the abacus, said, in that case, the initial construction funds might exceed 5 billion Ryo. Reikage-sama, please reconsider. A wave his hand. It's fine, just do as I say. Mabui pondered for a moment and said, I heard Iwagakure's tickets are 80 of Konoha's standard. As lightning release chakra erupted as he said, no discount. Our performance is more exciting than Konoha's. Increase the ticket price by 20. Prepare special lightning release scrolls as souvenirs, the kind that can emit small lightning bolts. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. Kazakage's office. The place was piled high with unprocessed documents, mostly letters of protest, the topmost one sealed with the Land of Wind daimyo's family crest. Raza held the intelligence scroll with trembling hands, letting out a long sigh. 60 billion Ryo. In the 3rd Great Ninja War, we lost over 8,000 people and only managed to seize 50 billion. Outside, a sandstorm raged, and Kyo's shadow stretched long. I suggest holding a 4th Kazakage versus One Tail Jinchuriki exhibition match. Raza suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. The one-tailed Jinchuriki Karura is my wife. Do you want us to fight? Chiyo slowly rolled up her sleeves and said, perhaps. That would be even more captivating. The village can get some money. Kirigakure, Mizukage's office. Yagura stood by the window, looking at the intelligence scroll in his hand. The numbers on the scroll stung his eyes. He whispered, 60 billion Ryo is enough to rebuild 6 Kirigakures, but the village can't withstand any more turmoil right now. Land of Fire Daimyo Mansion, Purple Hall. Within the hall supported by 12 dragon-carved golden pillars, the Land of Fire Daimyo leaned against his imperial seat, his pale fingers gently tapping the gilded armrest. Before him knelt 3 old men, their foreheads pressed to the ground, even their breathing cautious. The daimyo softly repeated the number, 60 billion Ryo. I didn't expect Konoha to earn so much money from a single match. I was negligent. The great minister slightly raised his head, fine beads of sweat seeping from his wrinkled face. It's not your highness' fault. It's that we didn't conduct corresponding analysis and contingency plans. The daimyo suddenly sat upright, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. 60 billion Ryo. Do you understand what this means? It means that Konoha will no longer have to rely on our financial allocations for the next few years. The 3 ministers shivered simultaneously. They knew better than anyone that the daimyo's most important means of restricting ninja villages was economic control. Once a ninja village became financially independent, would those ninja with world-destroying power still be willing to accept the daimyo's rule? Suddenly, 3 figures appeared like ghosts in the hall, kneeling on the gilded carpet. Speak, the daimyo said, his eyelids not lifting, but his voice authoritative. The mysterious guard whispered, urgent report. Iwagakure signed a ceasefire agreement with Kumogakure 3 days ago, and is now fully preparing for the 3rd Suchikage versus Four Tails Jinchuriki exhibition match. The daimyo's expression paused, and he softly said, oh, what about the venue and ticket prices? Iwagakure has chosen the Grand Canyon of Rocks as the venue, and the ticket price standard is 80 of Konoha's. Kumogakure's 4th Reikage has already announced that he will hold the 4th Reikage versus 8 Tails Jinchuriki. The ultimate showdown at Lightning Severing Cliff, and construction of a suspended viewing platform has begun. Sunagakure is holding a 4th Kazekage versus One Tail Jinchuriki exhibition match. Kirigakure. There's no movement from them yet. Crack. The teacup in the daimyo's hand suddenly developed a fine crack. The tea water beneath the chrysanthemum-patterned gold foil silently seeped out, winding its way across the table. The daimyo's fingers kept tapping the tabletop, and he chuckled softly. Good, very good. A bunch of ninjas are starting to play economics too? An old minister tried to comfort him. Your Highness, perhaps this is just a coincidence. The daimyo let out a deep sigh. A coincidence? Iwagakure is already preparing a match, and Kumogakure and Sunagakure are following suit. These ninja villages are becoming restless again. Immediately prepare ink. I need to write letters to those 4 foolish daimyo. Soon, the daimyo of the Land of Earth, Land of Lightning, Land of Wind, and Land of Water all received a mysterious letter. The 3 villages' failure the door to the Konoha meeting room was pushed open, and Uchih, holding a stack of scrolls, hurried in, beads of sweat still on his forehead. He slammed the scrolls onto the conference table and said, latest news. Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure are all preparing to imitate our events. Fugaka calmly unrolled the first scroll, quickly scanning its contents. Iwagakure. Chosen location is the Great Rock Canyon, preparing for a 3rd Suchikage versus Four Tails Jinchuriki exhibition match. Ticket price set at 80 of ours. Tsunade snatched the 2nd scroll, scoffing. Kumogakure is even more exaggerated. 4th Reikage wants to hold some ultimate showdown at Lightning Severing Cliff, and even plans to build a suspended viewing platform. That muscle-brained idiot. Does he know anything about audience comfort? Shikaku silently unrolled the 3rd scroll, his eyebrows gradually rising. Sunagakure actually wants to host a 4th Kazekage Raza versus One Tail Jinchuriki. Wait, isn't the one-tail Jinchuriki Karura? Tetsu interjected gently. Perhaps. A husband and wife battle. That's Sunagaku's selling point? Laughter immediately erupted in the meeting room. Yashiro stood quietly in front of the ninja world map. As the laughter subsided, he softly asked, "Gentlemen, do you think these competitions can succeed?" A cacophony of opinions immediately filled the meeting room. Choza mumbled, stuffing potato chips into his mouth. It should work. After all, we earn so much. Hayashi's Byakugan rotated slightly. Hard to say. The situations in each village are different. While the young, Sum directly shook her head. Definitely not. After all, they were just ninja, and economic-related issues like these were not their strong suit. So everyone's gaze, by coincidence, turned to Shun, the man who had created a 60 billion Ryo miracle. Fugako asked softly, "Shun, what do you think?" Shun slowly stood up, walked to the map, and gently tapped it with his finger. When Konoha was founded, with Hashirama and Madara present, we chose to build the village near the daimyo's mansion. The terrain around the village is flat, transportation is convenient, and the daimyo's mansion is the wealthiest city in the entire ninja world with the most nobles. Nobles, merchants, and civilians coming to Konoha to watch the matches is like a spring outing, which is why we achieved such success. Let's look at the other villages. Iwagakure, Kimogakure, Sunagakure. When they founded their villages, they first considered the military attributes of the village, so the surrounding environment of the village is relatively hidden and treacherous. But this has caused transportation to be very inconvenient for the villages. Even if nobles, merchants, Cinchuredo, how many nobles and merchants would have the leisure to go watch a match? Civilians don't even need to be considered. Everyone in the meeting room listened, nodding frequently, seemingly starting to understand. Shun tapped the map again and said, "Kumogakure's problem is also the same, inconvenient transportation. As for the suspended viewing platform over 3,800 meters high, it's even barato of a joke. The physical condition of ordinary people cannot compare to ninjas. At such a high elevation, it's easy to cause altitude sickness and other physical discomfort, so it's destined to be a loss. Finally, let's look at Sunagakure. Built in the center of the desert. Even people from the land of wind often get lost in that desert. The desert is hot during the day and cold at night, so there are very few ordinary people who can reach the venue alive." After listening to Shun's analysis, a burst of laughter echoed in the meeting room. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the date of the competitions in the various villages. On the day of Iwagakure's competition at the Great Rock Canyon, the VIP seats were empty, with only a dozen or so spectators who were representatives of minor nobles and small merchant guilds. Noki, suspended above the carefully constructed viewing platform, looked increasingly displeased. The veins on his forehead bulged as he said, "Why are there so few people? Only a few hundred nobles and merchants combined. At this rate, we won't even recover our costs." And Umbu replied, "According to intelligence, many nobles are unwilling to come because the roads are difficult to travel, so they have no interest in coming." Noki furrowed his brow. Iwagakure was surrounded by rocky mountains, possessing strong defenses, making it difficult for enemies to enter its interior. But at this moment, it became its biggest disadvantage. He looked at the seats in the civilian section, which were about 3/10 full, but these people were all civilians from Iwagakure. The low price of civilian tickets could not make up for the huge investment. Noki looked at the betting station. The staff in front of the betting counter were yawning idly. The total amount of bets was less than 100 million Ryo, not even enough for the venue construction costs. "Suchikage-sama, should the match still begin?" Anumbu Jonin asked cautiously. Noki finally sighed deeply. "Begin. At least we cannot disappoint the audience who bought tickets. Rashi, I am very angry right now. Come here, and let me beat you up. Old man Noki, I won't hold back." After the match ended, Noki stood at the highest point of the Great Rock Canyon, looking at the sparse audience, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had originally thought that by copying Konoha's model, he could easily obtain huge revenues, but he had overlooked the fundamental differences between Iwagakure and Konoha. "Father, Kitsuchi walked up to him, hesitating to speak. Noki waved his hand, looking into the distance. I know what you want to say. We were too hasty. Konoha is located in the center of the Land of Fire. Its geography is a plain, transportation is convenient, and nobles gather there. As for us, a gust of wind blew, kicking up dust from the ground. Noki suddenly smiled. However, this failure is not without its gains. At least we know that simple copy won't work. The same situation was even worse in Kumogakure. A roared, it was supposed to be a hot pre-event. Why are there so few people? Mabui wiped cold sweat and said, a few civilians accidentally fell off the mountain on their way here. Then the nobles said our village was too dangerous. Many people complained that the roads were difficult to travel, so they just didn't come. A walk to the betting center. He looked at the ledger, and his furious voice made the suspended viewing platform tremble. Why is the betting amount so small? It's not even a fraction of Konoha's. The surrounding staff, looking at the impotently raging fourth Reikage, dared not utter a sound. Mabui said, Reikage-sama, you misappropriated 5 billion ryo to build the suspended viewing platform. Now the village can't even pay salaries. You have to find a solution. As for Sunagakure, because the nobles and merchant guilds of the Land of Wind collectively expressed disinterest in the event, Sunagakure directly canceled the competition. Outside the window, a sandstorm raged, as if mocking Raza's incompetence. Strongest ninja tournament in the Barado Daimyo Mansion. The 12 Barado, carved golden pillars of the Purple Palace cast majestic shadows in the morning light. The daimyo leaned back on his emerald throne, his palm fingers gently handling the newly arrived intel scroll. It detailed the crushing defeats of the Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure in the recent competitions. The daimyo chuckled softly, as expected. Ninja are, after all, just ninja. The three elderly advisors sitting beside him dared not look up. The great minister Tokugawa pressed his forehead to the ground and said, Your Highness is insightful. How could those crude people understand the way of business? The daimyo suddenly sat up straight, a sharp glint in his eyes. No, Tokugawa-san. They're very clever. It's just that they lack a bit of vision. Konoha is a slight exception. An official stopped writing and said, Your Highness, according to your request, I have finished compiling the strongest ninja tournament regulations. With that, he respectfully handed a piece of paper to the daimyo. The Land of Fire daimyo read at once, then, holding a vermilion brush, he made a revision to the eligibility for participation clause. He modified it. Special note. No nationality restrictions. Life or death is irrelevant. The three old ministers read it, and all simultaneously gasped. The Minister of Military Affairs looked up and said, Your Highness, this might provoke Konoha. The daimyo suddenly burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the hall. Provoke? No, I will give them an irresistible temptation. 5 arena master slots, 300 million ryo appearance fee per person, with ranking rewards calculated separately. The old finance minister nearly bit his tongue. 300 million ryo? The daimyo caressed the family crest on the scroll and said, The first arena master goes to 4th Hokage, Fugaku, the second to Shun, the third to Hiruzen. That old fellow sided with us. So as an example, he needs a reward too. Tokugawa suddenly understood. Your Highness is brilliant. This will not only show the daimyo's magnanimity, but also the daimyo's lips curved into a cold arc. Add 2 more slots, the 4th to Chiriku, the abbot of the fire temple, and the 5th to Konoha advisor Tsunade. He looked towards the outline of the giant statue being built outside the city. The day will be March 3rd, the day my heavenly colossus is completed. In Konoha Hokage Building Conference Room, 3 gold foil invitations lay quietly on the table. Shun shook an invitation and said, The daimyo is really willing to spend money. Just showing up gets you 300 million ryo, with ranking rewards separate. This old fox is generous. Shikaku tapped his temple lightly and said, 5 arena master slots, 3 given to Konoha. To put plainly, he wants to silence us. Minato gently interjected, Advisor Shikaku is right. The daimyo probably wants to use the tournament to recruit some experts to counterbalance our village. Fugaka sat upright in the main seat. The teacup in front of him had grown cold, but he hadn't taken a sip. Shun suddenly turned to him and asked Fugaka-sama, "Are you going?" The conference room instantly fell silent. If the fourth Hokage participated, it would mean Konoha had publicly accepted the daimyo's tournament. If he refused, it could trigger a political crisis. Fugaka's voice was calm and unruffled. "Since the daimyo has invited me, I will naturally go." Shun frowned slightly. During the Third Great Ninja War, Fugaku had used his Mangekyo many times with high intensity, causing his eyesight to severely deteriorate. He saw double when looking at figures 5 meters away. He pretended to advise, "But you are the fourth Hokage, and there are so many documents in the village waiting for your approval." Fugaku gently raised his hand to interrupt. "With Shikaku and Hayashi here, nothing will go wrong." Since he couldn't dissuade him, Shun looked at Tsunade and asked, "Tsunade, are you going?" Tsunade's eyes sparkled with money symbols as she said, 300 million Rio plus a share of ticket sales. Why wouldn't I go for such an easy money-making opportunity? A few light laughs echoed in the conference room, easing the tense atmosphere slightly. But Shikaku suddenly frowned. Why did the daimyo set the date for March 3rd? And Uchih pondered for a moment and said, "The daimyo is building a 300-meter giant statue outside the city, expected to be completed next month. Perhaps he wants to watch ninjas fight beneath his feet during his most glorious moment." Choza shoved a handful of potato chips into his mouth. The bad taste of the rich. In Kumogakure, Raikage's office, an anxious atmosphere permeated the air. I stared at the latest financial report, veins throbbing on his forehead. Mabui reported, "The fourth Raikage versus Eight Tails Jinchuriki event incurred a total loss of 3.7 billion Rio, including 5 billion for sky viewing platform construction and ticket revenue." Enough, as fists slammed towards the desk, but stopped abruptly 1 centimeter away. Now, even destroying a table required considering the cost. He pushed open the door, his sunglasses reflecting the lightning outside the window. "Yo, big bro, don't fret. Heard the Land of Fire is throwing money around. Let's go grab some." As lightning released chakra suddenly calmed down. "B, you also saw that strongest ninja tournament from the Land of Fire?" B freestyled a rap. 300 million Rio, starting can't not take a Yakumo needs money. Yomabui interjected worriedly. Raikage-sama, this might be a trap. As muscles bulged as he said, "A trap? Then we'll see whose fangs are sharper. Send word, I will participate personally." Also, in a Wagakure, Suchikage's office, Noki floated in midair, 2 documents spread before him. On the left was the event loss report. On the right was intel on the Land of Fire's strongest ninja tournament. Kitsuchi whispered in persuasion, "Father, this is clearly the daimyo's trap." Noki looked down at the empty rock canyon, sneering, "A trap? Of course I know that. But we lost 2.8 billion Rio, and this is a chance to get it back." As he turned, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. "Send Rashi with me. We must occupy at least 2 arenas so we can rake in more money." Kitsuchi said worriedly, "Father, why don't I take some elite Umbu members to the Land of Fire to participate in the tournament?" Noki's beard bristled with anger. "You stay in the village. You are not allowed to leave." Raza read through the intel on the strongest ninja tournament and asked, "What do you all think about this?" Kyo's voice was unusually firm. "I object. We plundered 5 cities in the Land of Fire during the Third Great Ninja War. Go to participate now is like walking into a trap." Ebizo struck the table with his hand and said, "The village is not short of money now, but if we lose you, the consequences would be unimaginable." Raza frowned slightly. "Then forget it." Shun's Mangekyo Sharingan Konoha was shrouded in a thin mist late at night, and moonlight streamed through the curtains, casting dappled silver light into the bedroom. Yukari snuggled against Shun's broad chest, clearly hearing his steady, powerful heartbeat. She gently raised her head, her eyes fixed on Shun, and softly asked, "Shun, what are you thinking about?" Shun extended his arms, pulling Yukari into his embrace, as if wanting to hold her close. "I'm thinking about you. I want to see you again." Shun's voice was deep and magnetic, with an undeniable commanding tone. Yukari didn't push him away, only softly said, "Shun, please, let me rest a little longer." "No, please, not yet." Ding, host and partner. Senshirito Uzumaki Sage Body, Advanced, 2025 5000 Attributes. Lifespan 60 years, Health 4200, Chakra 3200, Health Recovery 30 hour, Sharingan Experience 60 day. Watching Yukari slowly fall asleep in his arms, Shun kissed her forehead, then checked the system panel. Host, Uchiha Shun Strength, Kaga Level Lifespan, 17-181 Partner. Yukari, Affection, 100, Tsunade, Affection, 100, May Affection, 66, Yui, Affection, 60, Health, 15680, 15680 Chakra, 12208, 12208 Ocular Power, 2000 Kekkei Genkai, Uzumaki Sage Body, Advanced. 2025 5000, Kekkei Genkai, Senju Sage Body, Advanced, 2508 5000, Kekkei Genkai. 3 Tomo Sharingan, 9961,000. His chakra was now 20 times that of an ordinary Jonin. However, after his ocular power reached 2,000, it had stopped increasing, indicating it had reached a bottleneck. But the 3 Tomo Sharingan experience was almost full, so he should be able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. He wondered what kind of dojutsu he would awaken. Looking at the clock on the wall, Shun noticed that it was 11:42 p.m. In just 18 minutes, it would be midnight. At that time, once his system updated, he would be able to awaken the Mangekyo. So these 18 minutes felt exceptionally long to him. 18 minutes. 12 minutes. Finally, the clock chimed midnight. Ding! Upgrade conditions met. 3 Tomo Sharingan successfully upgraded. Ding! Congratulations! You have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Matching ocular technique for host. Ding! The Byakugan ocular power sealed in the host's left eye has been absorbed by the Mangekyo, so an observation-type ocular technique is being matched. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your left eye has obtained ocular technique. Divine Eye. Supervision, capable of discerning all illusions and falsehoods in the world, with the ability to distinguish good from evil and see through the origin of things. Ding! Referencing the host's resentment before awakening the Mangekyo, which was the rapid passage of time, a time-type ocular technique is being matched. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your right eye has obtained ocular technique. Divine Acceleration can increase the target's speed based on the ocular power invested. Seeing the information prompted by the system, Shun sat up excitedly. Yukari was startled awake by the sudden movement and quickly sat up, asking Shun, "What's wrong?" Shun activated his Mangekyo and smiled. "Ha ha! Yukari, I've finally awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." Yukari gasped and cupped his face, examining it closely. "Shun, your Sharingan pattern has indeed changed." Shun used his left eye's ocular technique, Divine Eye, and felt his perspective constantly rising, quickly encompassing the entire Konoha. Senshirito. Not only could it see through things, but it could even see sounds, in an immersive way. A voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Shun, your left eye is bleeding." Upon hearing this, Shun immediately closed his left eye and stopped the ocular technique. Then the slightly damaged nerves in his left eye began to slowly recover. He sighed in his heart. "This is great. My eyes can heal themselves, so the side effect of gradually going blind from using Mangekyo's dojutsu doesn't exist for me." "Yukari, it's nothing. I was just testing the ocular technique." Yukari said worriedly, "But your left eye is bleeding." Shun patiently explained. "Using Mangekyo ocular techniques can damage the eye's nerves, causing bleeding and gradual blindness. However, my Bodis recovery ability is very strong, so you don't need to worry. If you don't believe me, check it with medical ninjutsu. My left eye has already healed itself." Yukari was half skeptical, but she quickly performed medical ninjutsu to examine Shun's left eye. A moment later, A look of surprise appeared on her face. It really healed. Shun, your recovery ability is astonishing. Shun smiled and nodded. You must keep my man Gekyo a secret. Yukari nodded gently. I remember. I won't tell anyone. Next, he began to test his right eye's ocular technique, divine acceleration. He injected ocular power into the clock on the wall. The second hand spun rapidly. 2 times, 4 times, 8 times. Can it only accelerate by 8 times at most right now? Feeling his ocular power rapidly decreasing, Shun closed his right eye and stopped the ocular technique. Yukari wiped the bloody tears from the corner of his eye, asking worriedly, Shun, are your eyes really okay? Shun's lips quirked into a smile as he said, Ha ha. Yukari, I feel perfectly fine. I was just testing the limits of my ocular technique, so the ocular power consumption was rather high. He'll recover after a short rest. After speaking, he gently touched Yukari's forehead. All right, Yukari, let's go to sleep. It's very late. Okay, Shun, you're it again. 4th Hokage vs 4th Raikage at dawn on March 3rd. The 300-meter Barato of the Heavenly Colossus cast its shadow across the entire arena. The golden painted crown reflected the morning light, making it difficult to open one's eyes. On the viewing platform, the Barato daimyo rested his hand on the gilded railing, overlooking the ninjas like ants below. A faint smile appeared on his Barato, and his eyes gleamed with calculation. A moment later, his voice echoed through the valley via a loudspeaker. Welcome, everyone, to the strongest ninja tournament. Today, the title of the strongest in the ninja world will be born here. Let the games begin. A deafening cheer erupted from the audience. The previous matches were like child's play. The battles of Genin and Chunin were mere appetizers in the daimyo's eyes. He leaned lazily back in his seat until a crimson figure leaped into the arena. Iwagakure's Four Tails Jinchuriki Rashi requests to challenge 3rd Arena Master Hiruzen. Lava exploded beneath Rose's feet, forming spiderweb cracks. He ripped off his upper garment, revealing a chest covered in Fuinjutsu patterns. Even more shockingly, he spat at Hiruzen. Rose's voice was full of provocation. I heard that when you were 3rd Hokage, you embezzled a lot of Konoha's money. Today, I will seek justice for Konoha's villagers. Upon hearing this, the Konoha ninjas in the audience looked at Hiruzen, and a flicker of anger crossed their eyes. Hiruzen slowly stood up, removing his hat and coat, revealing the Sengoku-era armor underneath. Every scratch on that armor spoke of countless life-and-death struggles. Hiruzen's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone. Young man, what do you know? Let's fight. Knowing his opponent was strong, he quickly formed hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground, summoning Jutsu. Amidst the white smoke, the figure of Enma gradually became clear. Enma, transform into the adamantine staff. Upon hearing this, Enma immediately transformed into a black staff and quickly flew into Hiruzen's hand. Rashi laughed wildly, his skin began to bubble, and an orange-red tailed beast chakra cloak surged like lava. Tailed beast transformation. First stage. Amidst the audience's gasps, the adamantine staff, transformed from Enma, collided with the lava giant's fist. A pungent odor permeated the air, and Hiruzen's iconic beard curled from the heat wave. He quickly retreated, forming hand signs. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. 3 fire dragons lunged at Rashi from different angles, but they were swatted away by 4 suddenly extended lava tails. Rose's body continuously swelled. When fully tailed beast transformed, the 60-meter-tall body of the 4 tails ripped a hole in the Colossus' shadow. Adamantine prison wall. Hiruzen summoned 4 adamantine barriers, attempting to trap the 4 tails. However, the lava breath instantly burned the adamantine staff red hot, causing it to collapse into a puff of smoke and disappear. The 4 tails' tail swept across the stands, and the bulletproof glass in front of the daimyo instantly developed spiderweb cracks. The guards nervously surrounded him, but the daimyo waved them off. The daimyo suddenly stood up, and applauded. Excellent. Simply excellent. Rashi, congratulations on being promoted to 6th Arena Master. And please, for my sake, let's cease hostilities. As for the 3rd Hokage, he retains his original ranking. Seeing Inma injured, a flicker of anger crossed Hiruzen's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. When Noki floated into the arena, the Iwagakure ninjas in the audience collectively shouted the name Noki. Although this 3rd Uchih was small in stature, the oppressive aura he exuded silenced the entire arena. To everyone's surprise, he flew directly to the 4th arena. Chiriku, the head monk of the Fire Temple, do you dare to accept my challenge? Chiriku's Zen staff gently tapped the ground, and he leaped onto the arena, the 9 rings clashing to produce a clear Buddhist chant. This kind-faced old monk smiled and looked up. Your Excellency, 3rd Uchih, you are of noble status. Seeing Noki challenge Chiriku as soon as he appeared, the Land of Fire daimyo's expression turned somewhat grim. Noki's strength was astonishing, and Chiriku was his man. If Chiriku were injured or killed, it would be a great loss. So the daimyo could only interject suddenly. 3rd Uchih Noki is exempt from battle. Automatically promoted to 7th Arena Master. Noki's dust release flickered in his palm. That translucent cube contained the power to disintegrate all things. He coldly scanned the daimyo, finally snorting, and floated to the 7th arena. A leap from the shoulder of the 300-meter-tall colossus, his lightning-released chakra burning his descent into a blue-white streak of light. Boom! The landing shockwave overturned the front-row seats, and Fugaku's black robe flapped wildly. A loudly proclaimed, 4th Hokage Uchiha Fugaku, let me see your true strength. Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan instantly activated, 3 tomo rapidly rotating to form a complex pattern. He used the body flicker technique to appear on the arena, narrowly tilting his head to dodge the 4th Raikage punch. The heavy blow grazed his ear, shattering the stone pillar behind him. Lightning release, lariat. The 4th Raikage transformed into a lightning tornado, and the entire arena was enveloped in blue-white electrical light. Fugaku continuously leaped backward, forming hand signs rapidly. Fire release, great fireball technique. A giant fireball, over 10 meters in diameter, roared forth. However, the 4th Raikage, with his lightning-release chakra armor, charged directly into the fireball. Lightning and flames intertwined, emitting a deafening roar. Hokage-sama. Konoha ninjas collectively stood up, their hands already on their ninja tool pouches. Fugaku's Manjikyo Spoon Madli. Susanoo, first stage. A green skeletal frame appeared out of thin air. Although it was only a half-body form, it successfully blocked the Raikage's fatal blow. As heavy punch collided with Susanoo, but only produced a few cracks on the green skeletal frame. Liger Bomb. Lightning release, lariat. The 4th Raikage's continuous attacks were like a torrential storm, each blow powerful enough to shatter mountains. Although Fugaku's Susanoo was not broken, his ocular power was rapidly depleting, and fine beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. At the critical moment, blood suddenly flowed from Fugaku's left eye. The right arm of the green Susanoo suddenly materialized, punching the 4th Raikage out of the arena. Twisted his body in mid-air, his lightning-released chakra exploding a cushioning wave at his feet, finally kneeling on one knee at the boundary line. He looked up at Fugaku, his eyes filled with both shock and admiration. The daimyo clapped his hands repeatedly, an unnatural flush on his face. Excellent. Simply excellent. This battle is a draw. Congratulations to the 4th Raikage on becoming the 8th Arena Champion. Fugaku retracted his Susanoo, secretly wiped away the bloodstain from the corner of his eye, and returned to the first arena. Hiruzen's humiliation bee's rap broke the temporary silence of the arena. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki of Kumogakure made his entrance, rhyming and twisting, drawing laughter from the audience. He looked at the people on the stage. He didn't actively fight women, so Tsunade was excluded. Seeing that he was about to choose Shun, Gyuki frantically shouted inside him, Don't fight that Uchiha. He is very dangerous, twice as dangerous as your brother." Hearing Gyuki's voice, B quickly changed his tune. "Yo, I'm Killer B. Today I'm here to compete with Chiriku of the Fire Temple. Don't hide in the temple." Hearing that Chiriku was the one challenged, the Land of Fire daimyo's face turned ugly. He persuaded Killer B, "You are Kumogakure's Jinchuriki. Let's call this match off. It'll directly make you the 9th arena master." B shook his index and middle fingers from side to side and said, "No, big brother fought once. I also need a fight to feel good." Chiriku sighed softly, tapped his Zen staff on the ground, and nimbly leaped onto the stage. He plunged his Zen staff into the ground, clasped his hands together, and said, "Benefactor, you may attack." B suddenly became serious, drawing 7 swords simultaneously and unleashing his signature 7-sword style. The blades struck towards Chiriku like a storm, but were blocked one by the suddenly appearing phantom of thousand-hand cannon. Gyuki said in the mental world, "Idiot B, go full-tail beast." When the complete 8 tails Gyuki appeared, a tsunami of gasps erupted from the audience. The 60-meter-tall giant beast brandished its octopus tentacles, each one powerful enough to destroy a small fortress. Chiriku finally opened his eyes, golden light flashing in his pupils. Welcoming approach, 1,000-armed onslaught. The 1,000-hand cannon, formed by gift of the hermit group Chakra, suddenly rose from the ground, transforming into a 30-meter-tall, demonic creature. Seeing Gyuki begin to gather a tailed beast ball, Chiriku roared in anger. "How dare you use a tailed beast ball here?" His hand seals changed abruptly. "Great mighty dragon, world-honored Ksitigarbha, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Pramitha, empty." Suddenly, a 50-meter-long golden dragon emerged, each dragon scale inscribed with Sanskrit. The golden dragon charged, knocking 8 tails back repeatedly. Then it opened its mouth, bit the newly formed tailed beast ball, and quickly flew into the sky. Boom! A violent explosion sounded high in the sky, tearing a large circle in the clouds. Gyuki exclaimed, "This is human race's sage mode. I didn't expect that after more than 1,000 years, someone is still learning this." The moment the explosion shockwave spread, the Land of Fire daimyo, flanked by his guards, retreated in a panic, his usually composed face finally showing terror. The Land of Fire daimyo wiped away cold sweat, his voice trembling. "Killer B, let the battle end here. You are promoted to the 9th arena master." B lay down, made a rock and roll gesture, and slowly walked towards the 9th arena. Now only 3 arena master positions were vacant, and the surrounding ninjas looked a little anxious, but Jinin and Shunin no longer entered the arena. Only some Jonin remained in the arena, still competing for the remaining 3 arena master positions. Time quickly came to the afternoon, and a person wearing a black cloak arrived at the arena. His gaze was fixed on the arena masters. He silently pondered the bounty on these people and the rewards of the arena. Kakuzu's low voice echoed in the arena. "Hiruzen, you became the 3rd Hokage at 23, and 32 years of Hokage work has made you neglect combat. Let me see your current strength." Hiruzen did not respond, his gaze solemn. In the morning, Enma had been injured in battle, which greatly reduced his strength. Kakuzu made the first move, quickly forming hand seals. Fire release, intelligent hard work. A massive wave of fire, for times stronger than that of an ordinary jonin, swept over, and the temperature of the flames warped the surrounding air. Seeing his opponent use Barato, Hiruzen decided to exploit the principle of elemental advantage. He formed hand seals and unleashed a B-rank ninjutsu. Water release, water Barato bullet. A water Barato surged toward the flames, but it was met by Kakuzu's vast sea of Barato. It appeared small and powerless, lasting only 3 seconds before being completely engulfed by the sea of fire. Hiruzen was forced to use the body flicker technique to evade, his clothing nearly singed. With this single exchange, he knew he was in trouble. After Kakuzu defected from the village, he became a bounty hunter, fighting in the ninja world for 42 years. He was a monster who had trained 5 types of ninjutsu to their peak. Moreover, he had 5 hearts, and his chakra reserves were more than 5 times that of Hiruzen. Hiruzen, after becoming the 3rd Hokage at 23, spent 32 years in the office, leading to a neglect of combat, and crucially, Imma was also injured. Therefore, this battle was a gamble for Hiruzen. Kakuzu sneered, forming hand seals again. Hiruzen, you're so weak. Compound ninjutsu, blazing wind riot, wind release, pressure damage fire release. Intelligent hard work. A violent hurricane swept up the flames, rapidly expanding to cover the entire arena, making the surrounding audience feel a destructive power. Hiruzen's pupils constricted, and he completed hand seals at an astonishing speed. Compound ninjutsu, wind water tornado, wind release, cyclone water release, water dragon bullet. He took a deep breath, and the water release and wind release he exhaled perfectly fused, forming a giant, rapidly spinning water tornado. The moment water and fire collided, the entire arena was enveloped in steaming mist. Kakuzu's voice sounded from within the mist. Is this the strength of the professor? 32 years as Hokage has turned you into a useless person who can only talk on paper. He formed hand seals again, and 2 Earth Grudge fear masks glowed simultaneously. Compound ninjutsu, lightning water violent current, lightning release, false darkness water release, water formation wall, the violent lightning release and surging water release perfectly combined, and a giant water dragon entwined with lightning roared forth. Hiruzen dodged while forming hand seals. Compound ninjutsu, earth dragon flame flow, earth release, earth dragon bullet fire release, fire dragon bullet. An earth dragon rose from the ground, followed by a fire release, fire dragon bullet, which ignited this earth dragon, transforming it into a burning giant fire earth dragon. The fire earth giant dragon collided fiercely with the water lightning dragon of a lightning water violent current. The violent explosion shook the entire arena. Hiruzen knelt in a corner, panting heavily. His chakra consumption was immense, while Kakuzu still had plenty of reserves. In the stands, the Land of Fire daimyo's face was grim. He had originally hoped Hiruzen could show some value, but he didn't expect him to be completely suppressed by Kakuzu. Kakuzu slowly walked towards Hiruzen, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just then, the Land of Fire daimyo said gently, "Congratulations, Kakuzu, you won this battle. And congratulations on becoming the 10th Arena Master. Please, for my sake, how about the battle ends here?" Kakuzu snorted coldly, withdrew his Earth Grudge fear, and turned to walk towards the 10th arena. Hiruzen, meanwhile, was helped off the stage by Medical Ninja. Fugaki's changed this competition, prepared by the Land of Fire daimyo, for a month, generated over 70 billion ryo in ticket revenue alone. After the competition, 3rd Tsuchikage Noki, 4 Tails Jinchuriki Rashi, 4th Reikage, and Killer Bee stood on the competition grounds, somewhat dazed. As for why, it was because each of them held a sealing scroll, filled with 800 million ryo in cash. Bee, uncharacteristically not rapping, said in a low voice, "Brother, this money, it came too easily." A snorted coldly and stuffed the money bag into his ninja pouch. He looked at Noki and said, "The Land of Fire held 1 competition and earned more money than our entire village accumulated in 7 or 8 years. How can they do that?" Noki did not answer directly, but merely gave a meaningful look at the young A. The gazes of the 4 briefly met in the air, a silent understanding passing between them. This money made them see the prosperity of the Land of Fire and ignited the ambition in their hearts. In the VIP section of the competition grounds, Tsunade was examining Fugaki's eyes. "Fugaku, calm down." Tsunade stood by, her brows deeply furrowed. She reached out and pressed Fugaki's shoulder, a light green chakra slowly flowing into the chakra pathways around his eyes, attempting to alleviate the pain. Tsunade said in a deep voice, "Your Mangekyo Sharingan has been overused, and the backlash of its ocular technique has begun to erode your vision. If this continues, you will soon go completely blind." Fugaku's fists clenched, making a cracking sound. His voice was somewhat distraught. "I am a Hokage. I cannot be like a cripple." Just then, knock. Knock. 2 knocks sounded at the door. The daimyo's envoy delivered an invitation, inviting the 3 of them to attend the evening banquet. Shun softly said, "How about I escort Fugaku-sama back to Konoha first, and Tsunade stays for the banquet?" Fugaku frowned and said, "No need. My vision is just a bit blurry. With my other senses, dealing with a small banquet won't be a problem." Inside the palace of the land of Fire Daimyo, it was resplendent. Hundreds of ninjas stood in neat rows, many of whom had competed today, but were now wearing uniforms with the Land of Fire emblem. The daimyo sat high on the main seat, swirling the golden cup in his hand, a smug smile on his face. "Everyone, this grand competition has concluded in perfection. Thanks to all your participation, and also thank you all for your trust in me, for joining the Land of Fire Guard Department family." The daimyo's speech was endless, clearly a bit excited. Through this competition today, you recruited 124 Jonin and 879 Chunin. Adding the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Mito clans, he now had over 5,000 ninjas. And according to intelligence, Konoha currently only had over 6,000 ninjas, which is why the daimyo was so excited at this moment. Halfway through the banquet, attendants served exquisite delicacies. The daimyo suddenly walked over and laughed. "Fourth Hokage, how many ninjas does Konoha have now? Over 6,000? Fugaku's pupils constricted slightly. Shun smiled and took over the conversation. "The daimyo is joking. The number of ninjas in Konoha is a secret, but these people you've recruited..." The daimyo laughed heartily, but there was no amusement in his eyes. "Oh no, compared to Konoha's elites, these people I've recruited are just small fry." Fugaku suddenly stood up and said, "Excuse me, I'm feeling a barato unwell. They'll take my leave first." Tsunade and Shun exchanged glances, then also stood up and left. Konoha, Hokage office. Fugaku sat at the desk, the document in his hand almost touching his nose, yet he could still only see blurry black ink. "Darn it, Cinchurado." Hibarato placed the document onto the desk, papers scattering everywhere. The harder he tried to see, the barato his eyes throbbed with pain, as if countless fine needles were pricking his eyeballs. Late at night, in the Uchiha clan compound, Fugaku pushed open the door. Although the lights were on inside, his vision was still blurry. Mikoto walked out from the inner room, holding a cup of hot tea. "Fugaku, you're back?" Fugaku's eyes were bloodshot, and he coldly snorted. Mikoto followed him, softly saying, "Husband, your eyes, are they all right?" Fugaku suddenly turned around, his emotions somewhat out of control, and roared, "Don't bother me." Mikoto was startled by his gaze and took a step back. This retreat completely ignited Fugaku's rage. "Mikoto, do even you think I'm a cripple now?" He seized Mikoto's wrist and violently threw her against the wall. Bang! Mikoto hit the wall, letting out a pained sound, and fell to the ground. Her arm instantly turned purple and blue, and the teacup shattered. "Mother! Father!" Itachi rushed out of his room, looking at the scene in horror. Fugaku's breathing was heavy, his Mangekyo spinning wildly in his eyes, but his vision became increasingly blurry. He could only see 2 vague figures, unable to even discern their expressions. He roared, "Itachi, this has nothing to do with you. Get back to your room." Itachi gritted his teeth, helped his mother up, and silently exited the room. That night, Fugaku's home seemed to have changed. The next morning, Fugaku did not go to the Hokage building for work, but instead took a leave of absence. The third day, the situation was still the same. Shun stood by the window of the military police force office, watching the 5-year-old Itachi, carrying a vegetable basket alone, preparing to go home. Itachi's figure was small, the vegetable basket almost half his size, but he walked steadily, without a trace of complaint on his face. Shun's brows furrowed deeply. Fugako, what's going on? Has he even neglected his family? He closed his eyes and quietly activated Divine Eye. His vision penetrated the wall, reaching Fugaku's home, where he saw Mikoto tidying the room. Her arms and back were marked with several dark bruises. I really didn't expect Fugako would raise a hand against her. Shun deactivated his ocular technique and instantly appeared beside Itachi. Itachi, why are you out buying groceries? Where's your mother? Itachi lowered his head, his voice very soft. Mother is busy at home. Shun was silent for a moment, then said, Perfect, I'm going to see the clan head. Itachi hesitated, but ultimately did not refuse. On the way, Itachi suddenly spoke, Uncle Shun, father, he seems to have changed. Shun looked into the distance and sighed. Your father has great talent, just like you. He grew up amidst the praise of the clan members. He became clan head at 23, activated his Mangekyo at 28, and became Hokage at 32. In terms of power, your father is the 4th Hokage and a top clan head. In terms of money, he has a lot. In terms of strength, he has the Mangekyo Sharingan. In terms of love, he has your mother, Mikoto. In terms of family affection, he has an exceptionally talented son like you. So clan head Fugaku's first half of life was too perfect. He hardly encountered any setbacks, enjoying top treatment in everything. But now his eyes are having problems, his strength is declining, and he can't accept his current self for a while. Itachi clenched his fists and asked, Then, is there a way to cure it? Shun patted Itachi's head and said, This time, I'm here to solve that problem. Fugaku's underlying suspicions, you may have heard the saying, wounded beast is more dangerous. The current Fugaku is like a wounded beast. He sat in the dimly lit study, eyes slightly closed, extending his perception to its maximum. At this moment, an exceptionally powerful chakra was approaching his residence. The amount of chakra from the approaching person is more than 10 times mine. Fugaku's muscles instantly tensed. This level of chakra is extremely rare, even among Kaga-level ninja. What shocked him even more was that this chakra contained a pure in release characteristic. This quality of in release. Could he also have awakened the Mangekyo? But why is the yang release chakra within him so active? His fingers tightened slightly, knuckles turning white. Who exactly was the person approaching? The door was gently pushed open. Clan head, you haven't been to the Hokage building for 3 days straight. I was a bit worried, so I came to check on you. A familiar voice sounded, and Fugaku's taut nerves relaxed slightly, but then he became vigilant again. His perception couldn't be wrong. Shun's chakra far surpassed that of an ordinary ninja, even exceeding Kaga level by many times. Recalling past events, he had some suspicions. Shun's strength had grown too quickly, and he had hidden it so deeply. There must be some secret. Fugaku slowly opened his eyes, and although his vision was blurry, he still looked directly in Shun's direction. Shun, my eyes are a bit uncomfortable, so I wanted to rest for a few days. Shun bowed respectfully and said, Clan head, I've thought of some methods that might be able to cure your eyes. Fugaku's pupils constricted slightly, and his fingers quietly clenched. What methods do you have? Shun didn't answer directly, but first glanced at Itachi, who was hiding by the kitchen door. Fugaku noticed his gaze and said indifferently, Itachi, you go to the kitchen first. Itachi nodded obediently and quickly left with the vegetable basket, but soon sneaked back, hiding around the corridor corner to eavesdrop. Shun withdrew his gaze and whispered, They'll first transplant a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan to the clan head to solve the blindness problem. Then, they'll take your Mangekyo to clone. Once the cloning is successful, you'll be able to transplant back a complete Mangekyo. Fugaku was silent for a moment. As the 4th Hokage, he naturally knew that Shun and Tsunade had been researching cloning technology. But this technology had only just begun and was far from mature. Fugaku frowned slightly and asked, How long will you need? Approximately 8 to 9 years. Fugaku's brows furrowed deeply. That's too long. I can't wait. He slowly stood up, and although his vision was blurry, his aura remained sharp. Shun, are you hiding some secret from me? Shun's body stiffened slightly. Fugaku's voice grew cold. Did you also awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? The air seemed to freeze for a moment, suddenly becoming quiet. Shun exhaled and nodded gently. Yes, I just awakened it a few days ago. Fugaku's lips curved slightly, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes, and he sighed inwardly. Sure enough, he still has many secrets. He took a step forward, his voice low and dangerous. Shun, I have always treated you well. Do you have any other methods to cure my eyes? Shun hesitated for a moment and said, Clan head, do you still remember Danzo's would release arm? Fugaku's pupils suddenly constricted. Are you talking about Hashirama cells? Shun nodded. Hashirama cells possess powerful vitality and can repair bodily damage, even increasing chakra volume. But the side effects are great. They will devour and assimilate the host cells, and once out of control, the person will turn into a tree. He paused for a moment and continued. However, the Uchiha Sharingan can, to a certain extent, suppress the side effects of Hashirama cells. So if the clan head injects a small amount of Hashirama cells, it should be able to repair his eyes. Fugaku's mind instantly flashed with that enormous amount of chakra and that unusually active yang release chakra. He immediately deduced that Shun must have injected Hashirama cells. But being cautious as he always was, he still wanted to confirm. Shun, have you injected Hashirama cells? Shun shook his head and denied. Clan head, I have not injected Hashirama cells. Not getting the answer he wanted, Fugaku's gaze instantly turned cold, and he made a decision in his heart. He is lying. He slowly sat back in his chair, his voice icy. Shun, I'm a bit tired. You should go back first. Shun bowed respectfully and said then, Clan head, they'll take my leave. The footsteps faded, but Fugaku's fists clenched tighter and tighter. Itachi, come out, he's gone far away. Itachi emerged from the corridor corner, cautiously approaching his father. Father, are you all right? Fugaku didn't answer, but instead asked, Itachi, what do you think of Shun? Itachi thought for a moment and said, Uncle Shun is a good person. Fugaku sneered and warned, Itachi, people are complex. He slowly stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow in the room. Shun is a very secretive person. 2 months ago, he orchestrated Danzo's death and seized a portion of Hashirama cells from Root. Itachi's pupils constricted slightly. Fugaku continued. Now, his chakra volume is 10 times mine, and his yang release chakra is unusually active. This perfectly matches the characteristics of Hashirama's chakra, but he vehemently denies it. And he secretly researched Hashirama cells for over 2 months, and only now comes to tell me. He looked down at Itachi, his voice low and cold. So, Shun is very selfish. Itachi was silent for a moment, then nodded. Father, I remember. Fugaku reached out and gently took Itachi's small hand. Itachi, you are still too naive. His voice carried a certain determination. Let's go, we'll take you to the Root base to witness the dark side of this world. Itachi looked up at his father's blurry, yet still sharp eyes, and slowly nodded. The two, one after another, disappeared into the night. Tree Man Fugaku pushing open the iron gate of the Root base. The smell of preservative surged like a physical entity. Itachi's nose wrinkled slightly, and tears immediately welled up in his eyes. At this moment, Fugaku's mind was entirely on Hashirama cells. Moreover, with his personality, he wouldn't even think of comforting a 5-year-old Itachi. Stay close to me. His voice was a little cold. Itachi nodded obediently. His small hand unconsciously clutched the hem of his father's clothes. Under the dim light, hundreds of cylindrical cultivation tanks were neatly arranged. In each tank, the still forms of children floated, looking to be about the same age as him, only 5 to 6 years old. Their eyes were tightly closed, as if they were sleeping, and the tubes connecting to the subjects from behind were like a tangled web. Seeing such a scene, Itachi's breathing slowed a little. In the third tank of the 7th row, a bald girl floated. The tank's label read, Subject D, 12, 5 years old, Sharingan Transplant Rejection Observation Group. Centuredo, and don't close your eyes. Stay close to me. Just like that, Fugaka led Itachi by the hand into the deepest part of the root base. Tsushimi was the supervisor here, and he bowed respectfully. Clan Head Sama. Fugaku's voice was calm and cold. In the past 3 months, has anyone collected items related to Hashirama's cells? Tsushimi opened the record book, his fingertips stopping on one page. January 8th, 1925, Chief Shun collected 5 tubes of Hashirama Cell's culture solution and a small amount of Hashirama's blood. Fugaku's lips twitched slightly. And you said you hadn't used Hashirama Cells. You really lied to me. Give me 5 tubes of Hashirama Cell's culture solution. Tsushimi hesitated for a moment. Clan Head Sama, the danger of Hashirama's cells. Go get them. Fugaku's tone indicated that he was not to be questioned. 5 tubes of pale green fluorescent liquid were placed on a metal tray, glowing eerily in the dim light. Fugaku picked up one tube and observed it for a while, the needle glinting coldly in the light. What should I pay attention to when injecting Hashirama Cell's culture solution? Tsushimi whispered. Injecting into the limbs is the safest, but the effect is slower, and there's time to rescue if something goes wrong. Injecting into the heart has the fastest reaction, but the death rate is the highest. Hearing this, Danzo's right arm, covered in wood, flashed through Fugaku's mind, and he also remembered Shun's unfathomable chakra reserves. He suddenly rolled up the sleeve of his right arm. The needle pressed against his skin, and the pale green fluorescent liquid slowly flowed into his veins. The Sharingan was originally a pair with the Barato. When Fugaku used his Mangekyo Sharingan, his eyes had been like a depleted resource, draining the last of their strength with each use, which is why the Mangekyo Sharingan became blinder with Barato use. Now, after injecting the Hashirama Cell's culture solution, it was like a depleted reserve finally receiving fresh nourishment, filling him with a renewed sense of hope. Fugaku shouted excitedly, This feeling is amazing. I feel like I've been reborn. He felt his chakra surging. 1.5 times. 2 times. The vision in both his eyes began to recover little by little, but the speed was a bit slow. Fugaku's laughter echoed in the laboratory. Senchuredo. The Mangekyo pattern in his pupils spinning wildly. Itachi, I can see. Now my chakra has quadrupled. Ha ha. Itachi forced a smile and said, Father, that's great. Should we go home and tell Mother? Fugaku did not answer, but instead directly picked up the 3rd tube. Tsushimi quickly tried to stop him. Clan Head Sama, you can't inject anymore. Hashirama Cell's ability to devour and assimilate is terrifying. It can easily turn a person into a tree. Quiet, I know what I'm doing. Fugaku's Mangekyo glared fiercely at Tsushimi, the terrifying ocular power making the latter stumble backward. As the 3rd bottle of Hashirama Cell's culture solution was injected into his body, Fugaku's chakra reserves increased 6-fold, and his vision became clearer than ever before. If his previous body was like a deflated balloon, his current body was like an inflated soccer ball, making Fugaku feel very full and powerful. Fugaku grabbed the 4th tube. Tsushimi's face was pale as he said, Clan Head Sama, you've already injected 3 tubes. You really can't inject any more. It will go out of control. Remembering Shun's chakra reserves, which were 10 times his own, a flicker of anger rose in Fugaku's heart. Shut up, I know what I'm doing. Don't forget, I am a Hokage. The 4th bottle of Hashirama Cell's culture solution was injected into his heart. When Fugaku's chakra reserves increased to over 7 times, it began to go out of control. Intense pain swept through his entire body. His skin began to turn to wood. His finger joints twisted and deformed, and what flowed through him was no longer his former self, but something ancient and unnatural. No. Why? Shun could, but I can't. Mangekyo Sharingan, suppress it. Itachi watched his father's form gradually being covered by tree bark. He cried out in horror, Senchuredo, you must use it well, don't be like father. When you have a Mangekyo, remember the ancestral stone tablet. Look at it. His voice gradually faded and Fugaku turned into a tree. Fugaku's funeral. The pale lights of the root base shone on Fugaku, who had transformed into a tree. The outline of a human face was vaguely visible on the bark, and the twisted branches seemed to still be struggling. Konoha's high-ranking officials stood around. Tsushimi's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his voice trembled slightly. After the fourth Hokage-sama was injected with the second tube of Hashirama Cell's culture solution, his eyesight recovered and his chakra reserves surged by 4 times. We repeatedly advised him, but he became addicted to this strengthening. After he injected the 4th tube, he completely lost control. His fingers unconsciously caressed the notebook, which clearly recorded the time and dosage of Fugaku's injections, as well as the moment he finally lost control. Mikoto knelt beside him, tightly embracing Itachi. Her tears fell silently, while Itachi clutched his mother's sleeve tightly. Witnessing his father's death, 5-year-old Itachi awakened his one-tomo Sharingan. Now he was staring intently at that tree with his one-tomo Sharingan. Tsunade stepped forward and touched the tree trunk, her fingertips feeling a rough and cold sensation. Her brows furrowed deeply. Hayashi activated his Byakugan, gazing into the interior of the tree trunk, and said in a deep voice, "The chakra flow has completely stopped. There's no hope." Shikaku rubbed his temples and sighed. Fugaku was only Hokage for a little over 3 months. Now this is a big problem. Yashiro's face was grim, and his fists clenched, cracking. "Clan head Fugaku, how could he suddenly?" Unkai murmured softly. "Clan head Fugaku died so suddenly. What will happen to the Hokage position?" Shun's brows were tightly furrowed as he said, "All right, the immediate priority is to prepare clan head Fugaku's funeral and to select the 5th Hokage." Everyone fell silent. In the Hokage building conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. Shikaku tapped his forehead and said, "According to custom, a Jonin meeting should be convened to vote for the 5th Hokage candidates." Yashiro suddenly stood up and said, "In terms of strength and seniority, Shun is a qualified candidate for the 5th Hokage. Our Kurama clan seconds that. We support Shun to become the 5th Hokage." Unkai immediately expressed his stance. "And our Kazami clan also supports Shun to become the 5th Hokage." Tetsu successively expressed his stance. In the conference room, voices of support rose one after another. Shun, however, leaned back in his chair and lazily waved his hand. "Thank you all for your trust in me, but I recommend Tsunade-senpai to become the 5th Hokage." These words were like a block of ice dropped into boiling water. Everyone in the conference room erupted. Tsunade suddenly looked up, saying incredulously, "What?" Shun's smile was harmless as he said, "You are one of the Sannin, the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, impeccable in both strength and reputation. Moreover, what Konoha needs now is stability. If I were to become the 5th Hokage, it would convey to the outside world the image of the Uchiha dominating Konoha, which would hinder the future development of the village." Yashiro asked in astonishment, "Shun, why would you do this?" Shun replied, "I will strive for appropriate benefits for the clan, but on the premise of not harming the village's interests. And I believe Tsunade becoming the 5th Hokage is beneficial to us Uchiha." Yashiro, as a veteran pro-Uchiha elder, was not satisfied with this answer. He shouted angrily, "Shun, you are not yet the head of the Uchiha clan. You have no right to decide the future of the Uchiha." Listening to their argument, Hayashi's Byakugan narrowed slightly. On the day of Fugaku's funeral, gloomy rain covered the Konoha cemetery. Shun held a black umbrella, standing before Fugaku's cenotaph, sighing inwardly, "This unlucky fellow, even his funeral is on a rainy day." He looked down at Mikoto, who was crying until she was exhausted, and the frighteningly quiet Itachi. He stood in the rain, yet not a single tear fell. Shun turned to look at the silent clan members in the rain and said, "Clan head Fugaku's old illness relapsed. Everyone, please accept my condolences." In the rain, Itachi suddenly looked up. His gaze pierced through the rain curtain, looking with complex eyes at Shun, who stood in the back row. After the funeral, The Uchiha clan members gathered in twos and threes, discussing the future in low voices. Fugaku-sama is gone. Our Uchiha. I heard that Shun-sama doesn't want to become the 5th Hokage. What should we do? We'll be like that year again. Shun suddenly clapped his hands and said in an undeniable tone, "You must have heard that when clan head Fugaku became the 4th Hokage, the village was in financial difficulty, and even the Umbu's salaries could only be paid by Fugaku-sama, diverting clan funds. At that time, the military police force's salaries were also delayed for over a month. Finally, I organized a competition and earned 60 billion ryo for the village, which solved the village's financial problems. My refusal to become the 5th Hokage is also because the village cannot give us Uchiha more benefits." Shun-sama is right. After clan head Fugaku became the 4th Hokage, our lives didn't change much. If Fugaku-sama wasn't Hokage, maybe the 60 billion ryo earned from the competition would all belong to us Uchiha, alas. What a pity. I think Shun-sama is right. The Uchiha clan members discussed amongst themselves. Shun clapped his hands again, amplifying his voice with chakra, and said, "Disperse. I'm here." Everyone carry on as usual. The Uchiha clan members looked at each other, then gradually left. Itachi walked over and asked, "Uncle Shun, why did it turn out like this?" Shun said gently, "Itachi, what aspect are you referring to?" Itachi said softly, "Why, when my father died, the clan members didn't seem that sad, but instead kept worrying about their own interests. Your father, as I said before, Senshirado, which led to him rarely communicating with them." Looking at Itachi, who had a confused expression, Shun ruffled Itachi's hair and said, "You're only 5 years old, so there's no need to rush to understand this problem. When you grow up, you'll naturally figure out." New clan head to reign in the Konoha cemetery pierced the soil like silver needles. Itachi stood before his father's grave, rain sliding down his cheeks. "Itachi, it's time to go back." Mikoto's voice sounded distant in the rain. She held a dark oil paper umbrella, and droplets of water condensed on its ribs continually fell onto her kimono-clad shoulders. Itachi nodded, a hint of maturity beyond his years flashing across his youthful face. His fingertips traced the indentations of his father's name, feeling the cold, rough stone. "Father, what exactly is the Uchiha's true power that you spoke of?" Meanwhile, inside an Uchiha residence, "Are you sure the Mangekyo is in Itachi's hands?" Yashiro's fingers tapped on the table, the rhythm growing faster and faster. Tsushimi lowered his head, his voice trembling. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Before Fugaku-sama passed away, he entrusted the Mangekyo to Itachi." Yashiro suddenly struck his hand on the table, making the candlelight flicker violently. "Go call Ryuka. Homombe, don't alarm Shun. Ryuka, you're my most promising student. I am old now, but if you can obtain those eyes, I will recommend you as the 5th Hokage. I hope you will inherit the Uchiha's glory." Ryuka, in the corner, raised his gloomy face. The 3-tomo Sharingan in his left eye suddenly spun faster. "Sensei, what about Shun?" Yashiro sneered. "He's 2 years younger than you. Are you just going to accept that?" Amidst the rain, a dark shadow silently scaled the wall of Fugaku's house. Ryuka wore a special chakra-shielding mask, drifting through the corridor like a wisp of smoke. As he slid open the window to Itachi's bedroom, the moonlight shone directly on the glass jar on the nightstand. 2 crimson eyeballs slowly floated in the cultivation fluid. "This is the Mangekyo Sharingan." Ryuka's breathing grew heavy. He carefully took the glass jar, then closed the window and vanished. The lights of the Root laboratory cast the shadows of 3 people on the wall, distorted like specters. Senshirado, meanwhile, Fugaku's Mangekyo were implanted into his empty eye sockets. The transplant surgery went smoothly, and Ryuka easily activated the Mangekyo. He felt the power hidden within the Mangekyo. Left eye dojutsu, Yumyutsutsu, can simulate a future scene. Right eye dojutsu, Mujinkyo, enhances Genjutsu power. Next, they injected Ryuka with Hashirama Cell's culture fluid. First tube, inject. After a while, Ryuka's chakra volume surged by 2.2 times, with no abnormalities in his body. Second tube, inject. Ryuka's chakra volume surged to 4.5 times. He felt his body filled with power, and the Mangekyo suddenly began to spin wildly. This is clan head Fugaku's power? The third divine power, Susanoo. The next day, the air in the Hokage building conference room was frozen. Yashiro struck his hand on the table and said, I object to Tsunade becoming the 5th Hokage. Her strength is insufficient to be Hokage. How could she protect Konoha? Hayashi's Byakugan narrowed slightly. Then who does Minister Yashiro think is suitable? Uchiha Ryuka. The conference room immediately erupted in an uproar. Shikaku pushed up his glasses. While Jonin Ryuka is excellent, his strength is probably... Then let strength speak. Ryuka suddenly activated his Mangekyo, and the aura he exuded made everyone gasp. Shun slowly stood up, his usually lazy expression completely gone for the first time. You stole Fugaku's Mangekyo. Ryuka sneered. Fugaku-sama's Mangekyo belongs to the Uchiha clan, and now it has chosen a new leader. Shun's gaze turned completely cold as he said, Since these Mangekyo have given you courage, then I will show you true power. If you can defeat me, I will back you as the 5th Hokage. Because Fugaku had repeatedly used Susanoo to change the tide of battle during the war, many Uchiha had become overly superstitious about Susanoo's power. After entering the battle, Ryuka immediately activated his Mangekyo and summoned a 120-meter-tall green Susanoo. He wielded a scythe, forcing Shun to retreat repeatedly. Shun found an opportunity, also activated his Mangekyo, and summoned a 160-meter orange Susanoo, holding a giant shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right, casting a terrifying shadow in the sunlight. Ryuka roared hysterically, How is this possible? Why is your Susanoo so much bigger than mine? Shun's Susanoo blocked the attack with its giant shield, then split open the green Susanoo's armor with a sword from its right hand. Fugaku's eyes are not for you to use like this. After speaking, he pulled Ryuka out of the Susanoo, then gently knocked him unconscious. Then, he took Fugaku's Mangekyo from him. Seeing the plan fail, Yashiro collapsed onto the viewing stand, his face ashen. Shun's voice echoed throughout the training ground. These are Fugaku-sama's eyes, not tools for your power struggles. Given Yashiro's severe dereliction of duty this time, I have decided to revoke his status as an Uchiha elder. Yashiro shouted unwillingly, You are not the clan head. You don't have that authority. Shun shouted loudly, All right then, I announce that from today, I am the new clan head. Who is in favor? Who is against? The many Uchiha remained silent. Since no one opposes, then I am the new clan head. My order is now in effect. Yashiro's elder status is revoked. That night, the door to Fugaku's house was gently knocked. Itachi opened the door and saw Shun standing in the moonlight, holding a familiar glass jar. Shun crouched down, meeting Itachi's gaze, and said, returning it to its rightful owner, You must hide it well. Don't let anyone find it again. Itachi ran over and said, Uncle Shun, why don't you keep it? I can't protect this thing yet. Shun replied gently, Then, I will keep it safe for you for now. When you need in the future, come find me. 5th Hokage, Tsunade, the daimyo's appointment quickly arrived at Konoha. Tsunade, one of the Sannin, officially took office as the 5th Hokage. In Konoha Plaza, the sun was shining brightly and colorful ribbons fluttered, but the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Tsunade stood on the high platform, clad in a brand new 5th Hokage robe, her blonde hair gently swaying in the wind. She surveyed the crowd below, wearing a confident smile, and began her inauguration speech. I will focus on the village's development and strive for it. The applause was sparse, and the villagers below were abuzz with discussions. A hint of doubt flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Why isn't Shun-sama the Hokage? A middle-aged merchant in the crowd asked loudly. That's right, advisor Shun earned 60 billion ryo for the village. A nearby vendor chimed in. Tsunade-sama has been away from the village for over 10 years. hasn't she? Whispers surged like a tide, and Tsunade's smile froze on her face. She clenched her fists, her knuckles slightly white. She was the legendary Sannin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and a hero of the Second Great Ninja War. Tsunade thought for a moment and realized that Shun's achievements in the Third Great Ninja War were also very impressive, and he was quite good at causing trouble. He defeated Danzo, exposed the root base, and revealed the corruption of Hiruzen and others. Additionally, he publicly confronted Hiruzen, extorted 20 billion ryo from him, and distributed it to the ninjas returning from the Sunagakure battlefield. Recently, he also defeated Jiraiya, earning 60 billion ryo for the village, and was called the Konoha God of Wealth by the villagers. Tsunade thought about it carefully and realized that she really couldn't compare to that little troublemaker. No wonder the current villagers only had eyes for that Konoha God of Wealth, Shun. As Tsunade stopped speaking, the atmosphere around them became somewhat awkward. Shun, with a lazy smile on his face, slowly walked onto the podium. His voice was not loud, but it clearly spread throughout the plaza. "Fellow Konoha citizens, please be quiet." Seeing Shun take the stage, the crowd instantly fell silent. He spread his hands, his tone relaxed. This is a critical period for post-war reconstruction, and the village needs stability. If I become the 5th Hokage, it will convey to the outside world the image of the Uchiha dominating Konoha, which will hinder the future development of the village. That's why I suggested Tsunade become the 5th Hokage. So it was Advisor Shun who suggested Tsunade-sama become the 5th Hokage. Then there's no problem. Advisor Shun is so devoted to the village that he even gave up the position of Hokage. Advisor Shun is truly great. Tsunade secretly glanced at Shun, her eyes seeming to say, "You caused all this. Let's see how you'll clean it up." Shun paused, then continued to amplify his voice with chakra. "I hope everyone can support Tsunade-sama, just like me, and together build a better Konoha." After a brief silence, the applause finally grew enthusiastic. Tsunade looked sideways at Shun, her eyes complex. What exactly was he thinking? Was it just as he said before, to become the man of the Hokage? After the speech, many high-ranking Konoha officials returned to the meeting room. Tsunade sat in the Hokage chair, her hands clasped under her chin, her sharp gaze fixed on Shun opposite her. Her tone was slightly sarcastic. "Advisor Shun, since you're so popular and don't want to be Hokage, why don't you tell me what I should do next?" Shun leaned back lazily in his chair, smiling. "Hokage-sama is joking. The decision-making power is in your hands." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Oh, but you had quite a lot of suggestions in the plaza just now." Shun shrugged, just helping out a little. They stared at each other, sparks seemingly flying in the air. Shikaku cleared his throat, interrupting at the right moment. "Hokage-sama, let's discuss the current situation of the village first." He opened a document, his voice becoming somewhat heavy. In the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha lost 12,597 ninjas, and 1,358 were disabled. In addition, the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatain, and Mito clans evacuated, taking thousands of ninjas with them. Currently, Konoha has only 6,652 ninjas left, of which 122 are female and 2,430 are male. The gender ratio is severely imbalanced. Tsunade frowned deeply, asking with a worried expression, "What's the situation in the other ninja villages?" Seeing this, Shun quickly took over. Iwagakure has 8,307 people. Kimogakure has 7,140 people. Sunagakure has 5,736 people. And Kirigakure has 3,753 people. Upon hearing these numbers, Tsunade's expression grew even more solemn. Konoha, once the largest ninja village, had an undisputed status and strength. However, Konoha had now fallen to this state, which made Tsunade feel immense pain and disappointment. She sighed, slowly saying, "I never thought the Third Great Ninja War would leave the 5 great ninja villages in such a state, almost regressing 30 years. Shun gave Shikaku a look, but the latter pretended not to see it, and lowered his head to drink tea. He could only call him out directly. Advisor Shikaku, do you have any suggestions? Shikaku immediately understood. He is suddenly acting so enthusiastic. He's not trying to make me take the blame, is he? Seeing him not answer, Shun's smile deepened. I've recently become very interested in shadow imitation jutsu. Why don't we spar after the meeting? Shikaku's expression tightened slightly, and he immediately said seriously, because of Hiruzen, we lost 2,247 children on the Kirigakure battlefield, which means the students in the Ninja Academy are all only 6 to 8 years old, so we can't count on Ninja Academy graduates for the next 3 years. Seeing that his threat had worked, Shun's lips curled slightly upward. His gaze fell on Shikaku, and he continued to press. So, Advisor Shikaku, do you have any specific solutions for this problem? Shikaku pondered for a moment and said, short-term solution. We could consider absorbing idle ninja clans from outside. This would not only increase our manpower, but also bring some new ninjutsu and tactics. Shun nodded, agreeing. Since you mentioned a short-term solution, there must also be a long-term solution. Shikaku took a deep breath and continued. Long-term solution. We need to encourage marriage and childbirth, especially for widowed female ninjas. They should be encouraged to remarry. After all, the offspring of ninja often have better ninja talent. At the same time, we should also encourage male ninjas to take more wives and concubines. At this point, Shikaku paused slightly. After all, there are more female ninjas than male ninjas in the village right now. If we don't take measures, population growth will be limited. Getting the answer he wanted, Shun showed a satisfied smile. He praised, as expected of Konoha's top strategist, your suggestions are very practical and feasible. Rebelling against the daimyo? Tsunade's gaze, sharp as a surgeon's knife, swept back and forth across Shun and Shikaku's faces. She was all too familiar with this trick. Shun was bravado of a troublemaker. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Shun siegernis surelihid ulterior motives. Shun, are you trying to use this as an opportunity to take a wife and concubines? And that's why you're making advisor Shikaku be the scapegoat? Tsunade deliberately emphasized the words take a wife and concubines. Although Tsunade had hit the nail on the head, Shun had already prepared an excuse. He suddenly showed a shy smile, his voice taking on the awkwardness of a young man. Tsunade-sama, youre joking. I'm only 17. I'm still too young. I need to focus on my training for now. He lowered his eyelashes, casting small shadows on his cheeks, Centuredo. Suddenly spoke, Shun-sama makes a good point. For the future of the village, we really need to be flexible. I've also heard that many women who lost their partners after the war have become depressed. Unkai also chimed in. Tetsu pulled out a roll of promotional posters and said, recently, our propaganda department has also produced some posters encouraging childbirth, featuring heartwarming families. Enough. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, her voice echoing through the room. She saw the fleeting curve at the corner of Shun's lips. That was the expression of someone whose scheme had succeeded. The meeting room fell into a dead silence. Tsunade looked around at the men's feigned, serious faces and suddenly realized she was standing in a carefully woven net. She took a deep breath, squeezing out words through gritted teeth. The proposal is approved, but with restrictions. First, the woman must consent voluntarily. Second, Shikaku quickly recorded, as if granted a great pardon, his pen scratching on the paper, like a pre-planned rain. Shun watched Tsunade's outburst, wanting to immediately change the subject. Advisor Shikaku, could you please calculate how much money Iwagakure and Kimogakure spent attacking the Land of Fire during the Third Great Ninja War? Shikaku lightly tapped his forehead, pondering for a moment, and said, war materials, medicine, wages, casualty compensation, conservatively estimated at over 100 billion ryo. Shun showed a meaningful smile and said, which means even the 5 great nations, if they don't have the support of the daimyo, don't have the ability to wage war externally because the village's finances simply cannot sustain a war. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the room. finally returning to Tsunade. Advisor Shikaku, please calculate again. Before the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had 24,163 ninjas. With these ninjas, how many ordinary soldiers could we defeat? Shikaku unconsciously tapped the table and said, "That's hard to calculate, but a ninja's chakra is limited. I estimate we could defeat over 1 million ordinary soldiers." Shun leaned his hands on the conference table, his voice carrying a sense of pressure. "So, have any of you ever considered who was the mastermind behind the Third Great Ninja War?" Low murmurs filled the room, and even the usually calm Shikaku frowned. Shun didn't give them much time to think. Suppose you were the daimyo of various countries, and there are over 1 million soldiers within your country that you don't control. How would you deal with them? The answer is to weaken and eliminate them. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room gasped. How to reasonably weaken and eliminate them? That is to instigate war, letting the enemy's forces eliminate and weaken this power. So this is the truth of the Third Great Ninja War. The daimyo of the 5 great nations used money to instigate the war, making the great ninja villages fight and deplete each other, thereby achieving their goals. The conference room erupted in an uproar, and Hayashi and Shikaku exchanged a meaningful glance. Even Tsunade showed a shocked expression. Shun continued. Hiruzen, Koharu, Hamura, Danzo, and others governed for 32 years and saw through the hidden secrets. So, during the Third Great Ninja War, they allowed their clansmen to slack off if they could and do nothing if they could. Only people like us were seriously fighting, being depleted, being killed. Tsunade's fist slammed on the table again. "Shun, don't you dare say another word." Shun did not back down. "I am merely stating facts. If the number of ninjas increases too much, they will be suspected by the daimyo. Kirigakure's strict graduation policy, where graduates must defeat a classmate, isn't that controlling the number of ninjas? And there's Sunagekyure's elite policy." Unkai spoke with rare seriousness in his voice. "Shun, what should we do then? Continue to be the daimyo's sword, waiting to be used again?" The meeting room fell silent once more. The wind outside suddenly picked up, making the windows rattle, as if foretelling an impending storm. Shun suddenly said, "The vast land of the Land of Fire was conquered by our ancestors led by the first Hokage, Hashirama. Now we, their descendants, have become the daimyo's targets for liquidation. He has now recruited over 5,000 ninjas, and there will only be more in the future. Konoha will be liquidated sooner or later." So, he deliberately paused for a moment, letting everyone clear their minds. If there are no good suggestions, everyone should go back and think carefully. Note: do not leak the content discussed just now. The meeting is adjourned. Tsunade suddenly stood up, her right fist clenched. "Shun, are you trying to rebel against the daimyo? I am the Hokage. I haven't even adjourned the meeting. Why are you stealing my lines?" Facing Tsunade's wrath, Shun elegantly bowed and made a pleased gesture. "I invite our 5th Hokage, Princess Tsunade, to speak." Meeting adjourned. 5 years. At past midnight in Konoha, Shun stood in the forest, his Mangekyo Sharingan glowing faintly in the darkness. He formed a hand seal and murmured, "Shadow Clone Technique." A shadow clone leaped towards the outer gate of the Hokage residence, deliberately letting the patrolling Umbu detect him. Just as he expected, 2 Umbu immediately gave chase. Shun's lips curved into a slight smile, and his main body transformed into a black shadow, moving swiftly along the shadows, reaching Tsunade's back window in a few bounds. The window was unlocked. This was their unspoken understanding. Shun slipped into the room as lightly as a falling leaf, making no sound whatsoever. "You're late." Tsunade's voice came from the depths of the bedroom, carrying a hint of lazy reproach. Shun took off his boots and walked down the corridor carpeted with soft rugs. The moonlight, filtered through the sheer curtains, cast a silvery blue glow over the room. Tsunade leaned against the headboard, her long blonde hair falling over her shoulders. Shun deliberately used a formal address, but his eyes twinkled with amusement. "My apologies, Hokage-sama. A few Umbu were particularly diligent, so I had to take a few detours. Perhaps I should learn the Flying Thunder God technique that would make it easier for me to come over. Tsunade snorted softly and patted the bed beside her. All right then, they'll get you the Flying Thunder God scroll tomorrow. I hope you can learn it. Shun walked over, but didn't immediately sit down. Instead, he stood by the bed and gently touched her cheek. For you, I will definitely learn Flying Thunder God, don't worry. Tsunade looked up at him, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. Today at the meeting, you were too aggressive. Shikaka later spoke with me for 2 whole hours. Shun kept his hands busy, lightly tapping her arm. But what I said was the truth, wasn't it? The daimyo are indeed exploiting us. Tsunade held his hand still and tried to calm him down. Truth doesn't mean it has to be said publicly. Konoha needs stability right now, not internal strife. Shun finally sat down next to Tsunade. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Stability is just a facade before the storm. The daimyo's faction have already recruited over 5,000 ninjas. Sooner or later, they will stir up trouble." Tsunade's posture visibly stiffened. "Then do you have a plan to deal with it? You cunning Uchih." Shun stepped closer, addressing her calmly. In this world, individual might still reign supreme. Tsunade stepped away from him and walked to the window, the moonlight shining down on the scene. "What are you trying to say? Or are you planning to take action against a daimyo?" Shun stood up and placed his hands gently on her shoulders. "Not in the short term. The daimyo recruiting over 5,000 people is just the beginning. To reach a scale that can contend with the 5 great ninja villages, it will take at least another 5 years." He noticed Tsunade tremble slightly, whether from the cool night or from this news. He wasn't sure. Shun stepped closer and spoke in a low voice near her. "We have at least 5 years to prepare, enough to make Konoha stronger, and enough to implement some necessary reforms." Tsunade turned to face him, her expression unusually serious in the moonlight. "What are your so-called reforms? A complete break from the daimyo system? What about Konoha's economic source then?" Shun didn't answer immediately. Instead, Shun spoke confidently. "We can establish a new economic system. Konoha has the best medical ninjas, the best ninjas. We don't need to rely entirely on daimyo's funding." Tsunade looked at him intently. "You are proposing an economic revolution, not just ordinary reforms." Shun placed his hand firmly on the table. "Call it whatever you want. What's important is that we must start acting, not sit around waiting for the daimyo to make the first move." Tsunade stood firm, raising her hand to halt him at a critical moment. "What if I don't agree with your radical plan?" Shun grasped Tsunade's wrist firmly and spoke his counterpoint directly, insisting on the urgency of decisive action. "Then I will continue to oppose you in meetings, and, at night, I will stand by your side." Tsunade chuckled warmly, her smile softening. Shun leaned closer and whispered, "In public, I am your opposition. In private, I will always stand by you." Cinchureto, 5 years. "Are you sure we have that much time?" Shun toyed with a strand of her hair, saying, "The daimyo needs time to integrate those ragtag ninjas. And we can plant a few people inside." Tsunade suddenly looked up and said, "You sent Uchih to infiltrate the daimyo's mansion?" Shun smiled mysteriously and said, "Not just Uchih, but also some outcasts from other clans. They willingly serve Konoha." Tsunade sat up, adjusting her robe over her shoulders. "You made so many arrangements behind my back." Shun also sat up. "Some things, the fewer people who know, the better. Even the Hokage is no exception. Trust me, just as I trust you." The moonlight shifted to the other side of the bed, Tsunade's face falling into shadow, her expression unreadable. After a long moment, she sighed and lay back down. "Starting tomorrow, I will gradually adjust the village's economic structure." Cinchureto left by the second Hokage, Tobarama, spread out before him. The dense annotations on the scroll revealed countless attempts and failures by predecessors. The first hurdle, advanced Fuinjutsu. No wonder so many people couldn't learn the Flying Thunder God. Fuinjutsu is an application of yin-yang release, with an extremely high learning threshold, and advanced Fuinjutsu is only the first hurdle for the Flying Thunder God. The second hurdle is perception, requiring the ability to remotely communicate with the flying thunder god mark using mental energy, thereby activating a reverse summoning technique to summon the user to the marked location. If he relied on Divine Eye, it should meet this condition, but the inability to use it in a normal state would be a significant drawback. The third hurdle is spatial talent. The summoning technique uses a blood contract summoning formula to achieve cross-spatial summoning. But the Flying Thunder God mark is just chakra, so it requires stronger spatial talent to achieve one-way perception and traction. His finger gently traced the text on the scroll, surprised by how many learning hurdles the Flying Thunder God had. Shun only knew low-level Fuinjutsu, and advanced Fuinjutsu was his weakness, so he was stuck at the first hurdle. At this moment, the door to the secret room was gently pushed open, and Tsunade's figure appeared at the doorway, her blonde hair flowing like molten gold in the candlelight. Her voice carried a hint of reproach. "I heard you've been locked in here for 2 days, not even going to the military police force?" Shun didn't look up, still staring at the scroll. "I've roughly understood the operating principle of the Flying Thunder God. But this isn't a body flicker technique in the traditional sense. Its essence is a combination of advanced Fuinjutsu, advanced perception, advanced spatial talent." Tsunade raised an eyebrow and sat down beside him. "Are you encountering any difficulties?" Shun finally looked up, pointing to a complex jutsu pattern on the scroll. "I lack knowledge of advanced Fuinjutsu, so I don't understand the Fuinjutsu diagram here." Tsunade leaned in to examine it, her hair falling onto Shun's shoulder, carrying a faint fragrance. This jutsu is a variant of the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu, composed of multiple layers of sealing formulas stacked together. The first layer, the lowest layer, this jutsu serves to store chakra. The second layer seals the reverse summoning technique formula. Pay attention to this node. It's connected to the first layer. The third layer seals a barrier-specific circuit. It should act as an alert, able to perceive the spatial environment within 2 meters. The fourth layer seals a self-destruct module. If broken by Barato, it will self-destruct. The fifth layer seals a communication formula. It should act as a switch. The sixth layer seals a charging module. When the Flying Thunder God mark's chakra is depleted, it needs to be recharged. Shun suddenly grabbed Tsunade's wrist and asked, "Tsunade, you even know this?" Tsunade gently pulled away and said, "My grandmother was the princess of the Uzumaki clan. I mastered this kind of advanced Fuinjutsu when I was 12. She pointed to the most complex part of the scroll. Advanced Fuinjutsu requires extremely high chakra control to compress chakra to its extreme, almost to the point of solidification." Shun's eyes lit up, compressing chakra to its extreme. Tsunade sighed helplessly. "We should discuss the rest of this training together, and it'll teach you chakra compression techniques. Now your eyes are bloodshot, you need to rest." Shun wanted to argue, but couldn't help but yawn. That night, Shun appeared in Tsunade's bedroom on time. Tsunade took out the first Hokage's green crystal necklace and said, "The higher the quality of chakra, the more realistic the things created become, like Kekei Genkais, such as ice release and crystal release. This green crystal necklace was made by my grandfather, Hashirama, using his chakra. Feel the chakra within the green crystal." Shun activated his Mangekyo, observing the green crystal with Divine Eye. The quality of each chakra is very high, and every 12 chakra are arranged in an orderly pattern, like countless military formations composed of chakra. The arrangement of these military formations is extremely tight and orderly, hard to imagine. Tsunade began to explain, "You have the Mangekyo Sharingan, so your chakra quality is also very high. The difference lies in the arrangement of the chakra." Shun observed intently. Then a ball of chakra formed in his palm, but it was far less solid than Tsunade's. Tsunade evaluated without mercy, "Your chakra quality is even higher than mine, but your control over chakra is too low, so your chakra is very loose. You need to make each of your chakra like obedient soldiers before you can proceed to the next step." Shun closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, The Mangekyo in his eyes began to spin. The chakra in his palm immediately arranged itself obediently. Tsunade praised him, which was rare. You were cheating with your Mangekyo's ocular power. Never mind. As I said before, stack the 6 layers of the Flying Thunder God's Fuinjutsu together. With Shun's continuous output of Mangekyo ocular power, the first Flying Thunder God mark Kanai was successfully created. Immediately after, he formed hand seals, summoned a shadow clone, and had the shadow clone take the Kanai and run out of the room to test its perception. As the shadow clone ran further and further, Shun's perception of the Flying Thunder God mark became increasingly blurry. If I don't use the Mangekyo ocular technique, once it exceeds 100 meters, I can't sense the Flying Thunder God mark anymore. It's a bit lacking. Shun activated his Mangekyo again. Shinchirito Shun closed his eyes and mused. I succeeded, but it requires Mangekyo assistance. Otherwise, my Flying Thunder God mark can only be used within 100 meters. After speaking, he walked towards Tsunade, reaching out to gesture as he explained his technique. Tsunade brushed his hands aside, but couldn't hide her interest in hearing Barato about his jutsu. It's good that you succeeded. You can continue practicing later. By the way, with Mangekyo assistance, how far can you use the Flying Thunder God? Shun smiled confidently, his gaze piercing through layers of trees. My Mangekyo ocular technique. Divine Eye, you can think of it as an enhanced Byakugan, capable of seeing 72 kilometers away. So after using it, I can use the Flying Thunder God within a 72-kilometer radius. Tsunade crossed her arms and said, This is already further than Minato's Flying Thunder God. By the way, I helped you complete the Flying Thunder God. How are you going to reward me? Shinchirito and Konoha was enveloped in a profound stillness. Shun lay on his side in bed, propping his head with one hand, quietly watching Tsunade sleeping soundly beside him. Her blonde hair was spread on the pillow, and a faint blush still lingered on her fair cheeks. Shinchirito 128,500 as expected. It's still too low. Shun mused inwardly. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the bedsheet as he pondered how to get stronger. His Uzumaki sage body, advanced, had already made his chakra reserves far exceed ordinary people's. If he could advance further, he might be able to awaken Kagura Mind's Eye. At that time, even without relying on the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would be able to freely use the Flying Thunder God technique within tens of kilometers. But currently, his Flying Thunder God was still at the elementary level, and the biggest problem was insufficient practical combat experience. He needed to find a suitable opponent to hone his skills, and that person could only be Minato. Minato, you'll have to put up with me for a while. A dangerous smile curled at the corner of Shun's lips. The morning light was faint, and Konoha was just waking up. Early risers were already bustling in the streets, and the aroma of breakfast wafted through the air. Shun stood in front of Minato's house, a smile on his face. The door opened with a creak, and Minato walked out, rubbing his eyes, his yellow hair particularly dazzling in the sunlight. He saw Shun, paused for a moment, then showed his signature sunny smile. Ahaha! Advisor Shun, is there something you need so early? Shun smiled slightly, his tone relaxed. Minato, I want to spar with you. Minato scratched his head, a bit troubled. Well, Advisor Shun, I have a mission report to write today, so I might not have time. Shun raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Oh, that's a shame. Then I'll go chat with Kushina. Minato's smile instantly froze, a cold sweat bead appearing on his forehead. Shun pretended to ponder and continued. Speaking of which, I think Kushina is pretty fun to talk to now, so I also want to pursue her. Minato immediately raised his hand to interrupt, the smile on his face already gone. He said with a hint of nervousness and caution, Wait, sparring, right? No problem. Let's go to the training ground now. A triumphant gleam flashed in Shun's eyes. That's more like it, Minato. The two quickly arrived at Konoha's training ground. A playful smile lingered on Shun's lips. He had just successfully provoked Minato by threatening him with Kushina. Now, Minato had eyes as sharp as blades. His voice also became deep and dangerous. Advisor Shun, some jokes are best not made. Shun spread his hands, confidently smiling. Good battle intent. I'm happy to see you like this. I hope you can make me enjoy the fun of battle in our upcoming spar. Seeing his opponent act so arrogant, Minato stopped wasting words and instantly pulled out over 20 specially made Flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja tool pouch, throwing them in various directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The kunai rained down on Shun. At the same time, Minato's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a yellow afterimage in the air. Almost as soon as the kunai flew out, he had already appeared beside Shun. The kunai in his hand pointed directly at Shun's throat. However, a voice rang out. Minato, you're too slow. Shun's Mangekyo Sharingan instantly activated, and Minato's movements seemed to slow down several times in his eyes. His figure flickered like a ghost, precisely dodging every kunai, even predicting Minato's landing spot the moment he teleported. What? Minato's pupils contracted, his heart filled with shock. Besides the fourth Raikage, he had never encountered an opponent who could keep up with the speed of Flying Thunder God. However, before he could adjust his tactics, Shun had already appeared behind him. Bang! A heavy elbow strike landed on Minato's back, the powerful impact sending him flying. Minato barely adjusted his posture in midair, his feet dragging 2 long marks on the ground before he managed to stabilize himself. He wiped his barato with the back of his hand, his expression grim. Cough! He can actually predict the landing spot of Flying Thunder God? However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Dojutsu, Divine Acceleration. Shun's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly lit up, his speed instantly doubling, almost turning into a black afterimage. Minato didn't even have time to react before he felt a sharp pain from his side. Boom! Minato was swept by a whip kick, his body rapidly flying backward. A moment later, Minato, holding his waist, quickly got up, forcing a wry smile. Advisor Shun, are you here to spar or to murder? Shun smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Minato, use your full power, attack me with Flying Thunder God. Minato's breathing became rapid. He vaguely felt that his opponent was secretly learning his techniques. I must end this battle. Minato made up his mind, throwing 12 Flying Thunder God kunai simultaneously. His figure transformed into a yellow flash, constantly teleporting between the kunai, attacking Shun from various angles. In response, Shun threw 3 kunai. When Minato attacked Shun, his kunai passed directly through. What he had attacked was an afterimage. What? Minato's internal alarm bells rang loudly, but it was too late. He felt a cold touch against his back. Shun whispered in his ear, Minato, you rely too much on visual judgment. You also know Flying Thunder God? Minato's eyes widened, turning his head in disbelief. Shun chuckled proudly. A little. Boom! Minato was once again heavily struck and sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground behind him. Amidst the swirling dust, he slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, his yellow hair covered in dust, looking disheveled. The battle ended. Shun closed his Mangekyo Sharingan, looking at the system panel with satisfaction. Flying Thunder God Technique, Intermediate, 516-1000, he said in a cheerful mood. Not bad, quite fruitful. Minato, we'll continue tomorrow. Minato sighed. Tomorrow we still have to continue? Then my future. Won't it be a complete darkness? Going to Ran, as the morning light pierced through the thin mist, Shun was already standing in the center of the training ground. Between his slender fingers, a kunai with the Flying Thunder God mark spun. The training ground guard brought a note. Shun raised his hand to catch it. On it was Minato's distinctive, rounded handwriting. Urgent mission out. Well, fight another day. Minato, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smirk on his lips. Ran away. The note ignited in his palm with an orange-red flame, eventually disappearing. Heh, out on a mission, interesting. I've been a bit bored recently anyway. The wooden door of the mission dispatch office let out a harsh creaking sound. The two Chunin on duty jolted awake, one of them even knocking over a teacup. Shun-sama. The young Chunin fumbled to straighten his forehead protector as tea spread across the table, soaking several mission scrolls. Shun ignored their panic. His fingers tapped on the sandalwood counter, producing a crisp dong-dong sound. The Chunin on duty's Adam's apple bobbed, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Tell me the details of Minato's mission. This isn't a request, it's an order. One of the Chunin on duty hesitated, saying, according to regulations, this requires Hokage-sama's approval. Shun's Mangekyo, Sharingan, rotated slightly, and the Chunin's gaze immediately became unfocused, his barato trembling uncontrollably. Thal ran Ancient Kingdom. S-rank mission. Members include Choza, Aburame Shibi. Let me see Queen SRA of Rand's mission request. Another young Chunin frantically pulled out a piece of parchment with golden edges. With the scroll in hand, body flicker technique activated. After he left, the parchment he unfolded contained a passage of text. Anro-Kuzan is actually the Sunagakure rogue ninja Makade, who has poisoned me. Request Konoha to quickly send ninja to slay this fiend and save my daughter. SRA Shun looked at the rising sun, narrowing his eyes slightly. They've already departed. At their usual pace, Minato's squad will need at least 24 hours to reach Ran. If I fly there in Seraph form, it will only take a maximum of 2 hours, so there's still time. He quickly returned to the military police force office and formed hand signs. Shadow clone technique. A shadow clone emerged from the smoke, meeting his gaze and singing unwillingly, "Working man, working soul, working is above all." Listening to the shadow clone's complaints, Shun smiled slightly. He infused a large amount of chakra, so this shadow clone, used for work, could last at least 48 hours. Immediately after, with the Flying Thunder God technique, he appeared outside Konoha. Seraph, activate. In an instant, the air behind him twisted, and 3 pairs of blazing white flame wings burst forth from his body. Each wing was composed of highly concentrated chakra, with golden yellow flames flickering at the edges. The 3 pairs of flame wings vibrated simultaneously, creating a visible sonic boom cloud. Several ninjas who were doing morning exercises looked up in terror, only seeing a white light pierce through the clouds, leaving a long-lasting trail in the azure sky. What was that? Who could be flying so fast? The murmurs were quickly left behind. Shun ascended continuously until the clouds were beneath his feet, spread out like cotton. Mach 3. He adjusted his angle, and his entire barato shot southward like an arrow. The intense G barato would be enough to devastate an ordinary person from the inside out, but for him, possessing the Uzumaki Sage, it was merely a slight discomfort. Soon, the outline of the ancient kingdom Ran gradually appeared on the horizon. He landed on the outskirts of the city, and his flame wings transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air. It is said that Princess Isare is only 18 years old, young and beautiful. Divine Eye. The patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan glowed with an eerie red light in the darkness. Through layers of walls, he quickly pinpointed the location of the prince's bedchamber. Shun's figure moved through the corridor like a ghost, without triggering any mechanisms. Inside the bedchamber, the 18-year-old SRA was sound asleep, her long red hair spread across the silk pillow. Shun gently nudged her awake. "Your Highness." Seeing a strange man sitting by her bedside, SRA immediately screamed and shrank back in terror, her black eyes wide with fear. She held the bedding tightly and pulled it close. Shun released her, stepping back half a step and holding his hands up to show he meant no harm. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to help you." "Help me?" Shra's voice was small and shaky. She curled up in the corner of the bed, her red hair messy around her face, still wearing her sleepwear. Moonlight filtered through the gauze curtain, casting fragmented light spots on her pale face. Shun noticed her right hand secretly reaching under the pillow, where a jewel-encrusted dagger was hidden. He pretended not to notice this small movement, simply placing the parchment on the brocade quilt. Your mother's handwriting, you should recognize it. Sra's trembling fingers traced the parchment, and she suddenly froze upon seeing a particular mark. Anro-Kuzan is actually the Sunagakure rogue ninja Mukade who has poisoned me. Request Konoha to quickly send ninja to slay this fiend and save my daughter Isare. That was a secret mark unique to the royal family, a tiny wavy pattern hidden in the last stroke of the character Ran. This mark, only successive queens of Ran knew about it. Did Mother encrypt this information before her death? A tear fell onto the parchment. Isare grabbed Shun's wrist and said, "Take me to see the truth now." This seemingly delicate princess possessed an astonishing stubbornness at her core. In the gloomy underground factory, Sra's pearl slippers were already stained with oil. When she saw the hunched old craftsman, she suddenly broke free from Shun's hand and rushed over. She supported the old man, tears washing away the coal dust on her face. "Grandpa Kazuha, weren't you home recovering?" Tears welled up in the old man's cloudy eyes. "Princess, I was by Anro-Kuzan." Before he finished speaking, the entire underground space shook violently. Shun wrapped an arm around Sra's waist and leaped backward as a huge rock crashed down where they had just stood. "Hide!" He pushed Isare towards the clone protection circle, while he himself faced the puppet giant emerging from the dust. However, Isare broke free from the protection and pressed a mechanism, causing a passage to suddenly open in the ground. She shouted to the fleeing workers, "Everyone, go this way. Run towards the west passage. It leads to the old palace." Shun's main body, in the midst of the fierce battle, glimpsed this scene, his pupils constricting slightly. This princess was far more interesting than he had imagined. Mukade's, and just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the end of the underground passage, accompanied by the clanking sound of metal joints. A tall figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Anro-Kuzan, or rather, the Sunagakure rogue ninja Mukade. His expression was cold, radiating a chilling Barato aura. "Princess Isare, you shouldn't have come here. And even less should you have brought Konoha ninja to disrupt my plan." His voice was low and distorted, grating like metal scraping. Shun sneered, "Hey, you boring guy, just surrender. You're weak, no match for me." Mukade let out a sinister laugh, slamming his hands onto the ground. "You're the most arrogant person I've ever met. Since you're so eager to die, Puppet Legion, activate. Rumble." The underground walls suddenly cracked open, and puppets continuously surged out from all sides. Soon, the puppets surrounded the area, blocking every escape route. Just by their numbers, there were probably thousands of puppets. They wielded sharp blades, their joints flexible, and their eyes glowed with a crimson light as they furiously charged at Shun. Shun sneered, rapidly forming hand seals. "Mere puppets dare to act so presumptuously before me?" Multiple shadow, clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Over 300 shadow clones instantly appeared. With his current chakra reserves, he could summon even more, but there was no more space around him. Shun said gently, "Princess Isare, quickly take them and leave. They'll handle things here." Isare shielded the citizens of Ran, directing them to leave. Boom! 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 The more than 300 shadow clones were quickly wiped out, but the people of Ran had already safely escaped. Looking at the somewhat stubborn princess, Shun frowned slightly. "Princess Isare, why aren't you leaving? It's very dangerous here." Isare stood beside him, feeling an inexplicable sense of security. She said with firm eyes, "I want to stay and fight with you." Shun picked up Isare and jumped to a safe area. "You haven't fallen for me, have you? Is that why you're looking for an excuse not to leave?" Sra's eyes flickered, and she was about to say something when countless puppet parts rapidly flew towards Mukade. Mukade's voice became distorted and insane. "Ha ha ha! I feel it. This is the power of the Ryumayaku. You Uchiha brat, you don't understand the greatness of this power." At this moment, his body was assembled from countless metal joints, with a dazzling purple crystal embedded in his chest. A continuous stream of energy poured into his body, making his chakra almost inexhaustible. Soon, he transformed into a giant puppet over 100 meters tall, his massive body crushing the entire palace. The giant puppet's arm smashed down, causing the entire underground palace to tremble, and large amounts of rubble began to fall. Shun once again picked up SRA, dodging the falling debris. Seeing this scene like a doomsday catastrophe, SRA leaned against him, her heart pounding rapidly. The 100-meter-tall giant puppet, which Mukade had transformed into, let out a maniacal laugh like grinding metal. "It's useless. You Uchiha brat. Your power is indeed great. But now I'm even stronger than you." Shun clapped his hands together, summoning over 300 shadow clones. These shadow clones quickly charged at the giant puppet. They bypassed the puppet's defenses, striking the giant puppet's chest with punch after punch. Super strength, super strength, super strength. The giant puppet kept cracking like a broken biscuit, then constantly healed. Boom! 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 Ha ha! You Uchiha brat, your power is indeed great, but you can't defeat me. SRA was horrified to discover that each time the giant puppet was destroyed and revived, it would become even larger. She trembled as she looked at Shun. His power is growing stronger and stronger. Shun didn't even frown. A boring trick, just a clumsy use of Ryamaikus energy. If I wasn't considering that this is the city center, I would have killed him already. The entire underground space began to shake again. Countless puppet parts flew in from all directions, and the giant puppet grew another 40 meters taller. Mukade's voice was like grinding metal, harsh and arrogant. "What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger, right? As long as the Ryamayaku exists, I am immortal, and your chakra will eventually run out. The ultimate victory will belong to me." The giant puppet's arms bravado down suddenly. The ground instantly cracked, and rubble flew everywhere. Shun picked up SRA, dodging bravado. Feeling Stra's bravado tremble slightly in his arms, he held her closer and spoke softly. "Don't be afraid. I'm here for everything." SRA was slightly stunned. Then her face turned red. Shun used super strength to throw a flying thunder god kunai into the distance, then took out another flying thunder god kunai and shot it at the giant puppet. He looked up at the colossal creature, a cold sneer on his lips. "Immortal? What if I cut off your connection to the Ryamayaku?" Mukade controlled his massive arms, clapping them together from left and right, just like swatting a mosquito. Splat! "You Uchiha brat. You're like an annoying little mosquito. I can make countless mistakes, but if you make just one, I can sweat you dead." Even while holding SRA, Shun's movements were extremely fast. He dodged the attack and said with a smile, "Princess SRA, don't be afraid. It'll show you what true power is." SRA eyes widened as she watched Shun rapidly form hand seals, and then the giant puppet in front of them suddenly vanished. And in the distance, a giant puppet was falling from the sky. Immediately after, both of them also disappeared from their spot, appearing high above the outskirts of the city. Their bodies rapidly plummeted from over 1,600 meters in the sky. The intense sensation of weightlessness made Stra's heart pound. "Princess SRA, don't you think this is exciting?" Suddenly, a giant Susanoo appeared in midair. Soon, the giant puppet hit the ground, and Susanoo's feet landed precisely on the giant puppet's waist, crushing it in half. Mukade let out a mournful shriek. "No, I won't accept this. The Ryamayaku is mine. Ran is mine." Shun held SRA and said, "Everything should end now." Susanoo raised its great sword, slicing the giant puppet in two. Without the support of the Ryamayakus energy, the giant puppet's body began to collapse, its parts falling off one by one. Boom! 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 The giant puppet completely collapsed, and Mukade's true body fell from the wreckage, barely clinging to life. SRA looked at the dying Mukade, her eyes filled with anger and sadness. She tremblingly asked, "Why? Why did you betray Ran?" Mukaid struggled to lift his head, revealing a twisted smile. Haha, Ran is just a tool. The power of the reminder that is the true. He died before he could finish his sentence. Sra's feelings for Shun the battle ended, and Shun withdrew his Susanoo, landing steadily on the ground with SRA in his arms. As he looked down at SRA in his arms, a tender emotion welled up in his heart. Sra's face was as pale as paper, and her hands tightly clutched Shun's sleeve as if it were the last straw of her life. My people are hiding in the underground palace. I wonder, how are they doing now? Sra's voice trembled, filled with fear and worry. Shun gently pulled her into his arms, offering her comfort with his warm arms. He smiled and said, "They're just buried underground. They're all still alive. I'll take you back now." He had left a flying thunder god mark in the center of the Ran earlier, so he embraced SRA and used the flying thunder god technique, instantly returning to the front of the palace. The once magnificent royal palace was now unrecognizable. Earlier, Mukaid's giant puppet transformation had reduced the palace to ruins. Susanoo. Shun's eyes shed bloody tears, but the orange Susanoo, like a mountain, once again rose from the ground. The Susanoo was like a gentle guardian deity, its huge hands slowly extended, gently pushing aside the collapsed palace. As the rubble and other debris were gradually moved away, a hidden underground shelter slowly appeared before the people's eyes. "Your Highness, it's Princess SRA." When the people of Ran struggled out from under the ruins and saw SRA standing on Susanoo's forehead, a glimmer of hope instantly flashed in their eyes, and they excitedly called out. SRA stood on Susanoo's forehead, looking down at the once tall palace, now reduced to ruins. Her eyes gradually turned red, and tears welled up. She turned to look at Shun, seeing the continuous bloody tears flowing from his eyes, and a deep sense of emotion surged in her heart again. She took a deep breath, wrapped her arms around Shun's neck, and held him close with deep gratitude. "Thank you for saving me and my people." Shun did not reply, but simply controlled Susanoo to continue clearing the ruins, rescuing the trapped citizens one by one from beneath the rubble. Several young children timidly crawled out, and one girl stumbled, about to trip over the rubble. "Be careful." SRA quickly stepped forward and steadily supported her. The little girl looked up, saw the prince's gentle smile, and tears instantly welled up. "Your Highness, I'm so scared." SRA gently ruffled her hair and softly comforted her. "It's okay. You're safe now." Shun stood by, quietly watching this scene. Time quickly came to noon, and the people of Ran gathered together, some distributing food, some tending to the injured, and others softly praying. When they saw Shun approaching, they all stopped what they were doing, their gazes filled with awe and gratitude. "That's the Konoha Ninja-sama. I heard he defeated Amrokuzan all by himself. He also saved all of us." Shun paid no attention to these discussions, walking directly to a bonfire at the edge of the camp. SRA was sitting there, holding a bowl of hot soup. Seeing him approach, she quickly stood up and asked, "Shun-sama, are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat." "No need," Shun said indifferently, sitting down beside her. SRA blinked, then suddenly handed him the soup bowl in her hand. "Then, this is for you." Shun glanced at her, but did not take it. SRA quickly explained, "I've already had some. This is a fresh serving." Shun was silent for a moment, then finally took the bowl and took a sip. SRA secretly observed his expression, and seeing his brow slightly furrowed, she couldn't help but ask, "Does it not taste good? Too salty?" SRA then remembered that in Ran, more salt is customarily added to replenish the vitality lost in the desert. I'm sully. I forgot you're not used to it. Ran is currently short on supplies, so we can only prepare these," she said apologetically. Shun took the tray and said indifferently, "It's enough." SRA sat beside him, and the two ate lunch in silence. Sunlight streamed through the broken palace dome, casting a soft glow on her hair. She suddenly spoke, her voice very soft, yet very firm. "Shun-sama, I have something to say to you." Shun looked at her sideways, waiting for her to continue. SRA took a deep breath, raised her head, and her glass-like eyes looked directly at him. I like you. I know to you. I'm just a weak princess, even needing your protection to survive. SRA looked at his profile and suddenly smiled. Shun-sama, actually, when you smile, you look very gentle. As the sun set, the ruins of Ran were bathed in gold. SRA stood on a high place, looking at the busy crowd below, and softly asked, Shun-sama, will you stay in Ran? Shun did not answer immediately, but instead asked, do you want me to stay? Why? SRA lowered her head, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Because I want to be with you. At night, SRA carefully walked through the corridor and quietly knocked on Shun's door. In her hand, she held a bottle of precious Ran royal wine, which she had specially retrieved from the royal cellar. The label on the bottle showed that this wine was over 100 years old, a treasure treasured by the royal family. SRA gently pushed open the door, and a faint fragrance filled the room. Shun was sitting on a chair by the window, his figure outlined by the moonlight in a slender silhouette. SRA called softly, with a playful note in her voice, Shun-sama, will you have a drink with me? She blinked her big eyes, which sparkled with anticipation. As someone experienced, Senshirado Shun looked at Sara's confident appearance and couldn't help but feel a little curious. He raised his wine glass, took a small sip, and felt the rich aroma of the wine spread in his mouth. Seeing this, Sarah also quickly picked up her wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. However, she had clearly underestimated the strength of this bottle of wine. After half a glass, her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, and she began to feel dizzy. She staggered over to Shun's side and leaned against his barato. Shun-sama, I like you so much. Sra's voice was slurred, but the emotion within it was exceptionally sincere, and her shy face also carried a hint of charm. Queen Esra picked up her wine glass and, after drinking only half of it, looked completely intoxicated. Her eyes became somewhat hazy, and her originally bright gaze now held a touch of blurriness. Shun understood what was happening, and the corners of his barato curved slightly into a faint smile. He slowly stood up, walked beside SRA, and then carefully extended his hands to help her to her feet. SRA hesitated briefly, but she did not resist, instead standing calmly beside Shun. Shun carried SRA, walking steadily through the living room and into her room. He carefully placed SRA on the soft bed, then gently covered her with a quilt. Just as he turned to leave, SRA suddenly seemed to realize something, and her heart tightened. She stopped feigning sleep, urgently stretched out her hands, Senshirado, as if carrying endless tenderness and longing. At this moment, Shun felt Sra's sincerity, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. He slowly closed his eyes, responding to Sra's warm affection, and his hands gently held her close. They shared a tender moment together. Senshirado, after they had both changed into comfortable clothes, Shun couldn't help but notice Esra and felt impressed by her appearance. Even though she couldn't compare to Tsunade, she was still striking in her own way. She was certainly not lacking in presence. Noticing Shun's gaze, SRA was a little embarrassed and tried to turn away. While Shun saw SRA in that moment, SRA felt the same. She got even barato red in the face than she already was. It looked like someone had poured warm water over her. Shun didn't know if it was his imagination, but he saw steam rising from the barato of her head. Seeing the creature near his legs, she was startled. What is that going to be used for? Will it even work? While she was worrying, Shun walked towards her and said, You'll need to step aside. Oh, okay. Senshirado, it hurts. In response, Shun gently comforted her, Don't worry. This pain is just temporary. It will pass soon. Trust me. SRA nodded, her eyes full of unwavering belief in Shun. I trust you. But first I want a hug. Shun smiled. Anything for my queen. He leaned down and gently held her close. He did his best to distract her from her discomfort, offering gentle reassurance to help her feel at ease. As time passed, SRA started to feel Barato comfortable with Shun's presence. Noticing this, Shun adjusted his approach carefully, responding to her cues. When he thought she was ready, Centurato Affection 10, Ryomayaka Chakra Affinity 0.5, Time Talent 0.2. Ding! Partner, Shra's affection has reached 100. Congratulations, you have received Skill Fusion Count 1. Seeing the special reward from the system, Shun was a little surprised. He really wanted to do it a few more times, but SRA had been pushing herself beyond her limits and could barely stay awake, so she fell into a deep sleep. Shun, still full of restless energy, looked at the sleeping SRA and quietly took a step back, letting her rest without interruption. The morning sun, filtering through the sheer curtains, spilled into Shra's bedroom. As Shun opened his eyes, he smelled a sweet aroma. He turned his head and found a delicate breakfast on the small table by the bed. Golden honey-roasted cakes, fresh fruit salad, and a steaming cup of olive tea. Beside it was a note with elegant handwriting. Good morning, Shun. Be full of vitality today. To Sarah. Shun washed up, then picked up a roasted cake and took a bite. The sweetness was just right, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The corners of his lips curved slightly as he thought, this princess is quite good at taking care of people. Just then, the door was gently pushed open, and SRA poked half her head in, her eyes sparkling. Is it delicious? Shun smiled gently. Delicious. SRA giggled and slipped in, sitting directly beside him. She leaned closer and asked expectantly, Centurato okay? As you wish. SRA happily hugged his arm and said, That's great. Then tomorrow I'll make heart-shaped roasted cakes. Suddenly, a guard rushed in, kneeling on one knee. Report. Several Konoha ninjas have arrived outside the city and request entry. SRA was startled and asked softly, Konoha ninja? Who could it be? Shun put down his teacup, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. Some late reinforcements. He stood up, pulling SRA up with him. Let's go, let's meet them. Sarah, holding his hand, had a slight blush on her cheeks, but quickly showed a mischievous smile. Shun, did you know they would come along? Shun did not answer. Only the corners of his lips curved slightly upwards. At the city gate, Minato, Choza, Shibi, and young Kakashi were waiting. Seriously, we were assigned this mission, but Advisor Shun got here first. Choza scratched his head, a little helpless. Minato smiled. After all, it's Advisor Shun. His actions are always astonishing. Kakashi, hands in his pockets, yawned lazily. As long as the mission is completed, it's fine. Just then, the city gates slowly opened, and Shun walked out, holding Shra's hand. Shun's tone was flat. Yo, youngsters, you're late. Minato and the others were stunned, their gazes falling simultaneously on their clasped hands. This is... Choza's eyes widened. Shra's cheeks were slightly red, but she quickly straightened her back, showing the elegant smile of a princess. Welcome to Ran. I am SRA. Shun glanced at her, then suddenly wrapped an arm around her, pulling her into his embrace, and announced to Minato and the others. But your timing is perfect. Today, SRA will be crowned Queen of Ran, and you can attend the coronation ceremony. Minato remained silent, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Shibi said nothing, standing quietly, seemingly indifferent to everything. Choza looked bewildered, asking in confusion, what exactly happened? Kakashi still had his dead fish eyes, and simply said, oh. Soon it was noon, and the Ran Royal Palace Square was already filled with a large crowd of people. They cheered excitedly, wave after wave, conveying the fervent anticipation of the people of Ran for Shra's coronation. Sarah, dressed in a magnificent golden robe and wearing a crown inlaid with Ryomayako crystals, slowly walked towards the high platform. Beside her, Shun, in a black robe, looked stern but always stood half a step behind her, like her most loyal guardian. Minato and the others stood in the viewing area, their feelings complex. I didn't expect Advisor Shun to conquer the queen in one day. Choza whispered, I think they're a good match. Shibi pushed up his sunglasses. Kakashi yawned. How do we write the mission report? Advisor Shun conveniently saved the nation of Ran, and then incidentally captured the heart of the queen? Minato gave a wry smile. Let's be more subtle. On the stage, SRA raised her scepter, her voice clear. Today, in the name of the Queen of Ran, I announce the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shun, shall become the protector of Ran, and together with me, govern this nation. The crowd bravado in enthusiastic cheers. Shun stood beside her, his gaze softening for a moment, and he whispered, Your Majesty, this is my honor. SRA gave his hand a quiet, reassuring hold beneath the crowd's gaze, her eyes full of sweetness. Sealing the Ryumayaku under the setting sun, on the highest terrace of the Ran Royal Palace. Shun slowly opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, and complex patterns slowly rotated in his crimson pupils. Through the vision of Divine Eye, every area of the entire city was revealed to him. Every building, every street, and even the crisscrossing energy veins underground were clearly visible. But now, the entire city only contained tens of thousands of ordinary Ran people, and the Minato team that had just arrived. Nothing at all. Why haven't they appeared? Shun's fingertips unconsciously tapped the stone railing. According to the original plot, Naruto and Captain Yamato should have appeared by now, but there was no sign of them. He felt some doubt. Did I change the future? Suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps came from behind him. SRA walked onto the terrace, holding up her skirt, her long red hair like a vibrant red rose in the setting sun. Shun, you've been standing here for a long time. Shun closed his Mangekyo Sharingan, and when he turned around, he had already regained his composure. It's nothing, I was just thinking about something. SRA keenly noticed the subtle furrow in his brow. She gently leaned closer and asked, Is it about those Konoha ninjas? In the distance, Minato was leading Kakashi and others, inspecting the traces of last night's battle. Soon, they finished their records and prepared to return to Konoha. Just as Minato and the others turned to leave, Shun suddenly shouted loudly, Minato, wait a moment. This sudden sound made Minato and the others stop in their tracks. He slowly turned around and asked doubtfully, Advisor Shun, do you have anything else? Shun smiled slightly. The power of the Ryumayaku has not yet fully stabilized. I need your help to apply a seal. Minato was slightly startled. This was not part of the mission. He seemed to say with some difficulty, but the mission has been completed, and Anro-Kuzan has already been eliminated by you. Shun suddenly became serious, speaking in an unquestionable tone. This is an order. Minato was silent for a moment. He was clearly somewhat helpless about this unreasonable order. But in the end, he still showed a faint smile and said, All right, since it's Advisor Shun's request, I will naturally comply. The Ryumayaku altar was deep underground, with purple energy currents winding and flowing on the huge stone platform, emitting a faint hum. Minato squatted at the edge of the altar, gently brushing the stone surface carved with ancient runes, trying to analyze their function. His voice echoed slightly in the empty underground space. The Ryumayaku's energy is indeed more active than imagined, but the previous few injutsu should be sufficient. Why is an additional seal needed? Shun and SRA stood quietly together. This is a precautionary measure to prevent anyone from learning from Anro-Kuzan and stealing the Ryumayaku's power. Shun answered briefly, his gaze never leaving Minato's actions. Under the dim light, Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly. Choza mumbled softly, wiping the sweat from his forehead, Hey Kakashi, don't you think Advisor Shun is a bit off? Shibi pushed up his sunglasses. The parasitic insects around him were restlessly agitated. It's normal, he is Queen Straw's man. Minato looked up, a hint of inquiry in his sunny smile. Advisor Shun, you seem to know a lot about the Ryumayaku? Their gazes met in the air, and an invisible contest unfolded in the silence. SRA unconsciously gripped Shun's arm. Shun replied expressionlessly, Minato, begin the seal. Minato's hands began to form hand signs, his movements fluid and graceful. With the completion of each sign, chakra flowed out from his fingertips like a living thing, outlining complex patterns on the stone platform. Minato had been an academic prodigy since childhood, and now he was a Fuinjutsu grandmaster. Shun watched Minato's movements without blinking, his Mangekyo Sharingan recording every detail. His mind rapidly calculated. This Fuinjutsu was slightly different from the Uzumaki clans. It seemed Minato had made some improvements. SRA suddenly whispered, her eyes glowing with a faint purple light in the dim underground palace. Strange, the Ryumayaku is resisting this seal? Indeed, the previously calmly flowing purple energy began to stir, surging like an enraged sea. Minato's forehead was covered with fine sweat, and the speed of his hand signs noticeably increased. Shibi, Choza, Kakashi shouted, instantly entering battle mode. Don't move, let me handle it. Shun's voice was stern and domineering. Susanoo instantly formed, a giant chakra shield spanning between everyone, temporarily suppressing the rampaging Ryumayaku energy. Minato's yellow hair whipped wildly in the energy storm, but his hands remained steady. Give me 30 seconds. SRA suddenly rushed towards the center of the altar, her long hair flying in the chaotic energy currents, her slender figure seemingly about to be torn apart at any moment. Shun knew what she was going to do, so he called out, Sarah, be careful. Sra's eyes sparkled with firm light as she said, Don't worry, I can soothe it. This is my responsibility. Her hands pressed against the altar, and she recited ancient incantations. Surprisingly, the turbulent Ryumayaku energy began to calm down, becoming docile like a tame beast. Minato seized the opportunity, slamming the last hand sign onto the ground. Seal! Golden chains emerged from the ground, firmly binding the Ryumayaku core. The entire underground palace vibrated violently for a moment, then returned to tranquility. Night came suddenly in the desert. When everyone returned to the surface, the night sky was already filled with stars. The Minato team was making their final preparations at the city gate. Minato's eyes were exceptionally clear in the moonlight. The mission report, regarding the details of the Ryumayaku, I will write it truthfully. Fifth Hokage Tsunade was closely aligned with him, so Minato's small report was of no use to Shun. He directly interrupted, just record it truthfully. The fifth Hokage will understand. The situation with Yukari was addressed elsewhere in Ran's royal palace, where candlelight flickered gently on the gilded candelabra. Senshirado, his black hair falling over his shoulders. He leaned down and gently kissed Sara's sweaty forehead, whispering, Rest. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, casting varying shadows on his sharply defined profile. SRA groggily clutched his sleeve and asked, Are you leaving? Shun touched her warm cheek and said, I'm going back to Konoha for something. They'll be back soon. Sleep, I'm here. Sra's eyelids were already drooping, and she drifted off into a deep sleep. Shun stood by the window, a bitter smile on his face. Although SRA was a queen, her talent was limited. She currently only had a genin-level physique, and even slightly intense exercise would exhaust her. For the energetic Shun, this was exhausting. The night was deep, and Shun stood at the highest point of the royal palace, admiring the night view of Ran. Suddenly, he used the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly teleporting outside the city. His black robe flapped in the wind as he took a deep breath and formed hand signs. Seraph form, activate. 3 pairs of blazing white flame wings suddenly unfurled from his back. Then, he vigorously flapped the 3 pairs of wings, instantly stirring up a violent current of air that sent the surrounding sand flying. Boom! The sound of a sonic boom echoed through the night sky, and Shun's figure instantly broke the sound barrier. Although many people believe that with the Flying Thunder God technique, one could teleport infinitely, those who had truly mastered the ninjutsu were aware of its limitations. The user's sensory range determines the teleportation distance of Flying Thunder God. For example, in the original story, Tobirama, limited by his sensory range at the time, was unable to directly teleport from the land of lightning back to Konoha, ultimately meeting his end at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. For example, Minato, during the Nine-Tails Night, could only teleport the tailed beast ball dozens of kilometers away, and the light of the explosion could still be seen from Konoha. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Minato teleported away the Ten-Tails tailed beast ball, everyone could still see the explosion of the tailed beast ball. The distance from Konoha to Ran is over 800 kilometers. Even Shun would need to teleport 12 times consecutively. On his way back to Konoha, he planned to set some flying thunder god markers to facilitate his next visit to Ran. In the night sky, Shun was like a meteor flying at high speed. Suddenly, he spotted the squad led by Minato with Divine Eye. But he did not stop to greet them. Instead, he rapidly flapped his wings, increasing his speed by another 30%. Minato below seemed to sense something and looked up. His gaze was fixed on the white light, which streaked across the sky and instantly vanished at the edge of his vision. Choza, seeing Minato's movement, also looked up. He murmured in admiration, "That's Advisor Shun's Seraph form. That speed? So fast." Minato's gaze followed the streaking light, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. According to our previous investigation, using this ninjutsu, one can fly from Konoha to Ran in 2 hours. It truly is an admirable ninjutsu. Shibi also sighed. In comparison, we still have to run painstakingly for 24 hours to return to Konoha. The difference is simply too great. At 11 p.m., Konoha, military police force. Shun's figure quietly appeared in the office. 3 shadow clones were sitting at the desk, bored and playing cards. "You're finally back. I was dying of boredom," a shadow clone said without looking up. Bang, bang, bang. Then, the 3 shadow clones turned into puffs of smoke and vanished. Shun rubbed his head, and all the memories instantly flooded into his mind. All the work, intel, and sudden incidents from yesterday to today. He organized his thoughts. It seems there's nothing major happening in the village. Then, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home directly. A cold female voice sounded. "You finally decided to come back?" Yukari stood at the entrance with her hands on her hips, her long red hair flaring like flames, and her eyes burning with anger. Shun maintained his composure, asking in a relaxed tone, "Yukari, what's wrong?" Yukari sneered, reaching out and pinching his ear. "What's wrong? Did you go out messing around again?" Shun replied without changing his expression, "I'm working." Yukari clearly didn't believe his nonsense. She narrowed her eyes, her nose twitching slightly. "Working? Then why do you smell of a woman's perfume?" Shun inwardly cursed, various excuses flashing through his mind, but he found none that made sense. "Yukari, you have to let me explain." Yukari's chakra instantly went wild, and the entire house began to shake. "It's not Tsunade Samuset. Did you find another woman? Who is it?" Shun sighed, took a step forward, and pulled her into his arms. "Yukari, I love you. Please believe me. I'm going to wash up first, and then I'll explain this to you." Yukari struggled twice, but in the end, she was held in his arms, only able to glare at him through gritted teeth. "You better give me a reasonable explanation." After washing up, Shun changed into pajamas and returned to the bedroom. Yukari was sitting by the bed, her eyes slightly red, clearly having cried. Shun walked over and sat beside her, silent for a moment, then finally spoke. "It's the Queen of Ran." Yukari's fingers suddenly tightened on the bedsheet. "The Queen?" Shun did not hide anything, simply recounting his experiences in Ran. After listening, Yukari's tears silently fell. "Shun, Tsunade-sama is the Hokage, and now there's another queen. Will you not want me anymore in the future?" Shun frowned, reaching out to wipe away her tears. "What nonsense are you saying?" Yukari lowered her head, her voice trembling. "I'm scared. If you don't want me anymore, what'll I do?" Shun was silent for a moment, then suddenly reached out, pinched her chin, and kissed her. His voice was low and firm. "Yukari, listen to me. You are mine, and you always will be." Yukari stared at him blankly, tears still flowing. "Really? She pressed her barato together, then suddenly threw herself into his arms. Then, you have to promise me that you won't pursue other women anymore. Shun chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. He'll try. Yukari suddenly looked up. Centurato. He had expended a lot of energy last night comforting Yukari, so he was extremely tired now. Looking at the mountain of documents, a wave of helplessness welled up in his heart. All these documents needed his attention, but he simply didn't have much energy to face them now. He stood before his desk and formed a hand seal with one hand. Shadow Clone Technique. A puff of smoke suddenly rose, and when the smoke dispersed, another Shun appeared before the desk. The shadow clone's expression was slightly indifferent, and he glanced at the mountain of documents with a blank face, seemingly a bit displeased with the heavy workload. Shun said indifferently, "You handle these documents today." The shadow clone's brow twitched slightly, revealing a hint of reluctance. And he complained, "My main body, I'm tired too." Shun's lips curved into a bitter smile, and he said, "We are one. Why quibble so much? Tonight will probably be a joint doubles match. I'm going to sleep for a bit. These documents are all yours." With that, he ignored the shadow clone's reaction, collapsed onto the sofa like a pile of mud, and instantly fell into a dream. In the afternoon Hokage office, Minato stood before Tsunade, reporting the detailed process of the Ran mission one by one. Enrokuzan has been eliminated, and the Ryumayaku has been resealed. However, Advisor Shun, Tsunade crossed her hands on the mahogany desk. So, Shun not only completed the mission early, but also conveniently took down Queen Esare of Ran. Minato chose the safest answer. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Queen Esare seems to be very dependent on Advisor Shun. Tsunade suddenly stood up, and the solid wood chair scraped an ear-piercing sound across the floor. Minato's atoms apple-bobbed. He could smell a faint barato of alcohol in the air. It seems Tsunade's mood wasn't very good. Tsunade walked to the window and roared, suppressing her anger. "Get that idiot here now." Minato seemed to smell gunpowder, quickly assented, then turned and left in a hurry. Just like that. Only Tsunade was left in the office. 10 minutes later, Shun, shadow clone, stood in the Hokage office, listening expressionlessly to Tsunade's scolding. Tsunade's voice was deafening, and her fist slammed heavily on the table, making a loud bang. "You dared to interfere with an S-rank mission without authorization and developed an improper relationship with Queen Esare of Ran." Tsunade's anger grew more intense, and her fist slammed against the table again, this time with greater force, making the entire table shake. Shun, shadow clone, calmly picked his ear. "Are you done?" Tsunade was enraged by his attitude. She narrowed her eyes and roared, "What kind of attitude is that?" Shun, shadow clone, shrugged and walked over to comfort her. "I know you're angry, but my main body is sleeping. I'm just a shadow clone. Scolding me is useless." When Tsunade heard this, she was so angry she almost couldn't speak. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, then lowered her voice and said, "Tell your main barato to come to my house tonight." Shun, shadow clone, nodded and replied, "I understand." Then, Tsunade suddenly punched the shadow clone hard in midsection. Centurato, as soon as he landed, he was pinned against the wall by a powerful shove. "You've got some nerve, daring to provoke even Queen Sarah of Ran?" Tsunade's long hair hung down, her eyes flashing with dangerous light. Shun's expression didn't change. "Why does it bother you?" Tsunade's breath smelled of sake. "I heard Queen Sarah of Ran is very cute," Shun said casually. "She's just a little girl who needs protection." Tsunade narrowed her eyes dangerously, clenching her right fist. "It seems I've been too gentle with you lately. You shouldn't be so overly familiar with others." Shun suddenly stepped forward and spun her around, reversing their positions with a swift move. "You're the one who told me to come." Tsunade raised her eyebrows slightly, saying with a half-smile, "I called you here not to chat, but for you to get beaten." Shun tilted his head and asked, "Oh, is that so? Then why are you dressed like this?" Tsunade adjusted her clothing somewhat awkwardly, subtly presenting her elegant attire without drawing too much attention. Although Barado shy at the moment, Tsunade's aura showed no signs of weakening. How I dress is my business, none of yours. You should first explain the Rand matter to me. Shun sighed helplessly, knowing Tsunade's temper. So, he simply recounted the events that transpired in Rand from beginning to end. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, silent for a moment, then asked, "So you now have 3 women?" Shun nodded, answering briefly, "That's right." Tsunade looked at him, a dangerous smile playing on her lips. "You're quite frank." Shun met her gaze and said, "I never lie to you." As the two exchanged meaningful looks, the mood between them softened. Tsunade placed her hands lightly on Shun's shoulders. She laughed warmly, a teasing tone in her voice. "All right, Shun, you certainly have a bold spirit." Shun's eyes lit up slightly, and he picked Tsunade up. Tsunade's finger rested against his jaw, sizing him up. "I just wonder whether you have what it takes to last." Shun's bravado curved into a triumphant arc, and he replied, "Then let's find out." Daimyo's dictatorship soon, several months passed. There was no news of Kirigakure's bloody mist policy, but the land of fire daimyo caused quite a stir. When the umbu of the intelligence unit presented the latest scroll, Tsunade's fingers almost crushed the thin paper. Her angry voice echoed in the Hokage office. "Is the daimyo trying to form his own ninja army? He's recruited over 7,000 ninjas?" Shizen stood by, her face somewhat pale. "Tsunade-sama, furthermore, our mission quota from the daimyo's mansion has been reduced to 30%. Tsunade suddenly stood up, slamming her hands on the desk. "Call all high-ranking officials for a meeting immediately." When Konoha's decision-makers gathered in the conference room, an unprecedented solemnity filled the air. Tsunade surveyed everyone, her voice suppressing anger. "Everyone is aware of the situation. The daimyo, through Hiruzen, has recruited the Tsuchigumo clan and also absorbed at least 20 small ninja clans. Now, the ninjas under him number over 7,000, exceeding Konoha in quantity." Natsuki said worriedly, "The most fatal thing is that the daimyo mansion's mission quota has been cut by 70, which will drastically reduce the village's income." The conference room fell silent. Hayashi hesitated before speaking. "Should we consider showing goodwill to the daimyo? Negotiating again?" Shikaku stopped tapping the table and said, "It's useless. The daimyo is determined to weaken Konoha this time. According to my intel, he has been frequently meeting with merchants from various countries lately, seemingly secretly purchasing military equipment." Shun suddenly chuckled, his laugh particularly abrupt in the tense atmosphere. Tsunade raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "Advisor Shun, you seem to have a different opinion?" Shun's voice was calm and full of confidence. "The daimyo appears strong, but in reality, he is digging his own grave." Shikaku narrowed his eyes. "You mean?" Shun slowly walked to the center of the conference room and said, "The land of fire daimyo is recruiting ninjas and suppressing ninja villages. Do you all think the high-ranking officials of ninja villages in other countries will stand by and do nothing? If the daimyos of the land of wind and land of earth also follow suit, how will those ninja villages react?" Tetsu immediately reacted. They will feel threatened and are very likely to unite against the instigator. Shun nodded lightly. "Exactly. The daimyo thinks he has control of power, but he doesn't realize he has broken the ninja world's balance of several decades. This imbalance will inevitably trigger a chain reaction." Shikaku mused, "The intel I've recently received shows that the nobles under the daimyo, while outwardly submissive, are actually experiencing undercurrents. Nobles from different factions were forced to unite under the daimyo's high-pressure policy, but this unity is built on fear." Shun smiled and continued, "Fear is the most unstable bond. Once a crack appears, the entire system will crumble." Tsunade crossed her hands under her chin and asked, "So what is your suggestion?" A red light flashed in Shun's dark eyes as he said, "Secretly purchase supplies. Stockpile food. Strengthen defenses, but do not actively provoke. The daimyo's madness will eventually lead to a backlash, and by then..." Tsunade preemptively finished his sentence, Konoha will be the last bastion of the Land of Fire. The meeting lasted until night. It was ultimately decided that Natsuki and Unkai would be responsible for secretly purchasing supplies, Tetsu for guiding public opinion within the village, and Shikaku for strengthening intelligence gathering. After the meeting, everyone gradually went home. Shun used Flying Thunder God to send Tsunade back to her own home. Looking at her familiar bedroom, Tsunade let out a long breath, as if exhaling all the fatigue of the evening. "You look exhausted," a low voice sounded. Shun stood by the window, having already removed his outer robe with the Uchiha clan crest, appearing relaxed and tender. Tsunade did not answer, but simply walked barefoot across the soft carpet, directly towards him. When she approached, Shun naturally opened his arms and embraced her. Tsunade rested her face against his barato and said in a muffled voice, "Hayashi is an old, stubborn man. Except for Shikaku, no one else can see the barato of the problem, because they are afraid of change, and fear can blind people's eyes." Tsunade looked up and asked worriedly, "Do you really think the Barato daimyo will bring about his own destruction?" A meaningful smile appeared on Shun's barato. He gently took Tsunade's hand and guided her to sit beside him. "It's not a belief, it's a certainty. The end of all dictators in history is the same. When they think they are at the peak, Senshirado, Tsunade's brows relaxed a bit, but there was still doubt in her eyes. And then? Shun's fingers began to move restlessly as he said, "Then we pretend to be influenced by public opinion and voluntarily announce that we are giving up all mission quotas from the daimyo's mansion, letting the daimyo be pleased for a while." Tsunade suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Are you crazy? The daimyo's mansion is the wealthiest city in the entire ninja world. How much profit will we lose?" Shun calmly clasped her hand in return and said, "We are not short of money for now. But the longer this kind of thing drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for us. So, on the surface, we are retreating, but in reality, it's a trap. When the daimyo sees us retreat, he will inevitably become even more reckless. And when the ninja villages of other countries see this situation," Tsunade's eyes gradually brightened. "They will feel threatened, worried that their own daimyos will follow suit." Shun smiled triumphantly. "Exactly. And when the daimyo invests all resources into military expansion, the interests of the nobles will inevitably be harmed. Internal division coupled with external pressure." Tsunade suddenly leaned in, whispering near his ear, "You truly are a dangerous fellow, Shun." Shun gave a charmingly evil smile, then stepped back with his arms crossed. "Is that a compliment, Hokage-sama?" Tsunade's expression tightened. Senshirado Group, it will disguise themselves as traveling merchants. Group B as wandering ninjas, and Group C will operate as scholars. Remember the details of your new identities." The many Umbu nodded in unison. "Understood." Shun unfurled a detailed map and said, "The mission objective is to infiltrate the daimyo's mansion and spread the idea of one nation, one jewel, making the Land of Fire daimyo believe that the Land of Fire only needs one ruler and the ninja village system should be abolished. Remember, your mission is not to incite, but to guide, to lead the daimyo to madness himself." The Umbu nodded silently, then transformed into shadows, instantly disappearing into the morning mist. Early in the morning, on the most prosperous Goldfinch Street in the daimyo capital, a traveling merchant selling medicinal herbs shouted, "Have you heard? Those ninjas boff Konoha have finally realized who the true jewel of the Land of Fire is." His companion, understanding perfectly, echoed, "Isn't that right? The ninja village system should have been abolished long ago. In my opinion, all ninjas should pledge allegiance to His Excellency the Daimyo." This conversation was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. Over the next week, such conversations spread like a plague, quickly reaching every corner of the daimyo capital. In the taverns, the drunken patrons talked incoherently. "One nation, one jewel, this is the righteous path." In the geisha houses, the accompanying women no longer sang sentimental love songs, but turned the conversation to the idea of one nation, one jewel, prompting guests to nod in approval. Even the monks in the temples would occasionally discuss this popular topic after chanting their scriptures. It seemed the idea of one nation, one jewel had deeply permeated people's hearts, becoming a topic of conversation after meals. When it finally reached the daimyo's ears, the ruler was enjoying a no-play. One nation, one jewel? Well said. It should be so. The daimyo's golden fan paused in midair, an undisguised satisfaction on his face. Hiruzen, standing by his side, frowned almost imperceptibly, but quickly regained his composure. The speed of Konoha's concession exceeded everyone's expectations. A concession document personally signed by Tsunade was soon delivered to the daimyo. The daimyo took the document, and looking at Tsunade's signature on it, the corners of his lips involuntarily curved upwards. He stroked his neatly trimmed beard, letting out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Even a woman like Tsunade knows how to assess the situation. The Tsuchigumo clan head, standing by, quickly bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, your majesty." Tsunade seems to have recognized reality. The daimyo nodded with satisfaction, then cast his gaze downwards at the more than 7,000 ninjas lined up neatly. These ninjas, dressed in uniform and holding various weapons, stood there with serious expressions, awaiting the daimyo's inspection. Standing on a high platform, the daimyo looked down at this well-trained group of ninjas, and an unprecedented feeling of power surged within him. This feeling intoxicated the daimyo. He seemed to see his influence constantly expanding, while Konoha gradually declined under his pressure. He excitedly slammed his hand on the table and said, "Issue an order. Expand the National Ninja Army from 7,000 to 10,000. Additionally, increase the tax quota for nobles. We need more funds to maintain the expenses of this ninja army." Upon hearing this command, the financial officer immediately broke out in a thin sweat. He stammered, "But, Your Excellency, the war just ended not long ago, and we have already increased taxes twice." The daimyo's eyes narrowed sharply, and his fan snapped shut with a snap, emitting an authoritative aura. Seeing this, the financial officer immediately prostrated himself on the ground, trembling as he said, "Why, yes, Your Majesty. I will go at once." Hiruzen stood quietly in the shadows, silently observing this scene. His right hand unconsciously stroked the pipe he held, as if deep in thought. The daimyo noticed Hiruzen's actions, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "Hiruzen, you seem to have something to say?" Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, then slowly said, "This old subject is only concerned that the nobles may not accept such a tax burden." The daimyo sneered, dismissing it. "Do they dare to resist?" The Tsuchigumo clan head quickly chimed in. "Exactly, with His Excellency the daimyo's ninja army, to suppress them. Who would dare to disobey?" Seeing this, Hiruzen said nothing more, merely lowering his head slightly. In the secret room of the Fujiwara clan, candlelight flickered, casting the silhouettes of 6 nobles on the walls. They sat around an ancient wooden table, each of their faces exceptionally grim. The Hirano clan head clenched his jaw, angrily saying, "3 villages in my clan's territory already suffered famine last month. This is all because His Excellency the daimyo keeps increasing taxes." His voice echoed in the secret room, carrying clear dissatisfaction and indignation. A middle-aged noble with a short beard suddenly slammed his hand on the table. His words were vehement, clearly expressing extreme dissatisfaction with the daimyo's policies. "The situation in my territory is better, but if taxes are increased again, my people will also riot. His Excellency the daimyo has simply been blinded by power." The Fujiwara clan head's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, making a thump-thump sound. "The daimyo's actions are undoubtedly digging up our roots." The fat noble, wiping the sweat from his forehead, muttered, "It's all because of that old fox Hiruzen, who actually brought the Sarutobi, Shimura, Udatane, and Midokado clans to join the daimyo. Now the daimyo's power is growing. What else can we do?" The Fujiwara clan head raised his hand, his words revealing deep concern. "I gathered you here not for you to complain. I hope we can all think of a way to solve this problem. Do any of you have any ideas? The youngest noble whispered, I know a ninja from the Yatsuki clan. The Hirano clan head's eyes widened. You want to contact Kumogakure? The Fujiwara clan head stroked his beard and said, in my opinion, either we don't do it or we go big. We can also try contacting Noki of Iwagakure, a Shun of Konoha. Everyone in the secret room exchanged a knowing glance. Land of Fire Daimyo's downfall, Konoha, is near the daimyo capital. So was the first to receive the secret letter from the Fujiwara clan head. Inside the Hokage office, for higher-ups were discussing the matter. Tsunade sat behind the desk, her fingers tapping lightly on the surface. The Fujiwara clan head's sincerity is quite evident. What are your thoughts? Hayashi slowly shook his head. Konoha will not participate. Tsunade raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, what's the reason? Hayashi said with restraint. Once Konoha directly intervenes, it will become the target of all. Let Kumogakure, Iwagakure be that blade. Tsunade pondered for a moment, then asked Shun, what do you think? Shun's lips curved into a slight smile. We won't participate in the assassination, but we can demand a batch of supplies from them. Just say that Konoha will withdraw the ninjas stationed at the northern and eastern borders back to Konoha for rest. Shikaku said worriedly, won't Iwagakure and Kumogakure take the opportunity to plunder the border cities? Shai replied, don't worry. Those nobles offered double the reward. They won't act recklessly. Tsunade finally nodded. All right, then replied to the Fujiwara noble. Kumogakure, Rakage building. Slammed his palm on the desk. What? The Land of Fire Daimyo has assembled a 10,000 ninja army? Dodai handed over a scroll and said, yes, that's the latest news. They've already started to exclude Konoha. Konoha has completely given up all mission quotas from the daimyo capital. As said, those Konoha good-for-nothings actually retreated so easily. C leaned lazily against the wall and said, the most troublesome thing is that the daimyo of other countries are all waiting to see if the Land of Fire succeeds. Dodai said seriously, other daimyo will follow suit, especially our Land of Lightning's daimyo. As fists clenched, cracking audibly. Just then, a secretary delivered a gilded secret letter. They opened the letter and suddenly grinned. A request from the Land of Fire Noble Alliance? To assassinate the daimyo's ninja army, and the reward is double the market price? Konoha also withdrew its border ninjas. Dodai frowned and said, this wouldn't be a trap, would it? A glint flashed in his eyes as he said, no, this is an opportunity. Give the order, CS squad departs tonight. At the same time, Iwagakure's Tsuchikage office. Noki floated in the air, repeatedly checking the authenticity of the secret letter. Double the reward. These nobles must be desperate. Kitsuchi leaned in. Father, a glint flickered in Noki's eyes. Accept. Of course we accept. Not just for the money, but also to make the Land of Fire daimyo understand that a ninja village is not so easily replaced. Kitsuchi asked, should we inform Konoha? Noki sneered, inform? That Shun probably received the news even earlier than us. Give the order to the explosion release unit. Act in 3 days. Konoha, Hokage office. Tsunade slapped the noble's secret letter on the table and said, the noble's money and supplies have been delivered. Shun's Sharingan subtly rotated as he said, take it. This is their hush money. We will not participate in this matter. Shikaku suddenly pushed the door open and reported, latest news, Kumogakure's C squad has already crossed the border. Tsunade said, puzzled, are they that fast? Shun chuckled. Because 4th Rakage A is deep in debt, he's more anxious than we imagined. A Kumogakure elite squad silently infiltrated the Land of Fire border. The Kumogakure Jonin leading the team whispered, target confirmed, daimyo capital patrol team, 12 people. Remember, disguise yourselves as rogue ninjas. In the darkness, a flash of lightning flickered and vanished. The next morning, the daimyo capital's patrol team was all found dead, their bodies covered in scorched marks as if struck by lightning. On the 3rd day, outside the daimyo's mansion, the Iwagakure explosion release unit laid an ambush in the forest, quietly waiting for their prey. The Iwagakure ninja, leading the team, made a gesture. They've arrived. The daimyo mansion's transport team is escorting grain. Boom! 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 Amidst violent explosions, the entire transport team was reduced to ashes, leaving only scorched earth and fallen allies at the scene. 3 days later, the Iwagakure Explosion Release Unit attacked the daimyo capital's armory. Amidst the soaring flames, Noki floated high in the sky, observing with cold eyes. The Explosion Release Unit captain asked for instructions. Tsuchikage-sama, should we assassinate the daimyo amidst the chaos? Noki thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, let him live to tell the other daimyo the consequences of opposing a ninja village. Seventh night, daimyo capital core area at the daimyo capital's ninja army headquarters. Several jonin were silently bravado in their sleep. This turmoil lasted for a full month. Inside the daimyo capital's council hall, the daimyo's face was ashen, and the teacup in his hand was crushed to pieces. He roared, in just 1 month, over 3,000 ninjas have died. Are you all useless? The Tsuchigumo clan head knelt on the ground, cold sweat soaking his back. Your Excellency, the murderers are extremely cunning. There are no clues for now. The daimyo kicked over the table. Nonsense. Even I know it was Kimogakure and Iwagakure who did it, and you dare to say there are no clues. Hiruzen stood to the side, silent. The daimyo suddenly turned his head and asked, Hiruzen, where have Konoha's umbu gone? Hiruzen slowly raised his head, his voice calm. Your Excellency, all of Konoha's ninjas have withdrawn from the daimyo capital. This was personally approved by you. The daimyo choked, then became furious. Good. Very good. Give the order. Effective immediately, all of Konoha's subsidies are cancelled. Konoha Hokage Office. Natsuki, the head of the finance department, held the official document from the daimyo AMD, said, the daimyo has cancelled the financial subsidy, which is over 2 billion ryo annually. What should we do? Shun said calmly, it's all right. Didn't I earn over 60 billion ryo for the village before? So, the village's finances won't have major problems for the next 10 years. Tsunade paid no attention to their conversation. She looked at the latest intelligence and said, Kimogakure succeeded 57 times, Iwagakure 62 times. The daimyo lost over 3,000 people. It seems our praise elimination plan was very successful. Shun stood by the window, looking into the distance. That was just the first half. The second half, it's our turn to participate. Shikaku showed a meaningful smile. It's time for those waiting daimyo to become restless. Shun said meaningfully, we will publicly announce. In the Third Great Ninja War, the Land of Fire was attacked by the 4 great nations. Konoha, for the sake of the country, even sent children aged 8 to 11 to participate in the war, resulting in 2,247 child casualties, and Konoha was almost wiped out. Konoha originally had 24,163 ninjas. But after the war, only 6,652 remained. Then, the daimyo was ungrateful, recruited his own ninja army, and cut Konoha's mission quotas, leading to Konoha's withdrawal from the daimyo capital. These public opinions quickly spread throughout the Land of Fire. The nobles also began to fan the flames, saying that the daimyo was ungrateful, indulged in pleasure, and repeatedly imposed taxes. The Land of Fire daimyo's prestige rapidly plummeted. Bounty Master Daimyo in the deepest secret chamber of the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire. The daimyo sat cross-legged on the main seat, his fingers continuously tapping on the gilded armrest. The tap-tap sound of his fingernails hitting the metal caused cold sweat to seep from the backs of the 4 ministers kneeling below. Your Highness, the tax reduction edict has been issued, and the public unrest has temporarily subsided. The Minister of Finance's forehead was pressed against the tatami mat, his voice trembling. But the common people are still privately discussing the matters of Konoha. The tapping stopped abruptly, and the daimyo's voice was terrifyingly grim. What are they discussing? The Minister of Internal Affairs pulled out a handkerchief, constantly wiping the cold sweat from his face. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he said, They say your highness is ungrateful. If not for Konoha, your highness would not have canceled the tax increase. Bang! The rosewood low table flipped twice in the air, smashing against a screen adorned with landscape paintings. Splintered porcelain shards cut the Minister of Internal Affairs' cheek, and a drop of blood fell onto his purple official robe, spreading into a dark flower. The four ministers immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, their wide official robes splayed out, trembling like startled quail. The daimyo stood up, the hem of his luxurious clothing sweeping over the overturned tea set, his face twitching with anger, veins bulging at his temples. He forced the name out through a tense jaw. A fine Shun. First he influences public opinion, and now he turns the nobles against me. Does he really think he can control me? The Minister of Military Affairs bravely looked up. Your Majesty, how about I send troops to eradicate Konoha? The daimyo suddenly snatched the teapot and threw it at the Minister of Military Affairs. Idiot! Now the whole country thinks him ungrateful. If I act openly, wouldn't that confirm those rumors? The Minister of Military Affairs dared not dodge, and the scorching tea flowed down his topknot, leaving red marks on his face. Facing the enraged daimyo, everyone remained silent, and even breathing could be clearly heard in the secret chamber. The candlelight crackled, and the leader of the shadow guards, who had been silent like a shadow, suddenly moved forward and stepped on his knees. Issue an underground bounty. The daimyo narrowed his swollen eyelids, signaling him to continue. The leader of the shadow guards took out a scroll. The parchment yellowed with age in the candlelight. The black market doesn't ask about origins, only money. Censuredo, the daimyo's expression, turned somewhat sinister as he said, triple the bounty. No, 5 times. I want these arrogant ninjas to know who the true master of the Land of Fire is. 3 nights later, in the underground exchange of the Land of Waterfall, the old man behind the counter was wiping a wine glass with a hand missing its pinky finger when the door curtain was suddenly lifted, bringing in a gust of cold wind. The bounty hunter Kakuzu looked at the latest bounty list. Then he tore off a bounty and slapped it on a greasy wooden table. He'll take this job. The old man behind the counter narrowed his cloudy eyes, examining the paper by the dim oil lamp. When he saw the content clearly, his bony fingers trembled violently. The old man gasped. Konoha Advisor Shun, 360 million Ryo bounty. Someone actually dares to take it. Kakuzu threw out a heavy bag of coins. Less talk, this is for the intel. The old man gulped, trembling as he took out a stack of documents from under the counter. Latest news, Shun will appear in Ran. This is the route map. Looking at the 360 million Ryo bounty amount, Kakuzu let out a low laugh. In fact, it wasn't just Kaku. Many Barato bounty hunters joined the assassination attempts on Konoha's high-ranking officials. The forest on the outskirts of Konoha was shrouded in an eerie silence. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the fallen Chunin. They had met a grim end. The marks on their necks as smooth as a mirror, and the fallen leaves had been stained, emitting a rusty, metallic smell. Shibi's sunglasses reflected a cold light, and countless parasitic insects surged from his sleeves, covering the fallen. His voice was quite calm. This is the 3rd team, the same method, a single fatal blow, somewhat like the samurai from the Land of Iron. The Hyuga youth beside him activated his Byakugan, veins bulging around his eyes. 2 kilometers to the northeast, chakra detected. Wait, it's gone. Very fast escape speed. Shibi's insects suddenly all flew up, forming a formation in the air. Not an ordinary assassin. Report to Hokage-sama immediately. Late at night, in the underground conference room of the Hokage building, the air was so heavy it almost solidified. 9 barato covered with white cloths were arranged in the center, dark stains already seeping through the fabric, forming dark red outlines on the floor. Shikaku rubbed his temples, his eyes showing heavy dark circles. Another 3 patrol teams were attacked tonight. All were elite Chunin. They didn't even have time to send out a distress signal. Tsunade lifted a white cloth, examining the knife wounds on the Boda's neck, her brow furrowing tighter and tighter. Professional killer. Clean and precise knife work. Very similar to the samurai from the Land of Iron. Their strength is at elite Jonin level. Hayashi's Byakugan still had prominent veins around it. It's not just the outskirts. More than a dozen unfamiliar chakra signatures have been detected within the village, all disguised as merchants or artisans. Shun suddenly pushed open the door, his long black hair still damp with night dew. He threw some intelligence onto the table, the dull thud making everyone turn their heads. The daimyo has issued an underground bounty. The heads of everyone present are 3 to 5 times the market price. The conference room instantly bravado. Choza bravado his hand on the table, making the teacups jump. Dang it, the daimyo is declaring war. Shikaku put a hand on his friend's bravado, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. No, this is his cleverness. An underground bounty is not an official act. Even if we are completely wiped out, he can deny any involvement. Among the 9 bodies, 3 were Chunin from the Kurama clan. Unkai slammed the table and roared, "Then let's storm the daimyo capital and take down the daimyo." Battle count 731 charge into the daimyo capital and take down the daimyo. Unkai's furious roar exploded in the conference room, making the air seem to freeze for a moment. Shun frowned slightly and raised a hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. His movement was light, yet carried an undeniable authority. If we remove the Barato daimyo, the other 4 great nations will, under the pretext of revenge, launch a joint attack on the Barato, and ultimately, Konoha will be destroyed in this chaotic war. Unkai's fists cracked as he clenched them, his knuckles turning white from the force. Killing is not an option. Not killing is not an option. So what solution do you have? Shun didn't answer immediately, but turned and walked to the window. Konoha, in the twilight, lit up with scattered lights, and cooking smoke curled upwards in the evening breeze. A few children chased each other down the street, their laughter faintly audible, carefree, as if war had never happened. He turned around, a slight smile on his lips, with his usual confidence, and said softly, "I've already arranged a fallback plan for everyone, but now is not the right time. So, please be patient for a while, and do not leave Konoha recently." As his words fell, the air in the conference room seemed to grow heavier, pressing down on everyone's shoulders. Everyone exchanged glances, like a group of restless beasts before a storm. Hayashi's fingers tapped lightly on the table, the hurried rhythm exposing his deliberately suppressed anxiety. "A fallback plan? Advisor Shun, could you be more specific?" Shun's voice remained steady. "The time is not yet ripe. The fewer people who know, the safer the plan." Sum suddenly slammed her hand on the table, and her dog, Kuru, on her shoulder, bared his fangs and let out a low growl. "This excuse won't appease our clan members. My ninja dogs have already smelled the scent of 3 different ninja villages." Shun's lips curled into a confident smile. "Clan head, some worries too much. Nothing will happen." Shibi pushed up his sunglasses, and a glowing insect crawled out of his sleeve. "My insects found dozens of rogue ninjas in the Forest of Death, setting up some kind of barrier." A collective gasp echoed in the conference room. Shikaku narrowed his eyes and slowly asked, "Advisor Shun, your so-called fallback plan, does it require our clans to make some preparations in advance?" Shun smiled back, asking, "Shikaku, what kind of preparations do you think are necessary?" The temperature in the conference room seemed to drop by several degrees. Choza stopped chewing. Inoichi opened his eyes, and the gazes of the Ino Shikisage trio met in the air, silently exchanging information. Hayashi frowned, somewhat uneasy. "For example, do we need to inventory the secret ninjutsu scrolls of each clan, or compile a list of portable supplies?" Shun suddenly showed a playful expression. "If there is a need, I will inform you. However, why are you so panicked? Just because there are 731 insignificant rogue ninjas outside the village?" Everyone was slightly stunned, clearly unable to keep up with his thought process. Shun shrugged. "You are, after all, ninjas of my Konoha. Originally, I wanted to leave them for you to earn a small fortune. But your fear, however, surprises me. He stood up, hands in his sleeves, his tone relaxed, as if discussing the weather. Since that's the case, I'll take care of it myself. Everyone, step outside and watch my performance. Many Jonin exchanged glances but still followed him out of the conference room to the plaza outside the Hokage building. Shun stood in the center of the plaza and slowly closed his eyes. The next second, his eyes snapped open, and three tomo twisted and connected, forming a complex pattern that exuded a suffocating pressure. Mangekyo Sharingan, Ocular Technique, Divine Eye, activate. His ocular technique instantly unfolded, his vision covering the entire Konoha and a 72-kilometer radius around it. In his eyes, the position of every intruder was as clear as a torch in the night. All 731 underground bounty hunters were locked on. At the same time, he sensed the hundreds of flying Thunder God marks he had placed around Konoha. These marks were hidden in the roots of large trees, the crevices of rocks, the banks of rivers, and even the inconspicuous corners of some civilian houses. He had long turned Konoha's entire defense system into his own domain. He casually tossed out a flying Thunder God kunai and clapped his hands together. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. 366 shadow clones appeared instantly, and then vanished just as quickly. Each shadow clone instantly teleported precisely to the vicinity of its target via a flying Thunder God mark. On a cliff, a samurai of elite Jonin level fell into a Jinjutsu and had his heart pierced by a kunai. In the forest, a rogue ninja who was setting up explosive tags had his throat pierced by a kunai. By the river, an unknown lurking rogue ninja had his neck snapped. There were no screams, no struggles, not even time to react. The speed of flying Thunder God, combined with the number of shadow clones, turned this skirmish into a swift and decisive victory. The plaza was silent, with only the night breeze blowing. Everyone held their breath, waiting for his next move. In less than 10 seconds to 3 minutes, the shadow clones began to return one after another. Each shadow clone held 2 corpses in its hands. Thud! A corpse was thrown to the ground. Thud! Another one. Thud! And another. Soon, the plaza was piled high with the fallen forms of 731 rogue ninjas, and the metallic bravado of the aftermath filled the air. Shun yawned and said lazily, "Record the identities of the defeated. If these people have bounties, remember to collect the bounty money for me." He scanned the dumbfounded Konoha higher-ups, a slight smile on his lips. "You are, after all, Konoha ninjas. In the future, when you encounter things, be a little calmer. Don't bahasma." With that, he put his hands in his pockets, whistled, and leisurely left the plaza. In less than 3 minutes, 731 bounty hunters were all annihilated. Among them, there were even many elite Jonin. Many Konoha higher-ups stood in place, speechless for a long time. Shikaku slowly exhaled and murmured, "Mangekyo, Flying Thunder God, a massive number of shadow clones. His combat system is simply unsolvable." Hayashi's Byakugan trembled slightly, and his heart was in an earthquake. Darn it, why is he so strong? Imzo en views. Tsunade stood at the back of the crowd, her eyes flickering with complex light. "Shun, how many secrets does your man Gekyo still hide?" The night breeze blew, stirring a few fallen leaves that drifted towards the distant Hokage rock. And Shun's figure had long disappeared into the darkness. Shun's ambition that night, in Tsunade's living room, Shun's fingertips gently brushed the rim of a wine glass. Tsunade refilled his glass with sake, the necklace on her chest glinting green with her movements. Tsunade asked, "Shun, what is your fallback plan?" The wine glass paused in Shun's fingers as he gazed at the amber liquid. He said, "The 4th Mizukage rose to power through a coup. The Lord of Water and Yagura have deep-seated conflicts. I want to move Konoha to the Land of Water." Tsunade's fingertips unconsciously traced over her green crystal necklace. Both Konoha and this necklace were important legacies from her grandfather, Hashirama. Her voice trembled with disbelief. You want to move Konoha to the land of water? What's the benefit of doing that? Shun put down his wine glass and said, Sincerado, the land of fire is like a piece of delicious meat. When we leave, other countries will pounce like hungry wolves. At that time, all countries will fall into the quagmire of the land of fire, while we accumulate strength in the land of water. Tsunade's pupils suddenly contracted, as if she saw countless people dying. Her voice trembled slightly. Why are you doing this? Do you know how many casualties this will cause? Shun clasped her wrist in return, with just enough force that she couldn't break free. He whispered softly, the Uchiha and Senju clan have carried 1,000 years of hatred, but after forming a village, the 1,000 years of hatred ended. The candlelight suddenly flickered violently, casting the shadows of the two figures on the wall. In Tsunade's eyes, Shun's eyes grew brighter and brighter in the darkness. His voice held a bravado intensity. If I unify the ninja world's countries, then the ninja world's wars will also become history. Tsunade's pupils widened slightly. It was the bravado. She clearly saw the man before her, possessing such great ambition, aspirations, and the determination to change the world. Shun suddenly stepped forward and held her in a firm hug, his powerful heartbeat transmitting through his clothes. Tsunade, will you support me? Tsunade felt as if she was back in the Second Great Ninja War. The body of Nawaki, Dan, the mountains of clan members' bodies piled on the battlefield. War had made her lose many loved ones. I support you, Shun. When Shun stood beside Tsunade, he sensed the warmth of the sake between them, and beneath it, a quiet determination. After a pause, Tsunade's expression was steady. She stepped back slightly, the emerald necklace swaying at her collar. To do something so big, do you have a concrete plan? Shun's voice held the steadiness of someone who had long planned. I have already written to the daimyo of the land of water, stating that as long as he gives me noble status in the land of water, I will bring the Uchiha clan to pledge allegiance and eliminate Yagura for him, as well as those disobedient ninja clans. Tsunade held his arm to steady him. What's next? Shun leaned close and whispered near her ear, causing her to tense slightly. I will leak the news to 4th Mizuki Jigura, letting him destroy the daimyo of the land of water and the nobles of the land of water. Then I will find a way to become the daimyo of water country, and then move Konoha to the land of water. Tsunade suddenly flipped over with swift momentum, her hair flowing around her. Will becoming the daimyo of the land of water be that simple? Shun smiled wickedly. Think about it. When we leave the bravado, all countries' attention will be focused on the bravado. They won't care about us in the land of water, and to appease us, they might even agree. Tsunade embraced him warmly. Centurado late at night. Candlelight flickered, illuminating several grim faces in the council hall. The daimyo of the land of water, a man nearing 50 with sharp eyes, held a recently delivered secret letter in his hand. Shun, he murmured the name, a slight smirk on his lips, revealing a cold smile. Fujiwara Tomo, the strategist beside him, frowned and asked, Your Highness, is this credible? The Uchiha clan has always been arrogant. Why would they suddenly be willing to pledge allegiance to us? The daimyo spread the letter on the table, his fingertip gently tapping the wax seal on the letter. It was the Uchiha clan crest. His voice lowered, carrying a hint of excitement. The letter says that as long as I give him noble status, he is willing to bring the Uchiha clan to pledge allegiance to the land of water, and he will eliminate Yagura for us, as well as those disobedient ninja clans. Several ministers exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with greed. Defense Minister Shimada Tadayoshi whispered, Your Highness, if we can truly win over the Uchiha clan and even the entire Konoha, the land of fire's military strength will greatly decrease. At that time, we can unite with the land of lightning, the land of earth, and the land of wind. He didn't continue, but everyone present understood his meaning, to divide the land of fire. A ruthless glint flashed in the daimyo's eyes. He slowly stood up and walked to the window, looking towards the direction of Kirigakure. He said coldly, that madman Yagura should have died long ago. Since Shun is willing to act for us, then all the better. He turned and ordered the leader of his dark guards, reply immediately, agree to his terms. At the same time, secretly contact the daimyos of the land of lightning, the land of earth, and the land of wind, and tell them that the time has come. Just as the daimyo of the land of water made his decision, a shadow silently infiltrated beneath the eaves of the daimyo capital. Shizui's figure merged into the darkness like a ghost, his Mangekyo Sharingan faintly flickering in the shadows. His ocular jutsu quietly activated, silently deepening the greed and ambition in the daimyo's heart. The daimyo already had the idea of dividing the land of fire, and under his control, it became even more firm and unshakable. This way, the plan is foolproof. Shizui's lips curved slightly. Then he instantly disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Yagura's coup, it was a night shrouded in thick fog in the land of water. Yagura stood by the window of the Mizukage's office, holding a secret letter that had just arrived. The ink on the letter had not yet completely dried, indicating it had been delivered in an extremely short amount of time. The daimyo of the land of water dares to betray Kirigakure? Is this intel reliable? Yagura's pupils contracted sharply in the dim light. The content of the secret letter was clear and cruel. The daimyo of the land of water planned to use Shun to eliminate him, as well as some ninja clans of Kirigakure. The Kirigakure Umbu captain's voice was unusually calm. It was sent urgently by our spy embedded in the daimyo capital. Fuguki grinned, his sharp teeth glinting coldly, and Samahata wriggled restlessly on his back. Have those nobles finally lost their patience? Jay-Z leaned against the wall, the blade of Kubikiribsh reflecting the candlelight. We're still fighting on the front lines, while they're plotting how to get rid of us in the backyard. Raiga played with Kiba, electricity flickering at his fingertips. If you ask me, we should just do it tonight. Quiet. Yagura suddenly raised his hand, and the room instantly fell silent. His finger drew a circle in the air, and a ripple spread out. Water release. Water mirror technique. On the water's surface, the scene of the daimyo's mansion appeared. In the brightly lit banquet hall, nobles clinked glasses, and the daimyo was drinking heartily. Minister Fujiwara Tomo smiled fawningly. Your Highness, as soon as Shun makes his move, Yagura will surely die. At that time, Kirigakure will be yours for the taking. The daimyo took a proud sip of wine and said, Humph, that crazy Mizukage should have died long ago. The constantly changing images on the water mirror and the discussions all revolved around eliminating the fourth Mizukage Yagura and some disobedient ninja clans of Kirigakure. Yagura slowly turned and looked at the few confidants standing in the shadows. His voice was icy cold. The daimyo no longer trusts Kirigakure. They would rather trust an outsider, an Uchiha, than accept us anymore. With the situation as it was, Fuguki began to ponder how to seize the astonishing wealth of those nobles. A cold sneer played on his lips. Those nobles should have died long ago. Raiga frowned slightly. But wouldn't directly attacking the daimyo trigger a civil war? A flash of cold determination crossed JZ's eyes. Civil war? No, this would be a purge. The midnight bell had just chimed when a thick fog enveloped the entire daimyo's mansion. This was not ordinary mist, but hiding in mist technique mixed with chakra, which could interfere with the detection of sensory ninja. First squad, deal with the perimeter guards. The Kirigakure Umbu captain stood on the highest eaves of the daimyo's mansion, his voice reaching the ears of every Kirigakure Umbu. The assassination squad, led by Jay-Z, infiltrated like ghosts. A guard had just noticed something amiss when Kubikuribochi swiftly cut him down. The blade struck with deadly precision, and some of the red liquid stained the wall, but was strangely absorbed by the mist. Fuguki directly broke through the wall, Samahata trembling with excitement. A noble guard rushed forward with a sword, but upon contact with Samahata, his chakra was drained dry, and he collapsed as a mummified corpse. Fuguki spat. Too weak. This little chakra isn't even enough to satisfy Samahata. Fighting and screams echoed continuously. When Yagura slowly walked into the banquet hall, the battle had already ended. Inside the banquet hall, the music abruptly stopped. The few surviving nobles huddled in a corner, Tomo kneeling on the ground, trembling. The daimyo's wine glass shattered on the floor with a smash. He cried out in terror, "Guards, guards, quickly come protect me." Seeing that no one responded for a long time, he forced himself to appear calm, but his trembling voice exposed him. "Yagura, do you not know? This is treason." Yagura did not answer. He walked to the dining table, picked up an exquisite wine glass, and toyed with it. "We risk our lives for the land of water, yet you drink the most expensive wine and then plot how to eliminate us?" Minister Tomo shrieked. "Teach, that was Shun who contacted us first. He said he could. Water release. Water prison jutsu." A 3-meter water sphere instantly enveloped Tomo's body. His explanations turned into blurry bubbles in the water. Yagura walked in front of the daimyo, activating the water mirror technique again. The images in the mirror constantly changed, showing the daimyo and the nobles discussing how to eliminate them. The daimyo's face instantly turned pale. "No, this is impossible. How can there be such a ninjutsu?" Yagura's eyes were cold. "Truly a bunch of foolish guys. Did you think you could do it without anyone knowing?" With a sharp strike, the daimyo was defeated and fell to the ground. At the same time, screams echoed from the various noble residences throughout the land of water. Yagura slowly turned around, casting his gaze upon the remaining nobles. These people were already scared to the point of their soul flying away. They looked at Yagura as if he were a demon from the underworld. Yagura said in a cold and ruthless voice, "From today onwards, the land of water will be ruled by Kirigakure." When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the thick, lingering fog, this merciless purge finally came to an end. The Kirigakure Umbu captain emotionlessly tallied the casualties. The daimyo and his confidants totaled 731 people, 12 noble families involved in the conspiracy, a total of 4,214 people eliminated. Yagura looked towards the western horizon, interrupting, "Enough. Issue orders. All ports are to be sealed immediately, and border patrol strengthened. Also, prepare to welcome our special guest." Fuguki wiped Samahata clean. "Are you referring to Shun?" A cold glint flashed in Yagura's eyes. "This matter will definitely not be that simple. Order all Kirigakure ninjas to enter a state of readiness." Soon, Kirigakure sealed all ports in the land of water. But the news of the coup in the land of water still spread throughout the ninja world. Fourth Mizuki Jigura has staged another coup. Kirigakure has seized control of the land of water. The daimyo of the land of water and a large number of nobles were purged and their families eliminated by Kirigakure ninjas. Overnight, the noble class of the entire ninja world was plunged into unprecedented panic. Revealing the fallback plan, the news of Yagura's coup and Kirigakure's occupation of the land of water quickly reached Konoha. An emergency meeting was held in the conference room. Shun stood at the end of the long table. Behind him, a map of the land of water covered with numerous markings. Shikaku, Hayashi, Choza, and other clan heads gathered. Their expressions varied. Shun's fingers tapped gently on the table, the rhythm steady and powerful. The expression on his face was as confident as ever. "Aren't you all curious about the fallback plan I mentioned earlier?" His voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the entire conference room. Hayashi eagerly said, "Advisor Shun, don't keep us in suspense, just tell us." Shun gave a slight smile, and he took out a gilded document from his sleeve, slowly unrolling it. It was an appointment letter personally signed by the daimyo of the land of water. "Shun is hereby appointed count of the land of water, with the island of Ryukyu as his fief." Shikaku's gaze quickly scanned the document, keenly noticing a detail. "This appointment date is the day before the coup?" Shun calmly said, "The daimyo of the land of water and many nobles have been massacred by Yagura. Now, the land of water is in civil war, which is our opportunity." Shikaku's eyes flickered slightly. "Do you mean?" Shun activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire room. I intend to use this title of Count to contend for the position of the daimyo of the Land of Water. Then, I will relocate Konoha to the Land of Water and gather some ninja clans from the Land of Water to strengthen our power. The conference room was utterly silent. Only the rapid breathing of everyone could be heard. No one had expected Shun to be so bold as to contend for the position of daimyo of the Land of Water. No wonder he refused to reveal what the fallback plan was in previous meetings. Tetsu, the head of the propaganda department, was excited. He had been optimistic about Shun since the Third Great Ninja War. He felt that this person was extremely daring and had exceptionally far-reaching plans. Shun, please continue to explain your plan. Tetsu's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Shun's finger lightly tapped the coastline on the map. The Land of Fire is a battleground, constantly plagued by wars, big and small, while the Land of Water is surrounded by sea, easy to defend and difficult to attack, and remote enough, suitable for us to recuperate. Hayashi's expression was uncertain. All of the Hyuga clan's assets were in the Land of Fire. Now, to move everything to the Land of Water was undoubtedly a difficult decision. His voice carried a clear sense of reluctance. Moving everything to the Land of Water, wouldn't that mean giving up a lot of interests? The others in the conference room also had similar concerns, and they began to whisper among themselves. Tetsu stood up and said, "Is life more important or money?" I support Advisor Shun's decision. The Kazami clan is willing to move our entire clan to the Land of Water. Unkai also stood up and said, I also support Advisor Shun's decision. The Kurama clan is also willing to move to the Land of Water. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table and said, as the fifth Hokage, I agree to move Konoha to the Land of Water. The Senju clan will also fully relocate to the Land of Water. Shikaku's intelligence was very high, and he had deduced the subsequent changes in the situation. Once Konoha moved to the Land of Water, the power of the Land of Fire would quickly weaken. At that time, the Land of Fire would fall into a quagmire of war. Thus, staying in the Land of Fire would be a dead end. Shikaku slowly raised his right hand and firmly said, We, the Ino Shikasage, are also willing to move to the Land of Water. Choza and Inoichi exchanged glances, a hint of confusion on their faces. They had clearly not anticipated Shikaku making such a decision. Although they had doubts, they trusted that Shikaku must have his reasons. Shikaku's declaration caused a small stir among the crowd. Those Jonin who were originally hesitant, seeing Shikaku's decisive stance, gradually dispelled their concerns. As time passed, more and more Jonin expressed their willingness to go to the Land of Water, fearing they would be left behind. Shun leaned on the table with both hands. Very good. I plan to take 2,000 elite ninjas to the Land of Water first, to eliminate Yagura's forces and, at the same time, win over ninja clans willing to surrender. Once the situation is stable, we will proceed with the full relocation of Konoha. Shikaku added, currently, Kirigakure should have over 3,700 ninjas. If 2,000 of us go deep into enemy territory, and someone takes this opportunity to attack Konoha, what should we do? Shun's gaze swept over everyone, a cold smile on his lips. It's fine. Leave Tsunade and Minato in Konoha. If they dare to come, then let them see Konoha's strength. Tsunade stood up, looked at everyone, and said, even if you all go to the Land of Water, Konoha still has over 4,600 ninjas. Regarding safety, please do not worry. Then, Shun walked to the map, his finger tracing the coastline of the Land of Water. The 2,000 elite ninjas I lead require members of Chunin and Jonin strength. Uchiha clan, 1,000 people. Hyuga clan, 300 people. Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, 50 people each. Medical unit, 200 people. The rest are mixed units from various clans. As the plan was finalized, the atmosphere in the conference room gradually shifted from shock to determination. Clan heads stood up one after another, expressing their support. Shun looked around at everyone and said, the meeting is adjourned. Within half an hour, please submit your expedition lists. We depart in 1 hour. Time is urgent. Everyone in the conference room immediately became busy. Shun walked up to Minato and placed a hand on his shoulder. He said with a smile, "Minato, take me to Kushina. I need her help with something." Minato asked warily, "Tell me first, what do you need her for?" Shun said gently, "A small matter. I plan to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport 2,000 elite ninjas to the land of water. But my chakra isn't enough, so I want to borrow some chakra from Ninetales." Minato hesitated for a moment, knowing that even if he didn't agree, Shun would take chakra from Ninetales inside Kushina by Barato, so he had no choice but to agree. "All right, then I'll take you there." Flying Thunder God technique. Their figures suddenly disappeared, then reappeared at Minato's house. Ninetales chakra under Konoha's night sky, dotted with stars. Shun followed behind Minato. Minato suddenly whispered, "Kushina has been a bit emotionally unstable lately, so please bear with her." Shun smiled slightly. "I understand. Women have their own concerns to deal with." Kushina stood in the center of the living room with her arms crossed, watching the two warily. "Minato? Shun? Coming home at this hour, is something wrong?" Minato gently placed a hand on Kushina's Barato and said, "For Konoha's expedition plan, Advisor Shun wants to borrow chakra from the Ninetales." Kushina frowned slightly. "Borrowing Ninetales chakra, that's not going to be easy." Shun activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and said confidently, "Kushina, don't worry, I have the Mangekyo Sharingan. The process will be very simple." The pattern of his Mangekyo began to spin, and in the next moment, their consciousness had entered the seal space. In the cold, damp sewer, behind a giant iron grate, a pair of crimson eyes glowed in the darkness. Kurama's massive body was bound by countless chains, and it bared its Barato, letting out a low growl. Its voice made the entire space tremble. "These evil eyes. Darn Uchiha." Shun stood before the iron grate, sensing Kurama's wild chakra. His voice was surprisingly calm. "Ninetales, lend me some chakra." Kurama struggled violently, its chains rattling. "Dream on. You despicable humans, don't even think about it." Before it could finish speaking, Shun's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly began to spin. Its movements instantly froze, its eyes involuntarily met his, and it was forcibly pulled into Jinjutsu space. In the Jinjutsu, Shun stood before Kurama, reaching out and pressing his hand on its massive paw. "I didn't come to fight. Lend me some chakra, and it'll have Kushina relax her hold on you." A hint of surprise flashed in Kurama's eyes, immediately replaced by anger. "Cunning Uchiha, you think I'll believe that?" Shun's voice grew cold. "Of course you can choose not to believe. Then I'll just have to extract it by force." Shun in the seal space passed his hands through the iron grate and directly pressed them onto Kurama's paw. Red chakra was drawn out like flowing water, forming a dazzling pillar of light between the two. Kurama roared in pain, but controlled by the Mangekyo, it was unable to resist. Chakra continuously flowed into a black tomo below his neck. Shun had a total of 9 such black tomo below his neck. He had referenced Orochimaru's cursed seal and Tsunade's seal, then used the system to fuse them, allowing him to store a large amount of chakra. Kushina stood by, watching with a pounding heart. She had never seen anyone directly extract a tailed beast's chakra like this. Due to the intense fluctuation of energy, the seal space began to tremble, and the runes on the walls flickered on and off. As expected of Ninetales, its chakra reserves were terrifyingly vast. Shun used a large amount of ocular power to extract only 30 of its chakra. When the chakra transfer ended, he canceled the Jinjutsu. At this point, Ninetales had become much thinner. Now, when it saw Shun, its eyes were filled with fear, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Shun smiled slightly and turned to look at the person beside him. "Kushina, try to communicate with Ninetales, not as a prisoner, but as a partner." Kushina looked at Ninetales, deep in thought. This big guy can communicate? Shun's voice was uncharacteristically gentle. "Ninetales has a name. It's called Kurama. It has lived for over 1,000 years and is smarter than most people. It only seems more irritable because it has been confined for so long. Kurama asked in surprise, Uchiha brat, how do you know my name? Shun smiled slightly. Kurama, I know a lot. I suggest you get along well with Kushina, and then she can release your clone, giving you a little more freedom. Listening to their conversation, Kushina tried to release the adamantine chains, and the space within the cage expanded considerably. Kurama lay on the ground of the seal space, the hostility in its eyes significantly reduced. Despicable human, don't think that you could buy me off like this. Shun waved at it and said, now, our agreement is complete. Kurama, we should take our leave. Back in the real world, Minato looked at the two with some concern. Shun took a deep breath. Due to using a large amount of ocular power, he was somewhat mentally fatigued. He urged again, Kushina, Kurama is a very intelligent-tailed beast and also the strongest among the 9-tailed beasts. Its personality is a bit arrogant, so you should praise it more often. Don't just restrain it. That will only make it more violent. Try to communicate with it more. Kushina touched her stomach, nodding thoughtfully. Minato heard some special meaning in their conversation. Why did Shun know so much about 9 tails? Shun said with a smile, Minato, Kushina, the matter is settled. I should go back now, goodbye. Minato nodded. Take care. Then, Shun performed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly disappearing from the room. Above the Hokage rock, 2,000 Konoha ninjas stood in silent formation. Shun stood at the front of the team, his gaze sweeping over each person, a surge of heroic aura rising in his heart. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and amplified his voice with chakra. In a moment, I will use the Flying Thunder God to transport everyone to the land of water. The people in the first row, extend your hands and firmly grasp the person to your left and right. Starting from the second row, use both hands to firmly grasp the shoulders of the person in front. If you feel any discomfort, do not let go of your hands. As a command was given, the 2,000 Konoha ninjas began to move, the entire process swift and orderly. Hayashi activated his Byakugan, scrutinizing the entire formation, confirming that all were ready. He whispered, let's proceed. Shun walked to the middle of the first row and gently extended his right hand, placing it on the shoulder of the Konoha ninja beside him. A red chakra began to spread, and soon, a layer of red-tailed beast chakra cloak appeared on the bodies of the 2,000 Konoha ninjas. With the chakra connection, Shun could use the Flying Thunder God to spatially transfer all these people together. Many Konoha ninjas felt the environment before their eyes changed several times. When they opened their eyes again, they had arrived at the outskirts of Kirigakure. Invading Kirigakure, a thick fog, as if tangible, enveloped Kirigakure, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. The damp air was filled with the smell of the sea, and the outline of the village was faintly visible in the mist. A ninja named Aoshi, on night watch, leaned against a wooden pillar of the watchtower, his eyelids constantly drooping. Consecutive alert duties had exhausted his energy. Aoshi, don't fall asleep, his companion whispered, his voice also weary. Aoshi forced his eyes open and yawned. In this weather, not even a bird can fly, and what could possibly... His voice trailed off as a blurry white shadow flashed through the dense fog. What's wrong? His companion asked, straightening up vigilantly. Aoshi rubbed his eyes. Maybe I'm seeing things. Before he finished speaking, his neck was suddenly struck by a precise hand chop. In the last moment before losing consciousness, he saw those Byakugan glowing with a faint blue light. Hizashi retracted his hand and gestured to his companions behind him. 12 elite members of the Hyuga clan moved like ghosts through the dense fog, silently eliminating one sentry after another. Their Byakugan could penetrate the thick fog, precisely locating every guard. Perimeter cleared. Hizashi reported in a low voice. In the forest on the outskirts of Kirigakure, 2,000 Konoha ninjas lay in wait. Shun stood at the forefront, his black hair gently swaying in the night wind. He closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. Advisor Shun, the Hyuga squad, reports the perimeter guards have been dealt with. Shikaku walked up to him, his voice extremely low. Shun opened his eyes. Begin the operation. The 2,000 ninjas moved in unison, creating a gentle breeze. They surged towards Kirigakure like a tide, yet made no sound. When the first Konoha ninja stepped into the village, Kirigakure ninjas finally noticed something amiss. Enemy attack. It's Konoha ninja. A Chunin's cry was cut short as a dark figure covered his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground. But the alarm had been raised, and the piercing sound of warning bells echoed through Kirigakure. Shun softly said, "It seems we need to speed things up. Mangekyo Sharingan, activate. Complete body Susanoo." Using his own chakra to drive the complete body Susanoo was still a bit strenuous. So, Shun borrowed a portion of Ninetail's chakra from the black Magatama beneath his neck to empower the complete body Susanoo. Soon, orange chakra soared into the sky, and to everyone's astonished gaze, the chakra quickly condensed into form. The over 200-meter-tall complete body Susanoo appeared before everyone like a moving mountain. What kind of monster is this? Kirigakure Umbu looked up at the orange giant that blotted out the sky. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and the kunai in his hand clattered to the ground. The complete body Susanoo was covered in heavy armor, its face a grotesque demon mask, revealing only a pair of glowing red eyes. It spread its giant wings and flapped them continuously. The blood mist of Kirigakure was blown away by a gust of wind. Shun stood within the rhomboid crystal on Susanoo's forehead, his Mangekyo Sharingan rotating slightly. Divine Eye, activate! Instantly, the entire defensive layout of Kirigakure was revealed to his eyes. 37 explosive tag traps, 32 water release barrier nodes, and even the poison gas devices hidden in the drainage system, all had nowhere to hide. Wait a moment. He'll clear the surrounding traps first. Shun's voice, amplified by Susanoo, echoed across the entire battlefield. Then, the Susanoo raised the giant shield in its left hand. The shield was over 180 meters tall, like a moving city wall. With a deafening roar, the giant shield slammed heavily into the ground. Boom! Rumble. 3 watchtowers, along with the explosive tag traps buried beneath them, were instantly destroyed. Boom! Rumble. Boom! Susanoo struck continuously, each blow causing an earthquake-like tremor. All traps within a 500-meter radius, as well as defensive fortifications, were razed to the ground. Inside the Kirigakure command post, Genji, who was left to guard, saw this scene, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. A Susanoo over 200 meters tall? How could the Uchiha clan have such a monster? This is 3 times taller than Fugaku's Susanoo back then. Elder, what should we do? An anxious Jonin asked, his voice full of despair. Genji's hands trembled as he watched the Konoha ninjas begin their full-scale assault. Their proudest defense system was like paper in front of that orange giant. Surrender or die. The shouts of the Konoha ninjas came from all directions, like the declaration of the Shinigami. The command center was in chaos. All traps disabled. Barrier squad wiped out. The Southgate defenders have raised a white flag. Genji slumped into his chair like a deflated ball, his posture defeated. His face was ashen, and his once straight spine was now bent, making him appear even older. The people in the room were silent, their faces filled with terror and despair, a confusion and fear of the future. Genji's throat was dry, and he struggled to speak. Give the order. Lay down your weapons, we surrender. It was a difficult decision, but Genji knew that Kirigakure had no other choice. During the Third Great Ninja War, Kirigakure had surrendered to Konoha. So this time, the surrender of the Kirigakure ninjas seemed even more natural. White flags rose in every corner of the village, their pristine color glaring onto the sun, as if mocking their defeat. The surviving Kirigakure ninjas put down their weapons one after another. They silently knelt in surrender, not daring to look at those around them, their hearts filled with humiliation and resentment. The intelligence interrogation work also proceeded unusually smoothly. The Kirigakure ninjas seemed to have lost their will to resist. Soon, the Konoha ninjas had a complete grasp of Kirigakure's military deployment. It turned out that Kirigakure had divided their forces into 3 parts. One part remained in Kirigakure, responsible for guarding the village's safety. Another part consisted of young and strong ninjas sent to the borders, their mission to resist external invasions. Finally, and the most elite part, followed 4th Mizuki Jigura, stationed in the capital of the Land of Water. They were the core strength of Kirigakure. Executing the 4th Mizukage Twilight in the capital of the Land of Water carried a salty, humid sea breeze. Inside the daimyo's mansion, Yagura leaned against a silk couch, continuously tossing pearls or gold and silver ornaments to the dancing girls. 12 dancing girls gracefully danced in the hall, their long sleeves undulating like ocean waves. 6 dancing girls, pouring wine for him, performed in the hall. Yagura narrowed his eyes, enjoying the extravagance brought by power. Mizukage-sama, our spy has reported unusual bravado from Konoha's forces. A Kirigakure Umbu reported, kneeling on one knee. Yagura lazily waved his hand and said, "Just have the border patrols strengthen their defenses. We will enjoy ourselves. Those people from Konoha won't be that fast." His words abruptly stopped. An unprecedented chakra fluctuation, like a tsunami, swept through the entire daimyo's mansion. A look of shock appeared on Yagura's face. Flying Thunder God? How could so many people be teleported? He sensed over 1,000 unfamiliar chakras appearing out of thin air in the capital of the Land of Water. A 200-meter-tall orange giant stood before the city gates. Shun's voice, amplified by Susanoo, boomed. 4th Mizukage Yagura, you massacred the daimyo of the Land of Water and numerous nobles. I, as the Earl of Ryukyu Island, sentence you to death. Susanoo spread its wings and flew, quickly arriving in front of the daimyo's mansion. It raised a chakra greatsword over 100 meters long and brought it down. Yagura had no time to think, instinctively forming hand signs. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. What erupted from his mouth was not ordinary water, but a high-pressure water cannon compressed to its extreme. This blow, powerful enough to pierce city walls, struck Susanoo's greatsword, yet it was like a stream hitting a reef, scattering in all directions. As the greatsword descended, Yagura used water wall. An arc-shaped water wall rose from the ground. However, in front of the complete body Susanoo, this defense, which had blocked countless powerful enemies, was like thin paper. The greatsword easily sliced through the water wall, its momentum undiminished as it struck Yagura. With a tremendous crash, Yagura was sent flying through a row of buildings before finally coming to a halt. He lay in the rubble, injured and weakened, his right arm clearly hurt from the powerful blow. Mizukage-sama, a roar came from around the corner. Fuguki's massive frame charged with incredible speed, all the barbs on his samahata, greatsword bristling and trembling greedily. Let me show you the power of my samahata. Fuguki leaped 10 meters high, samahata striking Susanoo's ankle with a savage blow. This strange sword, capable of absorbing chakra, emitted a grating screech, yet it didn't even leave a white mark. Shun didn't even bother to look down, merely controlling Susanoo to give a gentle kick. Puffed. Boom! Fuguki's ribs snapped 6 times, his body flying out like a rag doll, crashing into the city wall 30 meters away. He struggled to stand, spitting out bravado. Seeing the terrifying Susanoo, the entire capital of the Land of Water plunged into chaos. Shun's voice, once again, emanated from Susanoo. 4th Mizukage Jigura has been executed. The remaining Kirigakure ninjas surrender quickly. Citizens of the capital of the Land of Water, do not panic. I am the Earl of Ryukyu Island, personally appointed by the daimyo of the Land of Water, and I am now taking over the city's security. The civilians hid in their homes, secretly peeking through windows to observe the changes on the streets. Only a few Kiri ninjas remained, futilely organizing defenses. Jay-Z stood on a rooftop, Kubikirib gleaming coldly in the sunlight. He watched the orange giant crush Kirigakure's defenses like stepping on ants, his hand gripping the sword, trembling slightly. "JZ-sama, what should we do?" a young ninja asked tremblingly. JZ watched another Kirigakure Jonin kicked away by Susanoo, then took a deep breath. This battle is impossible to fight. He leaped off the rooftop, plunging Kirigakure heavily into the ground, kicking up a circle of dust. JZ's voice echoed across the battlefield. "Brothers of Kirigakure, lay down your weapons. Don't make any more pointless sacrifices." This action was like pushing over the first domino. One after another, the Kiri ninjas laid down their weapons and knelt on the ground. 2 hours later, the central plaza of the capital of the Land of Water was packed with surviving Kiri ninjas who stared in fear at the raised platform. The fallen fourth Mizuki Jigura was arranged in a kneeling posture, his head bowed low. Beside him lay the wounded Fuguki, his large frame marked by the scars of battle. Fuguki struggled to crawl to the edge of the platform, his voice hoarse. "I can provide information. I know all of Kirigakure's secret strongholds. Don't kill me." Shun stood on a high vantage point, the setting sun elongating his shadow, casting it over the entire execution platform. He slowly raised his hand. His voice was cold as ice. "Fuguki, your strength is commendable, but I detest traitors, especially those who betray their own village." A flash of red light struck Fuguki, and he collapsed. Shun turned to the other captives. "Konoha will relocate to the Land of Water. Are you willing to pledge allegiance to Konoha?" Raiga tremblingly raised his lightning blade, his voice filled with fear, a stark contrast to his usual arrogant demeanor. I am willing to pledge allegiance to Konoha." JZ silently knelt on one knee, Kirigakure laid flat before him. "We also pledge allegiance to Konoha." This action was like a signal. The remaining Kiri ninjas in the plaza also knelt in unison, their foreheads touching the ground. That night, the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Water was brightly lit. Shun was reviewing battle reports, while Shikaku was bandaging a wounded Konoha ninja. Shikaku said, without looking up, "The casualty count is in. We have 27 lightly wounded, no fatalities. There are 2,724 surviving Kiri ninjas, of whom 1,436 chose to surrender. The remaining 1,000-plus Kiri ninjas are still stationed at the Land of Water's borders. They do not know of the defeat." Shun nodded and walked to the window. The capital of the Land of Water under the moonlight was a mess, but the main buildings were intact. Shikaku's voice held a hint of doubt. "It went much smoother than expected, with very few casualties and losses. It's just that Yagura, as the fourth Mizuki, seemed to have too weak a will to resist." Shun's gaze turned to the distant mountains. Yagura was once a very ambitious person. He was dissatisfied with the blood mist policy, hated ninjas from the same village killing each other, and he incited a group of people to stage a coup. He eventually became the fourth Mizuki, but then realized his actions led to the deaths of even more comrades and weakened the village further. So he fell into confusion, and his fighting spirit naturally weakened. Shun becomes the new daimyo early morning. A thin mist shrouded the eastern border of the Land of Water. Shun stood at the edge of the cliff with JZ, Raiga, and Genji behind him. The corpse of fourth Mizuki Jigura was placed on a wooden frame, covered with a blue shroud symbolizing Kirigakure. In the distance, over 1,000 Kirigakure ninjas stationed at the border stood ready. They held their weapons, their expressions vigilant, but their eyes already revealed wavering because they had already learned of the fall of Kirigakure and the capital of the Land of Water. Shun slowly raised his hand, signaling the three behind him to stop. His voice, amplified by chakra, echoed like thunder across the entire scene. "Ninjas of Kirigakure, fourth Mizuki Jigura Kartachi has been executed, and your village has surrendered. Continued resistance will only lead to more needless bloodshed." The commander of the border forces, AO, gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "Shun, even if Mizuki-sama is dead, we will not surrender to Konoha." JZ frowned and whispered, "Lord, they haven't seen your power yet, and they still harbor some hope." Shun merely raised his hand slowly, signaling them to retreat. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. One last chance. Lay down your weapons and surrender to me, or face the consequences. Ao burst into laughter. Arrogant. Do you think a few words can scare away the elite of Kirigakure? He suddenly waved his hand, and the Kirigakure ninjas behind him simultaneously formed hand signs. Water release chakra condensed in the air, and hundreds of water arrows were ready to be unleashed. Shun closed his eyes and sighed softly. Foolish. The next second, boom! The entire sky suddenly changed color. An orange pillar of light shot up into the sky, and terrifying chakra fluctuations made the ground tremble violently. The Kiri ninjas at the border stumbled back, looking up in horror. A 200-meter-tall, orange complete body, Susanoo, rose from the ground. The giant, which blotted out the sky, stirred up a hurricane when its four wings spread, and its armor shimmered with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. Its eyes burned with a crimson glow, like a god looking down on ants. What is this? Ao's face instantly turned pale, and the kunai in his hand clattered to the ground. Achunen's legs went soft, and he directly knelt on the ground. Impossible. This is not ninjutsu at all. This is the power of a god. Shun stood in the crystal on Susanoo's forehead, his Mangekyo Sharingan coldly observing the Kirigakure forces below. His voice, transmitted through Susanoo, was like the judgment of a god. Now, do you understand? Your resistance is meaningless. Ao's lips trembled, still trying to hold on, but when he saw Susanoo slowly raise the chakra giant blade, over 100 meters long, his last bravado of courage instantly crumbled. Seeing that the time was right, JZ, carrying Kubikiribsh, slowly walked to the front of the formation. He scanned his former comrades and said, "Brothers, this war is over." Yagura betrayed the daimyo of the Land of Water, struck down the nobles, and even plunged Kirigakure into civil strife. Are we still going to fight to the death for such a leader? Raiga also stepped forward, Kiba flashing with electricity in his hand. I have personally witnessed the tragic state of the capital of the Land of Water, and I have also seen how Shun-sama treats surrendered ninjas. He gave us a choice, unlike Yagura, who ruled us with fear. Genji sighed and raised the scepter, symbolizing the authority of the Kirigakure elder. Kirigakure is already in name only. Lay down your weapons, at least that way you can survive. The Kiri ninjas at the border looked at each other, and finally, the first person put down their kunai, then the second, the third. Soon, the entire border force all knelt on one knee and bowed their heads. Shun looked at this scene, a slight smile on his lips. Very good. From today onwards, the Land of Water will usher in a new order. Shun stood on the rebuilt high platform of the daimyo's mansion, overlooking the bustling capital. Craftsmen were repairing buildings damaged in the coup, and the surrendered Kiri ninjas, under the supervision of Konoha ninjas, were cleaning the streets with water release. His fingertips lightly tapped the newly made imperial seal, the cool sensation reminding him of the responsibility he now bore. Shikaku hurried over, still with beads of sweat on his forehead. Shun-sama, all messenger hawks have been dispatched. The various countries will receive the news as early as tonight. Soon, Senchuredo assumed the position of the daimyo of the Land of Water. Third, Konoha will completely relocate to the Land of Water, becoming the guardian force of the new regime. As soon as the news broke, the entire ninja world was in an uproar. The Land of Fire daimyo was furious in the imperial court, slamming his hand on the table. Shun, how dare he betray the Land of Fire? A trembling minister beside him reminded, Your Highness, Shun was previously appointed as an earl by the daimyo of the Land of Water. Strictly speaking, he indeed has the qualification. The daimyo slammed his scepter on the table, roaring, Shut up. Konoha is our military pillar. If they leave, the Land of Fire's defensive power will be greatly weakened. Immediately issue an order to gather all Land of Fire ninjas and prepare to crusade against the traitor. At the same time, the daimyo of other countries seemed unusually calm. They communicated frequently in secret, discussing how to deal with the land of fire and the land of water. The secret letter from the land of wind daimyo. How interesting. With Konoha gone, the land of fire will be nothing but an empty shell. Truly, the wheel of fortune turns. The secret letter from the land of earth daimyo. Don't rush. Let them fight first and see. When the land of fire and the land of water are both severely wounded, it won't be too late for us to make our move. The secret letter from the land of lightning daimyo. For now, it's best to remain inactive, but we can secretly give the Barato some Barato to make their conflict Barato intense. Recruiting defectors from Konoha. Inside the opulent hall, the Barato daimyo sat on his high seat, his fingers drumming restlessly on the armrest. Below, the nobles and high-ranking officials wore various expressions, and an uneasy atmosphere permeated the air. Suddenly, the leader of the Umbu burst into the hall, knelt on one knee, and said in a deep voice, "Urgent military report. The remaining 4,600-plus ninjas of Konoha are preparing to relocate." The hall instantly erupted into chaos. What? The ninjas of Konoha are really all going to defect to the land of water? How dare they? The daimyo abruptly stood up, his face terribly grim, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. He slowly walked down the steps, his voice bone-chillingly cold. "Shun, Tsunade, you have immense audacity." An elderly minister tremblingly stepped forward. "Daimyo-sama, this matter is not trivial. If Konoha moves, the land of fire will lose its military pillar, but if they harbor ill intentions..." The Minister of Military Affairs added, "If they really leave, it might not be a bad thing. Konoha is only 100 li from the capital. If they suddenly turn on us, they could invade the capital overnight. The consequences..." He didn't finish, but everyone understood. Konoha's threat was far more terrifying than imagined. The National Ninja Army's chief instructor, Hiruzen, said in a deep voice, "Daimyo-sama, whether Konoha stays or leaves, we must act immediately." The daimyo slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his gaze was filled with deadly determination. "Give the order. Immediately mobilize 7,000 ninjas to surround Konoha. Block all entry and exit routes. Not even a fly is allowed out." Soon, on the outskirts of Konoha, a massive force of National Ninja Army surrounded the entire village, making it impenetrable. Hiruzen, the chief instructor of the National Ninja Army, used a ninjutsu amplifier to broadcast throughout Konoha. "Ninjas of Konoha, the land of fire daimyo has an order. All who are willing to surrender to the National Ninja Army will have their salaries doubled. Their families will receive noble treatment, and those who perform meritorious deeds can be granted land." The guards on Konoha's walls looked at each other, and the eyes of some genin began to waver. Seeing this, Hiruzen continued to raise the stakes. "You grew up in the land of fire. You should know that the land of fire is the richest country in the entire ninja world. Why go to that poor place, the land of water?" Inside Konoha, civilians and some ninjas began to stir. A chunin murmured in a low voice, "Salary doubled. I still have my old mother to support at home." Another member of a ninja clan hesitated. "I heard that the National Ninja Army's treatment is indeed good, and do we really have to abandon the land where our ancestors lived?" The elders of the Hyuga clan gathered at the clan head's mansion, their expressions solemn. A branch family elder said in a deep voice, "Some members of the branch family are wavering." Hayashi closed his eyes for a moment, then suddenly opened them. "Order the entire clan. All who defect will be executed." At the same time, the heads of the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were also in urgent discussion. Shikaku sighed. "This is an open conspiracy, using benefits to divide us." Chose bit off a piece of beef jerky and said, "But some people, I'm afraid, will really be tempted." Shikaku stroked his chin and said, "After we move to the land of water, the land of fire's military strength will weaken, and there will definitely be many wars in the future. Staying here will only make us cannon fodder." In the Hokage office, Tsunade slammed her fist, shattering the desk. "Hiruzen, that scoundrel, how dare he poach Konoha's people?" Shizen said anxiously, "Tsunade-sama, More than a dozen genin have already secretly slipped out of the village. Shikako leaned by the window, his eyes sharp. We must stabilize morale immediately. Tsunade took a deep breath, abruptly pushed open the window, and leaped onto the Hokage rock. Her voice, amplified by chakra, spread throughout the village. All Konoha ninjas, listen, I'm the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. If any of you want to leave, I will not stop you. Today, if you choose to betray the village, you will surely be treated as a disposable pawn in the future. Moreover, don't you still understand what kind of person Hiruzen is? Thinking of Hiruzen's time as the 3rd Hokage, corruption, deceiving Ninja Academy students into early graduation, then sending them to their deaths on the Kirigakure battlefield, sheltering Danzo's route, conducting human experiments, causing the deaths of many children. Now, Hiruzen's reputation in Konoha was terrible, causing many who had wanted to join the daimyo to lose interest. But still, hundreds of ninjas and a large number of villagers escaped from Konoha. Tsunade stood on the Hokage rock, her expression grave. Darn it, why did so many people escape from Konoha? Is it because of fear of being surrounded by 7,000 ninjas? Or because of money? Hayashi frowned slightly, reminding her, we need to ask Advisor Shun for help. Tsunade ordered sharply, Minato, you will immediately use Flying Thunder God to go to the land of water and inform Shun. Understood. Minato nodded slightly, then instantly vanished from the spot. Inside the land of water daimyo mansion, Shun was listening to a report. Suddenly, whoosh, Minato appeared in a flash and said, Advisor Shun, the land of fire daimyo has sent 7,000 ninjas to surround Konoha. The situation is critical. Shun's eyes turned cold, having a death wish. The next second, his figure abruptly vanished. Outside Konoha, seeing hundreds of Konoha ninjas run over to join them, Hiruzen was in high spirits. He continued to shout, if you follow the land of fire daimyo, you'll be safe and out of danger. Why go to that poor place, the land of water? Didn't you become ninja just to earn money and enjoy life? Boom! The sky suddenly ripped open, and a 200-meter-tall, orange, complete body, Susanoo, flew over from afar. What is that? The National Ninja Army ninjas looked up in terror, only to see the sky-darkening giant spread its 4 wings, a chakra storm sweeping across the land. Shun stood in the crystal on Susanoo's forehead, looking down coldly. Those who dare to touch Konoha, Susanoo's giant blade swept across, instantly slaying hundreds of ninjas. When Hiruzen was young, he had witnessed the battle between Madara and Hashirama, knowing how terrifying that combat power was. So as soon as the complete body Susanoo appeared, he turned and ran. While fleeing, he roared, retreat. Scatter and run, quickly scatter. Shun controlled Susanoo as if entering an uninhabited land. In just 1 minute, he took down over 1,000 ninjas. The remaining 5,000-plus ninjas completely collapsed, falling to their knees and surrendering. Mercy, mercy, we surrender. Shun's 3 treaties at noon. The sky over the land of fire daimyo's capital suddenly darkened. The guards looked up, only to see the clouds being stirred by an invisible force. Sunlight pierced through the gaps in the clouds, casting the entire capital in an eerie orange glow. What is that? The sentinel on the city wall asked, his voice trembling. The next second, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. A sudden storm swept across the entire capital. Roof tiles shattered, street stalls were overturned, and the populace scattered in terror. In that instant, it was as if time itself had frozen. Countless terrified eyes stared at the sky, unable to believe what was unfolding before them. The clouds were torn apart by a pair of giant hands, and a massive figure slowly descended from the rift. It was the complete body Susanoo, an orange giant over 200 meters tall. It spread its wings, its enormous shadow covering half the city, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Finally, the Susanoo landed on the ground, and with every step it took, the earth trembled violently. With every step, Bricks and stones from the city walls crumbled and fell, as if the city itself could not bear its weight. A cry of alarm broke the brief silence. "Quick! Protect the daimyo! Raise the barrier!" 12 elite ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, and a dazzling defensive barrier instantly rose above the royal palace. However, upon seeing the colossal complete body Susanoo, the Land of Fire daimyo's face was filled with terror. He slumped on his throne, his wine glass slipping from his hand, the wine spilling onto the ground, forming a dark red stain, as if foreshadowing the bloodshed to come. "Shun! Susan!" The Land of Fire daimyo's voice trembled, revealing his fear and despair at that name. Through the shattered dome of the palace, he saw the figure in the crystal on the Susanoo's forehead, those Mangekyo Sharingan staring down at him coldly. Shun's voice boomed like thunder over the capital. "Land of Fire daimyo, you sent 7,000 ninjas to besiege Konoha, which displeases me greatly. Now I announce 3 treaties, which I hope you will accept. First, the original site of Konoha shall become a permanent neutral zone, not subject to the jurisdiction of the Land of Fire, and no troops shall be stationed within 60 kilometers. Second, trade in this area shall be tax-free, and the Land of Fire shall not interfere in any form. Third, I will leave 200 ninjas in this area to maintain order." The Land of Fire daimyo's lips trembled incessantly, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He tried to stand up from his seat, but his legs were as if nailed to the floor, completely unresponsive. The enormous figure of the complete body, Susu, stood like a mountain before the royal palace. The tip of its 100-meter-long greatsword pointed directly at the palace, exuding an irresistible pressure. "Don't worry, I will relocate all the remaining Konoha ninjas to the Land of Water." The Land of Fire daimyo's eyes widened, and his body involuntarily recoiled, as if he wanted to escape this terrifying place. However, he was, after all, the ruler of a nation, and he clung to his last shred of dignity, shouting with all his might, "Shun, you dare to threaten me?" The Susanoo's great sword swept slightly, and where its tip pointed, the easternmost tower of the royal palace suddenly let out a loud bang, then collapsed with a crash. Debris scattered like rain, and the rising dust permeated the entire royal palace square. Amidst the rubble and dust, Shun's voice, like a chill from hell, was cold and piercing. "This is not a threat. This is a notification. Otherwise, I don't mind letting the Land of Fire have a more obedient daimyo." The air inside the palace seemed to freeze, and there was a deathly silence. The Land of Fire daimyo stared intently at the man before him, his heart filled with fear and despair. In front of this man, he felt like a lamb to the slaughter, utterly defenseless. His lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but his throat felt as if something was blocking it, preventing any sound from escaping. He swallowed with difficulty and squeezed out a single sentence. I accept." The words were spoken with extreme difficulty, as if each one weighed 1,000 pounds. As the daimyo's words fell, the colossal figure of the Susanoo slowly vanished into the air. Shun, like a ghost, instantly appeared before the Land of Fire daimyo. His gaze was as cold as ice as he said, "You have 15 minutes. I want to see the official document." Having said that, he no longer paid attention to the daimyo, turning and standing quietly to the side, waiting for time to pass. The Land of Fire daimyo's fingers trembled slightly, as if the words on the imperial edict were so heavy that he could not bear them. He had been daimyo for over 30 years, always smooth sailing, with everything going his way. Today, he had completely lost all his former elegance and composure. The still wet document trembled slightly in his fingertips, as if it too feared its impending fate. However, at that very moment, Shun snatched the document. His movements were as swift as the wind, almost imperceptible. Shun unrolled the scroll, quickly scanning every word. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh, filled with disdain and mockery. "You thought you could fool my eyes by writing Special Autonomous Region instead of permanent neutral zone? Before his words finished, a powerful flame instantly erupted from his hand, tightly engulfing the document. In the blink of an eye, the document turned to ashes in the raging fire, as if it had never existed. The Land of Fire daimyo stammered, "I was too nervous just now. That's why I made a mistake." Shun's face was cold, like the pronouncement of a Shinigami. "My patience is limited. Don't play these little tricks, or you will die a terrible death." From the shadows, 8 ninjas suddenly burst forth, throwing a large number of kunai from 8 directions, attacking Shun all over his body. Shun's Mangekyo suddenly spun, and a 3-headed, 6-armed half-body system instantly appeared and crushed 2 of the closer ninjas. The remaining 6 attackers also suddenly froze, holding their kunai, and surprisingly turned their weapons on themselves in a sudden act of self-destruction. After dealing with these individuals, Shun said expressionlessly, "You have 8 minutes left." The Barato daimyo's Barato chattered, making a clacking sound. He painstakingly wrote the second document, then respectfully handed it to Shun. Shun took the document, confirmed it was correct, and nodded slightly. "I hope you will keep your word, otherwise next time, nobody wants to marry Shun." In Konoha year 50, Shun was 18 years old. Last year, after he pressured the Land of Fire daimyo and relocated Konoha ninjas to the Land of Water, he completely changed the ninja world's landscape. Then, he used an iron fist to integrate the 2 forces, transforming Kirigakure into the new Konoha, with Tsunade continuing to serve as the 5th Hokage. Although the Land of Fire daimyo was unwilling, he could only tacitly accept the current situation, fearing Shun's absolute power. The Land of Lightning daimyo and the Land of Earth daimyo were secretly on guard, afraid that this madman, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, would stir up even greater turmoil. However, to everyone's surprise, Shun was contemplating a sweet problem. "I'm already a daimyo, so it isn't unreasonable to consider a few political alliances through marriage, right?" Tsunade, 38 years old, 5th Hokage, strong-willed, but exceptionally gentle towards him. Mikoto, 28 years old, former Barato of the Uchiha clan head, mature and elegant. Yukari, 18 years old, descendant of the Uzumaki clan, gentle and virtuous. Esare, 19 years old, ruler of Ran, possessing both wisdom and beauty. Chia, 19 years old, descendant of the Yuki clan, owner of the ice release Kekiai Genkai. Ami, 18 years old, the girl next door who had always liked to stick close to him since childhood. "It's just, who should I make my queen?" he murmured to himself, a playful smile on his lips. Inside the Hokage office, Shun pushed the door open and found only Tsunade there. He said directly, "Tsunade, marry me. I need you to be my queen." Tsunade sat behind her desk, swirling a cup of sake, looking at him with a half-smile. Shun walked to Tsunade's side, took her hand, and said softly, "I'm serious." Tsunade was slightly startled, her teasing smile instantly vanishing, replaced by a hearty laugh. "You little rascal, do you know I'm 20 years older than you?" Shun quietly looked at Tsunade and said calmly, "Tsunade, I never cared about your age." However, Tsunade suddenly reined in her smile. A rare look of seriousness appeared on her face as she slowly said, "No, it's very important. You are the future king of the ninja world, and I am already an old woman." After speaking, Tsunade walked over to him, gently patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, "Go find Yukari or Isare. They are more suitable for you." Shun didn't speak, just nodded slightly, then used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly vanish from the office. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the palace in the Land of Water. Yukari was humming a tune while tidying the room. Just then, someone suddenly appeared behind her, startling her, and she almost dropped the bucket in her hand. She looked closely and saw that the person was Shun. Her heart instantly pounded, and she was so nervous that she couldn't even speak properly. "Shun, why are you here?" Shun's gaze was deep and sharp, making Yukari a little afraid to look directly at him. "Yukari, you can let the servants do these things. You shouldn't waste your time on them." Yukari's face turned slightly red. I just felt a bit idle and wanted something to do. Shun showed a faint smile. Yukari, what do you think if I make you my queen? These words exploded in Yukari's ears like a bolt from the blue. Her fingers involuntarily intertwined, and she stammered, I can't. I'm just an ordinary ninja. I can't handle those things. Watching Yukari's reaction, Shun's lips curled slightly upwards, and he said gently, You're still young. You can learn slowly. However, Yukari shook her head frantically. Shun, I really can't. Tsunade-sama is more suitable than me, or Queen SRA. They are both much better than me. Shun was silent for a moment, a flicker of imperceptible disappointment in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Finally, he hugged Yukari for a while and said, All right, I respect your decision. When he left the room, Yukari was left standing there alone, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. In the center of the main hall of the Ran Royal Palace, a figure suddenly appeared. The guards drew their swords, but upon recognizing the person, they respectfully bowed. Shun-sama. Shun nodded slightly. Continue your patrol. Seeing the person who had suddenly appeared, Shra's eyes flashed with surprise. But she quickly regained her regal demeanor. Her voice, gentle with a hint of doubt, asked Shun, Why have you come so suddenly? Shun didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly, Sarah, marry me. I want you to be my queen. SRA was stunned, her cheeks slightly flushed. She lowered her head, her fingers gently clutching her skirt, her voice soft but filled with worry. Shun, I really want to say yes, but... Shun frowned slightly. But what? If I marry you, you'll have to move to the land of water. What about Ran? She looked up, her eyes full of concern. Ran is my country. I cannot abandon it. Shun slowly approached, reaching out to gently touch her cheek. You can let trusted ministers manage it, and will return periodically to inspect. If there are any problems, I will help you handle them. Shra's eyes flickered with a hint of wavering. But Shun gazed into her eyes. SRA, do you love me? Shra's face grew redder, but she didn't avoid his gaze. I do. Then are you willing to give up everything for me? SRA took a deep breath and finally nodded. I am willing. Shun's lips curved slightly upwards. That's enough. Ran will be fine, I promise you. SRA finally smiled, tears sparkling in her eyes. Okay, I accept. When Shun's engagement to Queen SRA was announced, the entire ninja world was shaken. This news was like a bombshell, sparking countless discussions and speculations. It was said that Queen SRA was only 19 years old and a great beauty. Therefore, many people accepted her status as queen. However, the list of consorts left people dumbfounded. In addition to Yukari, Chie, and Ami, there were also Mikoto and Tsunade. Among them, the situations of Mikoto and Tsunade caused considerable controversy. Mikoto, 28 years old, was a widow with a child. Moreover, her ex-husband was Fugaku, the previous Uchiha clan head. And while Tsunade was unmarried, her age was already 38, 20 years older than Shun. Such a combination led to widespread discussion among the onlookers and various rumors circulated. A grand wedding, the glazed tiles of the Land of Water's royal palace shimmered under the setting sun. 12 vermilion lacquered palace gates opened one after another, and the robes of 1,000 guests fluttered like butterflies in the evening breeze. The auspicious hour has arrived, the wedding begins. The attendant's voice rang. Shun, holding Shra's hand, followed by 5 concubines, walked slowly up the white jade steps. SRA, leading the procession, wore a golden phoenix crown with a red veil covering her face, and silver bells at her waist jingled with every step she took. Behind her, Tsunade wore a luxurious silk wedding gown, her hair styled into a cloud bun, her elegant presence drawing glances from the attendees. Mikoto walked beside Tsunade, dressed in a deep purple wedding dress that accentuated her graceful figure. A hint of melancholy in her eyes only added to her mature charm. Next to catch the eye was Yukari, her fiery red hair burning like a flame, like a blooming rose, exuding endless youth and vitality. Beside her, Chie, like a fairy in the snow, wore a blue and white wedding dress that made her skin appear even whiter than snow. Her demeanor was somewhat aloof, yet it seemed to contain endless tenderness. The last was Ami, her smile as sweet as honey, with a friendly aura like a girl next door, making people want to approach her and share the little details of life. At the wedding banquet, cups clinked as guests toasted each other. Their gazes were constantly drawn to the 6 brides. Is that Tsunade-sama? Is she really 38 years old? A former Kirigikure ninja widened his eyes, almost dropping his wine cup. Tsunade wore an elegant white and gold gown with intricate cherry blossom patterns embroidered along the hem. Her hair was styled into an elegant high bun, with a few strands falling gracefully beside her snow-white neck. Her figure was beautifully balanced and elegant. As she moved, her skirt flowed like water, every step exuding the charm of a mature woman. She doesn't look 38 at all. People would believe it if you said she was 26. A noblewoman exclaimed, instinctively touching her cheek, seemingly a bit jealous. I heard she is proficient in medical ninjutsu and can even slow down aging. Another ninja whispered, his eyes full of envy. As expected of one of the legendary Sannin, who wouldn't be captivated by such a woman? A Konoha ninja widened his eyes, whispering in disbelief, is that Mikoto? Isn't she Fugaku's Barato? His companion quickly stopped him. Shun, keep your voice down. She now serves in the daimyo's household. Watch your words. The man still couldn't help but exclaim, after all, Fugaku died over a year ago, and she looks even more beautiful than back then. An Uchiha snorted, what's so strange about that? Mikoto-sama was the most beautiful woman in the clan back then. At this moment, several Uchiha gathered together, whispering to each other, their expressions quite complex. One of the elders lowered his voice and said, Mikoto-sama actually remarried. I secretly like her back then, too. Another elder whispered, actually, this is a good thing for the clan. The daimyo marrying her means the Uchiha clan's bloodline will be more secure in the future. But there were still Uchiha who held reservations. But Fugaku-sama passed away less than a year ago. Hearing this, another person couldn't help but sigh, lamenting, times have changed. Mikoto should also have new happiness. Moreover, she is marrying Shun-sama. The discussions continued, but were drowned out by the sudden burst of fireworks. Shun watched the approaching brides, his gaze pausing slightly as it swept over Mikoto. Her lowered eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her face, like a butterfly that might take flight at any moment. The wedding banquet lasted late into the night, with the moon high in the sky. As the guests drunkenly recited blessings, Shun quietly left the feast. He walked through the brightly lit corridor and arrived at Stra's room. Gently pushing open the door, Shun saw Esare sitting by the window, the moonlight illuminating her graceful figure. Hearing the door open, Esare turned her head, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. She smiled and said, tonight, after we drink the ceremonial cup, you can go accompany the other sisters. Shun walked to Stra's side, holding her close, feeling her warmth. Then, he lowered his head and pressed his forehead to hers. Sensuredo, he knew Esare was doing this for his sake, hoping he would spread his affection evenly, so all the women would feel his love. He held Esare close and embraced her for a while, then released her and looked into her eyes, saying, thank you for your understanding and generosity, my queen. I will do as you command. Esare smiled and nodded, then picked up the wine cup from the table and drank the ceremonial wine with Shun. After 3 rounds of drinks, Shun got up and left the room to find the others. He cautiously pushed open Tsunade's door, feeling a bit apprehensive. Upon entering the room, he saw Tsunade sitting by the bed, looking at him with a gentle smile. They sat facing each other, with 2 cups of sake on the table. They picked up their cups and slowly brought them to each other's lips. Tsunade took a small sip, then put down her cup and said, tonight, they'll let you off the hook. Go accompany the others. Her voice was calm, as if this was just a perfectly ordinary decision. Shun was somewhat surprised that Tsunade would say such a thing. Usually, she was very proactive in her demands. He put down his cup and gently held Tsunade. Tsunade, I love you. Tsunade, however, seemed unappreciative of the gesture, pushing him away firmly and chiding, "Stop being so mushy." Shun was a little surprised. He said with a hint of teasing, "It seems you all conspired together." A hint of tenderness showed in Tsunade's eyes. "Yes, we discussed it, so you can scram now." Shun gave an awkward laugh. "Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo. Will he really come to me first?" Her eyes occasionally darted towards the closed door, and she began to secretly daydream. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the door. Ami jumped up like a startled bunny, hastily straightening her already neat clothes. "Shun!" She practically bounced to meet him, then abruptly stopped 2 steps away. Remembering her etiquette teacher's instructions, she performed a proper bow. "Shun, why do you come so early? On our wedding night, shouldn't you be with Esarene and the others first?" Shun reached out and ruffled Amos' hair. "They told me to come to you first." Then, he entered the room and closed the door behind him. Ami rushed over and hugged him tightly. Her cheeks were pink, and her eyes shimmered. "Shun, have I really become your bride? This isn't a dream, is it?" Shun spoke softly so only she could listen. "Now you are my Barado. Do you know what a Barado should do?" Ami looked up, gathering her courage to Barado him. The Barado was Barado clumsy and innocent, so Shun gently took the initiative. He held her close and shared a tender moment, his fingers brushing through her long hair. When they separated, Amos' expression softened, and her eyes were filled with quiet affection. She finally spoke the feelings she had hidden for many years. "Shun, I like you ever since I was very young." Shun picked her up gently and walked to the table. "Let's share the nuptial cup first." They raised their wine cups together in a toast to celebrate their marriage. After the nuptial ceremony, Amos' face was bright with joy. Shun gently held her close. Outside the window, a full moon hung high in the sky, witnessing this beautiful moment as childhood sweethearts finally became a married couple. Under the soft glow of the night, Shun and Ami shared their first tender moments together as husband and Barado. Blushing sweetly, Ami rested her head against Shun's Barado, feeling the warmth of their new beginning together. Cinchuredo, his eyes lingered on her face, taking in her gentle expression and quiet presence. He appreciated her deeply. He said in a calm voice, "Don't hide your smile." After a brief pause, Ami slowly relaxed her posture. She lifted her head, meeting Shun's gaze. She noticed that he was captivated by her presence. His gaze made her feel happy and a little self-conscious. Ami carried herself with effortless charm. Of course, she couldn't compare to Tsunade, but that did not lessen her appeal. She took a breath and steadied herself. Cinchuredo, was that Shun's reaction unexpected? Could it even reach her? What if she couldn't handle it? What if? Amos' mind was filled with countless questions that she had no answer to. Shun looked at her worried gaze and instantly understood the gist of what was happening. Shun slowly approached her. Ami, whose mind was a mess, didn't notice his steps. As Shun approached her, Ami finally came to her senses. They shared a moment, and Shun's hand gently held her Barado. Feeling the closeness, Ami was startled, but she quickly got used to it. Cinchuredo, finding her reaction endearing, he gently teased her in playful ways, making her laugh and blush. Stop it. That tickles." Amos' eyes lit up with amusement. It was the Barado someone had made her giggle so much. She felt lighthearted and happy. Noticing Amos' dazed state, Shun knew to stop. He didn't want to overwhelm her right at the start. Shun cupped Amos' cheeks with both hands, looking straight into her eyes. "Ami, let's move on. Are you ready to be mine?" Ami smiled. "Of course." With Amos' confirmation, Cinchuredo, her expression sparked a playful urge to tease her. He said with a grin, "Do you like it?" Ami blushed as she looked away. "I don't know." Shun raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I guess I should stop then." Ami felt a little panicked when she heard that. She quickly spoke up. Cinchuredo, Shun, you should go be with the others." Shun tucked her in and then quietly left the room. And Ami, like a little bird that had found its home, drifted into dreams with a sweet smile on her face. Winning Mikoto's trust and affection in Chie's bedchamber, she sat upright on the edge of the bed. Before opening the door, Shun's mind flashed with memories of Chie. In the original story, she was a complete tragedy. To escape Kirigakure's blood mist policy, she married a civilian. Because her child, Haku, awakened ice release, he was discovered by his father. As a result, her husband, along with the villagers, Chie, was tragically defeated. Overcome with fear and despair, Haku unleashed his ice release, defeating his father and the hostile villagers, and became an orphan. She would rather endure the worst than consider fighting back. Shun's eyes darkened slightly, with a hint of pity. He had married Chie for 3 reasons. First, pity for her fate. She shouldn't have died so tragically. Second, coveting her Kekkei Genkai, the power of ice release. Third, liking her beauty. Haku's stunning, gender-ambiguous beauty was inherited from her. He gently pushed open the door. Chie was like a startled deer, a flicker of panic in her eyes. "Husband, great lord." She hastily stood up, almost tripping over her wedding dress. Shun smiled slightly as he stepped inside. "Chie, are you hungry? Let me get you something to eat." His voice was gentle, unlike a ruthless lord, but rather as kind as a lovely neighbor. He walked to the table and gently opened the food box. Inside were exquisite pastries and a steaming bowl of soup. Chie stared at him, seemingly unable to believe that Shun would personally prepare food for her. She whispered, "I am not hungry," but her stomach, at that moment, uncooperatively rumbled. Shun chuckled softly, reached out, and gently took her wrist, leading her to the table. "You are my beloved companion now. In front of me, there's no need to be reserved. Eat, warm yourself up." He personally served her a bowl of soup and handed it to her. Chie cautiously took a burrito. It was soft, smooth, and slightly sweet. Her eyes gradually welled up. In all her life, no one had ever treated her so gently. Shun looked at her, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "From now on, I will protect you." Chie nodded slightly, her heart full of gratitude. After the meal, Shun poured 2 cups of warm wine and handed one to her. "It's time for the nuptial cup. Your hands are a bit cold. Drink a little more to warm yourself up." Chie took the wine cup with both hands, her fingertips trembling slightly. They crossed arms and drank the wine. The warm wine flowed down her throat, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Shun took her hand and led her to the window overlooking the garden. Chie's heart pounded with nervousness. She kept her head down, not daring to look into his eyes. Shun gently touched her burrito, encouraging her to look up, his gaze soft and affectionate. "Chie, it's going to be all right." Chie took a deep breath and said, "I will strive to be a qualified burrito and not let down my husband's affection." Shun slowly leaned in and gently burrito. Chie's cheeks flushed, but she didn't pull away. She slowly closed her eyes, accepting the moment. When they separated, Chie's eyes were filled with warmth and affection. Shun gently sat beside her on the bed, holding her close. Outside the window, moonlight like water spilled into the room. In this quiet night, Chie and Shun shared a tender and joyful moment together, beginning their new life as partners. Ding, host and partner. Cinchuredo, he raised a hand to loosen his collar. The faint scent of Chie's hair still lingered at the neckline of his dark blue kimono. "Your Highness, would you like some hangover tea prepared?" A servant on the veranda asked in a low voice. Shun waved his hand. "No need." As an experienced man, he was too familiar with this state of his burrito. Thanks to Burrito's boost, his vitality was many times greater than that of an ordinary person. Ami and Chie were both new to the situation. Their reserved nature made him feel cautious, but it also kept him from getting too carried away. Shun was burrito impatient, so he walked very quickly. When the carved wooden door of Mikoto's room was pushed open, it brought with it a subtle gust of wind. "Shun-sama-you?" Mikoto's voice was very soft, as if she was uncertain about something. Shun closed the door behind him, the click of the wooden latch exceptionally clear in the silent room. "Makoto, were you thinking of me too?" As the door closed, Makoto lightly held the hem of her wedding dress, appearing calm and elegant. Seeing her small action, Shun quietly. "Senchuredo, call me husband." He slowly approached her, his voice deep, carrying an undeniable authority. Makoto's expression softened. She had seen that same look in Fugika's eyes before, a man's firm resolve. Seeing that look, her heart felt a little uneasy, hesitant, shy, and quietly thoughtful. Shun took a deep breath, steadying his emotions, and sat down in front of her. He picked up the nuptial wine on the table and handed her a cup. "According to tradition, we should drink the cross-cup wine." Makoto nodded, her slender fingers taking the wine cup, intertwining her arm with his, and tilting her head back to drink it all. The wine slid down her throat, warm and spicy. It brought a faint blush to her fair cheeks. As soon as the wine cup was put down, Shun could no longer hold back and stepped close to take her hands in his. "Husband," she said softly, leaning gently toward him, already resting safely in his arms. Makoto could feel warmth radiating through his clothes. Shun became deeply emotional and said, "Makoto, please be with me. I care about you." Makoto's heart was pounding. Senchuredo, 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 and the wisps of hair on her forehead were damp. Shun lay on his side beside her, propped on his arm, his fingertips twirling a strand of her dark purple hair. He leaned down and gently Barato forehead, his deep voice soft. "Makoto, husband." Makoto subconsciously clutched the brocade quilt, her voice tinged with a hint of worry. The recent ordeal had left her feeling completely drained. She looked up into her husband's intense eyes. The emotion she saw there made her heart suddenly race. Shun took her wrist and gently Barato the back of her hand. "This time, I will let you experience something different." Makoto remained alert. She had received strict training since childhood, and her physical fitness was naturally excellent. But facing this opponent, she realized she was at a clear disadvantage. The atmosphere in the room grew Barato awkward, making one blush slightly. A while later, Makoto was exhausted again and collapsed in Shun's arms. Ding, the host and partner. Makoto have completed a deep bonding ritual. Mangekyo Sharingan Experience 50, Chakra Cap 3. Shun gently kissed away the tears at the corner of her eye. Outside the bedchamber, the morning star had just risen. Makoto buried her face in his neck, her every breath filled with his scent. A new fervent emotion was taking root in her heart. When she looked up again, her eyes reflected Shun's face, without an ounce of hesitation or uncertainty. Obito's performance, the main hall was spacious and magnificent, with thick velvet carpets on the floor and exquisite tapestries hanging on the walls. The air was filled with a faint feminine fragrance, intertwined with the rich aroma of fine wine and delicacies. In the center of the main hall, a large gilded soft couch was placed, covered with soft brocade. Shun reclined on the soft couch, surrounded by his 4 beautiful wives. Their attire varied, some noble, some elegant, some charming, and some dignified. Shra's slender fingers picked up a celadone jade wine pot, and the amber liquid drew a graceful arc in the air. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was like a clear spring in the desert. "Husband, this is a grape brew specialty of Ran, made from the finest local grapes. Its taste is mellow, and its aroma is intoxicating. You must try it." Shun opened his mouth, and a moderate amount of wine slowly flowed into his mouth. As the wine entered his mouth, he narrowed his eyes slightly, savoring the mellow taste. It's indeed good wine. Sarah, you can sell Ran's wine to the Land of Water. This way, the people of Ran can also have more income." A charming smile appeared on Shra's face. "Husband, that's what I thought too. Also, when will you accompany me back to Ran? I haven't been back for several days." Shun pondered for a moment, then smiled. "I will go with you in a few days. It's a good opportunity to see the customs and culture of Ran." Upon hearing this, Shra's eyes were full of joy, and she lightly kissed his forehead. At this moment, Ami lightly coughed and said with a hint of petulance, "Husband, we also want to visit Ran." Shun laughed heartily and said, "All right, I'll take you all with me next time." Meanwhile, Mikoto held a honey tangerine, carefully peeling the skin and meticulously removing every white thread from the segments. Only after all the white threads were removed did she hand a segment to his lips. "Husband, please try this honey tangerine. It's sweet and delicious and very juicy." A gentle haven, a hero's tomb. Shun narrowed his eyes, enjoying this luxurious and peaceful time. Since becoming the daimyo of the Land of Water, he had entrusted almost all government affairs to his confidants, spending his days in quiet leisure with his Barado. Yukari needed his Barado and said with a half-smile, "Shun-sama," Senchuredo, only her ear tips slightly reddened. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps outside the hall. The guard knelt on one knee, cold sweat on his forehead. "Report. Your Highness, there's an intruder. The opponent. The opponent has a Mangekyo Sharingan." The joyous laughter in the hall suddenly ceased. Shun waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the shadow at the hall's entrance. "Since you're here, why hide?" From the shadows, slowly emerged a figure wearing an orange spiral mask. A deep, hoarse voice suddenly echoed in the hall. "What disgusting extravagance, Shun!" Shun's eyes instantly turned cold, and his wives immediately stood up alertly. From the shadows of the palace, a man wearing an orange spiral mask slowly emerged. His black robe fluttered, and the crimson Sharingan on his orange mask flickered with a faint red light. Mikoto coldly questioned, "Who are you? Why do you have our Uchiha Sharingan?" Obito chuckled deeply. "Who I am is not important. Shun, your talent should not be wasted in a place like this." Shun slowly sat up straight, his Mangekyo Sharingan swirling in the candlelight. "Interesting, you have the aura of Hashirama's would release on you. There are also some control curse seals in your body, somewhat like root style. It seems that old Danzo is not at peace even after death." Upon hearing this, Obito was a little surprised. He deliberately let out a gloomy laugh. "I'm not a member of Root. I am Madara." Shun lazily lifted his eyelids, scrutinized him for a few moments, then suddenly scoffed. "Looking at your foolish appearance, it reminds me of someone." Obito's brow furrowed under his mask. "Oh," Shun casually said, "you're very much like that kid Obito, but unfortunately, that kid is already dead. Otherwise, he might even have become friends with you." Obito's body stiffened slightly. Then he felt a strange, inexplicable pang. It turned out that in the eyes of the world, he was already a dead man. He deliberately raised his voice. "Stop stalling. I'm here today to tell you." A hint of playfulness flashed in Shun's eyes, and he suddenly interrupted, "To show me true power? Save it. I stopped saying such chinibulines after I turned 10. Obito was choked in his silence. He felt that every word this man said was like he was toying with him. He decided to end this dangerous conversation, quickly forming hand seals. "It seems negotiations have broken down. Then let me show you." Shun waved his hand, as if shooing away a fly. "Boring. You have a control curse seal on you. You must be someone's puppet. Considering you're not acting of your own free will, they'll let you off this once so you can scram." Obito's expression under the mask instantly darkened. He didn't expect the other party to disregard him so much. "Shun, it seems I need to make you face reality," Obito said coldly, his figure suddenly lunging forward. However, the moment he moved, 8 ninjas suddenly appeared around the palace. Their kunai rained down like a storm. Petty tricks." Obito snorted disdainfully, his body instantly becoming intangible, and all the kunai passed through him, embedding themselves in the wall behind. He looked at Shun triumphantly, but found that the other party was still lounging idly on the soft couch. Senchuredo and the opponent had already seen through his trick. "You guys use Shadow Clone to play with him. Don't let the main body get close." Shun instructed the guards, his tone as relaxed as if he were directing a game. Alarm bells rang in Obito's heart. This man was far more dangerous than he had imagined. But he still didn't believe in fate, so he continued to charge forward. Seeing this, Shun's lips curled slightly, secretly using his Mangekyo Jutsu, divine acceleration, on himself. Now the distance between the two was only about 30 meters, so with 6x acceleration, he moved as if teleporting. With a bang, Obito's body rapidly recoiled, then crashed into the wall. Humiliating Obito, ouch. Obito clutched his stomach, a violent pain spreading through his abdomen. He widened his eyes, his face filled with an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? How are you so fast? Even my man Gekyo couldn't track your movements. Senshirado Shun looked bored. Young man, you are so weak. If you want to seek revenge on me, you'd better go back and train for another 10 years or so. But if you dare to harm the people of the land of water in Konoha, I will personally kill you. Now get out. Being looked down upon, Obito immediately grew angry. I just made a mistake. You're nothing special. Then, he used Kimui, lurking behind Shun, wanted to launch a sneak attack. But his actions were slowed down 6 times in Shun's eyes. With a turn and a kick, he sent Obito flying. The familiar pain returned, and Obito was both shocked and enraged. He rolled several times on the ground before regaining control of his body. Shun looked down at him condescendingly. Young man, stop making futile struggles. You are too slow. And the jutsu you rely on is full of flaws in front of a true powerhouse. Even when I first saw your jutsu, I'd already thought of several ways to counter it. I even have a way to enter your alternate dimension and render your jutsu ineffective. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure began to distort. Seeing him about to run, Shun continued, Remember, if you dare to harm the people of the land of water in Konoha, I will personally stop you. Obito's eyes held some unwillingness, but his barato vanished into the Kimui vortex. After escaping to a distance, he punched the wall, sending shattered rocks flying. Blast it! Shun, how could he discover my weakness? And his speed? Why is he so fast? This was the first time anyone had made him feel such danger and powerlessness. Shun used Flying Thunder God to return to his throne. He said nonchalantly, Continue the music, continue the dance. The palace maids received the order, and the music and dancing in the palace resumed. Makoto softly asked, Shun, who is that person? Shun sat back on the soft couch, casually resting his arm along the back of the couch beside her. Don't worry about it, just a lost stray dog. Makoto narrowed her eyes. He has a Mangekyo Sharingan. You just let him go like that? Shun's lips curved into a smile, and a profound light flashed in his eyes. You need a long line to catch a big fish. Besides, he is not worthy of being my opponent yet. The night was like water, and moonlight shone through the sheer curtains, casting dappled light and shadow on the bedroom floor. Makoto sat at her dressing table, gently combing her long black hair. The woman in the mirror had gentle eyes, yet there was a faint, almost imperceptible hint of melancholy about her. Familiar, steady, and unhurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. Makoto's fingers paused for a moment. Then she put down the comb and rose to greet him. The door was gently pushed open, and Shun's tall figure appeared in the doorway. He had shed his authoritative daimyo attire from the day, wearing only a dark single-layer garment, his black hair falling loosely over his shoulders. Makoto, why aren't you asleep yet? Makoto lowered her head slightly, as if a little shy. I guess you might come. So, I was waiting for your highness. Shun slowly approached, and when he stood before Makoto, he reached out a finger and gently lifted her chin, meeting her gaze with his own. You seem to have something on your mind. His eyes were deep and bright, as if they could see right into Makoto's heart. Makoto hesitated, then finally gathered her courage and spoke. Husband, I just don't understand why you always come here when you have so many other choices. Her voice was very soft, as if afraid to disturb the night's tranquility. Shun's lips curved slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. He couldn't very well say that, according to the original history, she would give birth to Sasuke next year. Now that Fugaku was dead, he had to take his place. He gently pulled Makoto into his embrace. Mikoto, then why do you think I do this? His voice was gentle, yet it carried an irresistible power. Mikoto shook her head, her eyes a little lost. Husband, I don't know. Shun touched her cheek softly. Mikoto, it's because I like you. I feel Barato relaxed when I'm with you. Mikoto's heartbeat quickened slightly. She pressed her Barato together, then finally whispered, Husband, I just hope you don't neglect the others. Shun suddenly lifted Mikoto up, causing her to gasp and instinctively wrap her arms around his neck. Daimyo, your highness. Mikoto's cheeks turned pink. He moved his arms slightly, making her hold on tighter. Call me husband. Why are you so light? Did you not eat properly again? Mikoto shyly turned her face away. I ate on time. Before she could finish, Shun suddenly tossed her into the air. Mikoto cried out in surprise, the hem of her clothes fanning out like butterfly wings. Sensuredo Shun's wish to have a child. When Shun's hand started to reach forward, Mikoto's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly placed her hands over his wrists. She said, a little flustered, wait, the door isn't shut yet. However, before she could finish speaking, the once open bedroom door seemed to have a will of its own, suddenly closing automatically. My lady, the door is already closed, so we should head inside. Shun carried Mikoto and strode toward the room. Mikoto held onto his shoulders for balance. Sensuredo Shun, however, chuckled softly and agreed to the switch. Mikoto felt overwhelmed by the sudden change. The sound of rain, quiet breathing, the soft crackle of candlelight. All sounds faded together. Around 6 in the morning, the morning light streamed through the window, illuminating a warm atmosphere in the room. Mikoto slowly opened her eyes and found that Shun was uncharacteristically sleeping in. At this moment, his sharp features softened in sleep, but his right hand was still resting near her side. She gently brushed aside the stray hairs on his forehead, and suddenly her wrist was caught. There was no hint of sleepiness in Shun's open eyes. He seemed to have been awake for some time. Mikoto, why are you up so early? Mikoto's voice revealed a hint of languor and tenderness. Husband, it's already morning. Mikoto tried to sit up from under the covers, but suddenly, Sensuredo, Mikoto, I've even thought of names for our child. If we have a boy, we'll call him Sasuke. If we have a girl, then we'll call her Sarada. What do you think of these two names? Upon hearing this, Mikoto felt deeply moved and overwhelmed with emotion, leaving her soft and weak, and her original worries and anxieties gradually dissipated. She shyly lowered her head, secretly thinking to herself, Husband is already considering names for our child. Does this mean he doesn't mind my previous status as a widow? Her heart held a mix of shyness and sweetness. Whatever name husband likes for our child is fine. Shun's eyes were full of smiles when he heard Mikoto's response, and he drew her close. As they shared a tender moment, Mikoto relaxed, and a warm atmosphere filled the room. After their heartfelt exchange, both of them were a little breathless. Shun held Mikoto tightly, placing a kiss on her forehead. Mikoto, from now on, I will surely treat you and our child well. Mikoto leaned in his arms, her face beaming with a happy smile, and nodded gently. Just then, a gentle knock sounded at the door. The clear, pleasant voice of a maid came from outside. Your Highness, breakfast has been prepared for you. Hearing this voice, Mikoto's face flushed slightly. She shyly and gently pushed Shun in her arms and softly said, Husband, breakfast is ready. Let's go eat first. However, Shun seemed to have no intention of getting up. He still held Mikoto tightly, as if she were a rare treasure he was unwilling to let go of. His lips curved slightly, revealing a doting smile, and he softly said, No need, just send breakfast to Mikoto's palace. He'll eat here this morning. Upon hearing this, the maid outside quickly and respectfully responded, Yes, Daimyo-sama. Then, she turned and left to arrange breakfast for the daimyo and the princess. Mikoto coiled her hair and straightened her disheveled clothes. Husband, it's getting late. You should get up and shower. Shun picked Mikoto up and held her close as someone passed by the window. Mikoto, Shinchirado Kazuku, Minister of Finance. A few days later, Shun arrived at Ran with his four consorts. The once prosperous desert pearl was now shrouded in the shadow of drought. Sra stood beside him, her golden crown gleaming under the scorching sun, but her brows were tightly furrowed. She caressed the severely weathered aqueduct carvings, her fingertips covered in sand. 23 days ago, the underground water veins suddenly stopped flowing, and the oasis dried up overnight. This is definitely not a natural phenomenon. Shun, please think of a solution. If this continues, the people of Ran won't last much longer. Shun did not answer immediately, but slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the crimson Mangekyo Sharingan had appeared, with mysterious patterns swirling in his pupils. After activating Divine Eye, his gaze penetrated layers of sand, reaching deep underground. In the vision of Divine Eye, several unfamiliar chakra fluctuations lurked within Ran. One of them was particularly powerful, cold and greedy, carrying a strong scent of blood. Kakuzu. Shun murmured the name, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. Sra asked urgently, Shun, how is it? Shun's lips curled slightly. The underground water veins are still there. Someone just deliberately blocked them. Perhaps someone wants to use this method to force me to come here. He formed hand signs. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen shadow clones instantly appeared. The main body calmly instructed, go play with those guests. Remember to leave them alive. I want to know who is so interested in my head. The shadow clones grinned, then scattered. In the desert ruins, screams continuously rang out. A bounty hunter had just pulled out a kunai when he was immobilized by a jinjutsu. The most terrifying images appeared before his eyes, and his mind instantly collapsed. Another ninja, attempting to escape, was kicked over by a shadow clone, then pinned to the sand, his memories compelled out of him. The shadow clone sneered, underground bounty, 880 million Ryo, quite a sum. At the same time, Shun's main body was already standing before Kakuzu. The masked rogue ninja from Takigakure was sitting on a large rock, counting the banknotes in his hand. Kakuzu looked up, his green eyes glinting with greed. Shun, your head is very valuable. Shun's lips slightly curved. You could try. The next second, he threw out a few kunai, activating Flying Thunder God technique. Swish, swish, swish. The two instantly vanished from their original spots, reappearing deep within the desert. The desert storm howled in Kakuzu's ears. His pupils constricted, feeling a bit uneasy. Space-time ninjutsu? Interesting. Shun stood before him, his gaze indifferent, as if looking at a struggling ant. Kakuzu, you've lived for 76 years. Let me see what you've got, shall we? The earth grudge fear masks within Kakuzu's body writhed wildly, and chakra of 4 elements boiled within him. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to go all out. Fire release, searing migraine. Wind release, pressure damage. Lightning release, false darkness. Water release, water formation wall. Earth release, earth spear. 5 elemental ninjutsu erupted simultaneously. Fire and strong winds intertwined. Lightning and water curtains merged, forming a destructive torrent of energy that blasted towards Shun. However, Shun didn't even have the interest to dodge. His Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin. A boring fight. Complete body Susanoo. Boom! Rumble. The desert ground trembled, and orange chakra shot into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Bones. Shinchirado Hashirama. At this moment, he once again felt pure despair. This was not a fight of the same level at all. It was an absolute crushing. What a joke. The intelligence was wrong. This is hopeless. His voice was hoarse, and he unconsciously retreated. Shun stood in the crystal on Susanoo's forehead, looking down at him. A slight smile on his lips. What, not continuing? Kakuzu's rationality told him. Run. He must run. He turned without hesitation. Earth grudge fear's chakra frantically poured into his legs, his speed bursting to its limit. Swish! A afterimage was left on the desert, and Kakuzu's figure had already rushed hundreds of meters away. Shun just sighed softly. How uninteresting. He raised his hand. Susanu's giant sword slowly lifted, then slashed down. Boom! The desert was split by a 1,000-meter-long chasm, and the sandstorm stirred up by the shockwave swept through like a tsunami. Kakuzu's body was sent flying by the aftermath, slamming heavily into a rock wall, blood spilling from the corner of his lips. Shun stood within Susanu, looking at the disheveled Kakuzu. He suddenly understood Madara's feelings when he toyed with the 5 Kage in the original story. If he used his full power, the opponent might not even be able to take one hit. If he didn't use his full power, the opponent would get a bit cocky. Kakuzu lay on the ground, playing dead, hoping to deceive his opponent. Shun released Susanu and said from above, Kakuzu, you don't need to play dead. I have no intention of killing you. I know your past and your character very well. Hearing this, Kakuzu still lay on the ground, motionless, continuing to play dead. Shun smiled and said, the Land of Water has only recently been unified. Its financial system is chaotic, and the national treasury has 366 billion Rio. I need a professional to manage it. Kakuzu, are you interested? Kakuzu stood up nimbly. You want me to be your Minister of Finance? You trust me that much? Shun crossed his arms, smiling confidently. I trust my judgment, and I can help you realize your greatest value. Of course, the remuneration will also be very generous. Kakuzu stroked his chin, feeling somewhat swayed. After all, managing the national treasury was far more stable than being a bounty hunter, and the remuneration would certainly be substantial. All right, I agree. But if you dare to treat me unfairly, I won't be polite. Shun nodded. Don't worry. As long as you do your job well, you won't be short on benefits. As the battle ended, Shun took Kakuzu back to Ran. He used Divine Eye to find the closest spot to the underground water source. Then he brought SRA and the Ran ministers to that spot. He activated his seraph form, condensing a flaming spear in his hand, and thrust it straight into the ground. Boom! 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 The moment the spear pierced the earth, drill-like flames continuously rushed downward, melting the sand and rocks along the way. A column of water shot into the sky, refracting a colorful rainbow in the morning sun. New 7 Ninja Swordsman Ran was located in a desert region, and the weather was exceptionally hot, as if it could melt people. Shun and his 4 consorts had only played around for 2 days before they found it somewhat unbearable. Chie tugged at her collar. This godforsaken place is even harder to endure than the steam room in the Land of Water. Yukari gently fanned herself with a round fan, but even the fanned air was hot. Ami had already collapsed on a lounge chair like a wilting kitten. She pouted, Husband, if we stay here any longer, I'm afraid we'll be sun-dried in a jerky. Shun smiled slightly and said, All right then, I'll go find Kakuzu, and then we'll return to the Land of Water together. Ami jumped up happily and kissed Shun on the cheek. A moment later, Shun used the Flying Thunder God technique to transport everyone to the Land of Water. The daimyo's mansion in the Land of Water was exceptionally quiet in the dead of night. Shun gently pushed open the door to Tsunade's bedchamber, and the door hinge let out a soft creak. Inside the bedchamber, Tsunade was sitting at a table, holding a cup of sake. When she looked up and caught sight of Shun, her eyes revealed a hint of rebelliousness. In the middle of the night, why isn't your highness with Queen SRA? Why have you come to me? Shun walked to Tsunade's opposite side, slowly sat down, and then casually poured himself a cup of sake. His movements were elegant and unhurried, as if all of this was the most natural thing in the world. Shun smiled slightly, picked up his wine glass, and said, You are my consort. I know you've always been very busy, so I want to compensate you. Tsunade snorted softly, but the corners of her lips curved slightly upwards, with a hint of a smile. That's thoughtful of you. But 1 cup of sake isn't enough to compensate me. With that, she drained the sake in her cup. Shun smiled and filled her cup again. Then tonight, it'll keep you company and drink a few more cups. The 2 drank cup after cup, and the alcohol gradually went to their heads. Tsunade's cheeks flushed, and her eyes became hazy. Shun, barato me. Her voice carried the languor of drunkenness and a hint of undeniable imperiousness. A gentle light flashed in Shun's eyes, and he reached out and pulled her into his barato. Tsunade leaned close, wrapping her arms around his neck. Their barato met, and the aroma of wine lingered nearby. The moment was gentle and quiet, like a silent understanding between them. The candlelight flickered, casting a warm glow around them. Shun, Tsunade murmured softly, her voice trembling with emotion. As the night deepened, the atmosphere in the room felt warm and quiet. As they rested together, Shun held Tsunade in his arms. He said without any hesitation, "I want to reorganize the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist." A flicker of surprise crossed Tsunade's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She asked with some confusion, "Currently, only Raiga and Jay-Z remain of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. What are your thoughts on the other 5? Shun softly spoke 5 names: Hizashi, Choza, Mangetsu, Kisame, and Muri. Tsunade's eyebrows rose high, clearly somewhat surprised by these choices. Hizashi and Choza, would they be suitable? Shun approached Tsunade and said, "The twin swords. Hiramakarei can store chakra and amplify destructive power. Combined with the Hyuga's taijutsu, the destructive power is quite considerable. The Akimichi clan's multi-size technique can enlarge weapons dozens of times. So we'll give him the blunt sword, Kaburawari, to use." Tsunade buried her head in his chest and replied, "Since you've thought it through, go ahead and do it. I support your decision." A moment later, Shun gathered all the new 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Raiga and Jay-Z already had their own ninja swords, so they stood to the side. Shun held Samahata in his hand, his voice cold and serious. "I plan to form a new 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but just as people choose weapons, weapons also choose people. Samahata should be very suitable for you, so I want you to become Samahata's master or friend." The 17-year-old Kisame revealed a ferocious smile, his teeth glinting coldly in the moonlight. He slowly took Samahata, and Samahata wriggled slightly in his hand, seemingly full of anticipation for its new master. Kisame's voice was a bit sharp. "Happy to serve, Your Highness." He gripped Samahata tightly, feeling its power and weight, as if the weapon had already become a part of his body. Samahata let out a hum in Kisame's hand, as if cheering and welcoming its new master. Next, Shun walked up to Mangetsu and handed the exploding blade, Shibuki, to the young genius. The exploding blade. Shibuki is a relatively dangerous weapon, but you can use the hydrification technique, so even if you're caught in an explosion, you won't be easily seriously injured or harmed. Therefore, your cooperation with Shibuki's destructive power should produce very interesting effects. Mangetsu took Shibuki, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He confidently replied, "Daimyo-sama, I will not let you down." Amuri was only 14 years old, making her the youngest, and she was also the only female among the 7. Shun walked up to her and said softly, "I hear you're a lightning release genius, but your body is too weak. And the lightning release ninjutsu you practice is too overbearing, causing you many hidden injuries. When you have time, go find Tsunade and have her treat your body." Amuri nodded obediently. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. I will go find Tsunade-sama." Shun then handed her the longsword, Nuabari, and said, "Lightning release is very fast and has strong piercing power. So this sword is an excellent match for you, allowing you to better utilize your abilities and reduce your own burden. Additionally, you can communicate more with Raiga. The two of you working together should be able to unleash even greater power." Amuri solemnly took longsword, Nuabari, with both hands, her eyes filled with excitement. Shun walked up to Hizashi and handed him the twin swords, Hiramakarei. "Hizashi, your Hyuga taijutsu is very powerful. This sword can store chakra and amplify destructive power, which should allow your strength to reach a new level." Hizashi took the twin swords, Hiramakirai and injected chakra to test it. Hiramakirai vibrated slightly, as if responding to his chakra. A look of surprise flashed in Hizashi's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Your Highness. I will not fail you." Finally, Shun approached Choza and presented him with a blunt sword, Kabutawari. He said softly, "The Akimichi clan's multi-size technique can enlarge weapons dozens of times. If this sword is enlarged dozens of times, the destructive power it causes should be astonishing." Choza chuckled, holding Kabutawari in his hands as if it were a rare treasure. He felt the texture and power of the blade, as if he could already see the astonishing power this sword would unleash after being enlarged dozens of times in his hands. Choza said, "Thank you, Your Highness. I will not let you down either." After everyone had received their weapons, Shun stood before them. He scanned them with his gaze and said sternly, "From today on, you are the new 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I hope you will unite as one and fight for the land of water, and for me." Everyone shouted in unison, their aura magnificent. "We pledge our loyalty to Your Highness the Daimyo." Looking at these ninjas filled with fighting spirit, Shun nodded in satisfaction, believing that the new 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would surely shine brightly in the future. Helping Karura, the late cherry blossoms at the daimyo mansion in the land of water were withering, and pinkish-white petals drifted onto Shun's shoulders. He gazed at his 4 pregnant wives in the courtyard. SRA was weaving baby, swaddling clothes with chakra threads, while Makoto's fingertips gently rested on her slightly bulging abdomen. Yukari and Chie were arguing about parenting. The former said to train a Fuinjutsu genius, while the latter insisted the child should learn ice release first. This should have been a cause for celebration, yet Shun's thoughts drifted to a distant place. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he could see through the mists of time to the red-haired youth who had not yet entered the world. "Gaara will be born on January 19th next year," he murmured softly, his voice echoing in the air with a hint of emotion. That name, like a key, gently turned and opened the floodgates of his memory. It was a red-haired youth, regarded as a monster by the people of Sunagakure, suffering from fear and rejection. His eyes were filled with violence and despair, as if the whole world was against him. Shun's lips curled slightly, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. Gaara, without mother's protection, might be more interesting. Just as he was immersed in his own imagination, another thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What if I save his mother, Karura? What would Gaara's future be like? This thought, like a bolt of lightning, cut through his otherwise calm thoughts. He couldn't help but wonder, if Gaara's mother had not died so early, would the life trajectory of that lonely youth have changed because of it? Shun's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. This question, like a riddle, became more interesting the more he thought about it. As soon as the thought occurred to him, Shun flew near Sunagakure in seraph mode. The scorching desert sun baked the stone walls of Sunagakure, and sandstorms swept through the streets, sending pedestrians scurrying for cover. Shun stood on high ground, activating Divine Eye, his gaze piercing through layers of buildings to accurately locate a blonde woman. Karura's eyes were as gentle as water, and she was quietly gazing at her swollen abdomen. Her right hand rested gently upon it, as if she could feel the heartbeat of the baby within her womb. Target acquired. Before he finished speaking, Shun's figure, like a ghost, instantly vanished into thin air, as if he had never appeared. Seeing the shuriken flying over, Karura thought someone was attacking and quickly dodged to the side. But she suddenly felt a blur before her eyes, and the surrounding scenery instantly changed. The familiar stone houses of Sunagakure instantly transformed into a boundless desert. Space-time ninjutsu. Her pupils instantly contracted, and she instinctively formed hand signs, only to see countless grains of sand rapidly converge, forming dozens of sharp spears. These sand spears, carrying a fierce aura, shot straight towards a man who had suddenly appeared. However, facing this sudden attack, the man appeared unusually calm. He merely dodged with ease, and the sand spears grazed his clothes, flying into the distance and kicking up a cloud of dust. Shun said calmly, "Calm down. I'm not your enemy." Karura's voice grew sterner. "You trespassed into Sunagakure, kidnapped the Kazakage's wife, and you still dare to say you're not an enemy?" Her hands quickly gathered chakra, clearly not letting down her guard because of his words. Shun sighed helplessly. "I really just came to help you." Karura sneered. "Help me?" Sunagakure's affairs don't need outsiders to interfere. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly slammed her hand on the ground. Sand binding coffin. With her action, the formerly calm desert seemed to be enraged, instantly erupting. Countless grains of sand, like a huge sand wave, swept overwhelmingly towards Shun. Shun's Mangekyo Sharingan rotated in his eyes. Susanoo, Sharingan, Jinjutsu. Karura's attack instantly disintegrated. Her expression changed, and just as she was about to form hand signs again, she found herself caught in Susanoo's hand. Then, she fell under a Jinjutsu. Cinchuredo, a giant tanuki, lay quietly. It opened its eyes, staring intently at the uninvited guest, and let out a deafening roar. Sharingan Brat, get out of here. Facing Shikaku's roar, Shun merely curled his lips slightly, as if he didn't take Shikaku's threat seriously at all. He said calmly, "Don't be so agitated. I just want to borrow a little bit of your chakra." "Oh, you bastard. Die." Shikaku roared again, struggling desperately, trying to break free from its binds. However, Shun's ocular power continuously suppressed it, making it completely unable to move. As his ocular power continued to grow, Shikaku's body began to tremble violently. Its chakra was being forcefully extracted by a powerful force. It continuously flowed into a black tomo below Shun's neck. Shikaku's chakra, after all, could not compare to Nine Tails. In just a moment, 90 of its chakra was drained, making it extremely weak. Finally, it could only collapse powerlessly to the ground, without even the strength to roar. Shun looked at Shikaku lying on the ground and said with a smile, "All right, for the next few months, you'll just stay here quietly." His consciousness returned to reality, and Karura slumped to the ground, her back soaked in cold sweat. "What exactly did you do?" Shun said with a smile. "When a female Jinchuriki gives birth, the seal weakens, and the tailed beast will rampage, leading to the death of the female Jinchuriki." He pointed to her abdomen and said, "I weakened Shikaku's power, but there are still a few months until the delivery day, so you still need to be careful." Karura froze, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. "Why help me?" Shun smiled slightly. "Because my wife is also pregnant, so I don't want to see a child lose its mother at birth." Before he finished speaking, Karura's figure returned to her original spot. Tsunade's low mood months later, at the daimyo mansion in the Land of Water. The cold wind of January, carrying fine snow, danced in the air. White snow accumulated on the bare branches, and occasionally a few stubborn withered leaves shivered in the wind. Chia sat closest to the fireplace, her hands cradling her rounded abdomen, a slight frown on her brow. Her due date was January 26th, only 20-something days away, and each fetal movement filled her with both anticipation and nervousness. SRA handed her a cup of warm ginger tea, smiling as she asked, "Chia, is the little one kicking again?" Her own due date was February 5th, and her abdomen was also greatly distended, yet her movements remained elegant and composed. Chia nodded, took the teacup, and sipped. "This little one has been getting more and more active lately, especially at night." Makoto caressed her own belly, which had just begun to show, and said, "Mine isn't due until July 23rd. Right now, I can only feel slight movements." Tsunade stood alone by the window, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. Yukari and Amos' due dates were June 20th and June 18th respectively, and their abdomens were only just beginning to swell. Tsunade had been compared to several of her peers in the village, and as the maids walked past her carrying tea and snacks, they quietly softened their steps. I heard the head of the medical department was scolded to tears by Tsunade-sama again yesterday. A young maid whispered softly. An older maid lowered her voice. She's in a bad mood right now. Chie-sama is about to give birth, and Esre-sama too, but only she has no movement. I heard it's because she's old now, already. As a Kaga-level expert, Tsunade's hearing was naturally excellent. No movement within dozens of meters could escape her ears and eyes. Hearing these gossipy remarks, her fingers suddenly tightened, and the window frame let out a strained creak under the pressure. The maids turned pale with fright and hastily retreated. Sra's voice sounded from behind her. Shinadane, Shenshirado. Senshirado, her fingers gently caressed the photo, and she murmured, Nawaki, just wait a little longer. Sister will definitely revive you. Night fell, and the daimyo mansion was brightly lit. Maids bustled between the various consorts' bedchambers, especially Chie's residence, where the medical team was already on standby. After bathing, Tsunade, wrapped in a heavy fur cloak, walked towards the daimyo's bedchamber. The bedchamber was warm as spring, and Shun was sitting at his desk, reviewing documents. Hearing the door open, he looked up, put down his brush, and gestured for Tsunade to come over. Shun asked. Senshirado Shun chuckled, reaching out to pull her into his arms. An SRA? Tsunade leaned against his chest and whispered, I can tell she's starting to get nervous too. Shun, I don't want to be Hokage anymore. Shun's fingers ran through her yellow hair, his movements gentle. Because of those gossipy remarks? Tsunade looked up directly into his eyes. It's not just that. I need more time to research Hashirama cells. A meaningful smile appeared on Shun's lips. Then how about we invite Orochimaru back to be the 6th Hokage? Tsunade sat up happily. He's been a rogue ninja for so many years. Shun, with the confidence of one who controls everything, said he established Otogekyure in the land of rice fields, and we Uchiha have invested a lot of money in him. Tomorrow, he'll send people to invite him back. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with surprise. You're confident you can get him to come back? Shun laughed heartily, his eyes filled with confidence and authority. I never do anything without confidence. But before that, you'll have to reward me a little. Tsunade leaned forward and gave him a quick, friendly bravado on the cheek. Shun chuckled softly, then took the initiative, Senshirado pressing him down onto the bed, her hair spread out around her like a waterfall. The bed curtains swayed gently in the breeze. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, casting the two's shifting shadows on the floor. Outside the bedchamber, the guards tacitly retreated to the far end of the corridor, turning a deaf ear to the sounds emanating from within. Early morning, Shun quietly got up, careful not to wake the sleeping Tsunade. After dressing, he leaned down and kissed her forehead, then quietly left. In the council hall, Shursui knelt on one knee, his black short hair still carrying snowflakes from outside. Shun stood by the window, looking out at the snow-covered courtyard. Shursui, the land of rice fields, should also be covered in heavy snow by now. I want you to go to Otogekyure and bring Orochimaru back. He will become the 6th Hokage. Shursui looked up and asked, if he doesn't cooperate, should we use force? Shun turned, his face calm. I will have the new 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist accompany you. Consider it a training exercise for them. Finally, use your Kotoeme Tsukumi. Remember, I want a living, complete Orochimaru. His knowledge is crucial to us. Shursui bowed. I understand, clan head. A moment later, 7 figures arrived, treading through the snow. Shun's gaze swept over the group as he said, since the new 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were formed, they haven't undergone a true test. Today, you're ordered to go to Otogekyure in the land of rice fields and bring Orochimaru back. Additionally, I want to use him to test your strength. The 7 responded in unison, their voices echoing in the hall. As you command, Your Excellency. Orochimaru's struggle. The mountains of the land of rice fields were covered in thick snow, and the wind howled, carrying shards of ice. 7 figures moved swiftly through the blizzard, their steps so light that they left almost no trace on the snow. Hizashi suddenly raised his hand, the veins around his Byakugan bulging. Stop, 5 kilometers ahead, there's a huge chakra reaction underground. There are many tunnels and secret rooms beneath the surface. Kisame bared his shark-like teeth. Looks like we found a snake's nest. This weather is perfect for stewing a few snakes for soup. Mangetsu wiped the snow from his shibuki and said, "Be careful. Orochimaru isn't an ordinary venomous snake." Suddenly, countless white snakes burst out from the snow. Their scales blended with the snow, and they were only discovered when they were almost upon them. "Scatter!" Raiga roared, Kiba erupting with dazzling electric light, instantly charring the attacking snake swarm. A chilling voice echoed through the wind and snow, as if coming from all directions. Hizashi, Choza, the 7 ninja swords of Kirigakure. What a rare combination. Orochimaru's figure slowly rose from the snow, like a venomous snake awakening from hibernation. Jay-Z, with Kubikirich on his shoulder, said, "Orochimaru-sama, Shun-sama would like to invite you as a guest to the land of water." Orochimaru smiled slowly. "Oh, what if I refuse?" Raiga asked Kiba, once again bravado with electric light. "Shun-sama specifically instructed us to spar with you." The battle bravado instantly. Choza's figure suddenly expanded, and Kabutawari sliced down with a sound that tore through the air. The earth trembled, and the snow was shaken several meters high, revealing the black, frozen soil beneath. But Orochimaru slid away as if boneless, bringing his head close to the ground. Formation of 10,000 snakes. A large number of venomous snakes crawled out of Orochimaru's mouth, surging towards the 7 in waves. Hizashi's Byakugan spun rapidly. Be careful of these venomous snakes and the poisonous mist. Mangetsu's shibuki arced, and explosive tags detonated among the snake swarm, sending snow and debris flying. Water release. Great shark bullet technique. A giant water shark burst through the snow curtain, tearing apart dozens of venomous snakes. Orochimaru, however, smiled. Now, this is getting interesting. He suddenly moved with incredible speed, transforming into countless white snakes that lunged at the 7. Imuri, with Nuabari, set up wire traps. Raigas Kiba wove an electric net. An electric light danced in the snow, charring the snake swarm. Orochimaru's true body, hidden by the blizzard, had silently appeared behind Hizashi. The Byakugan's blind spot. A cold kunai shot towards Hizashi. Hizashi, wielding Hiramakiri, dodged the fatal blow at an incredible angle. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, it seems the Hyuga clan's little tricks have improved." The 7 ninja swordsmen worked in perfect sync, their 7 ninja swords unleashing astonishing power in their hands. But Orochimaru was as slippery as a true snake, often twisting at various unnatural angles to evade fatal attacks. When occasionally hit, he would dissolve into mud or white snakes. Seeing himself at a disadvantage, Orochimaru began to use his trump card. He formed hand seals. Game time is over. Summoning technique. The massive manda burst through the snow curtain, its scales gleaming purple in the snow, its vertical pupils filled with savagery. "Kill them first," Orochimaru said casually. Manda opened its massive mouth, and venom poured out like a waterfall. The 7 ninja swordsmen quickly retreated. Wherever the venom touched, the snow melted and rocks corroded. Raiga summoned lightning, striking Manda. The lightning hit Manda, but it only roared in pain. Manda's tail swept, and the immense force kicked up a blizzard, making everyone stumble. At this moment, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals again, summoning more venomous snakes to surround the group. Hizashi, wielding Hiramakiri, activated 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, forming an ever-expanding hemispherical chakra shield. He repelled the surrounding venomous snakes and all the snowflakes far away. Choza's body quietly transformed, his muscles bulging like rocks. Partial multi-size technique. Super heavy hammer. The massive hammer, infused with chakra, instantly expanded dozens of times, becoming a terrifying weapon the size of a house. smashing down with a roar that tore through the air. Manda's vertical pupils sharply contracted. Its massive body had no time to dodge. Boom! The hammer struck the snake's head, creating a deafening roar as if mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. Manda's enormous body was sent flying backward, collapsing half a hillside. Darn Orochimaru. These bastards, they're really tough to deal with. Manda shook its dazed head, immediately contemplating retreat. This kind of tough opponent, he'll leave it to Orochimaru to handle himself. Manda hissed, and without hesitation, voluntarily dispelled the summoning, disappearing into the valley with a poof of white smoke. Orochimaru stood in the ruins, his golden snake eyes slightly narrowed, surprised that Manda had fled so decisively. It seems I need to get serious. His body suddenly softened, transforming into countless white snakes that scattered and burrowed into the snow. Hisashi's Byakugan spun rapidly. Orochimaru wants to escape? 30 meters southwest, 5 meters underground. His true body is there. Hiramakiri suddenly glowed with a dazzling blue light, and Hisashi shot out, his twin swords crossing as he slashed down. The snow exploded, and a white snake attempting to escape was cut in two. But Barato white snakes surged from all directions, hindering the pursuit. Hisashi's Byakugan locked onto the rapidly moving chakra underground. It's no use, Orochimaru, I can see you. That Byakugan is a nuisance. Orochimaru secretly cursed and accelerated his escape deeper into the laboratory. Just as he reached the laboratory entrance, a figure appeared in the shadows in front of him. Shursui, with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, whispered, Orochimaru, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Kotoame Tsukumi. There are no hand seals, no warning, not even a chakra fluctuation. Orochimaru felt his consciousness suddenly waver for a moment, as if something fundamental had been quietly rewritten. He said respectfully, as per Shun Semis will, I am willing to go to the land of water to serve as the 6th Hokage. Shizui's Mangekyo slowly stopped spinning. Then, Orochimaru-sama, please clean up your base. Bring all the necessary supplies and reliable personnel with us back to the land of water. Hisashi and the other 6 quickly gathered around, watching Orochimaru warily. He activated his Byakugan and asked cautiously, Shursui, Orochimaru, what happened? Shursui waved his hand and said, it's fine. Orochimaru-sama has already agreed to go to the land of water. 6th Hokage Orochimaru in the daimyo mansion of the land of water. The Hokage transfer ceremony was grandly held. The atmosphere of the venue was solemn, a stark contrast to the fierce battle in the snowy fields of the land of rice fields a few months prior. On the high platform, Shun, dressed in the daimyo's luxurious robes, cast a majestic gaze over the crowd below. Beside him stood Tsunade, in her Hokage robe, and Orochimaru, who had changed into a Kage robe embroidered with a flame pattern. Shun's voice, amplified by chakra, resonated throughout the entire venue. Today is a day worth commemorating. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, has worked diligently for many years and achieved outstanding merits. Now, due to a major scientific research project requiring her full dedication, she has decided to step down from the heavy burden of Hokage. He paused slightly, his gaze shifting to the cold-tempered scientist beside him. And her successor is one of Konoha Sannin, a scientific giant hailed as a rare talent in decades. Orochimaru. Polite applause erupted from below the stage, but there was more whispering and thinly veiled surprise. Clearly, Orochimaru's succession as the 6th Hokage was unexpected by many. Shun's voice overpowered the murmurs of the crowd. Many years ago, Orochimaru undertook a long-term scientific research mission, which caused him to fade from public view. However, his strength and his past achievements are more than sufficient to qualify him for the position of 6th Hokage. Currently, the scientific research mission he was conducting has achieved a significant phase breakthrough. The knowledge and technology he possesses will greatly advance the ninja world. Therefore, for him to succeed as the sixth Hokage and lead Konoha into a new era of technology is the most suitable choice. Tsunade stepped forward, making her solemn and gentle statement. I deeply understand Orochimaru's capabilities and contributions. I am completely at ease with him taking over as Hokage. Konoha's future needs his wisdom. She removed her Hokage hat and solemnly handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru took the hat, his hoarse voice echoing. Thank you, Your Excellency the Daimyo, and the fifth Hokage for your trust. I will not fail in my duty and will lead the village to unprecedented prosperity. His speaking skills were superb, perfectly portraying the image of a heroic scientist who had long endured for the greater good and now returned with honor. The applause from below the stage grew much more enthusiastic. Tsunade took off her Hokage robe, a symbol of power, as if shedding a 1,000-pound burden. At this time, massive equipment and vast amounts of research data were continuously being sent into the newly expanded, super-large research center. Dozens of Otogekyou researchers changed their attire, donning Konoha headbands, though the style was slightly different. Their identities instantly whitewashed, becoming the Konoha Special Technology Unit. That night, Orochimaru quietly instructed several key Otogekyou members. All data is to be archived according to S-rank confidentiality regulations, and the transferred experimental samples must be foolproof. From now on, there is no Otogekyou, only Konoha's 6th Research Institute. Konoha's 6th Research Institute, also known as the Ultramodern Biological Laboratory, was located deep underground somewhere in the Land of Water. At this moment, Tsunade and Orochimaru stood side by side in front of a giant cultivation tank. Suspended in the tank was a clone infant, with all body parts already developed, but its eyes were tightly closed, as if in a long sleep. Orochimaru's golden snake eyes were fixed on the data stream on the monitoring screen. Tsunade, is this your work? Neuron activation rate 98.7. Chakra circulatory system perfectly replicated, even more optimized than my previous designs. Tsunade sighed. Shun said not to let the clone have consciousness. This clone will be used as the foundation for reviving Nawaki. But aren't we being a bit too cruel by doing this? Her voice was a little hoarse. Even for her, playing with the boundary of life and death brought significant psychological pressure. Orochimaru chuckled lowly. Reviving the dead always requires a price. Such a price, in my opinion, is very cheap. Tsunade nodded and said nothing more. She knew they were playing on the edge of life and death, but the desire to revive her younger brother had overwhelmed everything else. At the other end of the laboratory, Shun looked through a one-way glass wall. Watching Tsunade and Orochimaru, both immersed in the world of scientific research, a controlling smile curved at the corner of his lips. He whispered to Nono, "Progress is faster than expected. Notify them to increase resource allocation and meet all their demands. I want to see the most perfect outcome." "Yes, Your Excellency the Daimyo." Nono bowed in response. On the other side of the laboratory, there was another, slightly smaller cultivation tank. Submerged in the tank was a small girl, approximately 3 years old. On the label next to the cultivation tank, a code name and date were simply printed. Noera Rin, cultivation period, 1 year, 2 months, 17 days. Shun quietly asked, "What is the progress of the Rin project?" Nono immediately responded, her tone steady, "Everything is normal, Your Excellency. Using accelerated cultivation technology, Cinchureto, it is enough for her to simply be her." Inside the laboratory, after recording Nawaki's data, Tsunade habitually walked to Rin's cultivation tank, looking at the young child inside. Her gaze was even more complex than when she looked at Nawaki, mixed with deeper ethical unease and a hint of maternal pity. She recorded the data, her voice very low. "Cell activity is normal, nerd development is good. She's truly a quiet girl." Orochimaru also strolled over, his golden snake eyes coldly scanning the data, then looking at the little girl in the tank. A very perfect clone sample, without any genetic defects or mutations. Unfortunately, it lacks the challenge of something like Hashirama's cells. The process is unremarkable. His tone was more like he was evaluating a work of art rather than a life. Tsunade's expression darkened, but she did not retort. She took one last look at the sleeping little girl in the tank, then turned and walked to her main control console, her back appearing slightly heavy. Two cultivation tanks, two different forms of resurrection, stood silently in the technologically advanced laboratory. One represented power and the hopes of the past. The other represented purity and long-term planning. And no matter which one, both involved the lingering spirits of the past and the unpredictable storms of the future. In the cultivation tank, the 3-year-old Rin clone's small mouth unconsciously sucked once, releasing a tiny bubble that slowly rose. Spying white Zetsu at the daimyo mansion in the land of water, Shinchiredo, you sneaky onlookers. He snorted coldly, his figure vanishing from the main hall instantly. Whoosh! A cold flash, and the entire cedar tree was cut clean at its roots. Then, a figure barado the fallen tree and hurled it high into the sky. Barado, great dragon fire technique. A scorching dragon of fire soared into the sky, instantly engulfing and incinerating the severed tree. The high temperature instantly vaporized the snowflakes, producing a sizzling sound. Hot, hot, hot. Inside the tree, a white humanoid creature screamed as it was forced out, steam rising from its body, seemingly trying to burrow into the ground to escape. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Shun's Mangekyo Sharingan merely glanced, and the white Zetsu's movements instantly froze, its eyes becoming hollow and confused. He placed a single hand on its forehead, his powerful mental energy roughly sifting through its memories before completely erasing them. There are 4 more white Zetsu. His divine eye clearly captured their hiding places, and his figure flickered repeatedly once more. In just a moment, the other 4 white Zetsu, who had been lurking in different ways, were all pulled out by him with the same sharp technique, and their memories were erased with Jinjutsu. 5 white Zetsu, deprived of consciousness and memory, were piled up in the snow like cargo. According to the memories of these 5 white Zetsu, Shun knew that they had only recently been created with the purpose of monitoring the activity in the land of Water's royal palace. Flying Thunder God technique. Space twisted, and in the next instant, Shun appeared in the core area of the underground research laboratory, bringing the 5 white Zetsu captives with him. Orochimaru and Tsunade, who were busy, were startled by this sudden event. Tsunade immediately stepped forward to examine them, her face filled with shock and confusion. What is this? It has no conventional physiological structure. Its cell activity is extremely high and abnormal, like a strange combination of plant and animal. What exactly is this? Orochimaru's golden snake eyes instantly blazed with extreme interest. He squatted down, sensing the white Zetsu structure. An astonishing creation, such cellular compatibility and vitality. Shun calmly said, "These things are called white Zetsu. They don't need to eat, excrete, or sleep. They can survive on energy or photosynthesis. Their regenerative ability is extremely great. Limb regeneration is probably commonplace for them." Orochimaru continued his in-depth investigation and discovered some familiar fluctuations. This thing seems to be a product synthesized using Hashirama cells and some kind of plant cells. Tsunade felt a chill. Hashirama cells? Is someone still conducting such research? And they can already create these humanoid weapons? Shun turned to look at Orochimaru, saying meaningfully, "I remember Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation can seize others' bodies as vessels for rebirth. But after each rebirth, the soul suffers irreversible wear and tear. While the white Zetsu's soul power is very weak, yet its vitality is very great, and its lifespan is also long, making it very suitable as a rebirth vessel for Orochimaru." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's breathing became heavy. He stared intently at the white Zetsu on the ground, the fanaticism in his eyes almost materializing. He trembled with excitement. "Your Excellency, you have truly given me a huge surprise." Tsunade listened with a deep frown. Although she knew Orochimaru was researching forbidden jutsu, hearing that living corpse reincarnation required occupying another person's body still made her feel a physiological discomfort. Shun had a composed expression, his tone calm. Senshirado his eyes like a hungry wolf spotting the fattest lamb. Watching the white Zetsu being dragged away, Tsunade tugged his sleeve. "Shun, these things, the implications behind them are probably not simple. The person behind them." Shun gently pressed his barato to Tsunade's forehead and said, "These white Zetsu and the masked man are in the same group. They can't do anything to me, so there's nothing to worry about. It's you, though. You've been busy with research lately. There are dark circles under your eyes. Get some rest early tonight." Tsunade was held by him and looked away, feeling a little uncomfortable, especially in the laboratory, with some assistants watching the show nearby. She glared at him, gently pushed him away, and muttered softly, nagging, "I know." Shun smiled slightly, then used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. At night, in a sleeping chamber of the daimyo mansion in the Land of Water. After a long day, Tsunade rested on a soft couch. Her voice carried a hint of weariness. "Today, the thing called White Zetsu made me feel uneasy. I feel like we're opening a Pandora's box." Shun walked over and sat beside her. Power itself is neither good nor evil. The key lies with the person who controls it. Orochimaru is a venomous snake, but his vital point is now in my hand. Tsunade comfortably narrowed her eyes, like a cat being stroked, but didn't forget to retort, "Humph, are you that confident?" Orochimaru's thoughts are harder to fathom than the deepest ocean trench. Shun leaned in and gave her a firm barato. Senshirado. Upgrade conditions met. Congratulations, you have acquired Senju Sage Body, Special. Kekii Genkai. Senju Sage Body, Special. 5,000 and 1,000 attributes. Health 13500. Chakra 10800. Health recovery 120 hour. Sharingan experience 100 day. Host, Uchih Shun Strength. Kaga level lifespan. 19,181 health. 30185 30185 chakra. 27598 27598 ocular power. 16600. 16600 Kekii Genkai. Uzumaki Sage Body, Advanced. 4,625 5,000 Kekii Genkai. Senju Sage Body, Special. 5,000 and 1,000 Kekii Genkai. Mangekyo Sharingan. 42520 5000 Kekii Genkai. Ice Release, Advanced. 3,600 5,000. Feeling the surging power within him, Shun's lips curled into a slight smile. Hee. I become stronger again. Hamamaru and Monica, January 26th. Daimyo Mansion, Land of Water, Chie's royal bedchamber. Outside, the cold wind still howled, but inside the chamber, warmth permeated, filled with a mix of tension and anticipation. All irrelevant personnel had been dismissed, leaving only the core medical assistants. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, her hands covered in pure green medical chakra, calmly and precisely guiding the birthing process. Inside the room, Chie's hair was soaked with sweat, and her knuckles, gripping the bedsheet tightly, were pale. Strong contractions came one after another, and she clenched her jaw. Tsunade gently soothed, "Chie, breathe deeply, follow my rhythm." Chie held onto the sheets, perspiration on her brow, and under Tsunade's care the discomfort remained manageable. Tsunade personally cut the umbilical cord, skillfully cleaning and examining the baby, her movements as fluid as art. After several hours of agony, a loud and strong cry finally broke the tense atmosphere. A rare, joyful sound escaped Tsunade's lips. "Chie, it's a healthy boy." Soon, the cleaned and swaddled infant was carried out by Tsunade and gently placed beside Chie's pillow. The little one's skin was still a bit red and wrinkled, but his cries were loud and his limbs strong, clearly indicating excellent health. Chie leaned weakly against the pillow, looking at the child placed beside her, a happy smile gracing her pale face. She gently caressed the child's small face and softly said, "White, pure as the snow outside. My child, from now on, you shall be called Uchiha Haku. May your life be peaceful and pure." However, no sooner had she finished speaking than an undeniable voice came from outside. "Haku." Shun remembered Haku from the original story, who accompanied Zabuza and wore somewhat effeminate clothing. So he stepped into the inner chamber and said, "The name Haku is too soft, too effeminate, lacking a sense of power. How can the heir of my Uchiha clan, destined to wield power and stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, bear such a weak name?" The bedchamber instantly fell silent. The smile on Chie's face froze, a hint of disappointment and grievance flashing across it, but she dared not retort. Shun pondered for a moment, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "I hope he will be strong and resolute in battle. From today onwards, he shall be called Uchiha Hamamaru." Hamamaru. This name, as if inherently carrying a powerful aura, formed an extremely strong contrast with the newborn's tender appearance. Chie lowered her head, gently pressed her barato to the child's forehead, and whispered, "Yes. Hamamaru. Uchiha Hamamaru." She accepted this name, which symbolized the father's strong will and expectations. Time passed quickly. 10 days flew by in the blink of an eye. February 5th, Sra's royal bedchamber. Compared to the tension during Chie's delivery, Sra's birthing process seemed much smoother. Perhaps it was due to the previous experience, or perhaps it was because his queen from Ran was inherently robust in physique. Another cry announced the arrival of another royal family member. Tsunade walked out holding the baby girl, looked at her small and delicate features, and teased, "SRA, her hair and eyebrows are like yours, but that stubborn little mouth is exactly like someone else's." SRA said weakly, "Let me see the little one." The baby girl inherited her mother's red hair, and her nose bridge already showed a graceful curve. SRA held her daughter, her face beaming with a brilliant smile. "My adorable little one, when you grow up, you'll surely be a great beauty." Then, she turned to Shun, her eyes filled with inquiry. Shun looked at his daughter in the swaddling clothes, her exotic features inherited from her mother. He said in a deep voice, "Monica, eternal love and faith, like a resilient flower in the cycles of reincarnation. She shall be called Uchiha Monica." SRA softly repeated the name. It carried a unique charm. She lowered her head and gently kissed her daughter's forehead, a soft light flashing in her eyes. "Monica, Uchiha Monica, eternal flower, never wilting even in sandstorms." A very beautiful name. With the birth of the two children, the daimyo mansion quietly changed. Occasionally, one could hear the loud cries or babbling sounds of infants from the inner chambers. The maidservants bustled about, caring for the queens and infants, their steps light, their faces often bearing smiles. Tsunade's visits gradually increased. Sometimes she would sit nearby, watching Chie or SRA tend to their babies or lull them asleep. Occasionally, when they rested, she would carefully pick up a child. Senchuredo, these scenes surprised the surrounding attendants somewhat. They had never seen Tsunade so gentle. One evening, in Tsunade's quarters, Tsunade sat quietly beside Shun, enjoying a calm moment together. These past few days, after delivering babies, witnessing new life, and daily playfully interacting with the children, something had changed within her. The obsession with resurrecting Nawaki still remained, but she also desired a child who flowed with her and Shun's bloodline. Her voice was much softer than usual, as if tinged with shyness and anticipation. "Shun." Shun closed his eyes, giving a lazy response, seemingly still lost in thought from their earlier conversation. Tsunade seemed to hesitate for a moment, but finally looked up, meeting his gaze. I want us to start a family. I want a child." This sentence seemed to drain her strength, yet also felt like shedding a heavy burden. Shun opened his eyes, looking at Tsunade, a hint of surprise flashing in them. He kissed Tsunade's forehead and said, "Since you wish for it so much, I respect your decision." A joyful smile appeared on Tsunade's face. She propped herself up with her hands. Cinchuredo, she could feel the loneliness and suppression within Itachi. Watching Itachi grow increasingly isolated, her heart was in agony. She knew that if she didn't take action, her son might fall into even deeper pain. After much deliberation, Mikoto decided to seek help from Shun. She brought tea into the study, her voice filled with unconcealed anxiety. "Husband, I must talk to you about Itachi." Shun looked up from his official scrolls and pulled Mikoto into his embrace. "What has Itachi done that worries you so much?" Mikoto's hands trembled slightly. "That child, his state is very wrong. He comes to see me, but he's like a puppet without a soul. He doesn't speak, doesn't smile, and there's no light in his eyes. I'm afraid that because of Fugaku's Barato, his heart is heading towards darkness." Shun gently held her, comforting her. "Mikoto, Itachi is very intelligent, even far Barato intelligent than his peers. But please remember, no matter how much ninjutsu he has mastered, or how complex the path he understands, he is still just a child who just turned 7. His gaze deepened. To prematurely bear a burden beyond one's age, to experience such a profound loss and endure such a life-changing event, if not guided correctly, a mind can easily twist and fall into the wrong path of obsession and darkness." Mikoto gazed at him, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Husband, do you have any way to help Itachi?" Shun tapped his fingers lightly on the table, making a decision. "I cannot stand by and watch Itachi head toward destruction due to a lack of care and belonging. He needs a sense of security. He needs a complete home. I have decided to adopt Itachi as my stepson, to let him be the older brother to Hamamaru and Monica." Mikoto couldn't help but frown slightly, a little hesitant. "Can this work? Won't Itachi resist even more?" Shun smiled faintly and gently kissed Mikoto's lips again. "Mikoto, there's no need to worry too much. Itachi is only 7. No matter how precocious he is still just a child. He has experienced too many changes, and it's normal for his heart to be temporarily closed. Haven't we recently added 2 lively little ones to the manor? Take Itachi to see them more often. Perhaps it will gradually open his heart." So, Mikoto began to frequently take Itachi to Issare and Chie's chambers. At first, Itachi always stood at a distance, quietly observing everything. Issare was a cheerful person. She brought the swaddled Hamamaru over and handed him to Itachi. She greeted him warmly. "Itachi, come see your little brother." Itachi hesitated upon hearing this, then slowly and extremely carefully approached the small Hamamaru in the swaddling clothes. When he finally held that heavy, soft little body for the first time, he froze, as if he had turned into a piece of wood, not daring to move an inch. Strangely enough, the previously crying Hamamaru gradually quieted down and stopped crying in Itachi's somewhat cold embrace. Chie was relatively gentler. She softly said to Itachi, "Itachi, would you like to hold your little sister's hand? Her hands are so small." Monica's fingers gently grasped a strand of Itachi's hanging black hair, letting out a quiet sigh. At that moment, an unexpected, subtle yet warm touch quietly seeped into Itachi's silent heart. He no longer needed his mother to lead him. He would quietly walk to the nursery after training. Sometimes he would just sit quietly, listening to their babbling, full of vitality. Subtle, childlike, emotional fluctuations gradually appeared on his face. Shun took in all these changes. He called out to Itachi, who was about to go see his younger siblings from under the long corridor. Itachi stopped, bowing respectfully. "Uncle Shun." Shun crouched down, bringing his gaze level with Itachi's. He looked very seriously into his eyes and said, "Itachi, I've seen your concern for your younger siblings. This change is very good. I hope you have a normal child's childhood, family members to protect, and elders you can rely on. Itachi, be my son. Let me guide you and give you a real home." Itachi was stunned, a faint blush visibly spreading across his pale cheeks. He instinctively looked at his mother, Mikoto, who stood beside him. Mikoto's eyes were filled with tears of encouragement and anticipation. She gently stroked Itachi's hair and softly said, "Itachi, agree. Shun genuinely cares for us and will be a good father. Can you call him father?" Her voice carried a hint of pleading, hoping her son could truly integrate into this new home and open his heart. Esra, holding Hamamaru, smiled and chimed in, "That's right, Itachi, this is your home. Quickly call him father." "Look, Hamamaru is waiting to hear it." Hamamaru in her arms appropriately gurgled once, waving his tiny fists. Cha, holding Monica, softly echoed, "Itachi, this is your home." Itachi's face grew redder. He lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of his clothes. His internal memory of his birth father, Fugaku, was still deep, and he felt an instinctive reverence for the title father. He pressed his barato together, seemingly engaged in an extremely difficult internal struggle. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of silence, Itachi very slowly raised his head. His cheeks were still flushed, his eyes a little shifty, and he tentatively called out in an almost inaudible voice, "Father." Though soft, the sound clearly reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, Shun's smile instantly widened. It was a truly heartfelt smile, filled with satisfaction and joy. He extended his hands and, with a firm yet gentle embrace, pulled Itachi into his arms, patting his back. "Itachi, from now on, you are my son." Mikoto's tears finally fell, but these were tears of joy. Esra and Chie exchanged a smile, and the atmosphere became incredibly warm. Itachi buried his face in Shun's shoulder, feeling this unfamiliar yet warm embrace. His ears were burning red, and the complex emotions in his heart were slowly replaced by an unprecedented sense of stability. White Zetsu censored deep underground, somewhere in the land of water, was a futuristic biological laboratory. Space twisted without warning, and Shun suddenly appeared inside the laboratory. He casually threw 10 white Zetsu into the pre-designed metal room. Seeing Tsunade and Orochimaru, he vented his frustration. "I caught 10 more white Zetsu." They appeared in the royal garden, less than 100 meters from Monica and Hamamaru's cradle. "This is too dangerous." White Zetsu's infiltration ability is becoming more and more perfect. They can even infiltrate living people, transform into others' appearances, and copy their chakra fluctuations. Orochimaru's expression, uncharacteristically, became serious. This level of disguise is enough to deceive most reconnaissance methods. It is a very effective infiltration tool. Shun pressed his temples and said, "Currently, only my Mangekyo ocular technique, divine, I can detect them. But I can't keep my Mangekyo active all day. I must design a sustainable, large-scale detection method." Upon hearing this, silence fell over the laboratory. Tsunade thought for a moment, then said with some difficulty, "White Zetsu have Hashirama cells. If our people also transplant Hashirama cells, we could sense them, but the mortality rate of injecting Hashirama cells remains high." Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with knowledge. White Zetsu's disguise and parasitism are essentially extremely clever yang release chakra transformation techniques. However, natural energy is superior to yang release chakra. So, whether it's sensing or forcibly expelling them, natural energy can be used to solve it. It's just that none of us can use Sage Mode. Shun pointed at the white Zetsu in the container and said, "Can we extract white Zetsu's chakra and incorporate it into a warning barrier? Like installing a specific white Zetsu chakra sensing switch for the warning barrier?" Tsunade slammed her hand on the table. "That's right. We don't need to fully understand them. We just need to be able to identify them. Like the immune system identifying specific viruses, treat their unique chakra signature as an antigen." Orochimaru let out a low chuckle. Hee. This approach is indeed feasible, and we have dozens of white Zetsu that can be used for experiments. Once the two determined the direction, their efficiency was astonishing. They quickly designed a brand new warning barrier solution. A moment later, in the underground laboratory, the core of the new barrier was deployed. Buzz dash, buzz dash, buzz dash. A sharp piercing, specific frequency alarm sounded instantly. Clear red light lit up on the barrier wall, precisely marking the location and number of intruders. The barrier squad leader reported excitedly, "It's a success. Your Excellency no longer needs to use his ocular technique. The barrier itself can now detect them." Shun, Orochimaru, and Tsunade looked at the test results, and a hint of satisfaction finally appeared on their faces. Shun stroked his chin and said, "The Land of Water is an island nation, made up of 12 islands. It's impossible to set up large-scale barriers everywhere. Can we design a smaller warning device with lower power consumption?" Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with wisdom as he said, "Yes, by reducing the range and detection frequency, we can reduce chakra consumption." Upon hearing this, Shun nodded in satisfaction. "Your idea is excellent. Please come up with a feasible plan and prototype as soon as possible. We want to spread an invisible net of perception along the border, so these white ghosts can no longer infiltrate the Land of Water." Orochimaru assessed the situation and said, "Give me 3 days, and I can build 50 devices." Shun smiled slightly. "Then I'll trouble you." 3 days later, 50 white Zetsu sensors were delivered to Shun. He picked up a finished product to test. The warning range was reduced to 10 kilometers. But with the chakra amount of a Chunin, it could operate for an entire day. Seeing this, he immediately summoned Minato. Soon, the yellow flash, Minato, arrived at the palace. Shun pointed to the white humanoid creature next to him and said, "I call these white creatures white Zetsu. They possess extremely strong infiltration abilities, can parasitize and hide within living bodies, and can perfectly copy the host's vital signs and chakra fluctuations." Minato's expression became incredibly grim, and he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Parasitism and perfect copy. This means we might not be able to trust anyone around us. Shun nodded, then picked up and activated a white Zetsu sensor. The device immediately emitted a piercing alarm, pointing to the white Zetsu's location. He calmly stated, "This is the white Zetsu sensor developed by Tsunade and Orochimaru. It can sense the unique chakra of white Zetsu and issue a warning. I need you to deliver them as quickly as possible to the border and the command centers of the main city's defense forces." Minato immediately nodded. "I understand, Your Highness. I promise to deliver them as quickly as possible." "Wait, Minato. Some of the strongholds or cities where you deliver the sensors may have already been infiltrated, and even some commanders or important personnel may have already been parasitized by white Zetsu." Upon hearing this, Minato's heart sank, and a chill ran up his spine. He asked gravely, "What should we do about those who have already been parasitized?" Shun said without changing his expression, "Natural energy is the only known power that can effectively suppress or even force out these parasites. And you're a contractor of Mount Maiboku. You can summon the toads of Mount Maiboku." Minato instantly understood, his eyes sharpening. "Are you saying?" Shun nodded gently. "If you discover someone has been parasitized during your mission, I want you to summon the toads from Mount Maiboku. Use their natural energy to force the parasitic white Zetsu out of the body. Therefore, this mission can only be entrusted to you." Minato took a deep breath and replied solemnly, "I understand, Your Excellency. I will proceed cautiously and will not betray your trust." Shun took out a storage scroll and a document from his pocket, placing them steadily on the table. "Good. Be careful with everything. The sensors and coordinates are all here." Minato stepped forward and took the storage scroll and document with both hands. After a quick glance, he bowed respectfully and then suddenly vanished. Obito's turbulent emotions in a deep underground cave. It was damp and cold, with only a few clusters of twisted fungi emitting a faint, pale glow. This place was like a forgotten corner, a Barado ground for conspiracies. A roar, suppressed to the extreme, bravado and madness. Ugh! Ah! Shun, why don't you just disappear?" "Obito, the man who called himself Madara, now roared like a wounded beast. He punched the nearby rock again and again, without any regard for his image. Crushed stones fell, but he seemed to feel no pain, his face beneath the mask contorted with extreme rage. Failure. Failure. Consecutive failures. The land of water, that land shrouded in thick fog, had now become an unshakable nightmare in his plans. He had originally intended to confidently recruit Kisame and Jay-Z, relying on his Mangekyo and the name Madara. During the process, he had just accidentally teased Shun, and as a result, the great Madara, was beaten into a sorry state. Even his Kamui was cracked. This man was simply his nightmare. Next, he wanted to recruit Kakuzu, who only cared about money. However, by the time he finally tracked down Kakuzu had already accepted Shun's invitation and become his Minister of Finance. Finally, he dispatched a large army of White Zetsu. White Zetsu were excellent scouts and infiltrators, capable of perfectly blending into the environment and even parasitizing human bodies. But just now, the latest news came from the Land of Water. Shun and his team had developed something called a White Zetsu sensor. A large number of White Zetsu were precisely located and captured. Even those hidden within human hosts were removed. His plan was completely ruined again. Uchih, Shun, Obito forced out the name through gritted bravado, each syllable filled with bone-deep hatred and a sense of frustration that even he was unwilling to admit. This man was like an insurmountable mountain, blocking his eye of the moon plan. Since meeting him, nothing had gone right for him. It was as if the gears of fate were completely jammed, and all his schemes became ridiculous and futile. Obito breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, and his furious emotions slowly cooled in the empty cave. Only a cold, stifling feeling remained, with nowhere to vent. Just then, the half-black, half-white black Zetsu slowly rose from the ground. In his characteristic gloomy voice, he calmly said, "Anger is useless, Obito. The route through the Land of Water is temporarily blocked, but we are not without options." Obito suddenly turned his head, his Mangekyo through the mask, staring intently at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu ignored the irritation in his eyes and continued in his unruffled tone. In the Land of Wind, Tsunagakure, Kyo's grandson, Sasori, defeated the third Kazake, who was hailed as the strongest of all time, and turned him into a puppet. Now he is a rogue ninja, constantly gathering the remains of powerful ninjas to transform into puppets, making his strength extremely formidable. He is a perfect recruitment target and can greatly enhance the core combat power of the organization. A brief silence fell in the cave, and Obito's heavy breathing gradually subsided. The madness and anger in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a more sinister and obsessive look. His Eye of the Moon plan would never stop because of this. The route through the Land of Water was blocked by that man, so he would take another path. He slowly straightened his body and brushed the dust from his robe. He regained that low and indifferent demeanor, characteristic of Madara. Black Zetsu. Besides Sasori, are there any other individuals we can recruit? Black Zetsu seemed to have anticipated this and slowly replied, "Hiriko, a Konoha rank rogue ninja. He was once a classmate of the Konoha Sannin. He was discovered conducting human experiments and eventually defected from Konoha." Obito's gaze narrowed slightly. Hiriko? That name rings a bell, but he doesn't seem to be a prominent figure. Black Zetsu gently wiggled his finger. On the surface, he only possesses the strength of an ordinary jonin, but he is developing a forbidden jutsu called Chimera. It is said that once completed, he can acquire the abilities of different Kekkei Genkai ninja by fusing their bodies, ultimately achieving multiple Kekkei Genkais in a single person. Possessing multiple Kekkei Genkais? Obito's voice held a hint of interest. This ability sounded very strange and powerful. Black Zetsu nodded slightly, confirming. Yes, although he has not yet succeeded, his forbidden jutsu's potential might be worth investing in. The important thing is that he is a Konoha rogue ninja, so the chances of successfully recruiting him are very high. Obito stroked his chin, a calculating glint in his eyes. Black Zetsu. Both of these individuals are worth a try. You continue to investigate the specific locations of Sasori and Hiriko. I will follow shortly. Black Zetsu nodded slightly, and his figure slowly merged into the ground. After Black Zetsu left, Obito seemed to have all his strength drained away. His gaze was somewhat hollow, like a statue that had lost its soul. After a long time, he slowly came back to his senses, as if having made some kind of decision. Space began to twist and ripple around him. Kamui. The next moment, in front of the Konoha Memorial Stone, Obito saw a white-haired figure not far away. Kakashi stood alone in front of Rin's tombstone, whispering, "Rin, I came to see you today to tell you some news. Sensei's wife, she's over 3 months pregnant. Minato-sensei is very happy." Upon hearing this, Obito's heart trembled violently, and he instinctively wanted to flee. But his feet seemed to be nailed to the spot. An extremely complex and inexpressible emotion, like a surging undercurrent, instantly overwhelmed his inner being. What followed was even more intense pain, anger, and bone-chilling loneliness. His sensei's wife, Kushina, was pregnant. Minato-sensei was going to be a father. Why can they have such a happy future? While his Rin, forever cold, sleeps here, this world, why am I the only one suffering? God of Fire time flew by, and in just over 20 days, Tsunade confirmed she was pregnant. This led to a subtle shift in the atmosphere within the daimyo mansion. Because Tsunade needed to focus on her pregnancy, Shun, the daimyo, was considerately asked to move out of her bedchamber and temporarily reside in Chie's bedchamber. However, Chie was still recovering after giving birth and needed plenty of rest. Shun had been spending many evenings alone, worried about her health. Late at night, the bedchamber was softly lit. Shun gently placed his arm around Chie, who was already asleep. Watching her rest peacefully beside him, he stayed awake for a while, keeping a quiet vigil. His thoughts had already flown over mountains and rivers, settling on the land of demons in the northwest. Over 1,000 years ago, the Sage of Six Paths learned Sage Mode from the Great Toad Sage, thereby gaining the ability to absorb natural energy. If the Sage Mode of the 3 Sage regions is understood as a special form of demonization, then can the power of the priestess be understood as a Sage Mode more suitable for humans? Moreover, legend has it that the power of the priestess is pure and effectively restrains demonic power. Of course, the crucial point was that he had a system. As long as he remained connected to the current priestess of the land of demons, he could obtain this special power. Moroku was only 18 years old now, full of vitality and determination. That night, Shun's mind drifted as he considered what lay ahead, making it difficult for him to sleep. The priestess status in the land of demons was very noble, and the land of demons had always been closed off and xenophobic, so he didn't want to use forceful methods. He needed an entrance that was sufficiently shocking enough to make her take him seriously, even revere him, a reason that would make her willing to sit down and talk. The next morning, Shun was not in a hurry to depart. He first went to the Hokage office. "Orochimaru, I have a long-term mission for you. Find the Yugo clan. They possess a special physique that allows them to automatically absorb surrounding natural energy. I believe you can understand their true purpose." Orochimaru's golden snake eyes instantly lit up, filled with a desire for research. The Yugo clan? Automatically absorb natural energy? Interesting. Your Excellency, please rest assured, I will immediately send people to search for them. Note, the current Yugo is only 2 years old. The Curse Seal was merely Shun's backup plan. If the path of the priestess didn't work out, he would start from this aspect to research the mysteries of natural energy. After arranging his contingency, he briefly explained to a few of the royal consorts, and then quietly left the daimyo mansion. Seraph State. Activate. Boom! A majestic golden chakra soared into the sky, and 3 pairs of flowing golden flame wings unfurled with a roar. a sacred seraph with smooth lines, covered in fiery golden armor and a gilded mask, rapidly shot into the clouds. Target: Land of Demons. Mangicule oculaire technique. Divine accélération. 3x acceleration. The seraph's maximum flight speed, originally only Mach 3 at most, now became Mach 9, immediately creating a long sonic boom behind it. Whoosh! The fierce wind whistled past, and the clouds were easily pierced. A few hours later, Shun arrived at the Land of Demons, which was filled with a mysterious aura. With divine eye, he quickly pinpointed the location of the priestess castle. He continued ascending until he disappeared above the thick clouds. Complete body Susanoo. Above the clouds, an even more vast and terrifying chakra erupted. A colossal orange giant, even larger than the seraph, covered in Tengu armor and with wings that blotted out the sky, appeared out of thin air. It was as if a god had descended. Immediately after, the complete body Susanoo, at the peak of that sea of clouds, formed a complex and ancient hand seal. Complete body Susanoo, supreme seraph form. Buzz! Endless light and heat erupted. The orange Susanoo form transformed again, becoming a supreme being over 200 meters tall, cast entirely from incandescent white glass, burning with sacred golden flames. 3 pairs of massive light wings slowly unfurled behind it, each feather composed of flames condensed to the extreme, its face covered by a majestic and mysterious mask, and above its head, a sacred, incandescent white halo made of pure flames, emanating an aura that purified everything. Shun controlled this over 200-meter-tall Inferno Angel Susanoo and slowly began to descend. Below, the priestess castle in the Land of Demons and the surrounding city. All the citizens and guards witnessed a scene they would never forget. The thick clouds parted like they were melted by the sun, and an enormous god, burning with sacred flames and topped with an incandescent white halo, was slowly descending from the clouds. Heat, vastness, majesty, sacredness, oppression. All these contradictory feelings intertwined, impacting the heart of every single person. God, a miracle! The god of fire has descended. Someone shouted first, and inside and outside the castle, whether guards, maids, or civilians, all involuntarily knelt down. They prostrated themselves towards the sky, filled with awe and shock. Atop the castle, the current priestess, along with a group of priests and guards, had already been waiting. She was clad in solemn priestess attire, her face beautiful and serene. Her eyes reflected the descending god. She did not kneel like the others, but merely looked up slightly, her expression complex. There was both reverence and a calm understanding. She softly said to her guard captain, who was too stunned to move, "No need to panic. Prepare to welcome the descent of the god of fire." Under countless gazes, whether of awe, fear, or fanaticism, that over 200-meter-tall seraph finally hovered steadily above the priestess castle plaza. Immediately after, to everyone's astonished gazes, the massive seraph began to dissipate, transforming into countless golden specks of light. From within the specks of light, a man dressed in a luxurious black robe, with a handsome and majestic face and crimson eyes, floated down like a feather, finally landing steadily before the priestess. Miroku seemed to have anticipated his arrival, a mysteriously knowing smile on her lips. She nodded slightly, her voice ethereal and calm. "Your Highness Shun, I have been awaiting you for a long time." Changing predetermined fate inside the priestess castle in the Land of Demons. The heavy doors of the reception hall closed silently behind. On a delicate tea table, warm, clear tea and several exquisite pastries had already been arranged. Miroku's beautiful face appeared even more sacred in the soft light, her eyes clear, as if she could see into people's hearts. Shun's gaze swept over the pastries, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. "These are all my favorite pastries. It seems you anticipated my visit long ago." Miroku nodded slightly, her movements elegant and composed. Her voice was ethereal and calm. "About 2 years ago, I vaguely foresaw that a powerful individual, capable of changing the world's trajectory, would emerge in the future. Later, the ninja world's pattern underwent drastic changes, and your name began to spread far and wide. Then, 3 days ago, I foresaw your arrival. A hint of understanding flashed in Shun's eyes. He wasn't surprised by this ability to foresee. After all, her daughter Shun could foresee the future deaths of those around her. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharpening a little, and asked the question he truly cared about. So, how much of the future have you glimpsed, and what will be the outcome for you and me? Miroku met his gaze, and a faint blush seemed to flit across her fair cheeks. She paused, speaking with a sense of destiny. You will help me eliminate Morio, and then you will marry me, taking me as your consort. A brief silence fell in the reception hall, broken only by the faint crackling of incense burning. Shun was slightly startled, then burst into a wry smile. He slowly stood up, walked around the low table in the middle, and approached Miroku step by step. Miroku remained kneeling, only looking up as he approached, a subtle ripple in her clear eyes. Shun sat down next to her and gently took her slender hand, which rested on her lap. Miroku's fingers were slightly cool, with a faint tremor, but she did not withdraw her hand. His voice was deep and magnetic, no longer carrying any hint of probing. The long river of time often branches into countless streams due to different choices made by a person. I have seen another future for you. Miroku's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and confusion appeared in her eyes. Shun gazed into her eyes, as if trying to see into the depths of her soul. If I had not come here today, then in the near future, you would give birth to a daughter named Shun. Miroku's breath caught, her pupils slightly dilating, a strange feeling washing over her. Shun lifted Miroku's slightly cool right hand and kissed the back of it. She would be your treasure, inheriting your powerful priestess power. When she was 6 years old, Morio would come find you. To protect Shun, you would place a protective seal around Morio within yourself. Then, you and Morio would be sealed away together beneath a volcano in the land of swarms. Until 10 years later, Morio would find Shun again. This is the priestess' fate. Miroku's face turned slightly pale, vaguely sensing the tragic fate she did not wish to contemplate. Shun's voice suddenly became firm and domineering. But I don't like that future, the one where you sacrifice yourself in solitude. The future where a 6-year-old girl loses her mother from a young age and bears a heavy destiny alone. He placed a steady hand on Miroku's barato, guiding her gaze to meet his determined eyes. So I came before you. I will cut off that unpleasant branch of fate. Now, tell me, Miroku, are you ready to become my queen? Miroku stared blankly at the man before her. He was powerful, domineering, even a bit overbearing, and he had suddenly burst into her destiny like this. He wanted to roughly pull her out of that predetermined tragic ending, and then give her a completely different, unknown future. She took a deep breath, gently clasped his hand in return, and her gaze gradually firmed. I have not seen the future you speak of. In the future I have seen, I am your queen, so I am willing to accept the arrangement of fate to become your queen. Shun picked up the teacup in front of him and gestured slightly to Miroku, as if reaching some unspoken understanding. Since that is the case, then let us together embrace a new destiny. Miroku also slowly picked up her teacup and reciprocated the gesture. Inside the hall, the incense still wafted, and a subtle, an ambiguous atmosphere spread. Shun gazed into Miroku's eyes, and with a slight movement of his arm, he gently drew her closer. Miroku stood still. As a respected priestess, she had rarely shared such close contact with anyone. Then, a strong presence surrounded her, causing her heart to suddenly beat out of rhythm. Shun lowered his head and offered her a gentle, reassuring gesture. The moment felt awkward and uncertain, and Miroku instinctively turned her head away. He reached out to steady her chin with his long fingers, the movement calm and careful. He quietly assured her everything would be all right. She quietly composed herself. The moment was patient and gentle, a steady guiding connection. Miroku's tense posture gradually relaxed in Shun's closeness. In the air, only their shared breaths and quickened heartbeats remained. After a long while, they gently drew back. Miroku's cheeks were flushed with a captivating blush, and her eyes shimmered with a hazy, shy look. A spark ignited in Shun's eyes, and he placed his hand gently on her barato. Just as he reached out toward her weight, Miroku suddenly came to her senses, gently pushing his hand away. She raised her flushed face, her eyes showing a mix of hesitation and surprise. Shun-sama, this is moving too quickly. I need barato time. Please give me a little barato time. Her voice was as faint as a whisper, carrying obvious hesitation. Even though she had foreseen her destiny, truly taking this step was still a psychological hurdle for her, who had been nurtured from a young age and held a noble status. Shun's actions paused. He knew that haste makes waste, so he firmly held back his impulsive feelings. He took a deep breath and steadied himself. His voice was calm. Okay, I was too hasty. We have plenty of days ahead. Miroku's simple, Shun's gaze was intense and determined. Miroku dared not respond. She slowly walked to the window, looking at the distant scenery. Shun's eyes darted around, and he asked, Miroku, were some things you wanted to do in the past but couldn't? Perhaps I can help you achieve them. Miroku thought deeply for a moment, then replied, I want to be a normal person and enjoy a peaceful life. Upon hearing this, a hint of understanding and pity flashed in Shun's eyes. As a priestess, she resided on a divine altar. Her life was destined to be observed and constrained by everyone. Thus, she lost the simplest joys. Do you desire freedom and peace? That's very simple. Shun smiled slightly, a smile imbued with an undeniable confidence. He quickly clapped his hands together, and his chakras stirred. The next moment, a mini seraph shadow clone, only 6 centimeters tall and radiating a gentle glow, appeared in his palm. Like a delicate little elf, it exuded a warm and sacred aura, yet was incredibly tiny and adorable. Miroku looked at this tiny creation with curiosity, her eyes filled with wonder. Go, leave some flying thunder god marks nearby. Shun lightly tapped his fingertip, and the little seraph shadow clone instantly vanished. Miroku asked, confused, what are you doing? Shun walked over, his smile becoming a bit sly. Leaving some coordinates to ensure that no matter where we go, we can instantly return here without causing any commotion. The first step is complete. Now, it'll take you to temporarily leave this castle. After speaking, he took Miroku's hand and calmly pushed open the door to the reception hall. Under the astonished gazes of the guards on both sides, they walked directly to the spacious terrace on the outer perimeter of the castle. In the square below, numerous guards, maids, and priests all watched them. That god had actually appeared with Miroku, the priestess. In their impression, Miroku served the gods, was a messenger of God, and also a woman who must remain unmarried and live a life of chastity. But now, a god intended to take Miroku away, which left everyone somewhat at a loss. The Mangekyo pattern reappeared in Shun's eyes, and a majestic golden chakra surged skyward. Complete body Susanoo, supreme seraph form, buzz, light converged, and a sacred and majestic inferno angel Susanoo, over 200 meters tall, stood majestically before the castle terrace. Golden flames illuminated the entire scene, casting a brilliant glow upon everyone's faces. Below, there was an immediate chorus of gasps and sobs, and many instinctively knelt down. Shun held Miroku's hand, his voice imbued with an undeniable tenderness. Miroku, come with me. Under everyone's gaze, she was holding hands so closely with a man. Thinking of this, Miroku's heart pounded. Shun smiled slightly, secretly forming a single-hand seal. A gust of wind gently lifted the two of them, settling them steadily into the right palm of the inferno angel Susanoo. Once steady, Miroku suppressed the tremor in her heart and looked down at her stunned and uneasy subjects and subordinates below. She took a deep breath and used her priestess power to calm the people. Everyone, do not panic. I'm merely going out with this distinguished guest for a while. You all should attend to your duties, do not be negligent, and have no need to worry." Miroku's voice temporarily quelled the commotion below. Shun's thoughts stirred, and the fiery wings on the back of the Inferno Angel Susanoo slowly flapped, lifting its massive body, and it gradually ascended. As they flew higher and higher, Miroku couldn't help but let out a soft cry. This was the first time in her life she had been at such a high altitude. The wind roared in her ears, and the castle and people on the ground rapidly shrank. A primal fear gripped her. She almost instinctively clung tightly to Shun's right arm. She instinctively moved closer to him, seeking comfort and reassurance. Noticing the gentle touch on his arm and the quiet tremor from the woman beside him, a faint smile formed on Shun's face. He shifted his stance, gently drawing her closer to him, while simultaneously controlling the Inferno Angel Susanoo to fly even more steadily. "Are you scared?" His voice held a hint of tenderness. Miroku's cheeks flushed slightly, a little shy, but her tightly clasped hands dared not loosen in the slightest. She honestly whispered, "It's my first time flying so high. I'm a little scared." Shun smiled and said, "Look, the scenery below is something you would never see from inside the castle." Encouraged by him, Miroku finally mustered the courage to cautiously look down. The entire capital of the land of demons unfolded beneath them like a delicate model. Distant mountains, rivers, and fields formed a stunning and beautiful panorama. An unprecedented sense of openness and freedom gradually dispelled her initial fear. Shun deliberately controlled the Inferno Angel Susanoo's flight altitude, allowing the people in the capital below to clearly see him and Miroku. After seeing Miroku and him, a large number of people knelt, kowtowed, and prayed. Miroku waved her small hand, using her power to amplify her voice. "Everyone, please rise. You don't need to kneel to us." But these people seemed unwilling to stand up. Seeing this, Shun was secretly pleased. He amplified his voice with chakra and said with authority, "I also dislike people kneeling. I hope you are self-reliant, so all of you, stand up." Upon hearing this, the people below all stood up, looking up at the giant figure in the sky. Shun smiled and waved, then deliberately lowered his flying speed, slowly flying out of the capital of the land of demons. After flying over several mountains, Shun used the transformation technique, transforming himself and Miroku into ordinary young men and women. He smiled and extended an invitation. "Beautiful lady, now you are free. I can take you back to the capital of the land of demons and let you experience the life of a normal person." Miroku looked at the unfamiliar man before her, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and she nodded vigorously. Then, Shun picked up Miroku and dissolved the Inferno Angel Susanoo. The sudden sensation of falling made Miroku cling tightly to the man beside her. Shun smiled slightly, using Flying Thunder God to return to the capital of the land of demons without anyone noticing. "Wake up, we've arrived." Miroku opened her eyes again and found herself in a bustling market. Shun casually bought 2 sugar figures, handing one to Miroku. Miroku looked at the adorable sugar figure, took a small bite, and a sweet taste spread through her mouth, making her eyes light up. Elementary nature mode to the right of the land of demons' capital city. A clear stream meandered, with lush green banks and shady trees. The setting sun's afterglow dyed the water golden, creating a tranquil and beautiful environment. Most importantly, just as Shun had predicted, there were quite a few young men and women secretly dating around the riverbank. They either walked side by side or spoke softly, and the air was filled with a youthful and uncertain atmosphere. Shun held Miroku's hand, casually strolling along the riverbank. Her fingers were slender, and in his palm they felt calm and at ease. Yet there was an imperceptible stiffness. Shun knew well that this was not her resisting him. Rather, it was the imprint left by 18 years as a priestess. From a young age, she was taught to maintain a dignified demeanor and keep her distance from others, especially men. This close contact was unfamiliar and full of uncertainty for her. Shun had deliberately brought her here to let her soak in this atmosphere, to witness firsthand how couples in love interacted. He needed to break the invisible barrier in her heart, and the most direct way was to let her see an example. "Maroka, look over there." Shun suddenly stopped, his voice lowered, with a hint of feigned mysterious amusement. He secretly pointed to a small grove of trees not far away, where the foliage was a bit denser. Maroka followed the direction he pointed, looking over curiously. In the shadows of the grove, Sensuredo, something she absolutely shouldn't have seen, and her entire barato stiffened. The next second, alarm and bewilderment instantly overwhelmed her. Like a startled deer, she anxiously tugged at Shun's right hand, desperate to escape this place immediately. "Go! Hurry! Shun! We should go somewhere else." Her voice was filled with obvious panic and shyness, completely losing the usual calm and ethereal quality of a priestess, leaving only the awkwardness of a young girl. Seeing Maroka's adorable appearance, with even her earlobes flushed red, and her flustered posture as if she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, Shun's lips curled into a triumphant smile. This priestess' innocence was far more exaggerated than he had imagined, but he didn't stop her. Instead, he yielded to her pull, letting her lead him away from the riverbank at a brisk pace toward the Barado's secluded area. Seeing that no one was around, Shun gently took Maroka's hand and led her to sit beside him. He held her close and spoke softly to her, his left hand resting warmly on her Barado. Maroka's cheeks flushed bright red, as if steam was about to rise from the Barado of her head. She pushed Shun away and stepped back. You. She felt flustered and anxious, unable to find her words, and avoided looking at his smiling eyes. Then, like a startled rabbit, she hurried away along the riverbank, leaving only a quiet, embarrassed figure behind. Watching her flee in disarray, Shun's expression uncontrollably curved upwards. That smile was exactly like a cunning schemer who had succeeded in his plan and was enjoying his target's panicked escape. He took unhurried steps, following Maroka from a distance. After Maroka ran for a while, her breathing began to quicken. Finally, she leaned against a small tree, slightly out of breath. Her cheeks were still flushed from the long run. Just then, the voice that had been following her sounded from behind. "Are you okay?" Maroka stiffened, feeling a mix of annoyance and helplessness. She could only pout slightly and avert her gaze, not looking at him. Shun chuckled, then crouched down in front of her, meeting her slightly unsteady gaze. He extended 2 fingers and said unhurriedly, "All right, game over. Now you have 2 choices. Either I carry you back, or I piggyback you back. Your Highness, the esteemed priestess, which one will you choose?" Maroka's heartbeat, which had just calmed down, suddenly accelerated again. She looked at the man crouching in front of her, his domineering yet playful posture, which gave her no option to walk back on her own. She opened her mouth, wanting to protest. Sensuredo Shun's warmth was clearly transmitted through the contact, causing her recently calmed cheeks to flush again. Shun steadily supported her legs, easily stood up, and adjusted her higher on his hold to make her comfortable. "Hold on tight, we're going back." The sky gradually darkened, and the 2 walked slowly by the river. Feeling her constantly accelerating heartbeat, Shun gently asked, "Maroka, are you ready to be my wife?" Maroka pressed her face against his back and softly hummed. At night, the moonlight was like water, quietly spilling over the ancient castle. Sensuredo, her face beginning to blush, but her firm gaze indicated that she had already made a certain decision. Shun closed the door behind him and walked toward her. This time, he was no longer eager, but simply gently took her hand. "Are you scared?" Maroka shook her head slightly, finally looking up at him. "No." Sensuredo, ignoring her protests, he focused on his task and helped her change her clothes. After he was done, Shun got up and stepped back. Maroka was lying on the tatama mat on her back, looking up at him calmly. Sensuredo, she felt like her heart might jump out of her chest at any moment. Seeing Moroka's dazed eyes, Shun smiled. "You like what you see?" Hearing Shun's sudden words, Moroka got out of her stupor and quickly stammered, What are you talking about?" Moroka's flustered reply elicited a light laugh from Shun. "Haha, Cincherato, are they supposed to be this big? How would the procedure even work? What if something went wrong? How much would it hurt? What if—" Countless questions ran through Moroka's mind in a short while. This was her Barato observing a medical examination up close, and Moroku didn't know how to feel. On one hand, she was full of anticipation and excitement for the coming event. On the other hand, she was scared of the unknown. She didn't know how to deal with this kind of thing that she had no prior experience with. Moroka's thoughts were disrupted as Shun approached her and captured her lips in one fluid motion. She didn't even notice Shun approaching her until he reached her. Moroku was Barato stunned at first, but she quickly came to her senses and accepted Shun's gesture warmly. Though she wasn't as comfortable as Shun, she did her best to show her affection for him. After what felt like an eternity, Cincherato, 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 Moroku took a deep breath as she steadied herself. Shun spoke gently, telling her that they should move on to the next part of their training together. Moroku had recovered Barato at this point and realized what was coming for her. But she didn't reject Shun in the slightest. Instead, she wrapped her hands around Shun's back, as if seeking comfort. Shun said, "Get ready. Here I come." Shun then proceeded to gently pull Moroku close as they shared a tender moment together. Feeling sharp pain shoot through her, Moroku let out a Barato. Ugh. Seeing Moroku in pain, Shun's heart tightened. He gently placed his Barato against hers, his way of comforting her. The Barato distracted Moroku somewhat from the pain. Even though she was hurt, Moroka felt overjoyed at the thought of being reunited with her beloved. She smiled. "Don't worry about me. Stay close to me." Hearing her words, Shun nodded and held her gently, drawing nearer to Moroku. As he embraced Moroku closely, Shun felt a wave of happiness. "It feels wonderful, Moroku." Cincherato, Cincherato, Cincherato. Wave after wave of ripples appeared across Moroka's legs as he shifted his stance. Facing Shun's enthusiasm, Moroka's Barato kept moving with the effort, never pausing for a single second. Seeing the intense motion, Shun felt a sudden impulse to push forward, and he did just that. Cincherato, concerned that she might lose her balance, Shun stepped forward and gently held Moroku by the arms to steady her. After making sure she was secure, Shun Cincherato, enter a state of unity with nature, more attuned to the world, capable of condensing and storing natural energy for personal use, greatly enhancing the power of ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, etc. In the deep sea of Shun's consciousness, the system meticulously imprinted and analyzed the true meaning and principles of nature mode. Shun instantly grasped its essence, distinguishing nature mode from the sage region's sage mode. Natural energy is the most fundamental power in the universe. It nourishes all things, prolongs life. The toads of Mount Maibo could delve into natural energy, which is why they can live for thousands of years. Natural energy is more like an infinite power source and an amplifier. The result of the amplification depends on the user's own base stats. However, Sage Mode is completely different. It is a domineering method of mixing natural energy, physical energy, and spiritual energy to create a more advanced, more violent energy, Senjutsu Chakra. The physical energy and spiritual energy within it are powers gained by squeezing the potential and lifespan of 130 trillion cells in the body. This greatly enhances the ninja's base stats, which is why Sage Mode displays terrifying power after being amplified by natural energy. This is why learning Sage Mode does not lead to longevity, but harnessing natural energy does. Cincherato, with a somewhat clumsy assertiveness, moved closer. Shun looked down at his companion. The color on Moroka's face had not yet faded, and her clear eyes, now bright with tears, held a distant expression. and a strong new feeling after a meaningful encounter. Shun, her heart pressed against his barato, pounding rapidly and clearly showing her excitement and her newly discovered deep emotion. After barato than a decade of strict rules and guidelines, a new chapter had begun, unleashed the long-suppressed emotions like a bursting dam. At this moment, Miroka shed the sacredness and aloofness of a priestess, revealing her truest, even somewhat rebellious, other side as an 18-year-old girl. Shun, she reached up and held him close, her heart finally open after all these years. Senchuredo. But Miroku was a priestess proficient in medical ninjutsu, and that slight, insignificant discomfort had long since dissipated under the circulation of her priestess power. In its place was a sense of renewed energy and focus. Shun met her bold yet calm gaze. He chuckled. Senchuredo took a deep breath, and the unique power within her began to circulate according to ancient trajectories. The next moment, a soft and pure golden light slowly emanated from her body, illuminating the dimly lit bedchamber. Patterns appeared on her skin, surrounded by golden glow, and her entire demeanor became even barato, ethereal, sacred, and inviolable. This was precisely the strongest state of the land of Demon's Priestess, the priestess state. However, at this moment, this sacred priestess stood close beside a man. Her eyes shimmered, carrying an air of deep devotion, and this extreme contrast created a breathtaking charm. Shun felt a surge of excitement, activating Divine Eye, carefully observing Miroka's energy flow at this moment. In his vision, the energy within Miroka's body was like brilliant golden streams, circulating along specific chakra pathways, resonating harmoniously with natural energy, storing, transforming, and emitting an aura of purification and protection. The next moment, Shun's thoughts stirred. Then, let's see my nature mode. A similarly soft, golden light erupted from his body. His black hair also emitted specks of golden light, and even his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan transformed into a golden Mangekyo. His entire body, illuminated by the golden light, appeared sacred and majestic. Miroka's eyes widened in shock, looking at Shun, who had also become golden and extraordinarily sacred, almost forgetting to breathe. You, how? How can you also become like this? This was clearly a sacred state that only the priestess of the land of demons could activate, relying on their special bloodline. Seeing her stunned and wide-eyed expression of surprise, Shun's eyes flashed with immense pride. Does it even need asking? It's because we are a match made in heaven. He suddenly lowered his head and gave her a warm, lingering barato, stopping all her questions with a tender barato. This time, it was no longer a simple moment, but carried a hint of the unique charm of nature mode that he had just comprehended. Senchuredo, two figures emitting sacred golden radiance, stood closely together. Like the divine partners of ancient legends, solemnity and spiritual devotion merged strangely, playing a symphony of fated union unique to them. Ding, host and partner. Miroku used a special technique together, triggered double rewards. Ding, Senchuredo, and said, Shun, let's train a few barato times. I feel like my strength has improved. Shun rolled over and hugged her warmly. I was thinking the same thing. They continued their training together. A moment later, ding, upgrade conditions met. Congratulations, host, you have obtained nature mode. Intermediate. Destroying Morio once and for all. The subtle morning light, filtering through the ornate window lattices, cast dappled shadows within the chamber. The lingering incense from the evening rituals still hung in the air, along with the faint trace of Miroka's robes. Knock, knock. Two soft knocks on the door broke the silence. According to usual custom, Miroku should have already risen and prepared for her morning duties, but this morning, the maid outside the door hesitantly asked, Miroku-sama, are you awake? It's already morning. Today's morning prayer. Senchuredo, silently asking with her eyes, what should they do now? Her current state and the obvious presence of another person in the room. Shun, however, seemed composed. He even deliberately lowered his head and pressed a morning kiss on her smooth forehead. Only then did he slowly speak to the outside of the door, announcing with an undeniable authority, "Withdraw. Prepare breakfast and bring it. All matters for today are to be postponed." The maid outside was clearly stunned. This was clearly a man's voice, and it was coming from a raucous bedchamber. The maid was so shocked she could barely speak. But the invisible pressure contained within that voice was immense. She could only stammer, "Yes, your servant obeys." Subsequently, there was a flurry of hurried footsteps from outside the door. Morocco heard the maid's fleeing footsteps and was so embarrassed she wished the ground would swallow her whole. She couldn't help but clench her small fists and lightly hit Shun's chest. "You, how could you just say that? They must all know. It's so embarrassing. What if they know? Does my Barato need to hide? Or are you saying you don't want to take responsibility for me?" Shun smiled like a cat that had successfully stolen a fish. He tightened his arm, pulling her closer beside him. Who said they don't want to take responsibility?" Morocco mumbled softly, leaning close to him. Feeling his reassuring presence, she felt a little shy, yet also an indescribable sense of security and belonging. He was the husband from her prophecy, and the one who had bravely rescued her from a predetermined, unfortunate fate. With him, it seemed she didn't need to care about worldly opinions. She slightly raised her head, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "It's just that the people and priests of the land of demons might need some time to accept this." "Accept? I will make them accept it. Your man possesses the power to change all rules." "Barato, this is heaven's will, isn't it?" Shun chuckled, his expression confident and commanding. Miroku observed his assertive demeanor, and the worry in her heart gradually dissipated. Perhaps this was the beginning of her new destiny. Shun held her close, resting his chin on the crown of her head. "Rest a little longer, or we could go for a walk. Morning activities are good for physical and mental health." They talked quietly, and the mood grew calm. Miroku smiled, and the blush that had just faded from her face surged again. "Let's get washed up first. We still have breakfast to eat soon." Hearing this, Shun had no choice but to stop his playful teasing. A moment later, the maid's cautious voice came from outside the chamber. "Morocco-sama, breakfast is ready. Shall we bring it in?" This time, they had learned their lesson and dared not knock on the door so easily. Shun glanced at Morocco, and seeing her nod, he called out, "Bring it in." The door was gently pushed open, and several maids entered, carrying a sumptuous breakfast. They quickly and quietly placed the food on the table in the outer room. They dared not look up the entire time, but their slightly trembling hands exposed their inner nervousness and curiosity. After setting everything down, they quickly retreated like startled birds, gently closing the door behind them. The meal was exquisite, mostly featuring specialty dishes from the land of demons, along with some nourishing soups. "Eat something first." Shun helped Morocco up, naturally draped an outer robe over her, and led her to the table to sit down. He personally served her a bowl of fragrant soup. Morocco felt a warmth in her heart as she watched his thoughtfulness. The two then shared breakfast like an ordinary couple in this somewhat peculiar atmosphere. During the meal, Shun suddenly asked, "Speaking of which, how far is the lair of that thing called Morio in your land of demons from here?" Morocco was sipping her soup in small mouthfuls. Hearing this, she paused slightly, her expression becoming more serious. "Morio's physical body is sealed deep within Mount Demon, sealing by generations of ancestors, but its evil resentment and mental energy still pervade outside, forming large areas of poisonous swamps, where the environment is extremely harsh." Shun raised an eyebrow, feeling the deep resonance of natural energy within his body, a holy light that seemed capable of purifying all defilement. He looked at Morocco, a slight smile in his eyes. "My nature mode has a special restraining effect on such evil entities. It's perfect for a warm-up and, incidentally, to completely get rid of this trouble for you." Looking at the battle, intent gleaming in his eyes, and thinking of his miraculous power, Morocco's worries gradually gave way to a sense of security. She took a deep breath and a determined light flickered in her beautiful eyes. Good. If there truly is someone in this world who can completely destroy Morio, I believe that person must be you. I will announce this matter shortly. Shun waved his hand. Censuredo, with astonishing speed, they quietly spread among the maids, guards, and even the priests. All sorts of conjectures, anxieties, and even a hint of obscure excitement germinated and fermented in whispers. After breakfast, all important priests, priestesses, and the captain of the guard were urgently summoned to the main hall. Moroku, dressed in her most solemn priestess robes, wearing her divine crown, and holding her kagura bells, slowly walked to the main seat. Her face was solemn and sacred, as if it could purify all impure thoughts. But a careful observer might have noticed a faint, almost imperceptible smudge on her fair collar. Shun, still in his dark formal robe, sat quietly beside her. The hall was silent, so quiet that a pin could be heard dropping. Moroku calmly scanned the entire hall and said, "I have summoned you today to announce two matters. Firstly, from today onwards, I, Moroku, the priestess of the land of demons, have officially become the wife of the fire god beside me. Despite some speculation, many were still unwilling to accept it. Moroku-sama actually got married, and to this mysterious man, like a god or demon." Before everyone could recover from this astonishing news, Moroku's voice grew louder. Secondly, the demon Morio, which has plagued our country for 1,000 years and poisoned our people, will meet its end today. At noon, the fire god will personally go to the seal to completely eliminate it, putting an end to future troubles forever. Additionally, the fire god has promised to lead 360 people to witness this historical event. Taking people to watch Morio's elimination, everyone's minds were buzzing. The entire hall immediately erupted into chaos. The priests and priestesses could no longer maintain their composure, all whispering to each other. Discussions, doubts, and exclamations mixed together. Moroku's clear shout instantly quelled all the noise. Silence. This matter is decided. Arrange the list of spectators and gather in front of the castle before noon. It was soon noon in the square in front of the priestess castle. A dense crowd of 360 people had gathered, including many noble individuals of high status. Their faces showed complex emotions such as fear, curiosity, excitement, and doubt. Shun and Moroku appeared on the high part of the castle. A 210-meter-tall giant, burning with sacred holy light and with an energy halo above its head, descended with a roar. A huge shadow enveloped half the square, and the terrifying pressure made all the spectators' legs go weak. Immediately after, at the bottom of Susanu's feet, chakra condensed and materialized, forming several light gates for passage. "Enter." Shun's voice, like a divine oracle, rang out. Only then did everyone awaken as if from a dream, and with feelings of immense shock and fear, trembling and supporting each other. They walked into the light gates one by one. Inside the gates, made of special chakra, it was spacious and transparent enough to clearly see the outside world. "Depart." The huge fiery light wings gently flapped, and the massive body slowly ascended, finally transforming into a golden stream of light, speeding towards the direction of the seal. The 360 people on the foot platform let out gasps of surprise as they watched the mountains and rivers rapidly pass beneath their feet. It didn't take long for them to reach the seal. It was a black mountain range shrouded in an evil aura, with a huge volcano at its center, surrounded by poisonous swamps and twisted dead trees, an extremely harsh environment. From deep within the volcano, a resentful curse and a frantic roar suddenly burst forth. "This is the priestess Aura. You wretched creature, you cannot imprison me for long. I will definitely devour your soul and flesh." Moroku's expression remained unchanged. She formed hand seals and chanted ancient incantations. The powerful barrier covering the volcano slowly opened. Boom! Rumble! An enormous, hideous monster suddenly rushed out of the volcano. Morio's body was over 70 meters tall, with countless twisted tentacles emitting a nauseating, evil aura. Haha, I'm finally free. However, Morio's wild laughter abruptly stopped because when it rushed out of the volcano, the first thing it saw was not the priestess and tiny humans it had expected, but a giant, radiating a flame that made it instinctively feel fear. A trace of panic and disbelief flashed in Morio's evil eyes. You, what exactly are you? With Morio's appearance, the 360 spectators at Susanu's feet finally saw the legendary demon with their own eyes. The visual impact of the 70-meter-tall Morio, along with its evil, oppressive aura, was incredibly real. Immediately, it caused a series of terrified screams and commotion among the people below. Quiet. Shun's indifferent voice reached everyone's ears, temporarily calming their fear. Immediately after, with a thought, nature mode, activate. Vast natural energy surged in from all directions, continuously pouring in. Inferno, Angel Susanu's body, at a visible speed, expanded wildly. 210 meters, 300 meters, 420 meters. Finally, a sacred giant, towering 420 meters high, stood majestically. Shun looked at his masterpiece, knowing this was his current limit of power. He looked down at Morio, which was like a crawling insect at his feet, with no emotion in his eyes. He controlled the Susanu, raised the flaming long spear in his hand, and aimed it at Morio. Sage art. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Roar. 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 6 golden fire dragons, each over 60 meters long, carrying the terrifying power to incinerate everything, instantly plunged down directly at Morio. Morio let out an extremely terrified shriek. Filth black tide. However, that evil tide, powerful enough to corrode all living beings upon contact with the golden fire dragons, seemed to meet its nemesis, emitting piercing hissing sounds, and was instantly evaporated and purified. No, it shouldn't be like this. Barato let out a cry of despair. The next moment, the 6 massive Barato unleashed a tremendous burst of power upon Barato. Blazing light and Barato surged outward, and Barato, as agonizing screams suddenly ceased. When the light faded, the original spot was completely empty. No ashes, no remains. The demon Barato was gone, which had plagued for 1,000 years and was almost immortal, was completely purified and cleanly erased in this sacred flame. The 360 spectators who witnessed this miraculous battle were completely stunned. Absolute silence. Then, it was unknown who started it first, but cheers erupted, filled with endless fanaticism and reverence. Long live the Fire God. The Fire God is mighty. Changing the marriage law? Shun looked at the place where Morio once was. Not even a trace of evil aura remained. He raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing through his heart. It's gone just like that? He had expected Morio to last a bit longer, allowing him to try a few more ninjutsu in nature mode. But judging from the earlier skirmish, Morio's power level was roughly equivalent to one-tail Shikaku, perhaps more troublesome because of its immortality. However, its core power, the extreme in-release resentment and negative energy, was precisely countered by his nature mode, which is why he was instantly killed by his full power strike. He looked at Moroka beside him and smiled faintly. Morio was too weak. Let's return to the land of demons. Then, he deactivated nature mode. The vast natural energy around him receded like a tide, and the towering Inferno Angel Susanu shrank, returning to its 210-meter height. Inferno Angel Susanu once again flapped its light wings, turning into a golden stream of light, and returned to the capital of the land of demons. When Inferno Angel Susanu landed in front of the priestess castle and the light gate reopened, the 360 people practically scrambled out. Many people's legs gave way, and they directly knelt on the ground. They looked at the two people standing in the crystal on Susanu's forehead, their gaze filled with fanaticism and reverence, as if they were looking at true gods. Long live Barado-sama. Long live your highness Moroku. The demon Barado has been completely destroyed. The shouts of jubilation swept through the entire castle like a tsunami, spreading throughout the land of demons at an unprecedented speed. Shun landed lightly with Moroku. At this moment, no one dared to voice any criticism about the morning's rumors. Instead, there was boundless worship and blessings. The union of the priestess and this powerful fire god was simply a divine blessing for the land of demons. Shun then proposed to Moroku that he take her back to the land of water to get married. However, Moroku, after learning that he had 6 other consorts in the land of water, gently shook her head. She held Shun's arm, her gaze gentle but firm. Shun, I understand your intentions, but I am the priestess of the land of demons. Although Morio is gone, the country still needs stability, and the faith of its people needs guidance. I cannot leave them at this time. The land of demons needs me. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with apology. Shun looked at her resolute gaze and understood her sense of responsibility and commitment. He did not insist, but instead showed an understanding smile. If that's the case, then we won't leave. We will hold the wedding here in the land of demons. Moroku's eyes widened in surprise. Here? Shun's tone was calm. Of course, you are the priestess, so you should naturally receive the blessings of all people and have a grand wedding in your own country. I want everyone to know that you are my wife. Moroku's heart was instantly filled with immense emotion and joy. She had originally worried that he would be displeased, but she hadn't expected him to be so considerate, even willing to hold the wedding in her country. She wrapped her arms around his neck and bravado. They'll listen to you. Shun laughed heartily. In 3 days, Moroku and I will hold our grand wedding here. The whole country will celebrate. As the news spread, the entire land of demons plunged into a sea of revelry. The joyous news of Fire God's marriage to the priestess intertwined, and the atmosphere reached its peak. After making preliminary arrangements for the wedding preparations, Shun took Moroku's hand. Come, they'll take you to the land of water to meet the others in the family. Moroku nodded obediently, her heart filled with both curiosity and a hint of imperceptible nervousness. The Flying Thunder God technique activated, and spatial fluctuations rippled. Soon, the two appeared from the castle in the land of demons into the daimyo mansion in the land of water. Moroku curiously surveyed her surroundings. The architectural style here was completely different from the ancient and mysterious style of the land of demons. Hearing the commotion, several consorts emerged from their rooms one after another. Shun calmly introduced, "This is Moroku, the priestess of the land of demons. I have decided to marry her as a consort." SRA smiled and said, "Welcome, Moroku. You are indeed as pure and beautiful as the rumors say." Chia, holding Hamamaru, nodded gently in greeting. "Welcome to our big family." Tsunade sized up Moroku, a playful smile on her lips, but also nodded as a greeting. Makoto, Ami, and Yukari also expressed their welcome. The atmosphere seemed harmonious, and Moroku breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just then, a slightly teasing and displeased girl's voice sounded. "Oh, Your Excellency is truly amazing. Every time he goes out, he brings back a beautiful girl." Everyone turned to see Mei leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, the sourness in her tone almost palpable from 10 miles away. She was now 15 years old, with a charming face and a height of 1.66 meters. She had already become graceful and slender, but there was still a hint of a girl's capriciousness and innocence in her brows. Hearing this, Shun was not annoyed, but instead laughed heartily. He walked over, habitually trying to ruffle her hair, but Mei angrily dodged him. He deliberately drew out his words, teasing her. "What? Mei-chan has an opinion? Even if you do, it's useless, you little brat." Mei hated that he always brought up her age, as if she would never grow up, and immediately stamped her foot in anger. "Shun, you're a scoundrel, a big playboy." Looking at the charming, bright girl in front of him, her cheeks flushed with anger. Shun pretended to ponder, saying earnestly, just a little brat, but with quite a temper. Your psychological state isn't very mature yet. I remember the Land of Water's law stipulates that women can marry at 16. This seems a bit unreasonable. Look at some people, they clearly still have a child's heart. For the happiness of the citizens, I think it's necessary to amend the law. He looked at Yukari, who was secretly smiling, and announced, issue my command. Effective immediately, revise the Land of Water's marriage law, changing the minimum age for women to marry from 16 to 18. It's settled. At these words, the hall first fell silent. Then several consorts couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. May was completely stunned. This meant that her wedding with Shun would be postponed by at least 2 years. A huge sense of grievance instantly welled up in her heart. Her eyes immediately turned red with anger, and she threw herself into Yukari's arms, who was closest to her, sobbing aggrievedly. Wah, Shun, you're a bully. Before, women in the Land of Water could marry at 14, but when I was 14, he changed it to 16, and now he's changed it to 18. Yukari, look at him. He always bullies me. Woo-woo. They'll never get married. Miroku watched this dramatic scene, her initial slight nervousness long gone. Life in the daimyo mansion of the Land of Water seemed Barato interesting than she had imagined. Ninetales' incident after Shun married Miroku, he stayed with her for quite some time. This was the closeness of newlyweds and a way to help her stabilize the domestic situation, thoroughly consolidating her new status as the wife of the fire god. Time always passes quickly during peaceful days. On June 18th, Ami gave birth to a boy. The child already had the delicate features of an Uchiha, and his eyes were bright, as if full of curiosity about this world. Shun examined him for a moment, then smiled slightly and said, Seishin. His heart is like the stars, galloping across the universe. He will be named Uchiha Seishin. On June 20th, Yukari gave birth to a girl. This infant inherited her vibrant red hair, like a burning flame, and looked exceptionally healthy and lively. Shun thought of Karen from the original story, his eyes full of affection. Karen, fragrant and resilient, like an unceasing phosphorescent flame. She will be named Uchiha Karen. On July 23rd, Makoto gave birth to a boy. This baby was unusually quiet, his dark, bright eyes like deep pools, silently watching him. Shun gazed at the child, silent for a moment. Uchiha Sasuke, may he become a strong and reliable ninja, assist his elder brother, and protect the family. The 5 consorts successively gave birth to children, 3 boys and 2 girls. The daimyo mansion of the Land of Water welcomed an unprecedented scene of prosperity. The cries of children and the sounds of babbling echoed, one after another, adding countless vitality and energy. Shun knew Sasuke's secret and often held him a play. He secretly used Divine Eye to carefully observe Sasuke, but found no abnormalities. It wasn't until he activated nature mode and enhanced his Mangekyo that he clearly saw an extremely powerful chakra hidden deep within Sasuke's soul. He was confident he could remove this chakra from Sasuke's body, but in the end, he gave up on the idea. Although this chakra was powerful, it would not harm Sasuke for now. The most crucial point was that, at his current level, he still couldn't defeat the mastermind. The Sage of 6 Paths time flowed quietly, autumn deepened, and in the blink of an eye, it was October. The Ninetales incident was approaching, the night of Naruto's destiny to become an orphan. Although history had undergone many deflections due to his existence, Shun was not sure whether this critical juncture would arrive as scheduled, corrected by the power of space-time. Out of a mix of curiosity and a subtle sense of responsibility, he began to secretly lay out his plans. October 10th, night fell as scheduled. Due to Kushina's special status as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, her delivery location was strictly confidential, ultimately set in a special delivery room outside the capital of the Land of Water, equipped with a powerful barrier. Minato, as her husband, personally led over 30 of the most elite Umbu members to set up a comprehensive net around the delivery room. 15-year-old Kakashi, as Minato's trusted student, was also among them. He used his Sharingan to vigilantly scan the surroundings in the dark night. However, the spatial fluctuations exceeded their expectations. A distorted whirlpool appeared silently in the shadows. A mysterious person wearing a single-eyed spiral mask and black clothes suddenly appeared. Kakashi's Sharingan immediately detected the anomaly. He activated Raikiri and rushed forward without hesitation. But Raikiri passed through the man in black, as if he were just an illusion. Kakashi shouted, "Enemy attack, be on guard." After shouting, Kakashi felt a tremendous force strike him, and his vision went black as he was instantly knocked unconscious. Fortunately, his previous shout successfully alerted the surrounding Umbu. Enemy attack. Countless shadows instantly pounced on the masked man from all directions. The Umbu's coordination was seamless. Ninjutsu and shuriken rained down like a storm. However, the masked man's figure was like a ghost, sometimes solid, sometimes ethereal, and ordinary attacks couldn't touch him at all. He didn't even use many complex ninjutsu, relying only on taijutsu and his bizarre space-time technique. He defeated all the elite Umbu who were attacking him within a few seconds. Immediately after, he created a shadow clone, deliberately exposing its presence, to entangle with the elite Umbu outside. Minato sensed the enemy attack and instantly activated Flying Thunder God to pursue him. The moment Minato was lured away, the masked man used Kimui, easily penetrating the barrier and outer wall of the delivery room. Cinchureto, no. Kushina let out a desperate cry, but was powerless to resist. Space twisted again, and the masked man, taking the abducted Kushina, instantly disappeared from the delivery room. Only an empty delivery bed and a continuously crying infant remained. Kushina! Minato let out a heartbreaking roar, his eyes instantly turning red with anguish. Almost at the same time, boom! In a valley, several miles away, an indescribable surge of Nine-Tails chakra, filled with endless hatred and a destructive aura, suddenly erupted. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, an enormous orange demon fox with 9 tails tore through the valley, revealing its full form. A terrifying pressure spread, making every living being in the Land of Water's capital tremble deep within. The 9 tails was removed from the Jinchuriki, and Kushina lay nearby, close to Barato. In Kurama's eyes, a distorted Mangekyo Sharingan pattern was clearly reflected. It was being controlled. Minato, hurry up! In the valley, Kushina's extremely weak but anxious cries could vaguely be heard. But the mysterious masked man clearly had no intention of giving them any chance. He controlled 9 tails, opening its massive mouth, and terrifying black-red energy rapidly gathered and compressed. The target was the capital of the Land of Water. A tailed beast ball powerful enough to level the entire capital had already formed and was about to be fired. Countless civilians and ninjas in the capital saw the terrifying giant beast in the distance and the destructive energy ball in its mouth. Desperate screams and cries instantly echoed through the night sky. Splitting 9 tails, Kurama had just fired 1 tail beast ball and, feeling it wasn't enough, fired several Barato in quick succession. Just at this critical moment, a defensive barrier rose above the capital of the Land of Water, blocking all the tailed beast blasts. But the barrier seemed to have reached its limit, visibly dissipating. Then, another tailed beast ball flew towards the capital of the Land of Water. Oomph! A cold snort echoed. The next moment, an Inferno Angel Sinu, 210 meters tall, with huge light wings spread on its back and a holy halo above its head, appeared. Facing the terrifying tailed beast ball that tore through the air, its right hand shot out like lightning, actually catching the sphere filled with destructive energy with a single hand. Catching a tailed beast ball with bare hands? Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Immediately after, the Inferno Angel Susanoo exerted force with its arm, raising the tailed beast ball, which was about to explode at any moment, high into the sky. Then its 5 fingers suddenly closed. Boom! The tailed beast ball was forcibly crushed, and a deafening explosion resounded high in the sky. The destructive energy shockwave it generated spread, and the intense airflow made the houses in the capital rattle. We were saved. The light wings on the Inferno Angel Susanu's back suddenly flapped, and its massive body, with an astonishing speed completely disproportionate to its size, instantly crossed thousands of meters to appear before Ninetales. Only at this point did people more intuitively feel the size difference between the two. The complete Ninetales was only over 100 meters tall, while Shun's Inferno Angel Susanu was 210 meters, more than twice the size of the Ninetales. It was like a strong adult man facing a 3-year-old child. Ninetales seemed to sense an unprecedented threat, letting out an even bravado, ferocious roar and swinging its giant claw to strike. The Inferno Angel Susanu's left hand instantly seized its neck, firmly restraining its massive form, and the immense power instantly silenced Ninetales' roar into a whimper. Then, its golden right fist clenched, accompanied by the sonic boom of tearing air. Bang! A heavy punch struck fiercely in a Ninetales' side face, making its head snap to the side, seeing stars. Bang! Another punch, solidly hitting its abdomen, made Ninetales curl up in pain, its sounds turning into sorrowful wails. 2 punches. Only 2 punches. The once arrogant Ninetales, known as a natural disaster, was overwhelmed in just 2 strikes. The masked man, Obito, hidden in the shadows and preparing to continue his plan, witnessed this shocking display of power, and his pupils beneath the mask contracted in disbelief. Shun, how could he be so strong? Even Ninetales is no match. It seems I must retrieve my eyes. The plan had completely failed. Even his own exposure was at risk. Obito didn't hesitate for a moment, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly. Kamui! Space rapidly distorted, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Under the night sky, only the massive golden Susanoo remained, along with the Ninetales, whose neck it was choking and who had temporarily lost its ferocity. The massive Inferno Angel Susanoo, as if carrying a small chicken, held the temporarily stunned Ninetales by the neck. Then, with earth-shaking steps, it arrived in the desolate valley. Minato's face was filled with despair. He placed Naruto beside the dying Kushina. Shun looked at the grief-stricken couple below, speaking with an undeniable authority. Minato, let go of Kushina. Let me handle this. Minato suddenly looked up, his eyes hazy with tears, and carefully released Kushina's small hand. The Inferno Angel Susanoo slowly dissipated, and Shun landed beside Kushina. He squatted down, extended his right hand, palm down, and placed it gently over Kushina's stomach to channel healing chakra. Red Ninetales chakra surged from his palm, rapidly seeping into Kushina's body. Kushina's paper-white complexion quickly returned to a healthy flush, and her faint breathing became strong. She even slowly opened her eyes with a dazed and reborn look, feeling the renewed vitality within his wife's body. Minato's voice trembled with excitement. Kushina, you're all right. You didn't die. Kushina subconsciously touched her belly. Although Ninetales was no longer there, it was filled with the Ninetales chakra. Shun withdrew his hand, his tone calm. With me here, it's not so easy for you to die. Minato, Kushina, I plan to split Ninetales into 2, Yin and Yang Ninetales. Split the Ninetales? Both Minato and Kushina were stunned. Shun nodded, explaining, I will divide it into 2. The Yang Ninetales will be sealed into your son Naruto. The Yin Ninetales, I plan to seal into my son, Sasuke. Kushina instantly became agitated. As a former Jinchuriki, she knew all too well the pain a Jinchuriki had to endure. No, I absolutely disagree. Naruto, Minato held back his agitated wife. Although he was equally shocked, he was calmer. Shun-sama, why are you doing this? Shun's gaze was profound, as if piercing through time. Because in the future I can see, Naruto will become a perfect young Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke is the same. They share a special bond. Minato fell into thought. He looked at his innocent son in his arms, then at his wife Kushina. If Kushina no longer had Nine-Tails inside her, she would be much safer, no longer a target for various factions, and could accompany Naruto's growth like an ordinary mother. As for Naruto, if, as Shun said, he could become a perfect Jinchuriki, possessing the power to protect himself and his companions, it didn't seem entirely unacceptable. Kushina also calmed down. She hugged Naruto tightly, looking at Shun with complex eyes, then at Minato. After a long moment, Minato took a deep breath and made his decision. I understand, Shun-sama. Please proceed as you said, and please ensure Naruto's safety. Shun smiled slightly. Naruto will be fine. Rest assured. He used Flying Thunder God to bring young Sasuke and Mikoto over. Then he activated Nature Mode and used the special Fuinjutsu of the Land of Demons to split Nine-Tails into Yin and Yang Nine-Tails, sealing them into Naruto and Sasuke's bodies. At this moment, the destinies of the Nine-Tails, Naruto, and Sasuke once again deviated from their original paths. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the Nine-Tails night, had just passed, and this night was destined to be sleepless for many. As Mikoto looked at her son, Sasuke, sleeping peacefully in his cradle, an indescribable anxiety and fear quietly spread within her. She was Kushina's best friend, and she knew the difficulties of being a Jinchuriki. Loneliness, discrimination, potential life-threatening dangers, and the need to endure Nine-Tails' vast and violent chakra, as well as the immense burden on the body. Naruto, with the Uzumaki clan's powerful vitality and chakra, might be able to bear it, but her Sasuke, though healthy, was just an ordinary Uchiha infant and had not shown any extraordinary physical talent. Could Sasuke truly withstand having the Yin Nine-Tails sealed into his tiny body? Deep in the night, the candlelight in the bedchamber flickered dimly. Shun, having finished his official duties, came to visit her and Sasuke. Mikoto, steadying her spirits, attended to his bath and change of clothes, and the two sat together in quiet companionship. After a long, heartfelt conversation, Shun could sense Mikoto's distraction and a lingering, unresolvable sorrow. Mikoto leaned against his solid chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, and finally mustered her courage. She cautiously asked, Shun, Sasuke, will he really be okay? That Nine-Tails inside his body. I am afraid Sasuke won't be able to bear its power. Her voice was filled with a mother's vulnerability and helplessness. Hearing this, Shun tightened his arms around her and comforted her. Silly woman, so you've been worrying about this all along. Put your heart at ease. How could I possibly harm our son? Before sealing the Nine-Tails into Sasuke's body, I had already made thorough preparations. Mikoto's eyes widened slightly at this, and her nervous tension eased a bit. Shun, after all, I am Sasuke's mother. How could I not worry? Could you tell me in more detail? Shun kissed her forehead, his tone steady. I know the full power of the Nine-Tails is too violent, so I preemptively absorbed 70 of Nine-Tails' chakra. Of that, 10 of the chakra I sealed into Kushina's body to extend her life. The Nine-Tails in Sasuke's body now only has 15 of the full Nine-Tails chakra. It's more like a seed that will grow up with Sasuke. Then you must have 60 of the Nine-Tails chakra in you. Will you be all right? Mikoto began to worry about her husband's safety. Shun smiled faintly, and 12 black tomo appeared below his neck. He pointed to one black tomo and said, This is the nature curse seal I designed, based on Tsunade's seal, Orochimaru's curse seal, and combined with nature mode. Each black tomo can store the full Nine-Tails chakra, so rest assured. Mikoto leaned against her husband's chest and softly asked, Are there any benefits of eating Nine-Tails for Sasuke? Shun gently stroked Mikoto's back and said, Our Uchiha Sharingan needs strong emotional stimulation to awaken. Ninetales chakra contains strong negative emotions, which can help Sasuke awaken his Sharingan and Mangekyo. Moreover, the E-Nature chakra produced by E-Ninetales is very compatible with Uchiha. It will continuously strengthen Sasuke's body and potential. As an Uchiha, Mikoto naturally understood the importance of EN release and nodded slightly. She began to understand her husband's plan. He wanted to use the high-quality E-Nature chakra of E-Ninetales to continuously and subtly nourish Sasuke's chakra pathways, cells, and even his eyes, starting from his infancy. Shun held Mikoto in his arms, describing the grand blueprint he had arranged. Imagine Sasuke, from infancy, receiving the chakra nourishment of E-Ninetales. His physical foundation will be honed far beyond his peers, and his Sharingan talent will also become incredibly astonishing. The age at which he awakens his Sharingan may be very early, and the process of advancement will also be very smooth. Even the height he can ultimately reach will be beyond imagination. This is also the unique talent gift I have prepared for him. Mikoto was stunned. She had never imagined that behind the ceiling of a tailed beast, there was such profound consideration and a huge investment in Sasuke's future. It seemed her husband was not simply giving Sasuke power, but paving an optimal path for him to reach the peak of strength. Her previous worries and fears now all transformed into deep trust and affection for Shun. It turned out she had misunderstood him. Her husband's love for Sasuke was deep and wise. Shun, thank you. Thank you for doing so much for Sasuke. She choked, unable to speak a complete sentence, and could only rest her cheek against his barato, feeling his strong and steady heartbeat. Then, she hugged him tightly, her eyes welling with grateful tears. Senshirado filled with unprecedented determination. Shun, let me handle it. Be strong for me tonight. Shun chuckled softly, and with a swift roll, easily regained the upper hand, firmly pinning down his companion who had offered a friendly gesture. As you wish, my lady. Tonight, emotions surged like a tide, endless and intertwined. Ding, host and partner, Mikoto have shared a deep bonding moment once. Mangekyo Sharingan Experience 50, Chakra Cap 3. Ding, upgrade conditions met. Congratulations to the host for awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Ding, host Mangekyo Ocular Technique is being strengthened. Ding, congratulations, left eye dojutsu, Divine Eye has been strengthened. Supervision Maximum, range upgraded to 20,000 kilometers, capable of perceiving spatial rifts and all illusions and falsehoods in the world, possessing the ability to discern good and evil and see through the origin of things. Ding, congratulations, right eye dojutsu, Divine Acceleration has been strengthened. Can increase the target speed based on the ocular power invested. Ocular power consumption reduced. Acceleration limit increased to 12 times. Like it. Add to library. Obito, where's my other Mangekyo? On the Ninetales night, Shun single-handedly caught a tailed beast ball and suppressed the Ninetales with 2 punches. That godlike Susanoo, like a nightmare, was deeply imprinted in Obito's mind. This absolute power gap made him feel an unprecedented fear and longing. In the dark, underground cave, Obito touched his left eye. This 3-tomo Sharingan, originally belonging to Madara, stirred another thought in his heart. I must have my back. Shun's power was like a mirror, reflecting his own incompleteness. Obito believed that his plans were repeatedly thwarted not only because of Shun's intervention, but also because he was not in a complete state. If he could get his left eye back and gather the power of the twin Kamui, would he be able to contend with Shun? This thought, like a venomous snake, gnawed at his heart. The craving for power overshadowed all reason and any lingering ties to the past. Kakashi, forgive me, everything is for Rin. Back then, if it wasn't for you, Rin wouldn't have been lost to us. At this moment, Obito showed no past hesitation. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. He had always kept an eye on Kakashi, so with Kamui's ability, he easily located him. Land of Water, outside the new Konoha, a secluded training ground. Because he was easily defeated on the Ninetales night, Kakashi trained even more desperately. At this moment, he had just finished an intense training session and was resting against a large tree. Opportunity. Space twisted silently, and Obito's figure quietly emerged from the tree trunk behind Kakashi, without a sound. His movements were as fast as lightning. His arm, covered in white material, went straight for Kakashi's left eye. However, Kakashi was, after all, an elite jonin who had endured countless life-or-death trials, and his intuition for danger far surpassed ordinary people's. Just as Obito's arm was about to touch him, he reacted almost instinctively, lunging forward fiercely, while lightning exploded from his right hand. Chidori, a piercing bird cry erupted, and dazzling lightning struck fiercely behind him. Obito didn't expect Kakashi's reaction to be so fast, but his Kamui phasing ability was even better. Kakashi's Chidori passed through his body, striking the tree trunk behind and blasting a large hole. And Obito's palm, in this brief moment of materialization, struck Kakashi hard across the face. Ah! Kakashi let out a painful cry. Then, a hand chop struck the back of his neck. The intense pain instantly knocked him unconscious. Looking at the Sharingan in his palm, now recovered and showing the three-tomo pattern, Obito coldly sneered, "Trash. This eye is wasted on you." With his goal achieved, he activated Kimui without hesitation, instantly disappearing from the spot. Only one-eyed Kakashi remained, collapsed on the training ground. Inside the Kimui dimension, Obito's voice trembled slightly with excitement. My Mangekyo finally returned. He carefully implanted this recovered left eye. The green light of medical ninjutsu flickered, connecting nerves and blood vessels. The process went smoothly. However, when Obito eagerly channeled chakra, attempting to feel the power of the Mangekyo, the anticipated power did not surge forth. The sensation from his left eye was unusually stiff and distant. No matter how hard he tried, his left eye was like an ill-fitting tool, completely unable to synchronize with his right eye, and even less able to activate Kamui. What's going on? Why can't I feel the Mangekyo's ocular power? Obito's heart sank, and a chilling fear instantly seized him. He walked to a puddle. His reflection in the water showed that his left eye had 3 tomo and appeared normal. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed. Could it be that this wasn't his original eye? From beneath Obito's mask, a cold name was uttered. Kakashi, what did you do to it? Or did someone do something to you? He had to find out. This time, he couldn't make another mistake. Kamui activated, and space twisted. Obito reappeared in the training ground, where Kakashi was weakly leaning against the tree roots, trying to recover his strength. Seeing the masked man return, Kakashi's single eye instantly filled with vigilance and anger. He struggled to stand up. But Obito gave him no chance. His right Mangekyo spun wildly. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Kakashi's body instantly stiffened. The light in his single eye dissipated, and he fell into the Genjutsu world. Obito's cold voice invaded Kakashi's mind. Speak. Who tampered with your Sharingan? Under the control of the Genjutsu, Kakashi's mind couldn't resist, and he answered haltingly, the eye. 2 years ago, Sun-sama led. Shun. Obito's heart skipped a beat. It was him again. A terrifying conjecture that made him shiver instantly ran through his mind. He quickly retreated into the Kimui dimension, organizing his thoughts. That wasn't a seal, that was a complete deception. 2 years ago, Shun had already swapped out his Mangekyo, leaving only an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye. All the clues at this moment clicked into place. Why? When he first met him, could Shun call out the name Obito? Why did Shun know how to crack Kimui back then? It was because he already possessed the other Kimui. He had already thoroughly studied the secrets of Kamui. All of this was no coincidence. 2 years ago, he might have already fallen into Shun's scheme. The man had already seen through everything and laid out his pieces years in advance. Ugh. Shun, why don't you just die? The immense shock, humiliation, and fear made Obito completely lose control. He let out a roar mixed with anger and despair. Jinchuriki theft, the Nine-Tails Knight, like a massive stone cast into a deep pool, continued to stir the ninja world with its ripples. The complete relocation of Konoha not only took away the Land of Fire's military backbone, but also its most crucial strategic deterrent, Nine Tails. This left the once wealthiest Land of Fire instantly exposed, revealing its soft and fatal underbelly. Driven by both anxiety and ambition, the daimyo made a foolish decision. He summoned the sharpest sword under his command, Hiruzen. Inside the luxurious and spacious hall, the daimyo's voice was somewhat urgent. Hiruzen, although we have a 10,000-strong national ninja army, we must also possess our own tailed beast. Otherwise, we will sooner or later be devoured by those hungry wolves. The seven tails of Takigakure, go and bring it here at all costs. Hiruzen was silent for a moment. Then he bowed his head heavily. As you command, Your Excellency. Days later, a precise raid, personally planned and led by Hiruzen, descended upon Takigakure. The absolute disparity in experience, strength, and intelligence rendered Takigakure's defenses useless. When Hiruzen quietly withdrew, cradling a sleeping green-haired infant with a peculiar mark on her forehead, likely the 1-year-old seven-tailed Jinchuriki. Takigakure hadn't even fully reacted, but the news could not be contained forever. The Land of Fire daimyo sent people to kidnap the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. This news, like a clap of thunder, instantly shook the entire ninja world. Takigakure was plunged into unprecedented rage and despair. The villagers were furious, surging into the streets, roaring for the Land of Fire to give an explanation, while lamenting the weakness of their own country. The daimyo of the Land of Waterfall even dispatched secret envoys overnight, tearfully appealing to the powerful neighboring Iwagakure for aid. The reactions from surrounding nations were intense and swift. The third Uchih Noki, with his cunning mind, had already seen a huge opportunity to profit from chaos. He issued the strongest condemnation through diplomatic channels. The Land of Fire daimyo's actions openly trample on the rules of the ninja world. It is a provocation to all nations possessing Jinchuriki. Iwagakure will not stand idly by. The fourth Reikage, after receiving Noki's secret letter, also issued a statement. Land of Fire daimyo, return the Jinchuriki immediately. Otherwise, I will come and take her myself. In the Land of Wind, Sunagakure, the fourth Kazakage Raza, also received Noki's secret letter. He also issued a stern statement. The Land of Fire daimyo is requested to immediately return the Jinchuriki. He also expressed deep concern for the escalating situation. But secretly, he was stealthily mobilizing border troops. Facing overwhelming international pressure, the Land of Fire daimyo could only brace himself, relying on the 10,000-strong army and Hiruzen to adopt an all-out defensive posture, but anyone with a discerning eye could see the underlying weakness and isolation. At this moment, the cunning Noki cast his gaze towards a distant southern island. Land of Water, New Konoha, Hokage Building Conference Room. The sixth Hokage, Orochimaru, leaned lazily in the large Hokage chair. He let out a low chuckle, casually tossing the secret letter onto the table. Ha ha ha! What an interesting development. My esteemed sensei, in his old age, has stooped to kidnapping infants. And Noki, that old turtle, actually wants to invite us to share a piece of the Land of Fire pie. Shikaku pressed his fingers against his temples, clearly engaged in rapid thought. Although the Land of Fire is in chaos now, Hiruzen is personally in charge. There's also that hastily assembled 10,000-strong allied army. Rashly participating would inevitably lead to casualties for our army. Moreover, cooperating with Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Sunagakure is like playing with fire. Disputes over profit distribution are bound to arise afterward. It's better to let them fight first, and well reap the benefits later. In recent years, Hayashi had undergone some changes, and he said in a deep voice, after more than 2 years of development, we also have over 10,000 ninjas. If we send 5,000 people, we could bite off a piece of a land of fire at a very small cost. The 75-year-old Genji slowly opened his eyes, his voice old but carrying weight. I agree with advisor Shikaku's view. Let the three great ninja villages take the lead. Orochimaru listened to the opinions of the three. Cinchuredo, but the land of fire is the wealthiest country among the 5 great nations. He lowered his voice with a hint of temptation. Who would complain about having too much money? With more resources, the village's development, the research of each clan, and even the exploration of the art of eternal life can all be greatly accelerated. Finally, a preliminary plan favoring precise plunder of the Land of Fire was drafted and swiftly sent to the daimyo mansion by Minato. Land of Water Daimyo Mansion, Council Chamber. Shun finished reading the newly delivered plan report, his face showing no emotion. He pondered for a moment, then chuckled. A 10,000-strong army? Hiruzen personally kidnapping an infant? He's really willing to do anything. But Orochimaru, he still can't change his mindset of profiting from war and collecting experimental subjects. He put down the report and said to Minato below, reject the plan. Tell Orochimaru and the advisor group that this matter is dropped. My Land of Water will not participate. Minato's face showed a hint of surprise. Daimyo, should I convey it directly like this? Shun looked down at the prosperous capital city and slowly explained, tell them to take a longer-term view. We have already reaped enough war dividends from the Third Great Ninja War. When we relocated to the Land of Water, we received massive resources and money from those corrupt old nobles. The current Land of Water has enough wealth to support our peaceful development for more than 10 years. There's no need to take risks to snatch those meager gains. His voice became serious. Moreover, to antagonize the Land of Fire for such short-term gains is unwise. This would disrupt all our trade channels with the Land of Fire, leading to soaring prices in our country. This calculation, no matter how you look at it, is a huge loss. Minato nodded and respectfully said, I understand, Your Highness. Shun smiled and said, Minato, I think highly of you. When Orochimaru steps down, I will recommend you as the 7th Hokage. Tell them to focus on peaceful development and nurturing talent. We need to digest our existing gains and consolidate our rule. The storms outside are temporarily irrelevant to us. Minato bowed and said, Yes, I will obey Your Highness' command. Educating Itachi because the Land of Fire daimyo refused to return the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure deployed troops along the Land of Fire's border, leading to frequent small-scale skirmishes. The shadow of war seemed to once again shroud the ninja world. 7-year-old Itachi stood under the corridor, his arms holding Sasuke, who was crying uneasily. Shoo! Sasuke, it's all right. Itachi softly comforted his younger brother, his overly precocious eyes, however, lost in thought. When that tall, familiar figure walked through the courtyard, Itachi immediately rushed over. Father! Shun stopped, still wearing the formal attire of the daimyo of the Land of Water, looking travel-worn but still dignified. His gaze softened slightly when he saw Itachi and Sasuke. Itachi, Sasuke. He reached out and gently stroked his youngest son's head, and Sasuke immediately stopped crying, looking up at his father with wide, moist eyes. Itachi looked up, gazing at his father. Father, I heard there's going to be another war outside. Why can't everyone live in peace? Shun was silent for a moment, then took Itachi's hand and said, Come inside. It's windy out here. He led his 2 sons into the house before slowly speaking. War stems from the unfair distribution of resources. Some people have too much, others too little. When the disparity is too great, some will try to take what they want by force. But taking things is wrong. Itachi immediately retorted, tightening his arms around Sasuke. Shun nodded slightly. Sometimes the line between right and wrong isn't that important. Not everyone in the world understands this principle, or even if they do, they choose to ignore it. 7-year-old Itachi frowned, asking in a low voice, then, how can war be completely stopped? A flicker of gratification passed through Shun's eyes. He looked Itachi directly in the eyes and said, "The Uchiha and Senju clans were once sworn enemies who fought for 1,000 years. But when we let go of our grievances and jointly established Konoha, the war ended." Itachi's eyes lit up. So, if everyone belongs to one village, could there still be another war? Theoretically, no. If the entire ninja world were unified into one country, all disputes could be resolved through negotiation, not force. Itachi eagerly pressed on, his eyes full of admiration. "Then, father, why don't you do that? You're so powerful, and you're already the daimyo of the land of water. You could completely unify all the countries." Shun smiled gently. Defeating other ninja villages isn't difficult. What's difficult is getting people from different countries and cultures to truly accept each other. Take the reforms I've been implementing in the land of water for over 2 years, for example. There are still some who resist them. He took Sasuke from Itachi's arms and gently rocked him. So I'm starting with education, letting the new generation accept the same ideals. Only when enough management talent is nurtured can a unification of the ninja world truly be achieved. Itachi quietly pondered his father's words, a complex light flickering in his eyes. After a while, he softly asked, "Will that take a long time?" A complex light flickered in Shun's eyes as he said, "It will take about 20 years, Itachi. True peace is not conquest by force, but the acceptance of hearts." At this moment, Itachi looked at his adoptive father, his eyes filled with admiration. After educating the problematic youth, Itachi, Shun had dinner with Mikoto and Itachi and stayed the night there. That night, Shun rested in the guest quarters, preparing for the journey ahead. Senchuredo, a hint of concern was hidden in Mikoto's eyes as she spoke casually. Shun placed his large hand gently on her back, and he calmly replied, "This is for their own good." Early childbirth is very damaging to a woman's health, and the rates of difficult labor and postpartum complications are very high. Mikoto raised her head, her eyes looking at him. "I know it's for their good, but aren't you being too hasty? Just over a year ago, you braved the pressure to change the marriage age for women from 14 to 16, and now you're changing it from 16 to 18. I heard from the maids that civilian parents and some young women eager to be with their lovers sooner are very resistant to this new law." Shun, in a steady yet slightly domineering tone, said, "It's fine. The implementation of laws requires a process. Currently, it only stipulates that those under 18 cannot obtain an official marriage certificate and thus cannot enjoy the tax deductions and benefits for married couples. It does not punish de facto unions among the populace. This is a form of guidance, not a mandatory prohibition. Time will prove me right." He knew that reform inevitably came with pain. But unifying ideologies and reforming old customs was far more complex and prolonged than actual combat on a battlefield. Mikoto looked at his resolute gaze, which held her entire world. She no longer worried about the gossip outside. She only felt that the man before her had a broad mind and cared about the smallest details, which captivated her. She leaned close to him with affection, her voice warm and sweet. "Darling, you always think so deeply. But now, stop thinking about those policies." She flipped over, lying over him, her black hair cascading down, her eyes bright and tender. "I'm so happy to be with you." Shun chuckled softly, his eyes flashing with doting affection. His strong arms gently embraced her. With a swift turn, "Mikoto, the Barado is here. Like it? Add to library." Shiryu and Shine November 12th, the autumn chill deepened. Shun stood at a high point in the village, overlooking the bustling scene. People on the streets bustled about, strolling leisurely, enjoying the lively yet harmonious atmosphere. In the center of the street, there was a spacious square where children played freely. Suddenly, a maid ran over in a hurry, her breathing ragged. "Your Highness Tsunade-sama," her water broke. A week earlier than her due date. Shun's breath hitched, and he instantly appeared outside Tsunade's bedchamber. He was about to push the door open when he heard Tsunade's calm and composed voice from inside. "What's the panic? It's just 7 days early. Everything is within my expectations. Tsunade's voice was strong and full of vitality. If not for the occasional heavy breathing, it would be almost impossible to tell she was in labor. Hot water, clean cloths, and the herbal medicine I prepared are all ready. Everyone else, wait outside. Shun walked into the room and saw Tsunade leaning against the couch. Her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, yet she remained in command. "What are you doing in here? Don't cause me trouble, get out." Shun hurried to her side and took her hand. "How could it be so much earlier? Have you been too tired recently?" Tsunade gripped his hand back with surprising strength, a pained yet confident smile on her face. "I am the best medical ninja myself. I know the baby's condition better than anyone. Being a week early is completely within the normal range. Don't worry, une nécessité." Just then, a contraction hit, and she clenched her husband's hand tightly, her knuckles turning white, but she bit her lip to suppress a cry of pain. Shun knelt by the couch, gently stroking her sweat-dampened hair. "If it hurts, don't hold it in." "I'm here." Tsunade scoffed, "It's just giving birth. I've had much worse pain from injuries on the battlefield. As for you," the daimyo, looking so flustered, "what will the servants think if they see you?" The midwives and maids quietly and swiftly prepared everything. Despite the intense pain, Tsunade maintained her clear instructions. "Labor is faster than expected. Get ready." Ugh! She had another spasm, her nails almost digging into Shun's palm. She breathed heavily, saying, "Go wait outside. This is no place for a man." Shun shook his head, his gaze firm. "I've seen countless lives and deaths on the battlefield. Am I afraid to be with my wife during childbirth?" He took a cloth and gently wiped the sweat from Tsunade's forehead. A female medical ninja at the side exclaimed admiringly, "I've delivered many babies, but I've never seen such vigorous fetal movement. This child is surely not ordinary." Tsunade smiled with difficulty. "Of course, this is mine, Shun's child. Shun, you should go out." As labor progressed, Tsunade's instructions were gradually replaced by groans of pain. Hearing this, Shun could only leave the room, waiting with a heart full of worry. The female medical ninja encouraged her. "Almost there, Tsunade-sama, push." Tsunade gritted her teeth, finally letting out a suppressed roar. Immediately, the female medical ninja carefully cut the umbilical cord. "Wah-wah!" An unusually loud cry pierced the tense atmosphere. A female medical ninja exclaimed, "It's a healthy boy, a full 12 pounds, with such vigorous vitality. I've never seen a newborn like this." Hearing this, Shun, standing outside the door, let out a long sigh of relief. Tsunade took her son from the midwife's arms. The little one kicked restlessly in her embrace, crying loudly, a pair of bright eyes curiously taking in the world. The color of his pupils faintly showing a hint of pale gold. Tsunade leaned weakly against the pillow, but her face was full of pride. "This boy is so strong right from birth. No wonder he made me work so hard. With a voice like that, he's sure to be a restless one later." A while later, Shun was allowed to enter the room. He leaned over and gently kissed Tsunade's forehead. "You worked hard, Tsunade." Tsunade smiled, exhausted but content. "Let's give him a name." Shun examined his son, pondering for a moment. "Shiryu. Uchiha Shiryu." Purple signifies auspiciousness and nobility. A dragon can be hidden or manifest, obscure or bright, symbolizing power and infinite possibilities. May he be as strong and free as a dragon, mastering his own power. Tsunade whispered the name, her eyes shining with relief. "Shiryu, much better than a certain bloodthirsty name." Shun gave an awkward laugh and said, "This little guy is so strong. He's a good candidate for learning taijutsu later." He picked up the little male infant and gently played with him. December 13th, Miroka's due date arrived. Inside Miroka's delivery room, the female medical ninjas were quietly preparing. Shun stood outside the delivery room, able to feel the gentle yet powerful vitality flowing within the room, the aura emanating from natural energy. A female medical ninja came out, smiling as she reassured him. "Your Excellency, please rest assured, Moroka's Samus baby is in a very good position, and everything is going smoothly. Indeed, after only a moment, a clear and pleasant cry sounded from within the room. The sound seemed to carry a purifying power for the soul, bringing peace to those who heard it. A female medical ninja walked out, holding the wrapped baby girl. Her face beamed with joy as she said, "Congratulations, Your Excellency, it's a daughter." Everything went smoothly, and both mother and daughter are safe. Shun held the infant in his arms and quickly walked into the room. Moroku was sitting up in bed, her face slightly pale, but her expression was serene, radiating maternal glow. She looked gently at the baby girl brought before her and whispered, "This little one is very quiet, very much like." The baby girl's eyes were closed, her small hands slightly clenched, and a peaceful aura of natural energy surrounded her. Shun said in an exceptionally gentle tone, "Let's call her Cheyenne. It means purple garden, a beautiful, peaceful place. I hope her life will always be lived in beauty and tranquility, like a flower blooming in the pure land." Moroka's eyes welled up with tears of emotion when she heard the name. "Thank you, Shun." Shun leaned down and kissed his wife's forehead. "Moroku, you work hard." Moroka smiled softly and shook her head. "This child is very considerate of her mother, so she didn't cause me much pain." Everything went very smoothly. 2 new Jinchuriki, more than a year passed in the blink of an eye. It was Konoha year 53. Shun looked out from the capital of the Land of Water. In the over 4 years since he became the daimyo of the Land of Water, this land had gradually begun to prosper, looking vastly different from the capital of the Land of Water of a few years ago. In the Land of Water, New Konoha Hokage office. An Umbu suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee. "Hokage-sama, the Three Tails Isabu has revived." Orochimaru showed keen interest and asked, "Specific location?" The Umbu calmly replied, "Near the southern coral reefs. It just revived, so its chakra is somewhat weak." Orochimaru's eyes flickered. "Oh, the Three Tails Isabu. That's worth a deep study." Shikaku rubbed his temples and said, "The revival of a tailed beast means the balance of power is broken. We already have 9 tails and 6 tails. If we add 3 tails, we'll have 3-tailed beasts. Other great nations won't stand idly by." Hayashi activated his Byakugan and looked south. "It just revived. Its chakra is a bit weak." Genji leaned on his cane and said, "While 3 tails is weak, let's decide on the candidate for the 3 tails Jinchuriki first." At this moment, Shun also received news of 3 tails revival. He activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His gaze pierced through space, landing on the newly revived little turtle. He mused, "Is this the newly revived 3 tails? Because it just revived, it's still in its infancy, looking like a small turtle." Looking at this small turtle, a bold idea emerged in Shun's mind. The bloodline of the Hyuga clan leans towards Tsutsuki, but its drawback is a somewhat small amount of chakra. If they became Jinchuriki of a tailed beast, with no shortage of chakra, many changes might occur. He thought carefully for a moment. Both Niji and Hinata had excellent talent. If 3 tails were split into yin and yang parts and sealed into their bodies respectively, it might bring unexpected changes. So he slowly turned around and instructed the Umbu standing behind him. Immediately summon Orochimaru, Shikaku, Hayashi, and Genji for a meeting. The Umbu took the order and quickly departed like a gust of wind. Not long after, Orochimaru, Shikaku, Hayashi, and Genji all arrived. Everyone sat around the conference table, the atmosphere heavy and serious. After the meeting began, Shun looked around at everyone present and said, "Gentlemen, after much deliberation, I believe that since 3 tails has not yet recovered its full strength, perhaps we could try a new method, splitting it into yin and yang parts." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. Shun continued to explain, "Niji and Hinata have good talent, so I want to seal the yin and yang 3 tails into their bodies. However, the current 3 tails is too weak. We will perform the seal in 6 months." Hayashi was a little overwhelmed. "Your Excellency, wouldn't it be inappropriate?" Shun smiled slightly. Hi, Uchih. Let's do it this way. Meeting adjourned. 6 months flew by in an instant. In the sealing chamber, Shun activated nature mode, his body surrounded by the glow of natural energy. He stood in the center of the specially designed array, forming ancient hand seals from the land of demons. Yin and Yang separation, soul and body split. The array glowed brightly, and the small three tails let out painful shrieks within the array, its body gradually splitting into two halos of light, the Yang three tails and the Yin three tails. Beside them, 4-year-old Niji and 3-year-old Hinata stood side by side. Hinata, with unease in her white eyes, quietly asked, "Brother, are you scared?" Niji squeezed her hand and said no. "It is our honor to serve Daimyo-sama." The sealing ceremony began. Shun infused the Yang three tails into Niji's body and the Yin three tails into Hinata's body. The two children gritted their teeth, enduring the intense pain, veins bulging on their foreheads.